Before we begin, I thought it would be fun if everyone lets me know in the comments where they're watching this video from. And while you're down there, don't forget to subscribe. Now, let's start today's episode. Cara Enid Vaughn. In 1993, 40-year-old Cara Enid Vaughn lived in Natchitoches, Louisiana. Her sister, Lynn, was formerly the lead news anchor for CNN. That November, Cara left home in a white 1978 Honda Civic with less than $10 on her. When she failed to return, her family grew concerned and reported her missing. They informed investigators that Cara had often spoken about driving a car into a river where she would never be found. Some of her friends speculated that she might have relocated to California, though this seemed unlikely given the small amount of money she had with her. Cara was also a diabetic and had not been taking her medication. Despite search efforts, no trace of her was found. In February 2007, a dive team searched Cane River Lake after learning it was one of the locations Cara had mentioned. Divers were unable to locate Cara or a vehicle, however. Then in March of 2021, fishermen called the police to tell them that they believed they found a car in a Cane River Lake. On March 15th, divers found a Honda Civic. Inside was a woman's remains. They also found documents and an ID belonging to Cara. On March 24th, authorities confirmed that the remains belonged to Cara Vaughn. Her family has been notified of the discovery. Unfortunately, this was not the outcome they had hoped for, as they had always clung to the possibility that she was still alive. Sadly, the news also came too late for Cara's parents, who passed away without ever knowing what had happened to their daughter. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Carol and Jackson. On Friday, April 11th, 1997, Carol Ann Jackson was on her way home from a holiday when she stopped at a NatWest Bank ATM to withdraw cash. At 9:30 p.m., the 50-year-old withdrew £500 from a machine on Penn Road in Beaconsfield, England, before continuing her journey home. Upon arriving at Apple Tree Cottage in Woburn Green, near High Wycombe, Buckinghamshire, Carol called a friend to let them know she had made it home safely. That would be the last time anyone heard from her. The following morning, a friend tried to call but received no answer. It wasn't until a day later that the grim truth was uncovered. On the morning of Sunday, April 13th, concerned neighbors entered her home and found Carol's body in the kitchen. Her hands and feet had been tied, and she had suffered a brutal beating, including severe head injuries. The contents of her cupboards and drawers were strewn all across the floors of the house, and several expensive items Carol Ann had been wearing were gone, including several rings, a Rolex watch, and a 1930s Cartier bracelet. When the police arrived on the scene, they attempted and failed to open Carol Ann's safe to check if anything had been stolen from there. Eventually, they managed to open it, and they discovered nothing had been taken. Carol Ann was an antiques dealer who specialized in jewelry. Her safe held some of her most valuable pieces. She lived alone and was a regular churchgoer, and authorities were unable to come up with a personal motive for why anybody would want her dead. Her cause of death was initially unknown, as there were no signs of strangulation or a murder weapon. It was later established by the coroner that the 50-year-old had died from positional asphyxia, likely from lying unconscious face first on the floor. Carol Ann was known to be a cautious person. She had an alarm system set up in her house which was not triggered on the night of her death, which was determined to be April 11th. Investigators came up with several theories shortly after they began looking into Carol Ann's death. They suspected she may have been killed by a burglar who was aware of her job and knew she probably had expensive jewels in her home. They likely wanted to access the safe and injured the 50-year-old and eventually killed her for refusing to give them the combination. Detectives also considered a link between Carol Ann's murder and that of another woman, a nurse named Janet Brown, who was also 50 at the time of her death. Janet was beaten to death at her farmhouse in Radnage, Buckinghamshire in 1995. She was found naked and handcuffed in her home, but there were no signs of sexual assault as nothing was taken from her house. The motive for this murder is unclear, and the case remains unsolved today. While the police felt there were similarities between the two cases, there is no concrete link between them. Just 2 months before Carol Ann's death, she reported an incident to the police in which she felt she was being followed in her car by another vehicle. And when she got home, she found a man she didn't recognize standing outside. Over the next few months, Carol Ann made several other reports where she noted that she felt like she was being stalked. While the police did take scent dogs to her home once in an attempt to locate the stalker, nobody was ever apprehended for this suspected crime. The police superintendent at the time, Alan Partridge, stated his belief in 1997 that Caroline was the victim of someone who knew her line of business and had been watching her closely. Someone suspected she might have items at her home which would be of value. It is likely they had been hanging around the area waiting for her, and indeed may have been in the area in the earlier days or weeks. A year after Carol Ann's death, her mother, desperate for answers, reached out to a psychic for help. The psychic claimed that Carol had been killed by a woman, who was accompanied by a man that played no role in the murder. According to this account, the original plan had been to hold Carol for ransom, but at some point, the perpetrators decided to end her life instead. However, in the 24 years since, no evidence has ever surfaced to support these claims. 11 months later, in March 1999, a coroner's inquest determined that Carol had been killed by an unidentified opportunistic thief. Investigators believe she was attacked on the night of April 11th while unpacking her car, possibly by someone who had been lying in wait for her return. It's thought that the assailant slipped inside her house while she was making multiple trips and then launched the attack. What remains unclear is whether Carol's killer had been stalking her in the days leading up to the crime, or if reported stalking incidents were unrelated. To this day, her murder remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Charles Robert Hardin. A haunting mystery that has plagued Canyon Lake, Texas, for over 3 decades has finally been solved. In 1986, the body of Charles Hardin was found at a remote campsite, bound and lifeless, leaving investigators stumped for years. The case, which initially showed promise, eventually went cold until a breakthrough revived the investigation. 2 men, connected to the crime and living far apart, now face charges for a violent act that seemed impossible to resolve. Who were they, and what led to their eventual capture after all these years? In 1986, a brutal and mysterious murder cast a dark cloud over Canyon Lake, a well-known spot for camping and recreation. On August 26th of that year, the body of 56-year-old Charles Robert Hardin was discovered at Jacobs Creek Park, a picturesque area on the east end of the lake. Charles, originally from Houston, had been staying at the park when fellow campers found his body. He was discovered bound with strips of bed sheets tied around his neck, hands, and feet, a sign that his end was no accident. An autopsy confirmed what investigators feared. His life had been cut short by asphyxiation, and his body had been decomposing for about 6 to 7 days when it was found. At the time of the discovery, Como County Sheriff's Office investigators, Rudy Rubio and Dennis Kep, launched a thorough investigation. The case seemed to have all the hallmarks of a violent, deliberate slaying. But despite a number of leads, the case went cold. A composite sketch of a suspect, described as a Latin male in his mid-30s, was circulated, and local authorities sought information on a blue 1980s Chevrolet Celebrity sedan that had been spotted near the campsite on the day before Charles's body was found. The public was also alerted to the case through Crime Stoppers, which offered a reward. But leads dried up and the investigation stalled. For years, the slaying of Charles Hardin seemed destined to remain unsolved. That was until 2021, when Texas Ranger Joshua Ray was brought in to review the cold case. Ray resubmitted old evidence to the Texas Department of Public Safety's crime laboratory in Austin, hoping that advancements in forensic technology could yield new clues. It was this renewed investigation that would ultimately break the case wide open. The DPS lab results pointed to 2 men, 56-year-old Tracy Keith Loy and 57-year-old Mark Gatton, as prime suspects. The 2 men, living in different parts of the country, had been in their 20s at the time of the crime. Loy was located in St. George, Utah, and Gatton was found in Quaker City, Ohio. Their connection to Charles and the motive for his slaying remains unclear, but their involvement in the case was undeniable. In May 2023, following interviews with both suspects, authorities made their arrests. Loy was extradited to Texas and booked into Como County Jail, where he was held on an $80,000 bond. Gatton was arrested shortly before and is awaiting extradition to Texas. The arrests have raised new questions about the nature of their connection to Charles, and whether their actions were driven by personal issues, robbery, or some other motive. For many in the Canyon Lake community, Charles's death had long been a tragic, distant event. However, the recent developments have brought the haunting case back into the spotlight. On October 13, 2023, Mark Gatton was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Then, on February 9, 2024, Tracy Keith Loy was sentenced to 60 years in prison after pleading guilty. Moving on to the next case. Dale Hay Jr. A study conducted by the University of Gloucestershire found that stalking behavior is present in 94% of murder cases. Researchers analyzed 358 homicide cases and discovered that surveillance activity had been recorded in 63% of them. Being on the receiving end of such behavior is terrifying and should never be underestimated, as seemingly minor incidents can rapidly escalate into dangerous situations. This was the case for Dale Hay Jr. On the evening of February 3, 2006, Dana Dostal was making her usual drive home from work. She was employed at a bank in Lake Isabella, California, and lived in Weldon, a small, somewhat isolated community in the Kern Valley Mountains, with a population of roughly 2,160 people today. Around 6 p.m., as she traveled along Kelso Creek Road from Highway 178, east of Lake Isabella, she initially believed she was the only driver on the dark, empty stretch of road. However, she soon encountered another vehicle, a pickup truck. Reflecting on the experience, Dana later told KGD that she had noticed the truck appeared to be stopped. The truck was moving slowly, almost as if it had stopped. As Dana approached, it still wasn't picking up speed, so she decided to pass it. However, as she navigated through the curves in the road, she suddenly noticed bright headlights shining in her rearview mirror. The lights were so intense that she couldn't see clearly. Blinded by the glare, Dana slowed down significantly. The pickup then sped past her, only to abruptly hit the brakes right in front of her. It felt like a game of cat and mouse. If she accelerated, the truck would tailgate her aggressively, but if she slowed down, it refused to overtake her, lingering ominously behind. After this interaction, Dana, understandably shaken, attempted to evade the driver by turning into a residential area. She continued on her way, and by the time she reached her home, she thought that she had managed to shake the unsettling pickup truck driver. But as she pulled into her driveway, she realized she was wrong. The truck came to a stop a little away from her house, but when her boyfriend's young son Willie came to greet her at the front gate, the driver in the pickup fled from the scene. Inside the house, Dana told her boyfriend, 34-year-old Dale Hay Jr., about what had happened. While he was concerned and Dana was still frightened, the two took comfort in the safety of their own home and began to relax and return to regular life. Dana began to do a wash while Dale prepared dinner. 5 to 10 minutes later, the car returned, its lights flashing through the window. Dale, both annoyed by the harassment and fearful for the safety of his family, went to investigate. The pickup had parked nearby and Dale whistled at the driver as he exited the house and walked towards them. But the driver fled the scene again, going north on Kelso Creek Road towards Highway 178. 9-year-old Willie watched his father get into his Jeep and drive off after the pickup. What happened next is unclear. It's believed that the pickup driver pulled off the highway in front of 5231 Kelso Creek Road and that Dale pulled up next to him. The 34-year-old was then shot in the face. He died at the scene, his vehicle rolling backwards against a fence. After Dale left, Dana and Willie watched a movie, but Dana became more alarmed as time passed and her boyfriend didn't return. Eventually, she and Willie got into her car to look for him. Barely a mile from home, they discovered Dale dead in his Jeep. According to Dana, following the death of her boyfriend, investigators looked at all the common angles of a murder case. Was either Dana or Dale having an affair? Was either of them involved with drugs, guns, or criminal activity? But the answer was no to all of these questions. Dana and Dale lived a quiet, ordinary life. They were a happy couple and Dale had no known enemies. He never gave any indication that he knew the driver who had been harassing Dana on her way home. The case quickly grew cold and has had no new leads since February 2006. While there is no description of the driver available, the pickup truck which stalked Dana is described as light-colored with a shell that's lighter in color than the rest of the truck. The shell may have been removed following the crime. It's possible the vehicle was an old Chevy or Ford. Investigators believe it's feasible the perpetrator lives or frequents the Kelso Valley area. There are few theories available in the case. Some online sleuths believe this was a random act of violence. Others that Dana had a long-term stalker unbeknownst to her. Many have suggested that the driver was really after Dale in the first place and had lured him out by going after Dana. Some have speculated that the incident may have been a prank that took a tragic turn. Regardless of the theory, 16 years have passed, and authorities remain no closer to solving Dale's murder or bringing closure to his loved ones. His children continue to fight to keep the case from being forgotten. His daughter once shared, "In my heart and in my gut, I don't feel like it was random, but I have no proof." And obviously, the police don't have any evidence to prove otherwise either. For Dana, the years since Dale's death have been filled with questions and guilt. "I think for a long time, I felt guilty because I survived and he didn't. Maybe I was the target and not him. I was the one who pissed that guy off. Taking that one person's life has taken life from so many," she reflected. Dale's murder remains unsolved. Anyone with information is urged to contact the Kern County Sheriff's Office at 661-861-3110. Moving on to the next case. Donna Bird. On April 16, 1997, Orange County police officers responded to 2002 Lee Street following a report of a possible burglary. A homeowner had called the police after discovering a broken window in an apartment connected to her home. Inside the apartment, officers found a woman's body wrapped on the bedroom floor. She had been strangled. Investigators used fingerprints to identify her as 42-year-old Orlando resident Donna Bird. Upon reviewing her background, police discovered that Donna had been arrested more than 20 times for prostitution in the years before her death. She was known to use vacant properties to meet with clients. Although fingerprints were found at the crime scene, investigators could not determine whether they belonged to Donna or a potential suspect. With no further leads, the case eventually went cold. However, the Orange County Sheriff's Office Cold Case Unit recently decided to reopen the investigation. As part of their renewed efforts, investigators resubmitted the fingerprints collected from the 1997 crime scene. In September 2020, they finally found a match. The prints were linked to 51-year-old Jimmy Mahone, a resident of Macon, Georgia. He was arrested the following month in October 2020, questioned by authorities, and taken into custody. Jimmy remained in custody while awaiting extradition to Orange County. By November, he was transferred from a prison in Bibb County, Georgia, to Orlando. He is currently being held in the Orange County Jail with a bond set at $100,000. Moving on to the next case. Dusty Shuck. On May 4, 2006, the body of 24-year-old Dusty Shuck was discovered near a truck stop in Mount Airy, Maryland. Dusty, originally from Tucson, Arizona, had a 4-year-old son at the time of her death. She had been brutally beaten and stabbed multiple times. The person responsible left behind DNA evidence, which remained a key piece of the investigation. In a breakthrough, investigators teamed up with a California-based forensic genetic genealogy company called Identifiers. Using DNA collected back in 2006, they were able to identify the perpetrator as Gary Dean Artman in August 2022. Artman, a truck driver living in Florida, was arrested in Mississippi on August 16, 2022. Artman had previously been linked to the death of Sharon Hammock, which was also covered in a recent video. Dusty's mother, Lori, expressed relief at the arrest after nearly 2 decades, emphasizing that while it doesn't bring her daughter back, knowing that Artman is off the streets and can no longer harm others offers some sense of justice. She shared a message for others with unsolved cases. Don't give up hope. Pray every day for justice. Whether it's spiritual or physical, it will happen. Dusty's son is now 20 years old and has a child of his own, and Lori reflects that Dusty would have been a grandmother today. Moving on to the next case. Jessica Gutierrez. Today, we're exploring the case of a young girl who vanished from her bedroom in the dead of night. Her sister, who shared the bed with her, told a strange story, that a person in a wizard hat had taken her. The case remained unsolved for an astonishing 35 years, but in 2024, the truth finally emerged. Jessica Gutierrez was born on December 3, 1981 in South Carolina. She was the youngest of 4 siblings, 2 sisters and a brother. Soon after her birth, Jessica's parents divorced, leaving her mother, Debbie, to raise all 4 children alone. The family lived in a small town called Edmond, near the state capital. Without any outside support, it was tough for Debbie to provide for her kids. Despite the challenges, the family remained close. While Debbie worked, the older children looked after Jessica, and whenever she had free time, Debbie tried her best to plan fun activities for all of them. On June 5, 1986, the family was enjoying a typical summer day. Jessica, who was 4 years old at the time, played outside with her siblings while their mom, Debbie, took care of some chores around the house. In the evening, they all shared dinner together, and Debbie tucked the children into bed. Since Jessica was the youngest, she usually slept in her mother's bed. However, on this particular night, her brother had an earache, so Debbie allowed him to sleep with her instead. This left Jessica to sleep with her older sisters. The eldest sister had her own bed, while the other sisters shared a bed with Jessica. The following morning, Debbie woke up around 9 a.m. Rebecca, the 6-year-old who had slept with Jessica, went into her mother's room and asked her to make cereal for breakfast. As Debbie got out of bed and left her room, she immediately sensed something was wrong. The front door, which Debbie always made sure to lock before bed, was wide open, and their dog, who usually stayed outside, was running around the house. Additionally, a curtain rod was lying under the back window, and the protective screen had been removed. Debbie went into the girls' room but found that Jessica was nowhere to be seen. She also noticed some papers scattered across the floor. When she asked her older daughters where Jessica was, Rebecca responded, "She's gone. A man with a beard and a magic hat took her." Thinking her 6-year-old daughter might just be making up a story, Debbie began searching for Jessica. She first thought that perhaps her daughter had gone outside to play in the yard, but Jessica wasn't there. Debbie searched the entire house, hoping to find her daughter playing a game of hide and seek. However, it quickly became clear that Jessica was nowhere inside the house. Panicking, Debbie rushed back to the girls' room and began demanding that Rebecca explain where her sister was. Rebecca continued to repeat the same story about the man with the wizard hat, which caused Debbie to lose her patience. She angrily shouted at Rebecca, asking why she hadn't screamed for help if someone was taking her little sister. Eventually, Rebecca gave more details about what had happened. She explained that she had woken up in the middle of the night to see a man with a beard and wearing a wizard hat standing next to their bed. The man gently picked up Jessica, who was still asleep, and carried her out of the room. Rebecca, only 6 years old, didn't fully understand what was happening. She was frightened and covered her head with a blanket, thinking it was just a strange dream. After a while, she fell back asleep and didn't think to tell her mom what had happened when she woke up in the morning. Realizing that Rebecca's account was likely true, Debbie immediately called the police. The officers conducted a thorough search of the house and concluded that Jessica had likely been abducted. They speculated that the intruder entered through the living room window, removing the protective screen. Upon closer examination of the area, investigators found a fingerprint on the outside of the glass, which was sent to experts for analysis. Near the window, they also discovered a pack of cigarettes and several cigarette butts. Suspecting a kidnapping, the police decided to install a recording device on Debbie's phone in case the abductor called with a ransom demand. As they listened to Rebecca's account, the young girl repeated the story about the man with the wizard hat, but this time, she added that the kidnapper had unplugged the fan and nightlight before approaching their bed. Since Rebecca hadn't seen the kidnapper's face, her description didn't offer much help to the investigators. The police then focused on Debbie, bringing her to the station where they asked her to recount every detail of the previous day. During the conversation, she mentioned that she had a strong guess who might have taken her daughter. Just a few days before, she had ended a relationship with a man she had been dating for several months. According to Debbie, he was quite aggressive and controlling, and he also drank pretty often. The man wasn't happy with Debbie's decision to end their relationship, so she thought he might have decided to take revenge by taking her daughter. She called him from the police station, but he denied any involvement in Jessica's disappearance. The police decided to investigate him further, but found no evidence linking him to the crime. They also checked Jessica's father, but he had long been living out of state and just couldn't have abducted his daughter. Meanwhile, experts ran the fingerprints found on the window through the FBI database, but there were no matches. The police decided to focus on search efforts and began combing the area around Jessica's house. It was located on the outskirts, with endless fields stretching for many miles around it. Police searched abandoned buildings, forests, streams and rivers, as well as any other places where Jessica could potentially be. The next day, the FBI joined the investigation, but they still couldn't find any traces of the missing girl. Police entire state. The sheriff also sent an airplane to survey the area from the air. The search continued for several days, and during this time, Debbie was restless. With 3 children to care for, she was unable to go out and search for her daughter. The police rarely spoke with her, only responding when she reached out to them herself. On Saturday, 2 days after Jessica's disappearance, Debbie decided to accuse the sheriff of negligence and lack of interest in finding Jessica. The sheriff responded that he had been searching for her daughter all night and warned that if she persisted in accusing him, he would call off his team and they would all simply forget about this case. Since Debbie's phone still recorded everything, she saved this recording. The woman continued to believe that the police were not doing enough to find her daughter, so she was losing more and more hope of finding Jessica alive with each passing day. This went on for several months, until there was a rather unexpected twist in the case. 10 weeks after Jessica's disappearance, the police faced a series of crimes. A local man had broken into someone's house, but the owner used a weapon to scare him off. Then, this man stole a van and drove to North Carolina, where he broke into the home of a sleeping woman and assaulted her. Shortly after this incident, the man was arrested and his fingerprints were entered into the database. Once they were there, investigators got a full match. His fingerprints matched those left on the window in Jessica's house. The man was 27-year-old Thomas McDowell, and as soon as Debbie learned about this, she immediately told the police. She knew this person. She had met Thomas through relatives, and just a few months before Jessica's disappearance, she had hired him to do some work on their property. Over the course of 2 days spent at her house, he had built a shed and repaired the awning over the porch. Another curious fact was that Thomas had a beard and always wore a tall cowboy hat. This led to the thought that Rebecca, who only briefly saw the abductor in the darkness, might have mistaken this headgear for a wizard's hat, similar to those she'd seen in cartoons. But there was one huge problem for the investigators. Despite the fingerprint match, they deemed this evidence insufficient to press charges. They still didn't have Jessica's body, so they couldn't be 100% sure she was not alive. The presence of Thomas's fingerprints on the window could also have an explanation unrelated to the abduction. Since he worked on Debbie's property for 2 days, the fingerprint could have been left during that time. Although, such a possibility was quite unlikely. During the inspection of the house, forensic experts noted that the fingerprint appeared fresh. It hadn't been exposed to external factors, such as weather, which could have visually altered it. Debbie also regularly cleaned this window where the fingerprint was found. When her children played in the yard and wanted to say something to her, they would run up to this open window, lean on it with their hands, and shout. Given that the children's hands were almost always dirty, Debbie had to constantly clean the glass. Thomas had been working on her property around 6 months before the abduction, and there were no other fingerprints found there at the time of the investigation. This indicated that the man almost certainly could not have left the fingerprint back then, or else it would have been wiped out. Debbie also added another interesting fact. She remembered that when Thomas worked on her property, she accidentally locked herself out of the house, leaving the keys inside. As a result, she had to climb through the same window, and Thomas saw her doing it. But all these facts didn't convince the police. They continued to believe that there wasn't enough evidence against Thomas to press charges. In 1987, he was convicted of assaulting the woman whose home he broke into and was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Debbie was shattered by the fact that the police refused to charge him with the abduction, but there was nothing she could do about it. That same year, something else happened. Thomas's cellmate contacted the police and told them that Thomas had confessed to him about committing the crime. According to Thomas, he abducted a girl in South Carolina from her own bedroom to assault her. While he was committing this horrible act, the victim bit him, and in a fit of rage, he killed her. Thomas dismembered the remains, took them to a field, and left them there. Investigators in Jessica's case went to prison to speak with him, and Thomas didn't even bother to deny it. Nevertheless, he said he was willing to confess if they provide him with full immunity. The authorities obviously couldn't agree to such terms, so the police once again came up empty-handed. Learning that Thomas had escaped punishment, his cellmate wrote a letter to Debbie and told her this story. Once again, she was shocked by the fact that Thomas was allowed to evade justice, but there was nothing she could do about it. Frustrated by the police lack of action, Debbie decided to conduct her own investigation. At one point, she located an abandoned car that had previously belonged to Thomas and inspected it. There, on one of the seats, she noticed threads and fabric fibers that matched the color of Jessica's pajamas, the one she wore the night of her disappearance. But the police didn't rush to pursue this lead. The fact that Debbie, without any special equipment or knowledge of forensic science, found fabric particles in some car seemed strange to them. In 1987, something else happened. Police from Kansas contacted local investigators and reported that they found a girl fitting Jessica's description. Her mother immediately flew there, but her hopes were instantly shattered. When she came to see the girl, just hearing her voice from the corridor was enough for her to realize it wasn't her daughter. Over the following years, Debbie gave several interviews where she accused the police of ignoring the obvious suspect, but it didn't yield any significant results. In 1990, Jessica's case was featured on a popular television program about unsolved crimes. This led to a new wave of tips, but unfortunately, they all turned out to be dead ends. A year later, Jessica became the first missing child of South Carolina for whom an age-progressed portrait was created. Considering it was the early 90s, such technology was quite new and experimental, but detectives hoped it could help identify Jessica all these years later. Unfortunately, despite all this, the case remained unsolved for many years. In February 2007, 21 years after Jessica's disappearance, her mother once again publicly accused the local police department of inaction. This time, she gave reporters the recording of her conversation with the sheriff, where he told her he could call his men off and forget about this case. They reached out to the sheriff, but he stated that he hadn't stopped investigating the case all these years. The sheriff also said that after this conversation with Debbie, he not only didn't send his men home, but assigned even more officers to the investigation. Debbie also complained that for years, she had been trying to get other agencies involved in this case. But each time, the local prosecutor's office blocked these attempts. In the same year, February 2007, they reviewed the case and confirmed that they didn't have any sufficient evidence, making it impossible to press charges against anyone at that time. In 2014, the sheriff faced charges related to fraud and bribery, leading to his dismissal and a 12-month jail sentence. 2 years later, the prosecutor was arrested for a hit and run while drunk, resulting in a $1,000 fine and his resignation. In 2021, after 35 years since Jessica's disappearance, the new sheriff named Jay Kuhn reopened the investigation with the FBI's help. 50 agents were assigned to this case, revisiting all available evidence and seeking new leads. Eventually, they not only concluded that there is enough evidence against Thomas McDowell, but also discovered new, indirect pieces of evidence linking him to the crime. His relatives and friends revealed that the man drastically changed his appearance after Jessica's disappearance, shaving his beard and long hair and ditching his favorite cowboy hat. They also said that he smoked the same brand of cigarettes found near Jessica's home. Unfortunately, experts couldn't find any traces of DNA on these pieces of evidence, probably due to the fact that they'd been tested multiple times in the past, which might have wiped out any biological traces. While all these factors added to suspicion against Thomas, the key evidence remained his fingerprint and the testimony of his cellmate. Eventually, detectives believed that they had enough evidence to bring the case to trial. And in January 2022, Thomas was finally arrested. At 62 years old, Thomas refused to admit guilt, and preparation for the trial stretched for several years. It began only in January 2024, and Thomas's lawyers attempted to challenge the existing evidence. They argued that the fingerprint on the glass was left when Thomas had worked on the property. The defense also tried to use Rebecca's testimony. As we recall, Jessica's sister said that she saw a man in a wizard hat. Thomas's lawyers tried to convince everyone that the girl couldn't have mistaken a cowboy hat for a wizard's as they are completely different. However, experts brought in by the prosecution pointed out that the fingerprint was clearly fresh. If it had been left a few months before the abduction, it would have either been erased or altered by the weather. During the trial, a former inmate also testified, repeating Thomas's confession made in prison in 1987. The prosecution pointed out that an outsider from another state would unlikely know the details of the case. Moreover, in those years, Thomas himself said he was willing to confess, but asked for full immunity, which was obviously not an option. The trial ended on February 8th, and the jury unanimously found Thomas guilty. At the age of 63, he was sentenced to life in prison. For Debbie, who had suspected his guilt from the beginning of the investigation, the outcome of the case brought mixed emotions. She felt relieved that the perpetrator was finally held accountable but also bitter, believing that Thomas could have been arrested 36 years earlier. Instead, the police allowed him to live for decades without facing justice. Debbie also struggled with the painful reality that her daughter's remains had never been found. Together with the new sheriff, Debbie refuses to give up on the search and continues to pursue answers. However, after nearly 40 years, the chances of finding her daughter's remains remain slim. Moving on to the next case. John Valentine Hope Doe. On February 5, 2005, a 47-year-old woman taking her dog for a walk stumbled upon a horrifying discovery that would haunt her for years. Cecilia Davis, a nurse, came across the body of a young boy, later named John Valentine Hope Doe. At first, she mistook it for a seal, but as she approached, she was shocked to find the headless remains of a child, estimated to be between 3 and 5 years old. The boy had been dumped in the water and later washed ashore on a sandy stretch of Rockaway Beach in Queens, New York. Investigators determined that he was likely Hispanic or Caucasian and had been wrapped in a blanket featuring Disney characters such as Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck, along with letters of the alphabet. However, because the fabric was mass-produced in the 1970s and 1980s, it provided little identifying information. Further examinations revealed that John had suffered injuries, including a damaged spine and rib trauma. Police speculated that he had been forced into a bag, causing these wounds, before being discarded in the water. His head had likely separated due to prolonged exposure in the water rather than an intentional decapitation. The coroner ruled his death a homicide, though the exact cause remained undetermined due to the body's advanced decomposition. While police knew how difficult it would be to crack the case, they set up a valiant efforts nonetheless. checking the National Missing Persons database for any leads and appealing to the public by distributing flyers. Still, no answers came in the case of John Valentine Hope. On May 21, 2005, John was laid to rest. His funeral service was attended by some 200 people and was funded by both the police and the Children of Hope Foundation, who legally adopted John's body and gave him the name he was buried with. He was laid to rest at the cemetery of Holyrood in Westbury, New York, within a glass-covered section known as the Island of Hope. This area, owned by the Children of Hope Foundation, serves as a final resting place for abandoned and unidentified babies and children. Cecilia Davis, the woman who discovered John Valentine Hope Doe, attended his funeral. She later passed away from cancer, but her sister shared that she never stopped thinking about the little boy she found. Unable to have children herself, Cecilia often questioned how anyone could be so cruel as to discard a child when so many people longed to be parents. "There are a million people who would take that baby," she would say. To this day, investigators have made no progress in identifying John Valentine Hope Doe. His name, his family, and his killer remain unknown. Moving on to the next case. John Johnson. A weekend getaway should have been an enjoyable experience for the Johnson family, but for them, it turned into a nightmare. On Friday, February 8, 2019, John Johnson, a 41-year-old father of four, arrived in Dublin, Ireland, to participate in a poker tournament that evening. He planned to enjoy the weekend exploring the city with his fiancée, who was set to join him the following day. John, originally from Iceland, was known for being kind, caring, and level-headed. At the time of his disappearance, he had no family or friends in Ireland, and it was believed by those who knew him that he was in good mental health and excited for the trip. On February 9th, his fiancée, Jana, arrived around 10 a.m. After meeting John in their hotel room, she went downstairs to the hotel bar for coffee alone. During this time, John left the hotel, although the reason for his departure remains unclear. CCTV footage captured John leaving the Bonington Hotel at 11:05 a.m. The footage showed him walking past McGitton's bar at 11:07 a.m., exiting onto Swords Road. He was last seen on camera near Highfield Hospital, walking north on Storrs Road toward Collins Avenue. This footage represents the final confirmed sighting of John. Jana reported him missing on February 10, 2019, just one day after he was last seen. While police were able to locate Jorn on the CCTV described, attempts to retrieve CCTV from other areas of Whitehall proved fruitless. Jorn had left his passports and belongings behind at the hotel, but it was believed that he had a hotel room key card in his possession and that he had possibly even had a debit card and cash on his person. Police confirmed that Jorn's bank accounts had not been touched since he left the hotel. And it's also been estimated that the father of four lost a 4-0-0-0 in the poker tournament on February 8th. 12 members of Jorn's family flew to Ireland after he was reported missing to help the investigation and to partake in the local searches. On February 23, 2019, a large-scale search involving 80 people, many of whom were volunteers, took place in an effort to locate John Johnson. The Johnson family also appeared on the Irish TV show Crime Call, where they made a public appeal for information, hoping to bring John home. In their plea they said, "It doesn't make any sense. This isn't like John, he just doesn't vanish." The family expressed concerns that John may have fallen victim to foul play. Not much else is publicly known about the investigation into John Johnson's disappearance. In December 2019, the Johnson family enlisted the help of a private investigator, Liam Brady, to support the ongoing police efforts. The most recent development in the case came in February 2020 when Liam Brady revealed he hoped to speak to a person of interest in a European jail who may have relevant information. The Johnson family continues to travel to Ireland regularly, conducting additional searches in hopes of finding their missing loved one. If you have any information regarding John Johnson's whereabouts, you can email finjonindublin@gmail.com, contact Liam Brady at liam@liambrady.ie, or call him at 086-256-6697. Moving on to the next case. Lynette Joy Sims. Lynette Joy Sims was born in 1948 in New South Wales, Australia. In 1965, she met Chris Dawson at a high school event. The couple married in 1970 at St. Jude's Church in Randwick, Sydney, and went on to have 2 children. Chris and his twin brother Paul both played professional rugby league football for several years. After their rugby careers ended, the Dawson brothers found work as physical education teachers. Chris taught at Cromer High School, located near Sydney. Both Chris and Paul have been accused of engaging in inappropriate behavior with female students at their respective schools. In 1981, Chris began an affair with a student named Joanne Curtis, who temporarily moved into the Dawson family home in Bayview in 1982. Chris explained to Lynette that Joanne was having issues at home with her family, which was why she needed to stay with them. At the time, Chris was 32 years old, and Joanne was just 16. On January 8, 1982, Lynette received a call from her mother, which would be the last time they spoke. Lynette had planned to meet her family at the Northbridge Baths the following day, but she never showed up. Chris did not report Lynette missing until February 18, 1982, 6 weeks after she disappeared. During this time, Joanne moved in with Chris permanently. When investigators questioned Chris, he claimed that Lynette left due to marital issues related to her spending habits. Later, he suggested that Lynette might have joined a religious organization. In 1983, Chris finalized his divorce from Lynette and married Joanne Curtis the following year. Some investigators believe that Chris took Lynette's life, but that was hard to prove without a body. The first inquest held in February, the Deputy State Coroner Jan Stevenson determined that Lynette is not alive anymore and that the person responsible was someone she knew. A second inquest held in February 2003 by State Coroner Karl Milanovanovich recommended that Chris be charged with ending Lynette's life. The New South Wales Director of Public Prosecutions, Nicholas Cowdery, refused to prosecute Chris Dawson, citing the lack of evidence. In April 2018, following extensive investigations, New South Wales Police requested the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions to review its brief of evidence. Then, in December 2018, Chris Dawson was arrested in Queensland, Australia in connection to Lynette's case. Dawson still claimed he was innocent and delayed the trial several times because, according to him, there was a risk that members of the jury could have prejudged his guilt due to widespread publicity about the case. In May of 2022, Justice Robert Beets Jones granted Dawson's application for a judge-alone trial after he argued the extensive pretrial publicity meant the jury was unsuitable in his case. The trial began on May 9th. The prosecution claimed that Dawson took Lynette's life because of his desire for an unfettered relationship with Joanne Curtis. The defense acknowledged that Chris Dawson may have failed his wife, but argued that Lynette had left on her own accord and abandoned the family, suggesting she may have started a new life. To support this, the defense presented several witnesses who claimed to have seen Lynette after her disappearance. However, on August 30, 2022, Justice Harrison found 74-year-old Chris Dawson guilty and provided his reasoning. He determined that Dawson had lied on multiple occasions, including about his relationship with Joanne, his desire to reconcile with his wife, and receiving phone calls from Lynette after she disappeared. Justice Harrison dismissed the alleged sightings of Lynette as completely unreliable and concluded that there was overwhelming evidence to reject the theory that Lynette had abandoned her family. He was convinced, beyond reasonable doubt, that Lynette Dawson was no longer alive due to a deliberate and voluntary act carried out by Chris Dawson. Moving on to the next case. Merle Miller murder case. In a quiet home in Union County, Pennsylvania, a seemingly ordinary marriage took a sinister turn, ending in a shocking crime. Merle Evelyn Miller, a woman with a dark history, built a life of deception that ultimately led to her husband's poisoning. What started as a shared future unraveled into financial ruin and a fatal dose of medication, in a crime that no one saw coming. In 2012, Merle, then in her 70s, married John Nichols, a retired union carpenter who believed he was financially secure, with substantial savings spread across multiple accounts. However, John was unaware that Merle had been systematically depleting his finances, writing checks and making large withdrawals under the pretense of routine expenses. She even diverted money to her son, instructing him to keep it a secret. It wasn't until early 2018 that John's family and investigators from the Union Snyder Agency on Aging noticed irregularities and suspected Merle of financial exploitation. Concerned, they alerted authorities. Though John was initially open to cooperating, Merle quickly persuaded him to drop the investigation. On April 14, 2018, just 9 days after the agency began its inquiry, John passed away suddenly in his home. The passing initially appeared to be from natural causes, attributed to his existing heart condition. That was until an autopsy revealed the presence of a fatal dose of verapamil, a heart medication prescribed to Merle, but not to her husband. Investigators determined that Merle had obtained 2 large refills of the substance in the months leading up to his demise, raising suspicions of foul play. As investigators delved deeper into John's financial records, they uncovered evidence of Merle's systematic theft. Bank statements showed drained accounts, overdrafts, and even a $19,000 loan taken against John's life insurance. Testimonies from John's family painted a picture of isolation and control, with Merle barring him from contact with relatives during the final months of his life. Merle's financial exploitation, coupled with the toxicology report, led prosecutors to conclude that she had taken her husband's life to silence him and prevent the exposure of her scheme. In May 2021, 3 years after John Nichols' end, Merle was arrested and charged with first-degree slang, fraud, theft, and other related crimes. During the trial in 2023, prosecutors argued that Merle's actions were cold and calculated. Witnesses, including the investigator from the Agency on Aging and John's family members, testified about her manipulation and greed. Merle's defense claimed that John had consented to the financial decisions, and that his demise was accidental. They were focusing on his deteriorating health and dementia diagnosis. But the evidence of financial exploitation and the deliberate acquisition of verapamil proved damning. The prosecution also highlighted Merle's past. In 1988, Merle was acquitted of attempting to poison her first husband by spiking his drinks, a chilling parallel to John's eventual fate. She was also linked to the unsolved 1986 disappearance of her grandson, Corey Edkin, though she was never charged in that case. Decades later, in April 2023, after a week-long trial, a jury found her guilty on all charges, including first-degree murder. During sentencing, the courtroom was filled with emotional victim impact statements from John's family, who described Merle as manipulative and cold-hearted. The judge handed down a life sentence for the murder, along with additional time for financial crimes. At 78 years old, she was set to spend the remainder of her life behind bars. After years of siphoning her husband's savings, Merle ultimately ended his life, convinced that violence was her only escape from the tangled web of deceit she had spun. In March 2024, she requested a retrial, arguing there was insufficient evidence for her conviction. However, before a decision could be reached, she passed away from natural causes in prison on January 7, 2025, at the age of 79. Moving on to the next case. The tragic case of Stephanie Crow. On the morning of January 21, 1998, the Crow family was devastated to find 12-year-old Stephanie lying lifeless on her bedroom floor. She had attempted to escape and seek help but collapsed at her doorway before succumbing to her injuries. Living in Escondido, California, Stephanie shared her home with her parents, younger sister, older brother, grandmother, and the family dog. She had been stabbed 9 times. There were no signs of forced entry into the home. Although her bedroom window was unlocked, the screen remained intact, and the surrounding dust and grime appeared undisturbed. The sliding doors in her parents' bedroom were found to be unlocked, but for an intruder to enter this way, they would have had to slip past her parents without waking them, a scenario investigators found unlikely. Additionally, no knives in the home matched the wounds found on Stephanie's body, and authorities failed to locate any blood-stained clothing. Further investigation revealed that the Crow family frequently left their laundry room door unlocked, as it served as their primary entrance. This raised suspicions that someone in the household could have been responsible for Stephanie's tragic death. As a result, authorities conducted thorough interrogations of the family. Their clothing was seized for examination, and their bodies were inspected for any injuries. Meanwhile, Stephanie's parents were temporarily housed in a motel, while her siblings were placed in protective custody at the Polinsky Children's Center. For several days, the children were not allowed to see their parents, and police began questioning them without their guardians' knowledge. Stephanie's 14-year-old brother, Michael Crow, quickly became the main suspect. Investigators theorized that the lack of forced entry and the fact that no one in the house was awakened during the attack suggested an inside job. Authorities claimed Michael displayed an unusual level of detachment after his sister's murder, in contrast to the visible grief of the rest of the family. During one of his interrogations, conducted without his parents' awareness or legal representation, police told Michael they had discovered physical evidence tying him to the crime. They alleged that Stephanie's blood had been found in his bedroom and that strands of his hair were in her grasp. They also claimed that he'd failed a test with a truth verification device and that his parents were convinced that he had done it. These unjust lies weighed heavily on his shoulders. At just 14 years old, Michael must have felt that the world was against him. After 6 hours of relentless questioning, he gave a vague confession to the authorities. In the so-called confession, Michael gave no details of the crime and said that he couldn't remember doing it. The only thing he gave that could resemble a motive was that he felt that his sister was more popular than him, and that he lived in her shadow. In this same taped interview later released to the public, he can be heard saying several times over, "I'm only saying this because it's what you want to hear." Despite the blatant fact that Michael was lying and that he had been pushed into a false confession by police, the police arrested and charged the 14-year-old boy. They cited his interest in violent video games as part of what spurred him to commit the murder of his 12-year-old sister. Two 15-year-old friends of Michael's were also questioned by authorities, Joshua Treadway and Aaron Hauser. Aaron had an extensive collection of knives, one of which was reported missing by his parents. It was later found in Joshua's house, and he admitted he'd taken it from Aaron without permission. Police detained Joshua on charges of petty theft and then questioned him continuously from 9 p.m. till 8 a.m. at their headquarters, telling him that they believed the knife he had possession of was the weapon used in the murder of Stephanie Crow. 2 weeks later, Joshua was questioned again. During the 10-hour interview, he eventually broke down and gave a detailed confession. He said he'd committed the crime with 2 other boys. Joshua was subsequently arrested. Aaron Hauser was the last one to be arrested and questioned. He refused to confess, but provided an odd hypothetical situation. On how the events might have happened after being prompted to do so by police. All 3 boys recanted their confessions, however, claiming that they had been coerced into giving false statements. All the while, as the police bullied 3 young boys into giving confessions, a real suspect was walking the streets. On the day that Stephanie's body was found, a man named Richard Raymond Tweets was interviewed. He was 28 years old, a transient and a schizophrenic with a lengthy criminal record. On the night of the murder, Richard was seen looking into windows and knocking on doors up and down the street. Several neighbors had called the police to report him. He had scrapes on his body and a cut on his hands. However, police quickly dismissed him as a suspect in the case, believing he wasn't capable of carrying out the murder. Besides, they had already decided to pin the thing on Stephanie's 14-year-old brother, Michael, in a battery of psychological torture and bullying. Perhaps it mattered little to them to chase up real leads if they could enjoy the sport of tormenting an isolated 14-year-old boy who was still grieving the murder of his 12-year-old sister. Michael Crow, Joshua Treadway, and Aaron Hauser were all charged with murder and conspiracy to commit murder. They were each imprisoned for 6 months as prosecutors prepared for the trial. Just as the trial was set to begin, Stephanie's blood was found on a shirt belonging to Richard Tweed, the transient man who'd been interviewed on the day of the murder. The charges against the 3 boys were dismissed. Afterwards, the Escondido police fell silent. They abandoned the case for several years without charging anybody with the murder. The case changed hands several times over the course of February 2001 and February 2002, and the trial against Richard Tweed finally took place in February 2004. On the first day of jury selection, Richard managed to get out of the cuffs and consequently took off during a lunch break, boarding a bus. He was reapprehended just hours later, however. Once the trial was underway, the defense claimed that the blood on Richard's shirt had been contaminated by prior shoddy police work and was not real evidence. The prosecution linked Richard to both physical and circumstantial evidence, but on May 26, 2004, the jury acquitted him of murder and convicted him of voluntary manslaughter. Richard was sentenced to 13 years in prison plus an additional 4 for his earlier attempts to flee. Richard went on to appeal his conviction, raising several claims, including that his Sixth Amendment right had been violated because he was prevented from fully cross-examining a witness for the prosecution. After much debate, a retrial was scheduled for 2013. During the trial, the prosecution could not produce any fingerprints, DNA evidence, or trace evidence on Richard's clothing or in the House of the Crows. Authorities alleged that Michael had killed Stephanie in a fit of rage, claiming she resembled a woman who had rejected him years earlier. However, in December 2013, a jury found him not guilty. There was no concrete evidence placing him at the scene, and the defense successfully argued that any traces of Stephanie's blood found could have been the result of contamination. Richard, another suspect, stated that he had discovered the shirts in question inside a dumpster. Michael Crow, along with Aaron Hauser and Joshua Treadway, later filed lawsuits against the cities of Escondido and Oceanside for their wrongful accusations. In 2012, a judge officially cleared all 3 of any wrongdoing, declaring them factually innocent and permanently dismissing the case against them. Despite this, Stephanie Crow's murder remains unsolved to this day. Moving on to the next case. Brian and Angela Charles. On the morning of March 22, 2009, at approximately 7 a.m., police were dispatched to a horrific crime scene on a quiet street in Joliet, Illinois. Inside the home of 31-year-old IT manager Brian Charles, officers found him slumped over on the living room couch, fatally shot in the head and chest. His wife, 23-year-old Angela Charles, a portrait photographer at JCPenney's All and Park studio, was discovered in the hallway outside their child's bedroom, also dead from a gunshot wound to the head. Miraculously, the couple's 2-year-old son, Sean, was found unharmed, still asleep in his wooden crib. The 911 call reporting the scene was made by Brian's ex-wife, Kathleen, also 31, who was the mother of his 2 other children. She told authorities she had gone to Brian's house that morning to retrieve video games for their kids. However, this claim was contradicted by statements from her own children, according to an investigator's affidavit. Family members and friends also questioned Kathleen's reasoning, pointing out that she did not allow her children to play video games. Online sleuths have speculated about her presence at the home that early in the morning, wondering why she would go to her ex-husband's residence at 7 a.m. simply for video games, an explanation that seemed suspicious from the start. Kathleen quickly became the prime suspect in the brutal murders of her ex-husband and his new wife as details of their contentious divorce and ongoing custody battle surfaced. Brian and Kathleen had been married for 7 years, during which Brian had taken Kathleen's last name. In February 2003, he filed for divorce and was granted temporary custody of their children. 3 years later, Brian married Angela, and their son, Sean, was born the following year. Brian was known for his kind and generous spirit, his artistic talent, and his distinctive belly laugh. He enjoyed spending time with his kids, often playing Pokemon cards with them. Angela was a hardworking and dedicated woman who had a deep passion for photography. She had plans to return to college and transfer to a university when the time was right. In addition to her career aspirations, she was also a Girl Scout leader. Just 10 days before her murder, she had gotten a tattoo featuring the names of her son, Sean, and her stepchildren, Cora and Liam, as a symbol of her love for them. In February 2008, Brian was awarded full custody of Cora and Liam after Michigan Family Services launched an investigation into the conditions of Kathleen's mobile home, citing concerns about its suitability for raising children. According to Brian, the children had no running water, shared bug-infested cereal with the family dog, and used buckets as toilets. He went on to add that rags were used instead of toilet paper, and these said rags would then continue to lie on the floor afterwards, and that his children hadn't been bathed in weeks. He even added that one was made to beg at garage sales. On the other hand, Kathleen alleged that Brian had been abusing her and the children. Brian received no criminal convictions from this, but Kathleen managed to secure a pair of protective orders. One lasted around 6 weeks, while another was dismissed after only 3 weeks. After Brian's allegations arose and the investigators tried to inspect her home, Kathleen fled the States with her children. A judge proceeded to order that the children not be taken outside of the county without the court's permission and set a trial date for March 30, 2009. When investigators looked through Angela's Facebook account, they noted her many distressed and upset posts in regards to the custody battle she and Brian were ensnared in with his ex-wife. 2 days after the murders, investigators issued a search warrant at Kathleen's home. They searched her 1990 Chevrolet station wagon and seized 8 computers along with other materials. She was interviewed for 12 hours following the slayings and spent most of the investigation declining to cooperate. She hired an attorney and moved to California with Liam and Cora, whom she was given custody of 10 days after the murders. Kathleen's attorney claimed she had nothing to do with the crime, but refused to comment any further. Relatives and friends claimed that Angela and Brian had voiced their concerns for their safety in the weeks leading up to the murders. It was also found that the back of the Charles family home was broken into when the family were attending the couple's funeral on March 7th. A back window was smashed, but this was later established as being neighborhood kids who knew the house was empty, who had broken in to steal the game's console and DVDs. Kathleen did not attend the funeral after being asked by family and friends. Angela's parents, Jackie and Joseph Roth, now care for Sean, who frequently asks about his parents. In later reports, it appears that Kathleen lost custody of her children and Cora and Liam went on to be raised by Brian's parents. The only known witnesses in the case were the couple's neighbors, who reported hearing loud noises between 2 o'clock and 2:30 a.m. Another neighbor claimed to have seen 2 unidentified men standing outside the home at around 1 a.m. These individuals have never been located or identified. While many suspect Kathleen may have played a role in the murder of her ex-husband and his new wife, no charges have been filed against her. Investigators appear to lack sufficient evidence to pursue legal action, leaving the case at a frustrating standstill. As time passes, the tragic murders of Brian and Angela Charles continue to grow cold. If you have any information regarding this case, please contact the Will County Sheriff's Office at 815-727-8575. Moving on to the next case. Merle and her daughter. 2019 felt like a breakthrough year for solving long-cold criminal cases. While the Golden State Killer stands as the most infamous example, many other arrests were made for crimes dating back to the 1970s. Even Scotland's notorious case of missing mother Renee McRae and her son Andrew seemed closer than ever to resolution. However, amid the wave of justice finally served, it's easy to overlook the criminals who remain at large, one of whom is Merle Marie van der Hayden. On the surface, Merle Marie van der Hayden appeared to be an unremarkable woman. Born on August 5, 1950, little is known about her upbringing, and no major red flags from her childhood or early adult years have ever surfaced. By 1979, at the age of 29, she was working in military intelligence in Maryland, where she met a colleague named Francis Walsh. Their connection was immediate, and within a year, in 1980, they were married in what seemed to be a joyful and ordinary union. Just 4 years later, in July 1984, Merle gave birth to the couple's first child, a daughter named Therese Rose. However, by this point, the marriage between Merle and Francis was already beginning to crumble. Even the arrival of their child couldn't mend the growing divide between them or prevent the inevitable split. Their relationship troubles reportedly stemmed from Merle's rigid and inflexible rules, though the specifics of these rules remain unclear. By 1987, the couple was hanging on by a thread. In a last-ditch effort to salvage their marriage, they relocated to Hawaii, but the move did little to improve their situation. In May of that year, Francis finally moved out and filed for divorce. Despite nearly a decade together, even he could not have anticipated the shocking turn their battle would take. During the heated and drawn-out divorce proceedings, Merle accused Francis of sexually abusing their daughter. However, she was unable to provide any evidence to support her claim. As a result, the accusation failed to damage Francis's reputation or his ability to seek custody. A subsequent investigation by a social worker and psychologist concluded that Therese had been manipulated by her mother into believing these false claims. They also concluded that if given the chance, Merle would likely take Therese and disappear, never to return. Following the bitter divorce, Francis began dating a woman named Janice Anderson. However, their budding romance took a shocking turn on their first date when Merle unexpectedly appeared beside Francis's car, screaming at the couple. How she managed to track them down remains unknown. Francis, attempting to defuse the situation, stepped out of the vehicle to speak with Merle privately. But instead of calming her, this seemed to enrage her further. In a fit of fury, Merle forced her way into the car, sat beside Janice, and began hurling obscenities at her. The confrontation escalated when Merle pulled out a stun gun and attempted to attack Janice. Fortunately, the stun gun's battery was nearly dead, and the attack failed to harm Janice. However, Merle wasn't finished. Before leaving, she ripped out the car's distributor wire, effectively disabling the vehicle. By 1988, officials had granted Francis full custody of their daughter. It was determined that Merle could only see Therese under supervision, and only after undergoing a mental evaluation. With this ruling, Merle left Hawaii and returned to the mainland United States, giving Francis a much-needed sense of relief, at least for the time being. At last, he and his daughter would have some peace and quiet. He seems to have truly believed Merle was finally out of their lives. Francis later married Janice, providing a stable and happy home for his daughter. She seemed to blossom right before his eyes, becoming less shy and reserved as the months passed. Merle made regular phone calls but continued to remain in the mainland USA. Then on June the 22nd of 1990, Therese went to daycare in her home of Honolulu. In the morning, the children of the daycare headed out to recess and then returned at 12 p.m. It wasn't until the children were seated that the teacher of the class realized Therese was missing. She'd reportedly been abducted by a woman wearing a hat and dark sunglasses. Immediately, the teacher alerted Francis, who quickly had his suspicions that the woman was none other than his ex-wife, Merle. The authorities were notified and a warrant was issued for Merle's arrest. Francis learned that Merle may have been aided by an organization called Children of the Underground, who supposedly help victims of abuse and their children escape their abuser. More specifically, they are known to help women and children escape controlling and violent husbands. The Children of the Underground are an incredibly controversial group. They have been hit with many lawsuits from angry and upset parents and critics of the program since the millennium. In one interview in 2016, the leader of the group claimed she had helped 7,000 people. The Children of the Underground is known to provide runaways with the identities of the deceased, as well as false paperwork, something which is suspected to have been the case with Merle and Therese. Despite the extensive search which followed, the mother and daughter pair have never been located. Although there are unconfirmed sightings of the pair in Alabama, Florida, Louisiana, Colorado, and Texas. Francis Walsh went on to found Hawaii's Missing Children's Clearinghouse and tragically passed away in 1998, without ever knowing what fate befell his daughter. Merle Marie Vanderheiden is wanted for abduction by both the FBI and the state of Hawaii and has been missing since June 22, 1990. She is possibly armed and dangerous and is described as being 5 foot, 5 inches tall, 120 to 145 pounds with green eyes and brown hair. She may wear wigs and requires either eyeglasses or contact lenses. Her ears are pierced. She was 39 at the time she disappeared and would be 69 years old if still alive. She has been known to use multiple aliases, including Jacqueline Smith, Pat Doherty, Mary Jean Ham, Van Vanderheyden, Cara Johnson, and Cara Cochran. Therese, born on July 4, 1984, may also go by one or more of these surnames. At the time of her disappearance, she was described as a blonde-haired, hazel-eyed child, standing 3 feet tall and weighing approximately 45 pounds. She was only 5 years old when she vanished, and if alive today, she would be 35. Distinctive features include pierced ears and moles on her back and shoulders. When last seen, she was wearing a pink t-shirt, pink shorts, and white and pink Nike sneakers. If you have any information regarding the whereabouts of Murrow or Therese, please contact the Honolulu Police Department at 808-529-3111 or reach out via email through the Honolulu PD website. Moving on to the next case. Monster of Florence. The Italian countryside is famous for its rare truffles, exquisite pasta, and fine wine. However, nestled among the olive groves and 15th-century castles is the chilling tale of Il Mostro di Firenze, the Monster of Florence, whose web of crimes remains so complex that, despite the combined efforts of both branches of Italian law enforcement and even the FBI, the killer has never been caught and may still be at large. Over the course of several decades, this deranged serial murderer stalked the rolling hills of this idyllic landscape, preying on young lovers who sought privacy within their cars, vehicles that became their final resting places. In a culture where Italians traditionally lived with their families until marriage, these secluded moments were an opportunity for intimacy. But between 1974 and 1985, 14 young adults were brutally slain and mutilated in what would become the first documented serial killings of their kind in Italy's history. Florence, Italy, June 7, 1981. The crime scene at Via della Raggio was eerily undisturbed. A Volkswagen sat still, its passenger seat occupied by what appeared to be a sleeping teenager, his head resting against the partially shattered window. Upon closer examination, investigators spotted a small, dark crimson mark on the left side of his temple, a telltale sign of a bullet wound, perfectly aligned with a hole through the driver's side glass. Just outside the car, the female victim lay sprawled on the grass, a delicate gold chain resting between her lips. Like her male companion, she had been shot in the head, and the gruesome evidence of an animal scavenging at her lower body only added to the nightmarish scene. Like the male victim, there were no signs of struggle. He had been the first to die, executed swiftly with a single bullet to the back of the head, leaving his body otherwise untouched. Both victims were killed with a .22 caliber Beretta long-barrel pistol loaded with Winchester Series H copper-jacketed bullets. The shell casings bore a distinct scratch mark, a unique signature of the gun's firing pin, an unmistakable clue that would link future crimes to the same weapon, as no two firearms leave identical markings. While police initially reported that there was no evidence the female victim had been assaulted while alive, the press would later uncover a horrifying truth. The gruesome damage to her body had not been caused by scavenging animals, as first assumed. Instead, the killer had deliberately mutilated her in a methodical and precise manner, removing her vagina in 3 expert circular incisions. What he intended to do with the excised flesh, the medical examiner refused to speculate on record. Italy holds a peculiar statistic. Up to 1/3 of its population is believed to have been conceived in a car, a consequence of the cultural norm where men and women live with their parents until marriage, which often occurs in their mid to late 20s. As a result, parked cars across the country have long been intimate hideaways for young lovers. It was within this backdrop that the first suspect emerged, a voyeur named Spalletti. A known peeping Tom, he belonged to a larger network of men who turned their illicit pastime into a business, targeting what they called good cars, vehicles occupied by attractive, passionate couples. Despite the lack of concrete evidence supporting the police's accusations, public pressure mounted for someone to be held accountable. Given Spalletti's notorious reputation as a voyeur in the area, he became an easy target. In an attempt to clear his name, he provided an alibi through another voyeur, But there was a critical 1-hour gap. His accomplice admitted to seeing him walking just 50 yards from the crime scene during that unaccounted time. However, when the killer struck again, the police were forced to release Spalletti, eliminating their first suspect. Others would follow, some plausible, others completely outlandish. But before the case unraveled further, more couples would have to die. Between the June murders and the next killing in October, a local newspaper, La Nazione, uncovered an earlier crime, one that predated the ongoing investigation by several years. This case dated back to 1974, 7 years before the June murders. It involved another pair of young lovers, Pasquale Gentilecore, a 19-year-old bartender, and Stephanie Panetti, an 18-year-old aspiring accountant. The couple had slipped away from their friends at Club Teen, a local dance venue, choosing instead to drive to a secluded clearing in the forest of Borgo San Lorenzo to savor the crisp September air and each other's company. But their stolen moment of passion turned into a scene of horror. Caught in the act inside Pasquale's Fiat, the high school sweethearts were found brutally slain, both riddled with .22 caliber bullet wounds and savagely stabbed. The female victim had endured an especially gruesome fate, suffering 97 knife wounds across her body, along with the removal of her pubic area. Even more disturbingly, the killer had inserted a grapevine into her vaginal cavity post-mortem. As the summer of 1981 came to an end, another crime surfaced, one that bore the same ghastly signature. On October 23, 1981, Stefano Baldi, 26, and Susanna Cambi, 24, an engaged couple just months away from their wedding, were discovered murdered in their car, abandoned in the middle of Bartolone Fields. Once again, investigators were met with a horrifyingly familiar scene. Susanna's genitalia had been expertly and methodically removed. Forensic analysis later determined that the mutilation had likely been carried out with a notched knife, possibly a scuba diving knife, as the incision patterns were consistent with such a blade. Then, an anonymous tip changed the course of the investigation. The caller urged police to take another look at a double homicide from 1968. Acting on this lead, detectives revisited the old case and were struck by an eerie similarity. Another couple had been gunned down while in the midst of intimacy. Like the more recent victims, they had been shot with a .22 caliber weapon while inside their car. However, there was one crucial difference. The female victim had not been subjected to the same mutilation that had become the killer's gruesome signature. Even more baffling was the fact that someone had already confessed to the 1968 murders. The woman's husband had admitted to the killings, claiming he had caught his wife in the act of infidelity and had acted in a jealous rage. After his confession, he was sentenced and had spent his life behind bars or under strict supervision in a halfway house. Yet, with this old case now linked to the string of recent murders, investigators faced a disturbing reality. 4 crimes, 4 couples, all executed in their vehicles. And in every case but the first, the female victim had suffered the same chilling fate, the removal of her vagina. August, September, June, October. Whether the killer reveled in the warm summer nights or despised them, one thing was certain: for the people of Florence, summer no longer meant carefree evenings. Instead, it brought tourists, secret hillside rendezvous, and bloodshed. The next murder occurred 7 months later, marking the arrival of summer once more. On June 19, 1982, Paolo Minardi, a 22-year-old mechanic, and Antonella Megalarini, 20, were the latest victims. The couple, known by their friends as Vinaville, a nickname after a brand of superglue, were inseparable. Their bond was tragically severed in the hills of Montespertoli, where they were attacked. However, something about this killing deviated from the murderer's usual ritual. Unlike the previous cases, Antonella was not subjected to the same methodical mutilation, and Paolo, though critically injured, was left alive. Rushed to the hospital, he ultimately succumbed to his wounds but never regained consciousness, leaving investigators without the answers they desperately needed. Adding to the unusual nature of the crime, the killer hastily crashed and attempted to conceal the victim's car before fleeing, further suggesting that something had not gone according to plan. Despite this misstep, he still managed to evade capture. However, a potential break in the case soon emerged. A vehicle matching the description of a light-colored car seen entering one of the victims' campsites was discovered along the Tuscan coast. Concealed beneath a layer of leaves and deliberately hidden among the bushes, the abandoned vehicle was traced back to Francesco Vinci. In 1982, Vinci was arrested and charged as the elusive monster of Florence. Perhaps the botched murder from earlier that year had forced the real killer into hiding, as no further victims would be claimed for the remainder of that year. However, the slayings resumed in September 1983, this time in Jaigale, in yet another attack that did not entirely go according to plan. This particular case cast significant doubt on Vinci's guilt, though he remained behind bars. The 1983 victims might have initially appeared to be a heterosexual couple. The smaller man, with his slight build and long blonde hair, could easily have been mistaken for a woman in the dim light. But in reality, the pair were both male, a revelation that seemed to infuriate the murderer. Instead of following his usual ritualistic mutilations, he simply executed both men before tearing apart their gay pornography magazines and scattering the shredded pages around their campsite. Meanwhile, investigators continued pursuing their strongest lead, the 1968 murders and the man convicted for them, Stefano Mele. They were convinced he knew something crucial. Over time, Mele wavered in his account, repeatedly changing his story about who had actually pulled the trigger that night, killing his wife and her lover. However, despite the inconsistencies, one thing was becoming increasingly clear: the true monster of Florence was still out there. At times, Stefano Mele accused his brother-in-law, Piero Mucciarini, while at other times, he pointed the finger at his own brother, Giovanni Mele, claiming one of them had murdered Barbara. According to Mele, another man at the crime scene had provided the Beretta used in the killings and had taken the weapon away afterward, meaning the true perpetrator had continued the carnage long after the 1968 murders. As a result of these shifting testimonies, police arrested Piero Mucciarini and Giovanni Mele in January 1984. Investigators were convinced that both men had played a role in the 1968 murder, and if they had been in possession of the .22 caliber firearm, they could have continued the killings after Stefano Mele took the blame and was imprisoned. The arrest made headlines across Italy, with newspapers boldly declaring, "Ci sono due mostri." There are two monsters. However, the real killer remained undeterred. Having seemingly satisfied his bloodlust for the time being, he waited once again for warm nights and darkened skies. The following summer, the monster of Florence struck again, this time escalating the horror. In addition to the usual mutilation of his female victims, he introduced a new and twisted detail: the removal of the woman's left breast. On July 29, 1984, the killer claimed the lives of Claudio Stefanaxi, a law student, and Pia Gilda Rantini, an 18-year-old cheerleader and bartender. The young lovers were gunned down and stabbed in Vicchio, their bodies left disfigured in a scene of calculated brutality. With this latest murder, the case against Piero Mucciarini and Giovanni Mele fell apart. Both men had been incarcerated since January, meaning they could not possibly have committed the Vicchio killings. As a result, they were released, while the true monster of Florence remained free, lurking in the shadows. The final known murder occurred on either September 7 or 8, 1985, claiming the lives of Jean-Michel Crevecoeur and Nadine Mauriat, a French couple vacationing in Italy. This double homicide would prove to be the most grotesque of all. The pair had been sleeping in a tent near the edge of a forest when the killer silently sliced a 12-inch opening in the tent's fabric. Startled by the noise, the lovers unzipped the tent to investigate, only to be met with a barrage of gunfire. The female victim was struck first and killed almost instantly. Jean-Michel, an accomplished sprinter, managed to escape into the woods, but his efforts were in vain. The killer pursued him, eventually slashing his throat so deeply that his near-decapitated body left a gruesome trail of blood spatter reaching up to 10 feet along the surrounding trees. With the male victim disposed of, the killer returned to Nadine's body to perform his signature mutilations. As with previous female victims, he surgically removed her vagina and left breast, taking them with him. But this time, the brutality didn't stop there. Soon after the murder, He excised Nadine's left nipple and mailed it along with a taunting letter to one of the prosecutors handling the Monster of Florence case. The intended recipient was Silvia Della Monica, one of Italy's few female prosecutors at the time and the only woman assigned to the monster investigation. The chilling delivery had its intended effect. So disturbed by what she received, Della Monica resigned from law enforcement altogether, likely to the amusement of the sadistic killer. The letter mocked the authorities, daring them to locate the bodies from which the gruesome trophy had been taken. However, by sheer coincidence, a local mushroom hunter stumbled upon the crime scene just as the letter arrived at the police station, abruptly ending the monster's twisted game of cat and mouse. This final horrific act marked the end of the monster's known killing spree, but it was only the beginning of the extensive investigation that followed. The most probable suspects came from what law enforcement referred to as the Sardinian Trail, a lead that pointed to three brothers, Salvatore, Giovanni, and Francesco Vinci. All three had been exiled from the island of Sardinia and had relocated to Tuscany, each carrying a dark reputation. Giovanni Vinci was infamous for having raped his own sister. Francesco Vinci, on the other hand, had a well-known talent for slaughtering, skinning, and gutting sheep with unsettling efficiency. Confident and charismatic, he frequented a notorious bar suspected of being a front for kidnapping and ransom operations. While there was no direct evidence linking him to such crimes, Francesco had a history of petty theft and livestock stealing. However, it was Salvatore Vinci who stood out as the most intriguing figure in connection with the Monster of Florence case. Reserved and introspective, he projected an intellectual aura, often seen wearing spectacles that enhanced his scholarly appearance. But beneath this quiet demeanor lay a dark past. Salvatore was infamous in his Sardinian hometown for the murder of his young wife, Barbarina. Barbarina had been forced into marriage with Salvatore against her will, yet rumors persisted that she continued her affair with her former lover, Antonio. While Salvatore was hospitalized for several months due to medical issues, Barbarina became pregnant, a fact that led many to believe the child was not Salvatore's. To make matters worse, she named the baby Antonio after his likely biological father, a blatant insult to Salvatore, who was now expected to raise the child as his own. After the baby's birth, Barbarina suffered under Salvatore's control. Neighbors reported that he frequently locked her and the infant inside their home, leaving them with only enough money for milk for the baby and no food for herself. Meanwhile, he would spend his nights at a local bar, socializing with other women. On one such night, when Barbarina had no propane left to warm Antonio's bottle, she was forced to visit a neighbor's home to heat the milk. That was the last time she was seen alive. 3 hours later, Barbarina was found dead in her bed, a propane tank beside her with the nozzle open. Her body bore bruises on her neck and scratches on her face. Authorities officially ruled her death as accidental propane asphyxiation, but the circumstances were deeply suspicious. If she had to visit a neighbor's house just to warm her son's bottle due to lack of propane, how could she have died from gas exposure in her own home? Salvatore later claimed that he had witnessed his wife with another man earlier that evening, but, instead of confronting them, he ran away. He then returned with his father and brother, both of whom conveniently served as witnesses to his discovery of Barbarina's supposed suicide. Despite the neighbor's testimony that Barbarina had no propane and had to visit their home to warm her baby's bottle, police still ruled her death a suicide by gas exposure. An even more suspicious detail was overlooked. Her 1-year-old son, Antonio, who usually slept in the same room as his mother, had been moved to another room that night. This deliberate action meant that only Barbarina succumbed to the gas, further casting doubt on the official cause of death. Later, Salvatore's second wife, Rosina, would expose his dark and unsettling sexual habits. She recounted a night when Salvatore invited a married couple to stay over, which initially seemed harmless. However, she later woke to the sensation of a hand brushing against her side, only to discover Salvatore attempting to engage in sexual activity with the other man. Rather than reacting with shame at being caught, he turned violent and forced Rosina to participate in his exploits. According to Rosina, these encounters often involved both men and women, and she was coerced into becoming a pawn in his disturbing fantasies. But what haunted her the most was her concern for little Antonio Vinci, the son Barberina had left behind. She worried that the boy, already an orphan in all but name, was far too aware of what was happening within their thin-walled home. Over time, her worst fears were confirmed. Antonio had grown unnaturally attached to her, seeing her as his only source of comfort in a house dominated by his father's depravity. And when she fled the abusive relationship, she had absolutely no legal right or guardianship to the young boy, Antonio, who tearfully stayed with his father as he again said goodbye to the only mother figure he had ever known. After Rosina ran away, Salvatore spent no time mourning her absence and picked up right where he left off even more exuberantly. Quote, "He liked to make love to me while a man did it to him from behind," recalls a former female lover. From men to women and zucchinis to eggplants, he seemed to have an insatiable sexual appetite which could overflow into violence, and led him to making the acquaintance of none other than Stefano Mael, who would play a key role in this complicated and drawn-out investigation. Stefano Mael, who would later confess to and be convicted of the 1968 slaying of his wife and her lover, was described as simple and part of an old and established family. He fell in love with a poor girl named Barbara Loki, a woman who was vivacious, daring and almost 20 years his junior, and soon they were married. Quickly though, the bitter and abused Barbara started stealing from the established family, and being boldly promiscuous, even going so far as to sneak men back to the family home. Although the older generations of Malays saw this as her causing the family much shame, the desire to be with men outside her marriage was actually at the bequest of her much older husband, Stefano, who seemed to gain pleasure at the thought of his wife being shared by another man, similarly to Salvatore Vinci. One of the sought-after men brought into the open relationship was the recently immigrated Salvatore Vinci, the Sardinian who was rumored, though this would-be swinging partner didn't know it, to have killed his own wife, similarly named Barberino. Salvatore would be invited to share the couple's home with the stipulation that he also share the bed of Stefano Mael's wife and take her out on dates. He wined and dined her, and it was rumored that Salvatore was father of Barbara's eventual son, Natalino. But Salvatore wasn't the only Vinci brother with whom Barbara would have sexual relations. She would later move on to the youngest of the brothers, the macho gangster, Francesco, having passionate fights and public makeups all over the Tuscany town. Eventually, the brothers bored her, and she moved on to another man who would end up being her last. Antonio Lobianco was the man with which she had gone too far. For now, she had stolen not only the hearts of the two Vinci brothers Salvatore and Francesco, but also stolen the heart of her husband, Stefano Mael, and his family money, and caused much shame to the family name. On a warm summer's night in August of 1968, Barbara and Antonio were engaging in love-making after attending a movie whilst Barbara and Mele's son, Natalino, was sleeping in the back of the car. Ambushed, the lovers were shot just over the head of the 6-year-old boy, who awoke to the flashes of the muzzle and cowered in horror as his mother was shot 4 times and her lover shot 3. Natalino was removed from the car as his own father wasn't going to let him sit in a car with his dead mother and her lover bleeding out until he was found, and his father dropped him off at a neighbor's house where he placed him on the doorstep to ring the bell and then ran off, leaving the boy to cry on the steps and tell the neighbor, "Open the door and let me in. I'm sleepy and my daddy is sick in bed. Then you have to drive me home because mommy and my uncle are dead in their car." Natalino, in an obvious result of witness tampering by his own father and uncles, which is what he called the men his mother was openly sleeping with, as he was never able to conclusively say to this day just exactly who of the clan of the men was guilty of the murder. Later, after confessing, some believe falsely, Stefano Mele, who didn't have her drive a car, would continue to change his story in regards to who provided the gun and who drove him from the scene. Mele admitted to planning and enacting the murder, but then later, upon being pressed, said it was in fact Salvatore Vinci who was enraged after Barbara left him for his brother Francesco Vinci. When pressed for a motive, Mele insisted that Salvatore had ominously replied after finding out about Barbara's affair with his own brother, and being asked to repay some money he had borrowed from Mele, "I'll kill your wife for you. That will even up the debt." But later, Mele reverted back to his original confession that he was the sole murderer. Upon harsher interrogation, Mele went back to insisting that it was indeed Salvatore Vinci who had planned and executed the murders, as he was, quote, the only one with a car and that he was the one with the .22 Beretta. But when investigators brought Salvatore in for questioning, the two suspects met face to face and Salvatore Vinci gave Stefano Mele a stare so meaningful that Mele was caused to burst into tears and retract everything he had previously said, again claiming full responsibility for the double homicide. Later, it would be discovered that the meaningful look Salvatore had given Mele was an unspoken threat. He knew Mele was a closet homosexual and encouraged Barbara to seek out men for the sharing. Stefano lusted and pursued male lovers for Barbara so that he could partake in the lovemaking sessions under the guise of being part of a larger ring of swingers, people who have intramarital relationships with the permission or encouragement of their spouses. It would be brought to light that Mele had an extreme fear of Francesco and Salvatore outing him. He was terrified his scandalous secret homosexuality would come out as he traded his freedom for Salvatore's silence. Being unveiled as gay at the time was enough of a fear for Stefano to take the fall for the murder of which he certainly had not acted alone and serve his sentence, and later lifetime probation in a dingy halfway house silently, and without further protests of innocence while the actual monster was free to roam the countryside. Mele later died of natural causes without ever revealing any helpful information as to the true identity of the monster. After the third murder set the Peeping Tom free, both Salvatore Vinci and his brother Francesco Vinci would be taken in and questioned for being the monster. But each time a new brother was brought in, a subsequent murder cleared him as being the lone killer, which some people interpreted as evidence of a larger group of clandestine murderers, and not just a lone wolf as police originally thought. While Francesco Vinci would spend many months in jail and Salvatore Vinci would actually be tried as the monster, both were eventually released and Salvatore acquitted due to lack of evidence. Salvatore later disappeared while his brother Francesco was found dead, tied up and locked in a car trunk, presumably by the mob. The next suspect, Pietro Passiani. After unsuccessfully investigating through the usual methods, the Italian police decided to use the beauty of data to solve the mystery. After analyzing the data and records of over 100,000 men in Italy, the Polizia focused in on one man in particular. Pietro Passiani was a brutish man. Short, lacking in both emotional and intellectual intelligence, he was reputed among the village for his abuse of his wife and daughters of whom he routinely raped. His incestual sexual deviance aside, what made him stand out among the thousands of male suspects canvassed by the police was two curious coincidences. Firstly, the monster had stopped killing, that the police knew of, between 1974 and 1981, which is also when Passiani had been in jail for the sexual battery of his children. Secondly, in 1951, Passiani caught a traveling salesman who was about to become intimate with his soon-to-be wife and proceeded to beat him to death in front of her, and subsequently rape his fiancée directly next to the dead body. These two facts combined would stand out more garishly upon uncovering a statement that came from Passiani himself in regards to the 1951 killing. He claimed that he had become enraged and jumped to action when he spied his bride-to-be flash her left breast at the traveling salesman. The left breast of the female victims had been taken in all but the 1968 and 1971 murders. Passiani was arrested in 1993, and a 12-day search of his home would yield two things. 1. A reproduction of Botticelli's Primavera that showed, in part, a nymph flowers, to which the police would interpret as being appositionally similar to the placing of the gold necklace in the mouth of the 1971 female victim. Police also supposedly uncovered a .22 bullet, which may have been planted by police as it was found by an upper-level investigator who was seemingly needlessly going over a portion of the land which had already been searched for the past 10 days. A policeman who worked on the scene would later speculate off the record that he believed his chief inspector planted the bullet at the scene. Also found at his home was a small insignificant scrap of cloth, which was dutifully catalogued into evidence, but would later conveniently place a portion of a .22 Beretta gun found wrapped in the same cloth of which they supposedly found a piece earlier at the house of Passiani. The part of the gun found in the cloth was only a portion of the .22 gun and therefore conveniently unidentifiable, as was the bullet, and led to no conclusive connection of the monster killings. As an expert later testified, the bullet could conceivably have been inside the monster's gun and then ejected prior to firing. But later, that same expert would admit to exceptional pressure from the prosecution to say that the bullet was one the monster could have potentially used, although it had none of the trace marks. But as this expert didn't admit to falsifying the documents until after Passiani was convicted of all the monster crimes, with the exception of the 1968 killing which was still attributed to Stefano Mele, none of this was uncovered until after the conviction. Despite the fact that there was nothing but circumstantial evidence against Passiani, the painting of the nymph, the unused bullet, the untraceable gun parts, and the coincidental jail sentence that kept Passiani off the streets at the same interval that no new killings took place, the public was eager to leave the monster case behind them and get back to the hillside antics for which the country was wont to do. And Passiani was mostly convicted in the court of public opinion as well as by the courts themselves. Most famously, Passiani cried out at his trial, "I am a sweet little lamb. I am out here like Christ on the cross." And for that, he gained a small following of, unsurprisingly, young women who, as with many modern prisoners such as Charles Manson and Scott Peterson who boast a moderate female following, became enamored with the convicted rapist. Passiani was convicted of being the monster of Florence in 1994. In 1996, after a lengthy appeal, which, luckily for the truth, involved none of the players of the original investigation and led the appeals prosecutor to, instead of arguing to uphold the conviction, fervently disavowed the prior investigation as a quote Pink Panther-like and darkly comedic twisted affair. Passiani was acquitted of all charges and was about to walk a free man when a chief inspector paraded into the courtroom saying he had 4 eyewitnesses that actually saw Passiani committing the crimes. Even the prosecutor dismissed these charges as being a desperate attempt at salvaging the investigation team's quote hard work and was let free with the expectation that the case would be retried utilizing the 4 new supposed witnesses. Passiani later died of a heart attack before he could ever be retried and thus died technically a free man, cleared of the monster charges but still a convicted rapist of his poor daughters and abuser of his forsaken wife. The cast of purported witnesses contained 3 mentally handicapped illiterate charges of the village who supported those who couldn't support themselves intellectually or financially, and 1 local prostitute. 2 of the 4 implicated not only Passiani in the double murders but also themselves. But most locals say they were blackmailed, bribed, or otherwise manipulated into giving false testimony due to their low IQ. 2 of the mentally impaired men were actually convicted of accomplice to murder as they, falsely, confessed bequest of a mysterious doctor who paid them to harvest the female organs. Later, 2 public officials, Gutierrez and Mingaini, would be tried and censured for abuse of office among many allegations of mishandling police information, obstructing justice and falsification of evidence as well as witness tampering in these cases. While the investigators were censured for their handling of this portion of the case, it led to another twisted theory which became popular among conspiracy theorists, and that is the theory that the murderers were actually the assassins of a larger, more wealthy female group of high society individuals who needed the female vulva to be harvested for their ritualistic sex parties. The Hollywood-esque images of eyes wide shut masked sex balls and group copulations was too much for the press, which ran with the secret sex society angle, theorizing that the doctor that one of the mentally slow witnesses mentioned was evidence that the people in this circle were of a high social standing. One such suppression of valuable information that could have helped the case was the fact that the well-known FBI behavioral science unit at Quantico secretly was asked to draw up a profile on the monster of Florence. But that profile was not shared with all the investigating parties, withholding valuable information. The behavioral analysts at the FBI produced a document which portrayed the killer as an upper-middle-class loner who had little contact or success with women. This person, presumably male, would have had his own car and probably kept his fetishes at a second location, away his personal life. The perpetrator of these so-called lost murders would most likely stake out both the locations of the killing and his victims beforehand, as he would want to ensure complete preparedness. FBI psychologists theorized that the predator most likely watched the victims from afar as to wait until the moment of copulation to make his move. The report quotes the function of the male as being nothing but an impediment to the killer's main focus, the female. And it is for that reason that the killer utilized a quote blitz method of attack where he would shoot numerous times at a close enough range to incapacitate the man and then would drag the woman some distance off so he could get on with his normal genital mutilation. The FBI asserted that the lack of penetration of the female along with the sexually violent method of mutilation displayed the killer was most likely sexually impotent or incompetent, and used his methods as a way of ritual sexual activity without the customary penetration of the female with a male member. The FBI further hypothesized that the ritualized use of a specific .22 Beretta and a notched knife, possibly a scuba knife, was part of the killer's, quote, kit, a specific set of instruments of terror. These tools, albeit being highly sought after and specific, were so important to the killer that he must have done a risk-reward analysis and decided that he felt comfortable enough to use them to repeat his pattern of ceremonial maiming. The fact that many of the victims were all of Caucasian descent suggested to the FBI that the killer was also white, and that his knowledge of the Italian countryside indicated he was a local Italian who most likely had family living in the areas in which the victims were killed. The behavioral analysts at the FBI also theorized that this male was probably in a job where he had little contact with the outside world as he would feel too inadequate to do so. They also postulated that he may have served in the military due to his propensity to stake out and stalk the victims. This could also explain his periods of inactivity, as he may have been on military service elsewhere. The behaviorists at Quantico also speculated that the man was one of control and discipline but that he may have used some intoxicants, possibly drugs or alcohol, to dull his nerves before an event of killing, and being around people may make him anxious due to his inferiority complex, and that, therefore, after the murders, he may appear depleted or exhausted and recuse himself to his private domicile or place of hiding and catalog his souvenirs, which could be clothing, jewelry, or portions of the female's body. This profile significantly differed from the always drunk, poor, uneducated Passiani who was far too inebriated to even write his own name, much less engage in these meticulous stakeouts and rituals, which is why this FBI profile was never released to the public or used in any of the trials. It simply didn't match the rest of the prosecutor's story or timeline, so it was suppressed. The last theory. The killings have many blurry edges and foggy connections, but one fact remains true. The first double murder holds the key. The first murder, the 1968 slaying of Barbara Mele and her lover in the car while her son watched, was the first instance of the distinctive .22 Beretta long rifle gun being used to kill. That murder is conclusively linked to the Vinci clan, as Stefano Mail, the man convicted for the murders, have put the clan at the location of the murders, and often he went between one of the Vinci brothers as being the trigger man. In the spring of 1974, just 4 months prior to the first killing since the 1968 murder and the first killing to involve the genital mutilation, Salvatore Vinci would go to police and file a report of breaking and entering against his estranged son, 15-year-old Antonio Vinci, the 1-year-old toddler who was found outside of his dead mother's bedroom 14 years prior, of which Salvatore was later tried for faking. Although the police report Salvatore filed indicated nothing from the house had been stolen, it seems evident that the .22 gun from the 1968 killings committed by the Vinci brothers when Antonio was just a kid would have been stashed in Salvatore's house. And in filing that police report, Salvatore could have been establishing a paper trail for the crime and transfer of the murder weapon once used and to be used again. 4 months later, in the summer of 1974, a new reign of terror began. The same gun was used, but this time, the horrific detail of female genital mutilation was added. The FBI profile, initially dismissed due to inconsistencies with the prime suspect, Pietro Pacciani, suddenly seemed eerily accurate when applied to Antonio Vinci. The report described the killer as an intelligent yet sadistic individual, divorced after his wife cited his impotence. Antonio fit this profile perfectly. Educated and calculating, he had a cruel streak. In a chilling admission during an interview, he confessed to owning a scuba knife, the very type of weapon believed to have been used in the gruesome mutilations. When asked directly whether he had committed the murders, Antonio denied any involvement. However, his reaction was unsettling. He abruptly ended the interview with a menacing growl, stating, "I don't play games." Despite previously being arrested on weapons trafficking charges, Antonio Vinci remains a free man. He currently resides in a suburb of Florence and has never been formally questioned or arrested in connection with the Monster of Florence case. While many in Italy have accepted the narrative that the now-deceased Pietro Pacciani was the infamous killer, the facts paint a different story. Those who have thoroughly investigated the case believe the true Monster of Florence has never been caught. Moving on to the next case. Barbara Blatnick. 17-year-old Barbara Blatnick lived in Cleveland, Ohio, and attended Erie View Catholic High School. Some of her friends called her Barbie when she wasn't hitchhiking to see her favorite rock and roll bands like AC/DC and Led Zeppelin. She spent time with friends around the Garfield Heights area. On December 19, 1987, she went to a bar in Garfield Heights with her friends. Around 8 p.m., they stopped at a friend's house to drink and continue hanging out. By approximately 10 p.m., Barbara called her parents to say she was on her way home. However, she never made it back. Her parents didn't report her missing since it wasn't unusual for her to stay overnight at a friend's house. The next morning, her body was discovered along a narrow access road near Leeds to Blossom Music Center in Cuyahoga Falls. Barbara had been assaulted and strangled. The Cuyahoga Falls Police Department asked the public for any information and for witnesses to come forward, but no one did. All they could do was collect DNA from Barbara's body that belonged to the suspect. It was found under her fingernails, indicating that she put up a fight. There were no leads and the case went cold. Then in 2019, the police announced that they reopened the case, and they were teaming up with Project Porchlight, who raised $6,000 for DNA testing. The DNA evidence that was taken from Barbara's body were then provided to Identifinders. It is a Californian company that does forensic genealogy using DNA databases. This led investigators, the 67-year-old James E. Zastovnik, who lived in Cleveland, Ohio. They went to arrest him at his home in April 2020. Barbara's sister, Donna, expressed her shock upon learning that an arrest had finally been made after so many years. She also shared the news on Facebook with family and friends, who were just as surprised and relieved. According to Donna, no one in their family had ever seen or heard of the suspect before. His motive for what he did to Barbara remains unknown, and little information is available about James Zastovnik. It was later revealed that 2 of his brothers had served time for a crime strikingly similar to Barbara's case. Additionally, another one of his brothers went missing around the time he took Barbara's life. James is currently being held on a $1 million bond. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Jesse McBain and Patricia Mann. In an ideal world, every murder case would be solved swiftly and efficiently. Criminals would be behind bars, and law-abiding citizens could go about their lives without fear or concern for their safety. Unfortunately, reality is far from perfect. While authorities have made strides in reopening and solving cold cases, countless mysteries remain unsolved, leaving families trapped in uncertainty without the closure they desperately seek. On the evening of February 12, 1971, a cold and rainy night set the scene for a tragic mystery. Jesse McBain, a 19-year-old student at North Carolina State University, was described as tall and handsome. He had been in a loving relationship with Patricia Mann, whom he had met in high school. The couple had been together for 3 years and planned to marry. Patricia, a 20-year-old nursing student, was studying and working at Watts Hospital in Durham. That evening, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Jesse picked up Patricia, and the couple made their way to the Valentine's dance at Watts Hospital. After the event, they walked back to Patricia's dormitory, where she signed out for the evening, noting that she would return before the 1 a.m. curfew. However, Patricia never made it back that night, and Jesse never returned home. Concerned friends and family soon contacted the police, but authorities were hesitant to launch an investigation, as the two teenagers had not yet been missing for a full 24 hours. A friend of Patricia's later discovered Jesse's car parked and locked at a secluded Lover's Lane, now the site of the Hillandale Golf Course on Medford Road. Inside, the vehicle appeared undisturbed, with two coats draped over the back seat. Those close to the couple were deeply worried. Jesse and Patricia had been happy, making plans for their future, and were not the type to run away. Nearly 2 weeks after their disappearance, a surveyor working in the woods of Orange County stumbled upon what he initially believed was a mannequin's leg along a remote dirt road. But as he uncovered more, he realized the horrifying truth. Beneath a pile of leaves lay the lifeless bodies of a young man and woman. Jesse McBain and Patricia Mann were soon identified as the victims. Both were fully clothed, their hands bound behind their backs and secured to a tree with thick ropes. Though the bindings were knotted tightly around their necks, their upper bodies had slumped forward, leaving them lying side by side. The medical examiner discovered multiple strangulation marks on their necks, suggesting the ropes had been tightened, loosened, and then tightened again, an apparent act of torture. While the couple's injuries were nearly identical, Patricia had also sustained a half-inch tear to her liver, indicating she had suffered a forceful blow to her abdomen before her death. In an effort to track down the perpetrator behind these cruel and calculated murders, authorities from the Orange County and Durham County Sheriff's offices worked alongside the Durham Police Department and the State Bureau of Investigation. However, miscommunication between the four agencies created confusion and hindered progress. Despite these setbacks, investigators identified two potential suspects in the 1970s, individuals who remain persons of interest to this day. While little has been revealed about what links them to the crime, only one of the suspects is still alive. Law enforcement continues to keep the details of Jesse and Patricia's case tightly guarded, leaving many questions unanswered. Investigator Tim Horn declined to say how or why the man became a suspect when later questioned. Reportedly, the suspect had declined to take a polygraph test in 1971 and again in a recent investigation when he was asked once more. He also declined to give a DNA sample, although authorities later collected one from a public place. Recent reports and online sleuths have found that the man in question is a former doctor of Watts Hospital where Patricia worked and studied. Tim Horn has confirmed that as far as authorities are aware, this man was not a love interest in Patricia's life. The killer is believed to be somebody who is familiar with the area, as he had to have felt comfortable no one would discover him and his victims as they screamed and pleaded with him whilst enduring the torture he inflicted upon them. At one point after the 1970s, the case was closed. But in 2011, after Tim Horn found a box of discarded evidence and was on duty the day Patricia's cousin phoned in to ask about progress in the case, he worked with her to petition to have the case reopened, and the sheriff agreed. In recent updates to the case, it has been confirmed that a DNA test performed on the ropes sadly failed to gather any useful evidence. The media coverage that resulted from forensics being performed on evidence that was almost 5 decades old prompted a retired detective who alerted investigators to a similar case that occurred in 1972. A couple parked at a Lover's Lane was confronted by an armed man who forced them into the trunk of his car at gunpoint. He then drove them to Orange County, but the pair managed to escape before he could carry out his intentions. Investigators conducted interviews to determine if there was a connection between this incident and the murders of Jesse McBain and Patricia Mann, but no public updates have emerged from this line of inquiry. Despite ongoing efforts by law enforcement, the case remains unsolved. Authorities continue to seek answers, and anyone with information is urged to come forward. If you have any details that could assist in the investigation, please contact the North Carolina Sheriff's Association at 919-644-3050. Moving on to the next case. Louis McHalley. For many, the 1980s are defined by the era's cultural milestones, whether it's Steven Spielberg's E.T. the Extraterrestrial or Michael Jackson's Thriller, both of which remain legendary in the world of entertainment. However, beyond the glitz and glamour of the time, online sleuths associate the decade with a string of perplexing cold cases that remain unsolved to this day. One such case is that of Louis Motchkley. Born on February 15, 1977, in Stanhope, New Jersey, Louis Anthony Motchkley was the second eldest child of Harold and Sheila Motchkley. Harold worked in manufacturing, while Sheila was a stay-at-home mother. The couple had 4 children in total: Harold, Louis, Sheila, and Edward. In 1983, the family relocated to Allentown, Pennsylvania. Louis was known to be both sociable and talkative, yet he was also considered a shy loner. He had a deep fear of sleeping alone and frequently stayed out late, often until 9:30 p.m., engaging in conversations with strangers. Notably, he seemed to feel more at ease around adults than with children his own age. Louis also struggled with a short attention span, had difficulty writing, and found it hard to concentrate in school. Because of these challenges, he was set to join a class for children with learning difficulties when he returned to school in the fall of 1984. According to his Charlie Project page, he had been diagnosed as hyperactive and was prescribed 2 daily doses of Ritalin. Without his medication, he reportedly experienced memory lapses. On June 7, 1984, 7-year-old Louis came home from school and told his aunt, who was babysitting while his father was at work and his mother was in the hospital recovering from surgery, that he was heading just 2 doors down to visit his friends. Shortly after, multiple witnesses spotted him walking between 4th Street and Gordon Street, about a block from his apartment on the 360 block of Chew Street. What happened to Louis after this sighting remains a mystery. When he didn't return home for dinner, his family wasn't initially concerned, as he often stayed out late. However, as the clock reached 9:30 p.m. and he was still nowhere to be found, his parents grew increasingly worried. They set out in the dark, searching the streets, checking all his usual hangout spots, and calling his name. But despite their efforts, Louis was nowhere to be found. Around 11:10 p.m., his parents returned home and contacted the authorities. According to one report, despite his young age, they were allegedly told they had to wait 24 hours before filing a missing persons report. However, since this claim appears in only one source, it should be taken with caution. Details about the subsequent investigation are scarce, but records indicate that authorities conducted an extensive search of the area. A potential lead emerged when the owner of Marco's Doggy Shop, a local hot dog stand, informed authorities that Louis had entered the store around 4 p.m. and stayed for approximately 45 minutes. The boy reportedly mentioned that he was trying to avoid 2 teenage boys who had been chasing him. At 4:45 p.m., he left the shop and was last seen walking east on Gordon Street. His parents later speculated that he may have been heading to visit an elderly woman named Helen, whose company he particularly enjoyed. The 2 teenagers who had reportedly been harassing Louis were questioned by the police but were ultimately ruled out as suspects. Around the same time, another witness came forward, claiming to have seen Louis speaking with an unidentified man and woman in a park near Jordan Creek, roughly 1 block from his home. This encounter was said to have taken place around 4:30 p.m., the same time that the hot dog stand owner claimed Louis was inside his shop. Due to this conflicting timeline, authorities were unable to verify the accuracy of the sighting, though they did not dismiss it outright. Notably, Louis was known to enjoy spending time by Jordan Creek. Shortly before his disappearance, he had told his family that he hoped to visit Dorney Park one day. However, despite searches of these areas, investigators found no trace of the missing boy. For a time, his parents, Sheila and Harold McHalley, were considered suspects, a common occurrence in cases involving missing children. However, the family later expressed frustration and distress over the fact that investigators spent the early years of the case repeatedly focusing on them instead of pursuing other leads. Their eldest son, Harold, told reporters that he thought about Louis every single day. Harold also refuted claims that his parents had been abusive, stating that these rumors had devastated them. Reflecting on their treatment by authorities, he remarked, "The cops, literally for like the first 3 years, were useless before they finally said, maybe somebody outside the family actually did do something." Despite the scrutiny, the Macauleys cooperated fully with the investigation. They made national television appeals, invited journalists into their home, and attended news conferences in hopes of keeping Lewis's case in the public eye. Local gossip suggested that Lewis had suffered from abuse or neglect, but social services found no evidence to support these claims. In an effort to clear their names, both Harold and Sheila agreed to take polygraph tests, which they passed, and they were ultimately removed from the list of suspects. However, a troubling detail emerged. 6 months before his disappearance, in January 1984, Lewis had told his parents, school nurse, and psychologists that he had been sexually abused by a couple named Frank and Elizabeth. His accounts varied. One version described an assault near the railroad tracks on Jordan Street, while another suggested that the couple had taken him to an apartment in Allentown and later returned him to his neighborhood. Investigators considered the possibility that multiple incidents had occurred. Reportedly, the pair had threatened to harm Lewis if he told anyone about what they'd done to him. While the police were notified about the events that the young boy was describing, Lewis was unable to provide enough evidence that would allow the authorities to investigate. For example, he was unable to give law enforcement the couple's surname or their address, and it's possible Frank and Elizabeth were false first names. Even today, it's unclear whether these events really happened or if they were linked to his disappearance. Although many internet sleuths have noted that it could have been this Frank and Elizabeth who was seen with Lewis at around 4:30 p.m. on the day that he vanished. 4 years later in 1988, a private investigator from New York named David Riggs set up an organization named Search 7 with the intention of assisting in the search for several missing young children, including Lewis. In fact, Lewis's case was the first that the organization took on. Riggs felt that the crime was financially motivated and claimed that he was an expert in child abduction cases based on his graduate degree in sociology and his work with runaway children in New York City. However, Riggs' facade fell apart later that year when he was arrested in West Virginia after accosting 5 young boys offering to pay them money if they would pose in bikini underwear for him. Luckily, none of the boys agreed to his proposal. Additionally, Riggs didn't have a New York private investigator license, and his organization was not registered as a nonprofit corporation in that state. He'd also reportedly served time in prison before, although sources differ as to why, with some saying he'd been in prison over child sexual abuse charges and others claiming it was for unrelated crimes. Regardless, as a result of these crimes, Riggs pleaded guilty on 2 counts of attempted child abduction and 1 count of sexual abuse and was sentenced to 1 year in prison. Investigators working on Lewis's case looked into the possibility that David Riggs was involved but ultimately ruled him out. There were numerous reported sightings of Lewis after his disappearance. One anonymous tipster claimed that the 7-year-old was attending school in Pottsville, Pennsylvania under a different name, but Sheila Mackley saw the boy in person and denied it was her son. Another witness saw a young boy in New Jersey who closely resembled Lewis and even took Ritalin, but in a strange coincidence, it turned out that the child was actually Lewis's cousin. One child was even picked up on 4 separate occasions by police because he closely resembled Lewis, so his father produced a birth certificate to put the officers' minds at rest. Lewis was one of the first missing children whose image was placed on milk cartons and billboards across the country. But still, despite these efforts, the 7-year-old never came home. There are few theories in his case. Most online sleuths believe that Lewis was abused by Frank and Elizabeth, and that they harmed him for telling on them or abducted him for their own reasons and eventually killed him. However, for some time, the Mackles believed that Lewis was still alive but had no memory of his true identity. After he vanished, Lewis's parents kept their remaining children within arm's reach at all times. According to their eldest son Harold, their parents spent much of their time afterwards sitting by the phone waiting for someone to call to tell them that their boy had been found. This call never came. Harold recalls that his mother spent much of that time in constant tears. In February 2004, Sheila told reporters, quote, "You keep hearing the saying that time heals things. But in this case, time just makes it worse. It's not getting better. It's getting worse." 11 months after the disappearance, the Mackles moved out of their apartment and into their new home, the same house that had once been occupied by Helen, the elderly woman whom Lewis was so fond of. Helen reportedly went to a retirement home, and the Mackles hoped that one day Lewis would return, remembering this house and recalling how much he liked it. He had even dreamt of living in it himself one day. However, sadly, Sheila and Harold were unable to keep the mortgage repayments on the home. Although the local community raised $10,000 to help them keep it, the couple filed for bankruptcy and moved to Effort, Pennsylvania in 1989. As of 2018, the residence on Chew Street is still vacant. For years afterwards, the family bought toys and gifts for Lewis, hoping one day he'd be able to open and play with them. However, on his 18th birthday, they felt it had become too difficult. They packed away the toys, his belongings, and even his photographs and missing posters and placed them into storage. 7-year-old Lewis Anthony Mackley was last seen on June 7, 1984 in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Multiple witnesses saw him walking between 4th Street and Gordon Street that afternoon after he returned from school, about a block from his home in the 360 block of Chew Street. Lewis is described as a young boy with learning and emotional difficulties. When he went missing, he was taking Ritalin twice a day to help with his hyperactivity disorder. He is a white male with brown hair and was missing 4 of his front teeth when he was last seen. Lewis had 2 distinctive circular burn scars on the right side of his chest. He was also known for his unique posture, often walking slowly while leaning forward and frequently placing his hands on his hips when speaking. At the time he went missing, Lewis was between 4 feet 0 inches and 4 feet 1 inch tall, weighing approximately 44 pounds. He was last seen wearing either a short-sleeved green striped shirt or a navy and white striped shirt, along with blue trousers or jeans that had a red tag on the rear pockets reading, "Doggy." His outfit also included an elastic belt with a trim and a buckle shaped like a train, pink socks, and brown shoes. If Lewis is still alive today, he would be 44 years old. Anyone with information regarding his disappearance is encouraged to contact the Allentown Police Department at 610-437-7721. Moving on to the next case. Ruth's murder. In the Midwestern state of Ohio sits Columbus, a city with a population of over 905,000 and a history filled with some of true crime's most perplexing mysteries. While cases like the strange disappearance of medical student Brian Schaefer have gained widespread attention, today's focus is on a lesser-known tragedy. In 1950, Ruth King met and fell in love with Russell Alter, a railroad fireman with a strong reputation despite having been divorced twice. Deputy Sheriff Clyde Murray later spoke highly of Russell, describing him as having a #1 record and calling him one of the city's most upstanding men. That Christmas Eve, Ruth and Russell were married, and by February 1951, they moved from Russell's parents' property into their newly purchased home at 350 North Sylvan Avenue in the Hilltop neighborhood. 2 months later, on April 8th, Ruth, then 32, gave birth to their first child, a son named Clarence Frederick. For just over 2 weeks, the couple embraced life as new parents, completely devoted to their newborn. However, their happiness was shattered on April 25th when Russell returned home to a devastating scene. Ruth was dead. That morning, at approximately 5:30 a.m., Russell kissed his wife goodbye and left for work. At 39 years old, he was balancing 2 jobs, leaving him away from home for long hours. Russell worked full-time for the Pennsylvania Railroad but also had a part-time job as a motorcycle escort for funerals with the special deputies. Ruth was confirmed to be alive at 8:35 a.m. when Clyde Murray, who was reported in newspapers as overseeing the special deputies, called the couple's home to speak with Russell. Ruth answered and explained that her husband had been called in for a shift at the Pennsylvania Railroad at 5 a.m. and wouldn't be back until around 3 o'clock or 3:30 that afternoon. Clyde had called regarding a funeral scheduled for later that day, but after realizing Russell wasn't available, he and Ruth ended the call. What happened to Ruth after this conversation remains unknown. Meanwhile, Russell finished his shift around 3 p.m. and decided to visit his mother, Stella Drogan, and his stepfather, H. The 3 spent time together, catching up and sharing a meal. Since H. Dorgan had been in poor health, He had yet to see the couple's new home or meet their newborn son. After dinner, Russell invited his parents to visit the house on North Sylvan Avenue. Before heading to the store, he wanted to check in with Ruth to see if she needed anything, so the three of them made their way to his home. Around 6 p.m., upon arriving at their home, Russell immediately noticed that the door was unlocked. This struck him as unusual since he had made sure to lock it before leaving that morning, but it wasn't enough to raise immediate concern. He ushered his parents inside and followed them in. It was his mother, Stella, who made the horrifying discovery. In the doorway where the kitchen met the living room, she found Ruth's lifeless body. The scene was nothing short of a bloodbath. Blood was splattered across nearly every surface: the stove, refrigerator, trash bins, back door, kitchen table, walls, and even the ceiling. Ruth had met an incredibly violent end. She was still dressed in her slip and dressing gown, suggesting she had been attacked inside her home. Officers responding to the scene later recalled Stella's stunned reaction, as she reportedly gasped, "Oh my God, she's had a hemorrhage." However, the truth was far more sinister. Ruth had been brutally beaten almost beyond recognition. Investigators suspected that the murder weapon was a loafer-style shoe, which belonged to her husband. Russell had left Ruth's body just inside the living room doorway. Nearby, officers discovered the suspected murder weapon, a loafer-style shoe that appeared to have been cleaned in an attempt to remove evidence. However, the heel of the shoe was missing and was never found. Investigators noted that the puncture wounds on Ruth's body may have been caused by the exposed nails protruding from the sole where the heel had detached. In addition to these injuries, Ruth had suffered a powerful blow across her chest, spanning from shoulder to shoulder and measuring about 4 inches wide. There were also fingernail marks on her neck, indicating she had been strangled. However, her official cause of death was determined to be a broken neck. A bloody slip found at the scene was believed to have been used in an attempt to clean the shoe. Other pieces of evidence collected from the home included a bloodied cloth rag discovered beneath Ruth's body, and several blood-stained paper towels found both near her and inside the bathroom. Investigators pieced together a theory that the struggle had begun in the bedroom. Blood was discovered between the pillows and along the side of the bed, suggesting Ruth had initially been attacked there. A broken lamp was also found in the room. Authorities collected fingerprints from various areas of the house, but they ultimately did not yield any useful leads in the investigation. Several items were reported missing from the home, including a $1 bill that had been left on a dresser, a Ronson lighter, and a watch valued at $185. Despite the gruesome scene, the couple's infant son, Clarence, was found unharmed in his crib. However, since the baby had likely been left alone for most of the day, Russell felt too overwhelmed by the tragedy to care for him. Instead, he turned to his second ex-wife, Betty Lehman, for help. Betty and her new husband were close friends with both Russell and Ruth, and she was more than willing to take in the baby during such a devastating time. As the investigation began, officers from the Franklin County Sheriff's Office quickly started forming theories about the crime. One of their initial suspicions was that Ruth's murder could have been an act of revenge. However, Russell was regarded as an upstanding man with no known enemies. Ruth, originally from Zanesville, had lost her father and had worked as a waitress at the Broad Hog restaurant for 5 years before meeting Russell. Those who knew her described her as quiet and pleasant, noting that she rarely discussed her personal life. At one point, authorities questioned a former colleague of Russell's in connection with the case, but he was ultimately released without any charges. Investigators also considered the possibility that the killer had used the nearby train tracks as an entry and exit route. However, this theory was eventually dismissed. Authorities then turned their attention to potential strangers seen lingering in the neighborhood around the time of the murder, though they couldn't be certain exactly when it had occurred. Initially, the coroner estimated Ruth's death had taken place 12 to 15 hours before she was discovered. However, this timeline changed once investigators confirmed that she had last been seen alive at 5:30 a.m. and was last heard on the phone between 8:35 and 8:45 a.m. Based on this, authorities suspected she had been killed sometime around noon. Shortly after the murder, a sheriff's deputy cryptically stated, We have a theory about the mysterious stranger, but we're not disclosing it. When investigators spoke with neighbors, they learned that 2 witnesses had seen an unknown man knocking on doors before leaving when no one answered. The first sighting occurred around 7:45 a.m., while the second took place roughly an hour later, just before 9 a.m. One witness reported that the same man later approached the Alters home and described him as standing between 5 feet 10 inches and 6 feet 0 inches tall, carrying a brown leather briefcase, and wearing a blue-gray suit. However, another neighbor, who had been working in his garden from 8 a.m. to noon, claimed he hadn't seen anyone unfamiliar in the area during that time. Naturally, Russell was questioned shortly after discovering Ruth's body. He was interrogated by authorities for a total of 9 hours, excluding breaks, and was subjected to a polygraph test, which he ultimately passed. The 39-year-old arrived at work at 6:40 a.m. alongside a colleague, an engineer, and the two worked their shift together from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Russell had an excellent work record, and with his solid alibi and his successful polygraph test, authorities ruled him out as a suspect. It's worth noting that in 1951, polygraph tests were given far more weight than they are today, as modern courts often deem them inadmissible. In total, 6 individuals were questioned and released on the day of Ruth's murder, including Russell's ex-wife, Betty Lehman. In the days that followed, investigators announced that the unidentified man seen by multiple witnesses on the morning of April 25th was likely a salesman. Additionally, they began searching for a late-model blue Chevrolet that had been parked across the street from the Alter residence that day. Several new and previously unknown details emerged during this period. First, it was revealed that strands of brown and gray hair clutched in Ruth's hand at the time of her death were lost when the coroner, deeming them unimportant, allowed an attendant assisting with the post-mortem to wash them away. Secondly, authorities discovered 2 pearl-covered buttons lying next to Ruth's body at the crime scene. They are likely to have come from a woman's coat or a men's sports jacket, with the coroner stating that they were apparently from a woman's clothing. Notably, there were no buttons on the garments Ruth was wearing when she was killed. The reveal of the buttons found at the scene led to some speculation that a woman was responsible for the death, or at least involved in some way. Over the next few weeks, investigators followed several leads. They looked into the backgrounds of 2 brothers who had left bloody clothing in their sister's home. The brothers denied any knowledge of the case and the bloody clothing which was never found. They also checked out a dress with missing buttons which had been given to a dry cleaner. Around this time, there were rumors that Ruth had previously testified against a Columbus-based narcotics ring, and her mother-in-law, Stella, was subject to an eerie, threatening phone call where a woman said, quote, "Mrs. Alter, ain't you dead yet? You two will be murdered soon." Though Stella hung up immediately, the person called back. They were never identified. Stella stated she sounded like she was either drunk or trying to disguise her voice. A former girlfriend of Russell's who'd reportedly taken a strong dislike to Ruth and threatened her was separately investigated, followed by a red-haired youth who'd assaulted a local 57-year-old. But despite all the possible leads and information, the police were unable to find anything solid. In early May, those close to Ruth and Russell were re-interrogated along with other potential persons of interest, including a 40-year-old waitress who was an ex-girlfriend of Russell. She would later be cleared of involvement after passing a polygraph test. Still, no motive for Ruth's murder surfaced. Authorities then decided to offer a $500 reward for anyone with information leading to an arrest and conviction of Ruth's killer, but the large sum of cash went unclaimed. Several weeks later, a 23-year-old salesman was questioned in connection with the case, with witnesses identifying his car as the one seen parked outside of the Alta home on the morning of the murder. With the identification of the car, investigators told reporters, "We are optimistic there will be evidential proof against this man as the investigation develops during the day." They added that the young man was a former friend of Ruth's and had been questioned twice previously. He came back to the attention of law enforcement when they re-examined his statements and noticed some discrepancies. They claimed he was still changing his story during interviews. Police also noted that they believed the killer was someone known to Ruth because she appeared to have let that person into her home. Authorities revealed there was some circumstantial evidence against the 23-year-old who was not immediately identified. The evidence included a lack of an alibi, blood stains discovered on both his brake pedal and the cuffs of the trousers of a blue-gray suit he owned, with both stains confirmed as being human blood, and a business card with his name on it which was discovered inside the Alter home. The salesman claimed that the blood came from a slaughterhouse he had visited as part of his work and denied being involved in the murder. He failed the polygraph test shortly afterwards. Then on May 19th, the salesman's identity was revealed. 23-year-old George Phillips was the son of the owner of the Broad Hague restaurant where Ruth had spent 5 years working before her marriage to Russell. Authorities announced, quote, results of the lie detector test plus evidence warrant filing an affidavit. George was subsequently charged with first-degree murder. George Phillips was in part raised by his grandmother, who'd moved to America from Greece when her children, including George's mother, were young. A terrifying accident when he was just 2 years old, which involved him running out into the road after his ball and being struck by a car, saw part of his right arm be amputated. Although this made things difficult for him growing up, George often took advantage of the way his peers would underestimate him. Our patron, Jenny, reached out to one of his childhood friends who told her he would often play up his handicap to older children at the park and challenge them to games of tennis where if he won, they would hand over their money. The older children, surprised by his boldness, would agree to the bet and be easily beaten by George, who walked away with their cash in his pocket. George was described by those who knew him as likable and pleasant. He began attending university after graduating from school but ultimately dropped out and became employed as a salesman. A local grocery store owner recalled how the last time he saw the 23-year-old shortly before his arrest, he had been discussing his favorite soup recipes. According to newspapers at the time, George had known Ruth through her work at his father's restaurant for 4 years, and the two had reportedly had a run-in at some point during this time, with investigators stating that back then, Ruth had slapped the young man for an inappropriate remark he'd made to her. George then hit Ruth back, with police quoting him as saying, "I hit her harder than I intended to." Authorities suggested that a similar set of events had led to the mother of one's death on April 25th. They theorized that George had come to the house to see the newborn baby and secure a time to discuss taking out an insurance policy for him. Then at some point during the visit, the 23-year-old hit Ruth perhaps harder than he meant to, and she'd struck her head on the bed and lost consciousness. When she came to, she ordered George out and followed him into the living room, where she picked up one of her husband's shoes and hit the young man with it. George then lost his temper and retaliated by grabbing the footwear and beating Ruth with it until she fell to the ground. Detective Lieutenant Lester Bauman describes George as an unfortunate youth with a violent temper. Upon searching George's home again, which he shared with his grandmother, investigators discovered a pair of shoes that they hadn't previously been able to locate. The shoes had blood on the soles, but it was obvious that an attempt had been made to clean them. Similarly, a briefcase was found that also had traces of blood on it. Authorities observed that the 23-year-old drove a blue 1937 Pontiac. During the initial court hearing, 3 colleagues testified that George was in a work meeting and was later at a restaurant on the morning of the murder. His defense also produced a witness who countered what 2 of the prosecution's witnesses were saying, that an unidentified man matching George's description had come to their doors earlier that day. The defense's witness was that same man we mentioned earlier, who was out working in his garden all morning and saw nobody odd or unfamiliar come or go. George's defense lawyer, Paul Herbert, also questioned Russell Alter during this time, making sure to interrogate him over the state of his marriage and his personal life, even querying the paternity of the couple's son, Clarence. George Phillips was ultimately released on a $50,000 bond due to an obscure Ohio law. 21 of his friends and relatives pledged the $50,000 in cash or property, allowing him to leave jail until his formal trial started. Upon his release, George stated, "It is with the sincerest appreciation and deepest humility that I take this opportunity to express my thanks to my many friends for their confidence in me." In August, the Franklin County grand jury indicted George on second-degree murder after hearing testimony from 33 witnesses. If found guilty, He would be sentenced to life behind bars but could be considered for parole after 10 years. The following month, Ruth's body was exhumed. She had been laid to rest in Rose Hill Cemetery, south of Zanesville, in a plot near her father's. The Franklin County prosecutor, Ralph Bartlett, told reporters no comments when news broke of this development. Newspaper accounts observed that Ruth's face and neck were studied and photographs were taken of her closed casket. Finally, on October 23, George's trial began. Paul Herbert, his lawyer, filed a notice of alibi just days earlier despite the fact that the prosecution had still not narrowed down Ruth's time of death, stating that it was unknown to the state of Ohio when Herbert pushed for a detailed answer to help him with his client's alibi. During the trial, further circumstantial evidence came to light, including witness testimony that a bloody shirt had been found among George's laundry. The defense meanwhile noted that fingernail marks had been found on both sides of Ruth's neck and pointed out that George only had his left hand. It was also at this time that several witnesses for the prosecution began receiving threats via telephone. One woman was told, quote, "Well, you better watch out." Another answered the phone to hear, quote, "You and your husband are on the spot. He had better keep his mouth shut." The witness said the voice was in broken English. 2 other witnesses received threats, but the source of the harassment was never found. Paul Herbert is known to have dismissed the concerns of the prosecution in this matter, stating his belief that the publicity-hungry witnesses had made up the stories. Ruth's case and the trial were highly publicized and eventually gave way to a media circus. George's defense lawyer and the Franklin County prosecutor were known enemies with a lengthy history, and eventually the trial became more of a mudslinging match involving the egos of 2 feuding men rather than a true attempt to find justice for a horrific tragedy. After weeks of testimony, the jury was not convinced. On November 9th, George Phillips was acquitted of all charges. According to our patron, Jenny, following this, George became something of a social pariah. He lost his job and his reputation remained in tatters. He was never able to go back to the life he once lived and wound up moving to Los Angeles, California to start over where nobody knew his name. Russell Alter, the husband Ruth left behind, didn't fare much better. He lost both of his jobs thanks in no small part to the authorities considering him a suspect early on and him undergoing arrests and questioning several times throughout the investigation. A 1953 article from the Columbus Evening Dispatch observes that Russell filed a civil lawsuit against George Phillips charging that the 25-year-old wrongfully, unlawfully, maliciously, and intentionally killed his wife and seeking $75,000.900000 today in damages for himself and his son. Russell also sued the Franklin County Sheriff Ralph Paul for $25,000, claiming he was falsely arrested and noting that he spent 4 days in prison in April 1951, just days after he found his wife murdered. He added that the arrest was done without a warrant and without reasonable or probable cause, noting that it was a humiliating experience and that his reputation never bounced back. Sheriff Paul declined to comment for the article. 5 months after reports emerged about Russell's lawsuits, the Columbus Evening Dispatch announced that the 42-year-old was set to remarry. His 4th wife, Alice Adkins, was a divorced mother of 4 and was acquainted with the couple before Ruth's murder. She was one of the people questioned by police following the discovery of the body. Alice remained married to Russell until he died in 1964. He was 53 years old. Russell and Ruth's son, Clarence Frederick, or Fred as he prefers to be known, recalled Alice as a kind woman who raised him as her own and gave him a happy childhood, all things considered. Meanwhile, his father made sure to keep in regular contact with Ruth's side of the family, and they would attend King family reunions every summer. Our patron, Jenny, connected with Fred on Facebook, where she was able to learn a bit about his life. During their conversation, Fred shared an interesting story about a phone call he had received years ago while at work. The call came from an older man who asked how he was doing, whether he was happy, and if he had lived a good life. Fred recalled that the conversation was brief but polite, and the caller never gave his name. It wasn't until after he hung up that Fred began to wonder if the man on the other end of the line had been George Phillips, who would have been in his 70s at the time and still living in Los Angeles. No one else was ever charged in Ruth's murder after George was acquitted, and even 70 years later, her case remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Sandra Renee Cantu. Sandra Renee Cantu was born on March 8, 2001, to Maria Chavez and Daniel Cantu, a loving couple facing financial difficulties. She lived with her mother, grandparents, and 3 older half-siblings in a mobile home at Orchard Estates Mobile Home Park in Tracy, California. Her father, Daniel, resided in Mexico and had little involvement in her upbringing. At the time, Sandra was a second-grade student at Melville S. Jacobson Elementary School. Cherished by everyone who knew her, Sandra was described as a bright, friendly, and kind-hearted child. She was naturally talkative and always eager to lend a helping hand. She enjoyed coloring, assisting her mother in the kitchen, and had a deep love for Hannah Montana. Spending time with friends in the neighborhood was one of her favorite activities. On March 27, 2009, at around 4 p.m., her grandfather picked her up from school. Sandra returned home and quickly changed into fresh clothes before heading outside to play with her friends. The neighborhood, consisting of around 100 mobile homes, was a tight-knit community where everyone was familiar with one another. It was common for children to play outside without adult supervision. However, as dinner time approached and Sandra had yet to return, Maria grew anxious since her daughter always came home before dinner. She began calling the parents of Sandra's friends, but no one had seen her. Worried, Sandra's mother and siblings set out to search for her, but despite their efforts, she was nowhere to be found. At 7:53 p.m., the family reached out to local authorities for help. At the time of her disappearance, Sandra was dressed in leggings and a pink Hello Kitty shirt. A large-scale search operation was initiated, involving over 250 volunteers, as well as search dogs and helicopters. At the same time, authorities conducted door-to-door interviews with residents of the mobile home community, but no sign of Sandra was found. Her photo was quickly circulated in the media in hopes of spreading awareness, and a $22,000 reward was offered for any information regarding her disappearance. By the following morning, the FBI was brought in to assist with the investigation. They thoroughly examined all registered sex offenders within a 1-mile radius of the trailer park but ultimately ruled them out as suspects. Sandra's grandparents had previously installed security cameras outside their home. When police reviewed the CCTV footage, they spotted Sandra crossing the street, happily hopping and skipping at around 4 p.m. the day before. As she continued down the road, she appeared to notice something that caught her attention, prompting her to change direction and eventually disappear from view. On April 2nd, 6 days after she went missing, investigators discovered a pink Hello Kitty t-shirt. Initially, authorities suspected it belonged to Sandra, but her mother later confirmed that the shirt did not belong to her daughter. With the community in a state of panic, authorities were relentless in their efforts to uncover the truth. As is customary in such cases, Sandra's father, Daniel, was initially considered a suspect. Despite not being very involved in his daughter's life, he was thoroughly investigated, but his airtight alibi led to him being ruled out. Soon after, investigators learned about a man named Frank, who had previously been reported for inappropriate behavior. In February 2007, Sandra's grandmother had witnessed him attempting to kiss the young girl at the mobile home park's community pool, prompting a complaint to be filed. Frank was brought in for questioning, where he admitted to being attracted to young girls but insisted he had never acted on his urges. Authorities conducted a detailed search of his trailer, studio, and car, and he was also subjected to a polygraph test. In the end, he was cleared of suspicion but was issued a stern warning. Authorities also questioned a man who operated an ice cream truck, as he had been seen interacting with several children in the area around the time of Sandra's disappearance. However, after being investigated, he was ruled out as a suspect. As the search continued, a candlelight vigil was held in Sandra's honor, but it was unexpectedly interrupted by a woman who began screaming uncontrollably. She approached the officers present at the vigil and claimed she had come across something important. The discovery was a note, which had been found by Melissa Huckabee, a 28-year-old Sunday school teacher and a neighbor of the Cantu family. The letter had been left on Melissa's lawn and read, Cantu locked in stolen suitcase, thrown in water on Becketty Road and Whitehall Road, witness. Investigators noted that the message contained multiple misspellings, which appeared to be deliberate, possibly to conceal the writer's handwriting or native language. Police viewed both the letter and its finder, Melissa Huckabee, with suspicion. Adding to their concerns, just days after Sandra vanished, Melissa had sent a text message to Sandra's mother, informing her that someone had stolen items from her garage on Friday night. Among the stolen items was a suitcase. Although authorities were uncertain about the note's authenticity, they proceeded with another search of the location it referenced. The area contained an agricultural runoff collection pond, which was heavily contaminated with sewage and manure from nearby farms, making it impossible to conduct a thorough search. Due to these conditions and limited access, police eventually called off the search. Then, 10 days after Sandra was last seen, on April 6, 2009, agricultural workers carried out their routine task of draining an irrigation pond at Becketty and Whitehall Road, the exact location mentioned in the note. As the water receded, a suitcase was discovered at the bottom of the pond. It emitted a strong odor of decomposition, and its zipper had been secured with a white string. The suitcase was promptly transported to the medical examiner's office, where the coroner unzipped it to reveal Sandra's body, curled up in a fetal position. She was still dressed in the same clothing she had worn on the day she disappeared. Dental records confirmed that the remains belonged to Sandra Cantu. The heartbreaking discovery sent shockwaves through the close-knit mobile home park, leaving not only Sandra's loved ones but the entire community devastated and fearful. In the days that followed, mourners gathered to express their sorrow, leaving flowers, posters, candles, and stuffed animals throughout the neighborhood in Sandra's memory. An autopsy revealed that Sandra had been sexually assaulted. However, there were no traces of biological fluids, and the injuries she sustained suggested the use of a foreign object rather than an assault by a person. Her cause of death was determined to be asphyxiation. The coroner also discovered that Sandra had been drugged, with a significant amount of alprazolam, commonly known as Xanax, in her system. Initially, investigators were searching for a male suspect between the ages of 35 and 45, but after reviewing the autopsy findings, they began to consider the possibility that a woman might have been involved. Their suspicions quickly turned to Melissa Huckabee after they identified that the suitcase found in the irrigation pond matched the brand of the one she had previously reported stolen. This led authorities to pay a visit to Melissa's home. Melissa lived with her grandparents and her 5-year-old daughter, Madison, who had been friends with Sandra. Her grandparents informed police that Sandra frequently visited their home to play with Madison. With their permission, authorities searched Melissa's car and came across a note that had been scribbled over. Despite the markings and crossed-out words, forensic analysis revealed that the note contained the words Boquete, Whitehall, and water. Investigators also decided to search the church where Melissa worked as a Sunday school teacher. During the search, they discovered a white string that had been cut from the blinds on the church's windows. Authorities suspected it was the same string used to secure the zipper on the suitcase in which Sandra's body was found. Additionally, they uncovered a rolling pin with traces of blood on it. Both the string and the rolling pin were collected and sent for forensic testing. Police then tried to interview Melissa but were unable to do so as she was in the hospital for swallowing razor blades, and they were told by doctors that they had to wait until she was discharged. Meanwhile, police got a search warrant of Melissa's home and found a notebook in her bedroom that had the same paper as the note Melissa claimed to have found during the vigil. Soon, a man came forward and claimed to have seen a woman at the irrigation pond on the day Sandra disappeared. According to his account, he and his wife were driving when they spotted a dark-colored SUV on the side of the road with its door open. The man said he saw a woman with dark-colored hair, and when he asked her if she needed any help, she simply said that she had pulled over to use the bathroom. The description of the car provided by the man matched Melissa's car. Police then decided to look into the 28-year-old Sunday school teacher's background. Melissa Huckabee was born on February 23, 1981 in Orange County, California. In the year February 2002, she pursued a restraining order against a former boyfriend, accusing him of harassment, threats of murder, and causing harm to her grandfather. In February, Melissa got pregnant with her then-boyfriend, John Huckabee. The couple would eventually get married, but the marriage did not last, and they divorced in February. In their divorce papers, Melissa accused John of child abduction, alcoholism, and physical abuse, charges he vehemently denied. Melissa was given full custody of their daughter, Madison. After the divorce, Melissa led a solitary life marked by a history of mental health challenges. Her family reported severe conditions such as borderline personality disorder, bipolar disorder, and schizophrenia within her medical history. Struggling to raise her daughter as a single parent, she grappled with episodes of depression and engaged in several practices. To address her mental health issues, she was prescribed potent medications including benzodiazepines, amphetamines, and antidepressants. In February 2006, police arrested and jailed Melissa for petty theft. Shortly afterward, she relocated to Tracy in Northern California in order to rebuild her life, moving in with her grandparents. For a period after the move, things seemed to be improving as noted by Melissa's family and friends. She spent most of her time with her daughter and attended church services with her grandparents. However, in February, 3 months before Sandra went missing, Melissa had taken a young girl to a park without her mother's permission. Upon returning the child home, the mother observed concerning signs. She recalls her daughter seemed drugged, displaying slurred speech and showing significant distress with frequent tears. The girl struggled to walk and to maintain her balance, so the mother rushed her to the hospital where medical tests confirmed the presence of Xanax in her system. Police questioned Melissa about the incident, which she denied. Meanwhile, it was revealed that the girl's mother also had her own struggles with substance abuse. Due to insufficient evidence against Melissa, the case stalled and did not progress any further. Then, just 25 days prior to Sandra going missing, on March 2, 2009, Melissa had drugged a 36-year-old man named Daniel Plowman. Reportedly, Melissa and Daniel had been dating at the time. Late one night, Melissa offered him a beverage, which he drank. However, he recalled that he detected an odd taste, and his recollection from that point on became hazy. Several hours later, around 1:30 a.m. the following day, Daniel was apprehended on suspicion of driving while intoxicated. He had driven his car into a McDonald's drive-thru, placed an order and paid for it, but had passed out on the wheel while waiting for his food. The McDonald's employee notified police about the incident. Upon regaining consciousness, albeit still disoriented, he accidentally collided with a wall while attempting to drive away. Police arrived at the scene and took him into custody, but he was subsequently released without being formally charged. While police had been looking into Melissa's past, the DNA results from the rolling pin had come in, and it was confirmed that the blood on the rolling pin belonged to Sandra. It is believed that the rolling pin was used to sexually assault Sandra. Additionally, the string from the blinds matched the string used to tie the suitcase shut. Once Melissa was discharged from the hospital, police brought her in for questioning. Initially, she denied killing Sandra, but when police presented her with the evidence, she tearfully admitted to the crime but claimed it was an accident. According to her version, on that specific day, she had intended to transport the suitcase to church. However, an unexpected encounter with Sandra altered her plans. She says that they decided to engage in a game of hide and seek. Sandra, she claims, climbed into the suitcase, and Melissa says she totally forgot about Sandra and simply drove to the church. She claimed that when she opened the suitcase, she discovered the lifeless body of Sandra. She also said that she had tried to revive Sandra, even placing a small towel on her forehead to cool her down. But Melissa says when Sandra did not wake up, she panicked and suddenly considered the idea of disposing the body in a nearby irrigation pond. She denied ever assaulting Sandra. However, police did not buy her sob story, and she was charged with Sandra's murder on April 10, 2009. Police conducted a search of Melissa's computer. The examination of her browsing history revealed a recent search related to the murder of another young girl. This girl had been stuffed into a suitcase and thrown into the water. The internet search made by Melissa proved that the murder was not an accident but premeditated. Moreover, the surveillance footage from Sandra's residence yielded another significant piece of evidence. The CCTV showed Melissa Huckabee 8 minutes after Sandra was on screen driving out of the mobile home park in the direction of the church. About the time that Melissa was leaving, she phoned the trailer park manager to report her black suitcase had been stolen. Another surveillance tape from the church parking lot showed Melissa driving away from the church and then returning 30 minutes later. Melissa was held in the San Joaquin County Jail without bail until her trial. Sandra was laid to rest by her friends and family on April 16, 2009 in a small pink casket. Over 600 people attended her funeral. During her trial, prosecutors alleged that Sandra's death was premeditated by Melissa. They believed that Sandra had intended to play at Melissa's house as captured by surveillance camera footage. They said Melissa had asked Sandra to come to church to help her decorate, and when they got to church, Melissa gave Sandra some juice which had the medication in it. The prosecutors alleged that Melissa waited until Sandra passed out, subsequently assaulting her and suffocating her to death. Despite their efforts, law enforcement struggled to unearth a clear motive behind the crime, leaving the community shocked and bewildered. The idea that a neighbor, a mother whose own child played with others in the area, could turn into a cold-blooded killer was simply incomprehensible to them. The gravity of the situation escalated to the point where Melissa received death threats. This led police to introducing heightened security measures for the duration of her trial. The defense was concerned that prosecutors were basing the sexual allegations solely on the findings of the medical examiner's autopsy. They wanted Sandra's body to be exhumed for a second autopsy by a defense pathologist. However, the defense later dropped the bid to exhume Sandra's body after learning that tissue samples were still available for testing. In the court, Melissa denied allegations of sexual assault. She conveyed to Maria, Sandra's mother, that Sandra did not suffer and that there was no sexual abuse involved. However, Melissa's statements conflicted with the pathologist's findings, which detailed the injuries Sandra had suffered, including a cut on her lower lip, an abrasion on her elbow, and trauma to her private areas. Ultimately, to avoid the death penalty, Melissa accepted a plea deal, pleading guilty to first-degree murder and kidnapping. As part of the agreement, she was not charged with 7 additional offenses. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. To this day, Melissa has never provided a motive for her actions and continues to insist that she does not know why she committed the crime. Some theories suggest that Melissa's actions may have been motivated by a need for attention. This idea aligns with Munchausen syndrome by proxy, a psychological disorder in which an individual causes harm or illness to another person, often to gain sympathy or attention. However, this condition is typically observed in parent-child relationships rather than between a perpetrator and an abducted victim. Sandra's loved ones continue to carry her memory, navigating life with an irreplaceable void in their hearts. Moving on to the next case. Kimberly Killer. On the morning of January 12, 1999, a woman's nearly beheaded body was discovered inside a car in Council Bluffs, Iowa. She was identified as Kimberly, and investigators determined that she had died between 4 and 6 hours before being found. Authorities collected her clothing and other items from the crime scene, hoping that advancements in forensic science would eventually help identify the person responsible. In 2014, with improved DNA testing techniques, investigators submitted the evidence to the Iowa State Lab for analysis. By 2017, forensic officials informed law enforcement that they had discovered an unknown male DNA profile on an item of a personal nature, one that only Kimberly and her attacker would have had contact with. In August 2020, investigators compiled a list of 6 men who may have been in contact with Kimberly in the final hours of her life. The DNA from these individuals was compared to the unknown male profile found at the scene. The results revealed a match to 52-year-old Matt W. Kennedy, a resident of Fairfield, Montana, who had previously lived in Council Bluffs. Matt was not only Kimberly's stepbrother but also the last known person to have seen her alive. In October 2020, investigators received further confirmation when additional DNA, found on an item that the suspect likely handled during the attack, also matched Matt Kennedy. He was arrested in mid-October 2020, bringing an end to a decades-long search for Kimberly's killer. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Reynosa Girls Case. In 2019, Spain ranked as the second most visited country in the world, welcoming an astonishing 83.7 million tourists. Visitors flock to experience its rich culture, admire its breathtaking landscapes, and unwind on its scenic beaches. While Spain is generally considered a safe destination, with crime rates lower than in many other European nations, it is not without its darker side. Among its unsettling mysteries are the disappearances of Manuela Bugifa and Virginia Espejo. On an April afternoon, 14-year-old Virginia S. Pejo asked her mother for money, saying she needed it to buy a birthday cake for a party she planned to attend. However, Virginia never showed up at the celebration she had mentioned. Instead, she secretly met up with her close friend, 13-year-old Manuela Bugifa. The two girls boarded a train to Reynosa, a town about 18 miles from where they lived, intending to visit a nightclub. Knowing their parents would disapprove, they deliberately kept their plans hidden. The girls had invited a third friend to join them, but she, declined and chose to stay home instead. Around 9 p.m., Virginia and Manuela left the nightclub and began their journey back. Investigators later determined that the girls had likely resorted to hitchhiking after realizing there were no trains running at that hour. A witness, who happened to be from their hometown, was the last person to see them. She was unable to offer them a ride since her car was already full, but she later told authorities that she saw the girls getting into a white Seat 127 with a Valladolid license plate near the town's main street. Manuela and Virginia were never seen again. However, there was no evidence suggesting they had intended to run away. They had very little money on them and were only dressed in the clothes they had worn that day. Nothing was missing from their bedrooms at home. As time passed with no sign of the girls, their worried families reported them missing to the civil guard. However, they were met with resistance from the officers. In 1992, the protocols for missing children were not as strict or immediate as they are today. The families of Manuela and Virginia were told they need to wait 48 hours before a search could be launched. This would later cause the civil guards to receive criticism and backlash, as it's understood that the first 24 hours after an individual goes missing are the most vital. Virginia's sister recalled being told by an agent they have gone to a party. They will come back whenever they want. During the early 1990s, a Spanish journalist named Paco Lobarton presented the public service program Who Knows Where, which is similar to the BBC's Crime Watch program in the UK. Viewers could phone into the show with tips and information about unsolved cases, with Who Knows Where focusing specifically on missing person cases. The show aired an episode about Manuela and Virginia, and it received dozens of calls as a result. Alleged sightings placed the girls all over Spain, while other callers appeared to be unwell, cruel hoaxers who said they would bring harm to the girls and that their parents would never see them alive again. Family members traveled as far as Asturias to see if they could track down their missing loved ones, but instead were met with young girls who bore a resemblance to the pair. No trace of the real Manuela and Virginia was ever found. In October of 1994, a group of friends walking near the Rey Quejdar Reservoir, about 25 miles from where the girls were last seen, found two skulls. Two members of the group were writers for a newspaper that published their findings without analysis or forewarning the families, claiming the skulls could possibly belong to the two missing girls. The lead after all that turned out to be a dead end. The skulls did not belong to Manuela and Virginia. They were too old, believed to date back to the 1930s. 3 years later, in 1997, a witness claimed that the girls were in Madrid with what he described as a punk community. He alleged that Manuela had cut her hair short and dyed it blue with one small white section. Investigators put together composite images of the girls and how they may have looked in 1997. But when they finally located the women the witness had described, it was discovered they were not in fact Manuela and Virginia. In February 2001, 2 more skulls were discovered, but they were determined to belong to victims of the Civil War. Furthermore, in 2018, a human jawbone was found in a reservoir in Cantabria, but it did not belong to the missing girls. Then in 2021, new hope came for the families of Manuela and Virginia when a woman called into a TV program about unsolved cases to tell them that 1 year before the girls went missing, she and one of her friends had suffered an attempted kidnapping. After alerting the TV show, the woman gave a statement to the Civil Guard, which led to a new line of inquiry being investigated. The woman and her friend had struggled with the driver causing him to veer off the side of the road. She and her friend then took the opportunity to flee. The details of the case were chillingly similar to that of Manuela and Virginia. The 2 women had been hitchhiking and had been picked up by someone in a white Seat 127. More hopeful still, the witness was able to identify the man driving the vehicle, and he became a suspect in the case. He had a criminal record which included being arrested 4 times for attempted sexual assault. Another suspect came to light around this time, but law enforcement never recovered a photograph of him from 1992. The suspect was described as a young man between the ages of 20 and 25 in 1992. Investigators discovered that he had temporarily left the country in August of that same year. When questioned by authorities, he gave conflicting statements. At first, he denied knowing the girls, but later admitted during an interview with the Civil Guard that a friend had introduced him to them at the nightclub. However, he insisted that he never saw them again after that brief encounter. Over the years, multiple claims have surfaced suggesting that the remains of Manuela and Virginia may be hidden in the Fonteria mine. An anonymous tipster had alerted police to this possibility early in the investigation. Although their bodies were not found at the time, authorities noted that a thick layer of mud obscured visibility to the bottom of the mine. Additionally, the nearby Cervatus cave has never been searched, despite the Civil Guard stating in 1993 that it would be an ideal location to conceal bodies. In 2021, the Civil Guard reopened the case, but even now, Manuela, Virginia, and their families are still awaiting justice. Moving on to the next case. The Chin family tragedy. On the afternoon of October 8, 2014, a co-worker of 39-year-old Chin Ji-fong grew worried when the father of 2 failed to show up for his scheduled shift at King's Walk, a restaurant where he worked. He hadn't called in sick either, which was unusual. Concerned, the co-worker decided to check on Chin at his home on Western Avenue in the Guilderland suburb of Albany, New York. What he discovered inside was a horrific crime scene. Chen and his 38-year-old wife, Hai Yilin, were originally from Huiyu, China. The couple had moved to the United States in the early 2000s, settling in Guilderland near a takeout restaurant owned by relatives. There, they built a life together and had 2 children, 10-year-old Anthony and 7-year-old Eddie. By all accounts, the Chin family was ordinary, with nothing unusual about their lives, making their brutal murders all the more puzzling to investigators. The case gained significant attention, as it was the first quadruple homicide in the Capital District. According to Chen's brother, who spoke to the media, the father of 2 was found on the ground floor of the family's bungalow. Hai and the couple's 2 children were discovered upstairs, their bodies covered by a blanket. The family had met a brutal end. Each of them had been bludgeoned with a hammer, and later reports indicated they had also been stabbed. Investigators determined the murders took place in the early morning hours, likely between 3:30 and 6:30 a.m. Both the Guilderland and New York State Police worked together on the case, searching the areas surrounding the family's home for any possible clues. Authorities faced several challenges in the initial 48 hours of the investigation. A language barrier slowed progress, and fear within the community made gathering information difficult. Further complicating matters, there were no surveillance cameras in the area, and Apple initially refused to release the Chen's iPhone records. Though the company eventually complied, law enforcement stated that the delay significantly hindered their investigation. With little physical evidence recovered from the crime scene, detectives have struggled to make progress. Some DNA samples were collected and may belong to a suspect, but so far, no matches have been found. As a result, authorities have few leads and no major suspects in the case. Before long, allegations surfaced that the family were involved in shady business practices and illegal activities such as human trafficking, gambling, and money laundering. Chen's brother denied rumors that the family had been attacked by someone who'd returned to the house after a gambling party to steal their sizable take from the events, but did admit that Chen would host low-stakes card games for his friends. Compounding this rumor, an anonymous source told Newsday that Chen had shut down his own restaurant 2 years earlier, and he'd been living comfortably ever since, causing people to think that he was making money illegally. This same source alleged that Hai was in the country illegally too. Meanwhile, an article by the Times Union reported that Chen had supposedly been involved in large transfers of unrecorded cash, which he used to pay undocumented Chinese workers at restaurants in New York City. He reportedly also transported the workers to their jobs and back and provided accommodation in cities that were too far away for bus trips. Even more damningly, 18 mattresses were found on the basement floor of the family's home. The Times Union also claimed that the weekly card game Chen ran had racked up about $100,000 in debt. However, this is where that lead dries up. Authorities have said that while the organized crime theory hasn't been discounted, they have yet to find any solid leads in the case. The only other theory explored in the case was a possible connection between the Chen family murders and 2 other family killings that occurred around the same time. In 2014, a family of 4 was shot and killed in their Houston, Texas home. Similarly, in 2011, a married couple and the wife's sister were found stabbed to death in their Mississippi residence. However, no definitive links have been established between these crimes. By 2015, investigators had pursued 600 leads, a surprisingly low number for such a serious case. A reporter from World Journal suggested that she and her colleagues suspected the family may have known more than they disclosed. The Chen's funeral took place a month after their deaths to allow time for relatives from overseas to attend. They were laid to rest at All Faiths Cemetery in Middle Village, Queens. The case remains unsolved, and a $5,000 reward is still being offered for information leading to an arrest. Anyone with knowledge of the Chen family murders is encouraged to report it at capitalregionalcrimestoppers.com, https://capitalregionalcrimestoppers.com. Moving on to the next case. The disappearance of Céline Feghard. A young French woman embarked on a journey to Britain to visit her relatives for Christmas, but she mysteriously disappeared along the way. Authorities swiftly launched an extensive search, and the case quickly gained widespread media attention in both France and the UK. As investigators followed a series of clues, they inched closer to uncovering the truth, only to find something far more disturbing than they had anticipated. Céline Feghard was born on May 23, 1976, in Besançon, a quiet and picturesque town near the Swiss border in France. Céline was raised in a warm and caring household alongside her parents, 2 brothers, and a sister. Her father worked as a farmer, and she and her siblings often spent their time outdoors, assisting him in maintaining the farm. At school, Céline was an active student, excelling in sports and forming strong friendships. When she was 14, her parents took her on a trip to Britain, a place she immediately fell in love with. From that moment on, she dreamed of one day making it her home. Motivated by her cousin, who worked as a hotel manager in the UK, Céline chose to pursue an education that would prepare her for a career in the hospitality industry. After completing school, she enrolled in a local university to study accounting while continuing to visit her cousin in England whenever she had the chance. One summer, he helped her secure a job at a hotel, allowing her to gain hands-on experience before eventually returning home. In late 1995, at the age of 19, Céline made plans to visit Britain once again for the Christmas holiday. During that time, public train services in France were facing disruptions, prompting her parents to seek alternative travel arrangements. They reached out to a family friend, a truck driver, who agreed to give Céline a ride to Folkestone while delivering cargo to England. From there, she intended to continue her journey to Fordingbridge, a town approximately 150 miles, 250 kilometers, away, where her cousin lived. On December 18th, Céline set off, expecting to reach her cousin's hotel by the evening. Her parents waited for her call to confirm she had arrived safely, but as the night wore on, there was no word from her. Without a mobile phone, Celine's family had no way to contact her and could only wait, hoping she would eventually arrive at the hotel. That night, they finally received a call, but it wasn't from Celine. Instead, it was her cousin, who informed them that she still hadn't shown up and asked if her plans had changed. Growing increasingly anxious, her parents, left with no other options, decided to reach out to the police. French authorities immediately contacted their British counterparts, who wasted no time in launching a search for the missing young woman. The first step in the investigation was speaking with Celine's parents, who traveled to England to assist with the case. They informed the police about the family friend, a truck driver, who had offered Celine a ride to the UK. Investigators managed to track him down, and he confirmed that he had dropped her off in Folkestone before heading in a different direction. While at the truck stop, he had encountered another French trucker who was traveling to Newbury, a town roughly an hour's drive from Celine's cousin's hotel. The second driver agreed to give Celine a ride, and investigators were able to track him down as well. He informed the police that he had dropped her off at a truck stop in Newbury. While there, she attempted to use a payphone to contact her cousin and arrange for a pickup, but for some unknown reason, she was unable to get through. By that point, it was already 4:30 p.m. The driver suggested that she take a train to her cousin's town, but there was a complication. The nearest train station was several dozen miles away, and he couldn't drive her there since his delivery route took him in a different direction. Wanting to assist her, he began asking other truckers in the parking lot if anyone could offer Celine a ride. The first trucker he approached declined, explaining that he planned to rest before continuing his journey. However, the second trucker agreed, mentioning that he was heading to Salisbury, which was only about a 30-minute drive from Celine's cousin's town. He even mentioned she could probably catch an 8 p.m. bus from there. With no other options left, Celine went with the third driver, and that's where her trail disappeared. Detectives tried to track this man down, but they didn't have enough solid information to identify him. The second driver, who had handed her over, couldn't recall the license plate number and only remembered that the truck was a white Mercedes. He also provided a description of the man. He was around 35 years old, had short blonde hair, and a beard. The second driver also mentioned that something about this man struck him as suspicious. There was something unsettling about his behavior, but he still let Celine go with him because, at that point, she simply had no other choice. Police began to suspect that the third driver might have been involved in Celine's disappearance. Using the witness's description, they created a composite sketch and shared it with the local media. As for the first two drivers, investigators thoroughly checked their alibis and found solid evidence proving they had been in other locations at the time. Detectives soon uncovered a troubling detail that made them even more suspicious of the third driver. Remember how he told Celine she could catch an evening bus to her cousin's town from Salisbury? Well, it turned out that no such bus existed. Investigators wasted no time getting the word out about Celine's disappearance. They shared her story, along with the suspect's composite sketch, through newspapers and TV. The case quickly grabbed national attention in both Britain and France. It was just days before Christmas, and the disappearance of a young woman during the holiday season struck a chord with the public. On top of that, there were fears that Celine might have fallen victim to a serial killer. Over the past 2 years, several young women had been murdered in the same area. Police believed these cases were linked to a single perpetrator, and now they were worried Celine's disappearance could be connected to him. As a result, the local police launched a full-scale search. Over 100 officers were assigned to the case, along with helicopters and even an airplane to scan the area from above. They concentrated their efforts along the route the third driver was believed to have taken with Celine, but despite all their efforts, they found no trace of her. Unfortunately, the first week of the search yielded no results. Both the police and Celine's family made numerous public appeals, urging anyone who might know something about her whereabouts or the driver himself to come forward, but every lead they followed quickly turned into a dead end. This went on for over a week, until the morning of December 29th, when police received a chilling call. A man driving near the town of Worcester had pulled over to adjust his windshield wipers. While walking along the roadside, he noticed something odd partially covered by snow. Curious, he went closer and, to his horror, realized it was a human body. Shaken, he immediately rushed home and called the police. Officers arrived at the scene and found the body of a young woman, but at first, they couldn't identify her. Initially, they thought it might be the remains of a local woman who had disappeared after leaving a nightclub, but the theory was quickly ruled out. It wasn't until the following day, December 30th, that police confirmed the body was Celine's. Her cousin was brought in to identify her, sparing her parents the heartbreaking task of doing it themselves. Police quickly noticed one important detail. The highway where Celine's body was found was almost in the opposite direction of where she had been heading. This only strengthened their theory that the truck driver who had given her a ride was likely responsible for her murder. All of Celine's clothing and personal belongings were missing, and officers found no trace of them near the site where her body was discovered. The autopsy revealed multiple bruises and abrasions consistent with heavy blows, as well as evidence of strangulation. Medical examiners also found signs of SA on Celine's body, but there was no biological material that could lead them to the perpetrator. One chilling detail stood out. The examiners determined that Celine's body had likely been left by the roadside only about 24 hours before it was found. With 11 days having passed since her disappearance, detectives speculated that the killer may have kept her alive for most of that time, or even transported her body with him. The second driver who had helped Celine mentioned that the suspect's truck was equipped with an industrial freezer, which suggested the killer could have preserved her body at low temperatures for days. Despite all this, the police still had no solid leads on the driver's identity. However, a conversation with Celine's parents revealed an intriguing detail. She had been carrying 2 bottles of champagne as Christmas gifts. These, along with all her other belongings, were never found. It seemed likely that the killer had taken them, which gave investigators a potential new angle to explore. This champagne was a specific French brand that wasn't sold in Britain, making those 2 bottles completely unique in the country. Police decided to use this as leverage and sent information about the bottles to the media, along with photos of identical champagne. They hoped that the perpetrator might have shown them to someone or even shared them with friends or family. But unfortunately, this lead also went nowhere. Without any other leads in hand, investigators decided to take an unprecedented step. Despite the absence of the perpetrator's DNA on the victim's body, in early January of the following year, they initiated the first mass DNA collection in Britain's history. The police focused their efforts on drivers of Mercedes trucks and similar models. This process took over a month, and detectives managed to test more than 5,000 drivers. Most of them willingly provided their samples, but there were some who refused. Investigators put them on a separate list for further scrutiny, thinking that one of those individuals might be the killer. Meanwhile, Celine's case continued to gain widespread attention in both British and French media. The police received thousands of tips and leads, but unfortunately, none of them brought the detectives any closer to catching the killer. This continued until mid-February when one tip finally caught the investigators' attention. A man called the police after seeing the suspect's sketch on the news and said it looked strikingly similar to one of his coworkers, a 36-year-old truck driver named Stuart Little. He also mentioned that Stuart drove a Mercedes truck with a refrigeration unit. This lead prompted detectives to start digging into Stuart's background. The first thing they uncovered was Stuart's extensive criminal history, though it consisted of non-violent offenses. Next, they decided to approach him carefully and ask for a DNA sample, presenting it as a routine part of their investigation involving thousands of drivers across Britain. However, Stuart refused to provide a sample, which only deepened their suspicions. After several more attempts to persuade him, though, Stuart eventually gave in and agreed to the test. As soon as they had his DNA, the police secured a warrant to search his truck. That's when they found their first major evidence, traces of blood on the mattress in the sleeping area and in other parts of the cab. Testing confirmed it was Celine's blood, and that was enough for an arrest. The police also obtained a warrant to search Stewart's house. In his garage, they discovered Celine's personal belongings, the ones she had with her when she disappeared. But that wasn't all. Investigators noticed something odd about Stewart's tachograph, the device truck drivers are required to use by law to track their driving hours. It appeared that on the day Celine's body was dumped, Stewart had deliberately concealed information about his movements. However, he made a mistake. After disposing of the body, he resumed work without filling in the missing data. This created a suspicious gap in his driving log, which detectives believed corresponded to the time he transported Celine's body to the roadside. During his first interrogation, Stewart denied any involvement in the murder, claiming he had never even picked up Celine. But when police brought in the other driver, who identified Stewart in a lineup, his story changed. He now admitted to giving Celine a ride and claimed they had consensual intercourse. As for her belongings found in his garage, Stewart insisted she had simply forgotten them when he dropped her off. Naturally, investigators weren't quick to believe Stewart's story. They continued searching for evidence, and soon found a witness who had seen him the day before Celine's body was discovered. The witness spotted Stewart near a warehouse about 50 miles from where the body was found. He was seen starting a fire next to his truck, and it appeared he was burning something. When police confronted Stewart about this, he claimed he'd started the fire to warm up his truck brakes, which had supposedly frozen due to the weather. Officers decided to search the area near the warehouse, and it didn't take long for them to find something disturbing. Underneath a fence, they discovered Celine's underwear. It was stained with her blood. Piecing together all the evidence, investigators came up with the most likely timeline of events. When Stewart picked up Celine, he drove to a secluded area where he assaulted and killed her. Based on the blood evidence found in his truck, they believe Stewart kept her body on the lower bunk in his cab for 10 days while continuing to make deliveries as if nothing had happened. Shockingly, just a week after the murder, Stewart went home to celebrate Christmas with his wife and children, while Celine's body remained just a few yards away in his truck. At some point, he decided to dispose of the body. Investigators found receipts showing Stewart had purchased a shovel, an axe, and a saw, likely with the intention of dismembering her remains. However, for some reason, he abandoned that plan and simply left her body near the roadside. Detectives soon uncovered another chilling detail. The day after Christmas, Stewart gave those 2 bottles of rare French champagne to an acquaintance as a gift. When detectives questioned him about it, Stewart claimed he bought the bottles from another French truck driver, but investigators didn't believe a word of it. On top of that, they uncovered another intriguing detail. Stewart had always worn a beard, but he completely shaved it off after the murder, right around the time the suspect's sketch started appearing in the news. They also figured out why Celine couldn't reach her cousin when she tried to call him from a payphone. It turned out that the UK had recently changed its phone codes, and Celine had his number written down with the old code in her notebook. Unaware of this update, she dialed the outdated number, and her call never went through. For Stewart's family, friends and coworkers, these revelations were a complete shock. To them, he had always seemed like a devoted family man and a reliable friend. At first, many even refused to believe he could have been involved. But as the media revealed the mounting evidence against him, they had no choice but to face the horrifying truth of who Stewart really was. Stewart's trial began in October of that year, and despite the mountain of evidence against him, he stuck to his story, denying everything. But the jury didn't need long to deliberate. They unanimously found him guilty of murder, and he was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after serving at least 20 years. Soon after his sentencing, Stewart tried to appeal the verdict, claiming that the high-profile nature of the case had biased the jury, preventing him from receiving a fair trial. However, the appeals court rejected his claims. In February 2006, Stewart made another attempt to have his sentence reviewed, but once again, his appeal was denied. 10 years later in 2016, Stewart became eligible for parole, but his request was denied. The reason was clear. Even after spending 2 decades in prison, he still refused to admit to the crime and maintained his innocence. The judge also expressed concerns that Stewart continues to pose a threat to society. At present, he remains incarcerated, with little possibility of release in the near future. It is worth noting that Stewart was ultimately ruled out as a suspect in the other murders previously mentioned. Those crimes were later attributed to a different truck driver, who was apprehended in late 1997. Although prosecutors officially linked him to only 2 murders, they suspect he may be responsible for several other unsolved cases. Regarding Stewart, investigators also theorized that Celine might not have been his only victim. However, despite the passage of time, no concrete evidence has surfaced to tie him to any additional crimes. Feel free to share your thoughts on this case in the comments section. Moving on to the next case. The disappearance of Gretchen Harrington. Advancements in forensic technology and cold case resolutions. With the dedication of organizations like the DNA Dope Project, continuous advancements in forensic science, and the increasing use of genealogy websites, more decades-old cold cases are finally being solved. In 2022, one of the most well-known unidentified cases in the U.S. reached a breakthrough when Joseph Sorelli, formerly known as the boy in the box, was identified. While the exact details surrounding his death remain unknown, cases like his suggest that answers in long-standing mysteries may not be as elusive as they once were. The disappearance of Gretchen Harrington. On the morning of August 15, 1975, 8-year-old Gretchen Harrington left her home to attend summer Bible school. Living in Broomall, Pennsylvania, she was on her way to Trinity Chapel Christian Reformed Church, located less than half a mile from her house. However, somewhere along her route, she vanished. Gretchen never made it to Bible school. Her father, who was a pastor at another church location, was friends with David Zanstra, the pastor of the church Gretchen was supposed to attend that morning. After several hours with no sign of her, Gretchen's father was informed of her disappearance and asked Zanstra to contact the authorities, which he did. An extensive search for the 8-year-old soon began, but no sign of her was found. Just short of 2 months later, on October 14th, skeletal remains were discovered in Ridley Creek State Park, not far from where Gretchen went missing. The remains were soon identified as belonging to the 8-year-old, with the cause of death being determined as injuries to the skull. The case was ruled a homicide and an investigation began, but it grew cold before long. In 2023, almost 48 years after Gretchen's murder in 1975, an arrest was finally made in her case. On July 24th, the Delaware County DA's office announced that 83-year-old David Zanstra had been charged with criminal homicide of the first, second, and third degree, as well as kidnapping of a minor and possession of an instrument of crime. The break in the case came just 1 week earlier when investigators decided to re-interview Zanstra, the pastor of the church Gretchen was attending on the day of her disappearance. Chillingly, not only was Zanstra a devoted family friend, but one of his daughters was Gretchen's closest companion. Police noted that during their 2023 interview with him, he initially denied being involved. However, when he was confronted with evidence of sexual misconduct in the past, he broke down, telling detectives that he'd seen the little girl walking alone on the road on the morning that she went missing. Zanstra claimed that he offered Gretchen a lift to the church, which she accepted because she knew and trusted him. Instead, he took her to a nearby wooded area where he parked the car and asked her to remove her clothing. The 8-year-old refused, however, much to his anger. He struck Gretchen with his fist, leaving her bleeding. Believing she was dead, he covered up her body and fled the scene. DA Jack Stalsteimer labeled Zanstra as a monster, stating, "This is a man who was a remorseless child predator who acted as if he was a friend, a neighbor, and a man of God, and he killed this poor little girl." He added that Zanstra played the part of a family friend for years after Gretchen's death. Investigators had decided to revisit Zanstra when, in the autumn of 2022, a woman came forward wishing to speak to somebody about Gretchen's case. When connected with an officer, the woman stated that she thought she knew who the killer was. Remarkably, she had diaries she'd kept from the 1970s in which she'd written down some of this information. She had been just 10 at the time of the murder and lived in Havertone, around 3 miles east of where Gretchen went missing. This woman had, as a child, also been friends with one of Zanstra's daughters. She recalled sleeping over at their house frequently, and told police that one time she awoke in the middle of the night to find Zanstra molesting her. When she moved, he hurriedly exited the room, but he came back the next night to do it again. When she asked her friend, Zanstra's daughter, about his actions, she replied, "He does that sometimes." When she got home, she told her parents about the incident. They immediately forbade her from sleeping over at the pastor's house. In her diaries, the woman also wrote about an abduction involving a friend of hers named Holly. She wrote, "Guess what? A man tried to kidnap Holly twice. Suspicion falls on Pastor Zanstra. It's a secret, so I can't tell anyone. But I believe he might be the one who kidnapped Gretchen. I think it was Mr. Z." On the day Gretchen went missing, witnesses reported seeing her speaking with a man inside a car. Some accounts even suggested that the vehicle resembled one owned by Zanstra. Despite these observations, investigators at the time were unable to establish a solid link between the pastor and the crime. When Zanstra was arrested in 2023, DNA samples were collected and will be analyzed to determine if they match any unsolved cases. Authorities have also voiced concerns that, due to his position as a pastor, Zanstra may have been involved in the abuse of other children. Moving on to the next case. The Holly Bobo case. A 20-year-old student woke up early to focus on her studies but mysteriously disappeared under highly unusual circumstances. From the start, investigators encountered strange and contradictory leads, yet despite extensive search efforts, she remained missing for 3 years. Eventually, detectives made headway in the case, but each revelation only deepened the mystery. Her disappearance became one of the most perplexing cases in the state, and even after it was resolved, many unanswered questions remained. Holly Lynn Bobo was born on October 12, 1990, in the small American town of Darden, Tennessee. Darden was a quiet, close-knit community with only a few hundred residents, far removed from the hustle and bustle of major cities. Holly lived there with her parents and older brother, and the family enjoyed spending time outdoors, often going hiking, fishing, and swimming in the local creeks. Holly also had a deep love for singing and was actively involved in her church's services. After graduating high school, Holly set her sights on a career in healthcare, aspiring to become a nurse. She enrolled at the University of Tennessee's campus in a nearby town, and by 2011, at the age of 20, was devoting most of her time to her studies. She was also in a committed relationship, dating her high school sweetheart, and the couple was making exciting plans for their future together. Despite attending university, Holly still lived at home since the campus was only a short drive away. Her father had personally built their house, making it deeply meaningful to the family, so Holly had no immediate plans to move out. On the morning of April 13th, she woke up around 4:30 a.m. to prepare for class. A few hours later, her parents left for work while her brother remained asleep. At approximately 7:30 a.m., Holly's boyfriend called her to let her know he planned to go hunting on a large piece of land owned by her grandmother and wanted to confirm that her family wouldn't mind. They spoke for a few minutes, and Holly mentioned that she'd be heading to class soon. A short time later, one of Holly's neighbors stepped outside, preparing to get into his car, when he suddenly heard a sharp, chilling scream coming from the direction of her house. Concerned that something might have happened to a neighbor, he quickly informed his mother, who then called Holly's mom. Alarmed, Holly's mother attempted to call her daughter, but there was no answer. Growing increasingly worried, she decided to return home to check on her. Meanwhile, Holly's brother, who was still asleep at the time, hadn't heard the scream. However, shortly after, the family's dog in the backyard began barking loudly, prompting him to look outside. Peering through the window, he spotted Holly standing in the garage with a man beside her. He couldn't identify him because the man was dressed in camouflage, but his initial assumption was that it could be Holly's boyfriend. Since he knew about his plans to go hunting on their grandmother's land, and that he often wore camouflage, the sight didn't immediately seem alarming. However, from where he stood, Holly's brother couldn't make out what they were saying, but he could tell from her tone that she appeared to be upset. He quickly called his mother to ask if Holly was planning to attend class that day, or if she had invited her boyfriend over instead. However, before he could finish, his mother cut him off, shouting that the man wasn't her boyfriend. Then, she said something completely unexpected. She told him to grab a gun and shoot the man immediately. Stunned, he asked if she was serious, and she firmly responded yes before abruptly hanging up. When he looked back out the window, he saw Holly walking toward the woods near their property, with the man in camouflage holding her hand. This time, he noticed that the man was significantly taller and broader than her boyfriend. Still struggling to process what was happening, he tried calling Holly, but she didn't answer. He also attempted to reach her boyfriend, but there was no response from him either. Meanwhile, their mother had already contacted the police, but because she was working in a neighboring county, her call was routed to a different station. Shortly after, her son called her back to inform her that Holly had walked into the woods with the unknown man. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he grabbed his gun and rushed outside. However, by the time he got there, Holly was nowhere to be seen. What he did notice, though, were splatters of blood inside the garage. Alarmed, he immediately called the police. Officers arrived at the house within minutes, but by then, there was no sign of Holly. Her brother showed them the blood in the garage and described the strange man he had seen. The only details he could provide were that the man was wearing camouflage and a cap, which obscured his face, making it difficult to identify him. Still, he remembered that the man had long, dark hair that reached down to his back. He also mentioned that he couldn't make out what Holly and the man were talking about, but he noticed the man had a fairly deep voice. The whole situation seemed strange to the police, but they didn't rush to start a full investigation. The local police department had very little experience handling cases like this, so they weren't sure what to do. In those critical first hours, they didn't search the woods, secure the house or the blood-stained garage, or even talk to the neighbors. When Holly's parents returned home, they quickly realized that the officers weren't putting in any real effort to find their daughter. After repeated pleas from the family to begin a proper investigation, officers finally organized a search of the woods, spoke with neighbors, and brought in forensic experts to examine the blood in the garage. They also confirmed that Holly's boyfriend couldn't have been the man she was seen with. Besides the fact that her brother had noted the man looked very different, the police verified that her boyfriend was out hunting at the time of her disappearance. The search in the woods turned up nothing, so investigators requested GPS data from Holly's phone. It showed her moving north for about 30 minutes before heading back in the opposite direction. The last signal came from a spot in the woods, just a few hundred yards from her house. After that, the phone seemed to have been turned off. Police went to search that area and soon found the phone. Its SIM card was removed, but there was no sign of Holly herself. The search continued for several days but led nowhere. Meanwhile, something strange started happening. People in their small town began finding Holly's belongings scattered around. First, someone found her lunch container on the street, then a receipt with her name on it. Another resident came across her school card. It was all pretty strange, but the police still couldn't figure out who was leaving these items. They considered that it might have been Holly herself, or maybe the person who took her. With no progress in finding Holly, investigators turned to the list of convicted criminals in the area. Soon, their attention shifted to a local man named Terry, who had multiple assault charges on his record. Digging deeper, they found that his victims shared striking similarities with Holly in both age and appearance. Terry also matched the height and build description of the man seen with Holly, so investigators began looking into his possible involvement in her disappearance. They obtained a warrant to search his home but found no evidence. Next, they set up a wiretap, monitoring his calls and conversations for several weeks, but they still couldn't uncover anything that connected him to Holly's case. The investigators continued looking into other suspects and kept expanding their search area. With each passing week, more and more volunteers joined the effort. But despite their combined efforts, the search operations brought no results. For the next several months, there was barely any progress in Holly's case. Eventually, the police called off the ground search, shifting their focus entirely to investigating potential suspects. But this didn't lead anywhere either. Holly's family was devastated. They had no clue what had happened to her, where she might be, or if she was even alive. They also blamed the local police department, feeling the authorities hadn't put in enough effort, especially in those crucial first days. Looking back, the family realized the police had taken almost no action in the first 72 hours, which are often critical in missing persons cases. Despite their frustration, complaints, and constant push for a more active investigation, Holly's fate remained unknown. This went on for 3 years until something unexpected happened. In March 2014, police arrested a local man named Dylan, known to authorities for his involvement with illegal substances, on charges of unlawful weapon possession. During his interrogation, he made an unexpected confession, claiming he had seen Holly after she was abducted. According to Dylan, on the day of Holly's disappearance, he had gone to his brother Zach's house to pick up a car. When he entered the living room, he saw his brother, their mutual friend Jason, and another person, Holly. She was sitting in a chair, looking terrified. Dylan claimed that Zach told him he had kidnapped Holly, assaulted her, and even filmed it. As for what happened afterward, Dylan said only that she was killed soon after the abduction, insisting he had no part in the murder. He also mentioned that his brother had been wearing camouflage that day. The police brought Zach and Jason in for questioning, but both denied any involvement in Holly's disappearance. Investigators also searched their homes for any evidence or the alleged video of Holly's assault, but found nothing. Shortly after this, a woman contacted the police with another unexpected story. She claimed that she had previously lived with a man named Jeffrey, and one day he had shown her a clip from a video where a man assaulted a young woman. Jeffrey told her that the woman in the video was Holly and that the man doing that was Zach. He also mentioned that the video had been recorded by his brother, Mark. Detectives met with this woman and asked if she'd be willing to call Jeffrey while they recorded the conversation. She agreed, and during the call, she brought up the video. From Jeffrey's responses, detectives felt certain he really had shown her the recording. Shortly after, Jeffrey and his brother were both arrested. During questioning, both denied any involvement in Holly's disappearance and claimed not to know anything about the video. When detectives played Jeffrey the recording of his conversation with the woman, he said he had probably misunderstood her question. He added that his ex-wife's name was also Holly, suggesting he might have misinterpreted what she. Police searched the brothers' homes and examined all their devices but were unable to find the video. They also found no evidence linking the brothers to the other 3 suspects. In the end, they had to release the brothers as the witness statement alone was not enough. However, as investigators continued trying to establish connections between these people and Zach, they uncovered another suspect. They found that a man named Shane had been in contact with Zach on the day of Holly's disappearance and decided to question him. They suspected that Zach might have asked him for help in disposing of the body. And during the interrogation, Shane confirmed that he indeed knew where Holly's remains were hidden. Detectives offered him full immunity in exchange for testifying against others involved and leading them to the body. Shane agreed, but for some reason, he was ultimately unable to locate Holly's remains. In the end, the investigators revoked the deal and began considering other ways to obtain confessions or some new evidence against these suspects. While investigators were pursuing this lead, they received an unexpected call. In September 2014, a group of men went hunting in a forest about 19 miles from Holly's home. One of them spotted a large bucket hidden in the brush and decided to take a look. When he turned it over, he found a human skull and immediately reported it to the police. Forensic experts arrived on the scene and collected partial remains, which they sent to the lab for identification. Right away, detectives suspected these might be Holly's, and dental records quickly confirmed it. The remains had been out in the woods for 3 years, so finding out exactly what happened was nearly impossible. But one thing was certain, a bullet hole in the skull confirmed she'd been shot. Now there was no question, Holly's death was a homicide. With the case now officially classified as a murder, detectives zeroed in on their 4 main suspects, Zach, his brother Dylan, their friend Jason, and their acquaintance Shane. The detectives decided to focus on Jason and brought him in for questioning. At first, he kept denying any involvement, but when the police told him that he could face a life sentence for murder, Jason agreed to testify against Zach. According to Jason, on the day of Holly's disappearance, he went over to Zach's house to buy drugs. Along with Zach, his brother and Shane were also there. They told him they had killed Holly and now needed to get rid of the evidence. Zach then showed him Holly's body wrapped in a blanket lying in the trunk of his car. Zach asked Jason to help dispose of the body, and he agreed. While Shane burned Holly's belongings in a barrel, he and Zach drove to the Tennessee River Bridge to throw her into the water. But when they pulled her out of the trunk, Zach realized she was still alive and shot her. Fearing the gunshot might attract attention, Zach quickly changed his plan. He put Holly's body back in the car and drove off to find another hiding place, dropping Jason off along the way. Sometime later, when Zach reached out to Jason, he mentioned he'd hidden Holly's body in the woods. But as it turned out, the location he described wasn't where her remains were actually found. Jason's story about the abduction also raised some questions. According to him, Zach, his brother, and Shane initially went to Holly's brother's house to teach him how to produce illegal substances. There, they saw Holly and apparently mentioned their plans to her. She became outraged, yelling at them to leave. Worried she'd exposed their illegal activities, the trio decided to abduct her. This version seemed odd for several reasons. First, Holly's brother claimed he had never been interested in making illegal substances and had never discussed it with any of the suspects. Second, when he woke up, he saw only one person with his sister, and that person didn't match Zach's description. The only one fitting what he remembered was Shane. Where the other two suspects were at that moment remained unclear. Jason also revealed that after abducting Holly, the three men took her to an old barn belonging to Shane's grandmother, where they assaulted her. It's worth mentioning that the check with Holly's name on it and her school card were found less than 100 yards from Shane's house. As for Zach and his brother, the police managed to find several pieces of circumstantial evidence linking them to the crime. Right after Holly's abduction, multiple neighbors reported seeing a white pickup speeding away from her house, and Zach owned a similar truck. His vehicle was also spotted by a surveillance camera near her home. Zach's ex-girlfriend told investigators that he had occasionally threatened her, saying something like, "I'll tie you up like Holly, and no one will ever see you again." Several other witnesses claimed that he had told them, directly or indirectly, about his involvement in Holly's disappearance. Police also learned that Zach had threatened his brother, warning him that he'd end up in the same hole next to her if he cooperated with the investigation. Detectives also learned from a local resident that after the murder, Shane and Zach offered him a gun in exchange for illegal substances, and he accepted the deal. He later threw the weapon into the water, where police eventually recovered it. However, there were no fingerprints or DNA on it, so experts couldn't link it to the crime. As the prosecution prepared for trial, gathering all the evidence, the case took yet another unexpected turn. Shane, who had initially agreed to cooperate with the police but then failed to lead them to Holly's remains, was found dead in a hotel room. Authorities concluded he had done it himself, though the exact reason remained unknown. His lawyer blamed the investigators, insisting they had threatened Shane with a long prison sentence. The suspects' trials were held separately, starting with Zach's. His trial began in September 2017, 6 years after Holly's murder. Though Zach pleaded not guilty, Jason's testimony, along with other pieces of circumstantial evidence, weighed heavily against him. After a few weeks, the jury found him guilty of murder, sentencing him to life in prison, along with 2 additional 25-year terms for kidnapping and assault. In January the following year, Dylan went to trial. He decided to take a plea deal, admitting to helping with the kidnapping and murder, though the deal didn't require him to testify against anyone else or provide any specific details. He was sentenced to 35 years with no chance of parole. As for Jason, due to his cooperation, he received an 8-year sentence with the opportunity for early release. So, Holly's case was officially closed. But even after that, many questions remained. The prosecution lacked a single solid piece of evidence directly linking the suspects to her kidnapping. No fingerprints, DNA, or other evidence was ever found that Holly had been in Zach's car or home. The suspects' families and defense insisted that the entire case was built on a fabrication. They claimed police first coerced Dylan into making a false statement, and later did the same with Jason, threatening him with prison time if he refused. Dylan and Jason's stories also didn't fully align. Initially, Dylan claimed he had gone to his brother's house that day to pick up a car and saw Holly and Jason there. But Jason stated he arrived after they'd already put Holly's body in the trunk and even alleged that Dylan had been directly involved in the abduction. There was also another questionable detail. According to investigators, the person who led Holly into the woods was likely Shane, as he was the only one whose height and build matched her brother's description. However, Shane had short, light hair, while Holly's brother recalled seeing a man with long, dark hair. A former Tennessee Bureau of Investigation officer, who worked on the case in its early stages, shared a few more curious insights. He mentioned that they requested cell tower data to track the location of each suspect's phone, but none of them appeared to be near Holly's house. However, since cell tower data only provides a rough estimate within a relatively large area, it wasn't definitive. The investigators also revealed that they found a palm print on Holly's car that didn't match hers, her family's, or any of her friends. They compared it to all the suspects as well, but none of them matched either. Yet, there was no certainty that this print was even relevant to the case. Zach's attorney argued that a much more likely suspect was a man named Terry, whom police investigated during the initial months. As we recall, they questioned him, searched his house, and even placed a wiretap on him, but found no evidence to confirm his involvement. Terry's wife claimed she was home with him that morning while he was installing a new bathtub, but the defense attorney argued that her alibi might have been inaccurate. He said that she was actually at work that morning and that Terry had called her there. When investigators checked with the store where he supposedly bought the tub, they couldn't confirm the sale. Adding to suspicions, right after Holly's disappearance, Terry cut off his long, dark hair. According to the attorney, not only could Terry's wife have faked an alibi for him, but she might have even helped him commit his crimes. Terry had several convictions for assaults on other women, and in some cases, his wife allegedly helped him. Lastly, forensic experts couldn't completely rule out a match between Terry's palm print and the one found on Holly's car. While they could confidently rule out everyone else, they couldn't do the same for Terry. Despite all of this, the prosecution remained firm, insisting that the suspect's guilt was proven beyond doubt, with too many circumstantial factors pointing to their involvement. Jason served only 3 years before being released early. But just a few months later, he was arrested again on weapons charges, putting him back behind bars to await trial. Then, at the beginning of 2024, Jason made an unexpected statement. He claimed that his previous testimony had been fabricated, and he never actually saw Holly that day. According to him, he had fabricated the entire story to avoid a life sentence, making a deal with the police based on false claims. Following this, Zach filed a motion for a new trial, but in late September 2024, it was denied. The judge determined that Jason's retraction alone was not enough to overturn the conviction, as there were still other circumstantial pieces of evidence against Zach. Notably, at the time Jason withdrew his testimony, he was still awaiting trial for his weapons charges. About a month before the judge ruled on Zach's appeal, Jason was sentenced to 19 years in prison. This timing raises suspicions about his motives. His sudden change of story may have been an attempt to influence his own case or reduce his sentence. As things stand, all 3 men remain incarcerated, and their only real chance at a retrial depends on whether their lawyers can uncover new evidence that either proves their innocence or identifies another suspect. So far, however, no progress has been made in that regard, and the prosecution remains firm in its stance that all 3 are undeniably guilty. Let us know your thoughts on this case in the comments. Moving on to the next case. Carl Switzer. As a society, we have an undeniable fascination with celebrities. While some people dream of achieving that level of fame, others see it as a nightmare. The intense public scrutiny celebrities face often makes it difficult to view them as ordinary individuals. Their lives are frequently treated as a source of entertainment, and unfortunately, their deaths can become spectacles as well, especially when they result from violence, as in the case of Carl Switzer. Born in 1927, Carl Dean Switzer gained fame as a child actor after landing the role of Alfalfa in the comedy short series Our Gang during the mid-1930s. However, he had no way of knowing at the time that Alfalfa would become the series' most cherished and well-remembered character, portraying the humorous adventures of a mischievous group of friends. After departing from Our Gang in the 1940s, Carl struggled to maintain his acting career. He remained in Hollywood, taking on minor roles in films such as It's a Wonderful Life and working in B-movies. To supplement his income, he also became a dog breeder and trainer. In 1959, he agreed to train a treeing Walker Coonhound, a hunting dog, for his longtime friend Moses, Bud Stilts. The two had originally met while working together on multiple productions at the Corriganville Movie Ranch in California. However, things took a turn for the worse when the dog ran off after a bear, and Carl was unable to track it down. Upon hearing that his valuable hunting dog had gone missing, possibly for good, Stilts insisted that Carl either return the animal or compensate him for its worth. Unfortunately, Carl was in no position to pay. He was already struggling financially and had recently gone through a divorce, leaving him with little means to cover the loss. Instead of paying outright, Carl turned to the local newspapers, placing ads offering a monetary reward for the dog's safe return. Fortunately, the dog was found and brought back. The downside, however, was that Carl had to shell out $35, the modern-day equivalent of about $370, as a reward, along with $15 worth of alcohol, which would be around $160 today. A few days later, on January 21st, Carl was still upset about losing $50 over a dog that wasn't even his. Frustrated, he vented to a friend about the situation, and together they agreed that Stilts should reimburse Carl for the reward money. Determined to settle the matter, the two made their way to Stilts' home in the Mission Hills neighborhood of Los Angeles. But things did not go as planned. Stilts was at some point struck over the left side of his head with a glass clock during the dispute, and in response, he grabbed his .3 caliber revolver which Carl attempted to wrestle from him. Their struggle caused the gun to go off, narrowly missing Stilts' 14-year-old stepson. Stilts would later claim that Carl had banged on the door and demanded to be let into the home, and then events played out as previously stated. After the gun went off, Stilts alleged that Carl then grabbed a knife and yelled, "I'm going to kill you." Afraid for his life, Stilts shot the 31-year-old, damaging an artery and causing massive internal bleeding. Carl was pronounced dead at the hospital. Tom Corrigan, Stilts' stepson who was almost shot that day, had a different version of events, however. He claimed that his stepfather shot Carl as he and his friend were leaving. Reportedly, Carl had turned to leave just after the gun went off during the struggle. Carl never wielded a knife or made any threats towards Stilts. However, Tom was never given the opportunity to testify during the coroner's inquest, and Stilts' account of events was accepted as fact. This was despite his prior conviction for perjury and several inconsistencies in the physical evidence that cast doubt on his story. Ultimately, the shooting was ruled an act of self-defense. Tom Corrigan, however, never wavered in his version of what transpired. Decades later, in February 2001, he told reporters that what happened was closer to murder than self-defense. He also revealed that after killing Carl, Stilts had threatened to kill Carl's friend as well. But before he could act, the sound of approaching sirens interrupted him. Tom firmly believes that the arrival of law enforcement is the only reason Carl's friend survived that night. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Gilgo Oak Beach. The relentless crashing of waves and the eerie howling of the wind nearly drown out any conversation, or even the occasional screams of those at Gilgo Oak Beach, a secluded stretch of wetlands and sandy dunes off Ocean Parkway. This entire expanse, known as Jones Beach Island, falls under the jurisdiction of the nearby town of Babylon and is primarily a tourist destination during the warmer months. However, absent from vacation brochures and boat rental advertisements is any mention of the fact that more than 16 bodies have been discovered, brutally murdered and buried across its beaches, marshes, and surrounding areas. For over a decade, visitors seeking relaxation and scenic photos at Gilgo Oak Beach remained largely unaware that a serial killer had been preying upon the community. Despite relentless efforts by internet sleuths and private investigators hired by victims' families to scour the treacherous landscape for leads, the serene setting seemed to conceal more mysteries than solutions. That changed in July 2023 when a long-awaited breakthrough finally brought new developments to light. The case of the Long Island serial killer remains active and ongoing. The first sign that a murderer was at large surfaced during the search for 24-year-old Shannon Gilbert, a sex worker who vanished following a frantic 911 call in May 2010. Although authorities failed to locate her body at the time, their investigation took a gruesome turn in December 2010 when 4 other corpses were unexpectedly uncovered along Ocean Parkway at Gilgo Oak Beach. It was Shannon's chilling 911 call, made just after midnight on May 1, 2010, that sparked the extensive search. While she was not found in the initial efforts, her desperate plea for help ultimately led to the exposure of multiple other victims. It all started on a stifling summer night when 23-year-old Shannon Gilbert, an escort, was on a client visit and made a brief phone call to her driver, Michael Pock. The call lasted 3 minutes, during which Shannon informed him that she had finished with her client in Manhattan and needed to be picked up. This arrangement was common among call girls in the city. Drivers acted as a form of external security, providing a safeguard for the often vulnerable, newly independent women who relied on them for transportation. In return, the drivers were compensated either with an hourly wage or a percentage of the escort's earnings. While the escorts engaged directly with clients, referred to in the industry as Johns, their drivers served as their lifeline to the outside world, ready to step in if needed. At 12:20 a.m., Shannon was contacted by another prospective client, reportedly through Craigslist, though Michael Pock never confirmed this to authorities. He later told police that he was unsure how the man, later identified as Joseph Brewer, had gotten Shannon's contact information but stated that the client, located in Long Island, had requested her services. By 2 a.m., Shannon and Pock arrived at Brewer's gated community, where the meeting was set to take place. Some have questioned why she accepted a call from such a remote location, as Ocean Parkway is over a 90-minute drive from Manhattan, an area that most escorts tended to avoid. Some believe that Shannon's visit involved more than just companionship, and a revealing slip from her driver suggested that drugs played a role in the encounter. During later police interviews, Michael Pock recalled that at some point during the meeting, Shannon and Joseph Brewer left the house to obtain, in his words, more drugs. The situation took an unexpected turn when Michael was later summoned inside Brewer's home after Shannon allegedly refused to leave, an unusual scenario for both the client and the driver. Upon entering the upscale yet disheveled residence, which bore the marks of frequent partying, Michael urged Shannon to leave. This moment was captured in a frantic 911 call Shannon made, a recording that remained undisclosed to the public for over a decade. In the distressing call, Michael Pock doesn't sound angry but rather confused as he pleads with Shannon to exit the home. The recordings indicate that he was attempting to convince her to leave and was offering to drive her back to New York City. Authorities ultimately ruled him out as a suspect, as he even acknowledged during the call that Shannon was speaking with police and appeared unconcerned by it, though clearly bewildered. While Michael did not display hostility towards Shannon for contacting law enforcement, one notable moment in the 23-minute call stood out. He reminded her that he had his gun with him. Whether the firearm was legally obtained or if he possessed a permit to carry it remains unclear. Given this uncertainty, it is perhaps unsurprising that Michael wished to avoid any police involvement that night. Supporters of the police decision to clear Shannon's driver early in the investigation argue that if he had any connection to the other victims, it would have surfaced long ago, given his proximity to Shannon during the recorded 911 call. The fact that authorities ruled him out suggests no links were found between him and the murdered sex workers. After Shannon's frantic call to 911, between 4 and 5 a.m., Gus Coletti, a resident of the same gated community where Joseph Brewer lived, had already begun his strict morning routine. While shaving, he suddenly heard desperate screams outside his home, Shannon's voice crying out, "Help me! Help me! They're going to kill me!" A well-mannered and inquisitive man, Gus opened his door and welcomed the distressed young woman inside, guiding her to a chair before immediately contacting the police himself. During his 911 call, Gus can be heard describing Shannon as looking no older than 14. While on the phone, he repeatedly urged her to explain what was wrong, but she simply stared at him in silence. As he tried to reassure her that help was on the way, Shannon suddenly bolted out of his home, seemingly unsettled by the fact that he had called 911, even though she had been speaking with emergency dispatchers herself just moments earlier. As she disappeared into the night, Gus noticed a black SUV driving erratically down the road, stopping at random intervals as if searching for someone. That vehicle was being driven by Michael Pock, who was desperately trying to locate Shannon after she had fled from Joseph Brewer's home. Moments after spotting the black SUV making erratic stops along the road, Gus noticed Shannon crouched beneath his boat, seemingly hiding from the vehicle. As she remained tucked away, the SUV's driver pulled up and asked Gus if he had seen her. Gus later recalled responding that he had and that he had already contacted the authorities. What unsettled him most, however, was Michael Pock's reaction. He allegedly replied, "You shouldn't have done that. She's going to get in a lot of trouble." Initially, this statement appeared ominous, but as more details emerged about Shannon's work as an escort, it seemed more reflective of the ongoing legal and societal challenges surrounding sex workers' rights. In New York City, sex work was illegal, though escorts were permitted to advertise their services under the guise of companionship or domestic roles like maids. However, any form of sexual exchange remained prohibited. After his brief exchange with Gus, Michael watched as Shannon, still visibly distressed, ran off toward the intersection of Sandy Drive, her figure vanishing into the dim pre-dawn darkness. Later, Michael claimed that he believed Shannon was angry with him and had chosen not to return with him, leading him to leave for New York City without notifying the police that she was missing. While Gus never saw Shannon again, his neighbors did. One of them, Barbara Brennan, became the next person Shannon reached out to, possibly drawn to her home due to its distinctiveness. Unlike the surrounding houses, Barbara's home was illuminated by a continuous vigil light, which she kept burning in memory of her late husband. When Shannon began pounding on Barbara Brennan's door, the startled homeowner chose caution over immediate aid. Rather than opening her door to a stranger in distress, she made 2 phone calls. The first, at approximately 5:22 a.m., was to the police. The second was to her neighbor, Tom Canning, who quickly arrived with his hunting dog. Their presence seemed to startle Shannon, who once again fled into the darkness, moving further away from the safety of civilization. This would be the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When officers arrived on the scene, they conducted a foot search for Shannon but ultimately decided against searching the marshlands, citing the high water level, an oversight that would later prove to be highly controversial. Initially, the Suffolk County Police Department's Missing Persons Bureau had requested the use of a cadaver dog, a German Shepherd named Blue, to aid in the search. Throughout the summer of 2010, authorities frequently combed the area, hoping to locate Shannon. However, it was the dog's handler who persisted in his efforts, and on December 11, 2010, his determination finally led to a discovery, though not the one anyone had anticipated. Using statistical data from the FBI, which suggests that deliberately abandoned bodies are often found near roadways, Blue's handler redirected the search to a new location. In a shocking turn of events, Blue successfully uncovered 4 bodies over the course of 2 days. However, none of the remains belonged to Shannon, the original focus of the search. Due to the dense vegetation and a light layer of snow, previous human search efforts had overlooked the area. Yet Blue was able to detect a scent, leading his handler, Officer John Malya, to skeletal remains. These remains were found inside a deteriorated burlap sack and were later identified as those of Melissa Barthélemy. This discovery marked the beginning of a grim revelation. Within the next 48 hours, police unearthed 3 additional bodies along the stretch of Ocean Parkway. The victims had been discarded in an area shaped by relentless winds, shifting sands, and harsh coastal elements, making evidence collection a challenging task. Despite these conditions, investigators determined that the remains belonged to Maureen Brainerd Barnes, Melissa Barthélemy, Megan Waterman, and Amber Costello. Found within just 500 feet, 150 meters, of one another, they became collectively known as the Gilgo Four. While the discovery of the Gilgo Four was already a shock to the Long Island community, it was only the beginning. Over time, authorities would uncover more than 10 victims in the surrounding area, confirming their initial fear. There was a serial killer at large. Dominic Barone, then chief of detectives for the Suffolk County Police Department, emphasized the striking similarities among the Gilgo Four. Each victim shared physical traits, including a petite frame, hazel eyes, and a small stature. They also worked as call girls and used Craigslist to advertise their services. The chief further noted that the killer likely used online platforms such as Craigslist and Backpage to search for victims based on specific physical attributes. Later victims, Jessica Taylor and Valerie Mack, discovered in 2011, also fit this distinct pattern. Beyond physical characteristics, the manner in which the bodies were disposed of pointed to a single perpetrator. Many of the remains were wrapped in or covered with burlap, a detail police have kept largely undisclosed but have acknowledged as a recurring element in the case. As call girls, all 4 victims led lives that required them to meet with strangers for money, a profession that, by necessity, demanded certain survival instincts. Yet, despite their precautions, they had all fallen prey to a predator who understood their vulnerabilities. While many of the victims advertised their services on platforms like Craigslist and Backpage, the final decision on whether to accept a job and how to handle the call ultimately rested with them. Detectives believe that the fact that 2 of the Gilgo Four left their phones behind suggests a possible level of trust with this particular client. Going to a job without a phone was highly unusual, making this detail especially significant. Maureen Brainerd Barnes was the first of the 4 women later discovered on Gilgo Beach to go missing. She was last heard from on July 9, 2007. In February of that year, Maureen had called her friend Sarah, saying she had been robbed of all her cash but still had her phone. She asked Sarah, who lived in Connecticut, for a ride, but her friend was unable to pick her up. That call would be the last time anyone heard from Maureen. Investigators suspect that Maureen brought her phone with her on what would be her final job, and afterward, the killer may have accessed her contacts. Not long after her disappearance, Sarah received a call from an unfamiliar number, possibly from a burner phone, leading to speculation that the killer was attempting to make contact. The caller did not explain how he had obtained Sarah's number but mentioned her Connecticut area code, stating that he had recently interacted with a young woman from the same region. He claimed that Maureen was alive and staying at a whorehouse in Queens. However, the man refused to give his name or a specific location, only saying that he would call back with an exact address. That second call never came. Despite efforts by the NYPD, no trace of Maureen was found, and her phone remained inactive for over a year. Then, in February 2008, a surprising development occurred. Maureen's phone connected with a Long Island cell tower near Fire Island, just a few miles from where her remains would later be discovered. Forensic experts determined that this ping was triggered when someone powered on her phone and accessed her voicemail. Given that this activity took place more than a year after Maureen's presumed murder, investigators strongly suspect that it was the killer who had turned on her phone, causing it to register with the nearby tower. Following Maureen's disappearance, the next victim in the Gilgo Four to go missing was Melissa Barthélemy. Melissa had worked tirelessly to obtain her cosmetology license, harboring dreams of one day opening her own hair salon. Tragically, she went missing on July 10, 2009, 2 years after Maureen's disappearance, and about a year before Shannon vanished. Much like in Maureen's case, the killer exploited the victim's phone to reach out to a loved one. This time, he contacted Melissa's younger sister, Amanda Bartholomew, who lived in Buffalo, New York. However, in a disturbing shift from the anonymous calls made to Maureen's friend Sarah, the killer used Melissa's own phone to make contact. Seeing her sister's number on the screen, Amanda answered without hesitation, expecting to hear Melissa's voice. Instead, she was met with the chilling sound of a stranger, the very person responsible for her sister's disappearance. The calls, which only ever came in the evenings, left an indelible mark on Amanda's memory. Inexplicably, law enforcement never obtained recordings of these calls, but Amanda, just 16 at the time, vividly recalls the terror they instilled. The first words she heard from the sinister voice on the line still haunt her. "Is this Melissa's sister?" Amanda recalls the chilling moment when a man spoke in a low, menacing voice. She simply replied yes before he continued in a sinister tone, "Do you know what your sister is doing? She's a whore." On one occasion, Amanda's mother, Lynn, attempted to answer the calls herself, but the moment the killer heard her voice, he immediately hung up. Determined to document every unsettling encounter, Lynn kept a journal of the calls and later handed it over to investigators. However, despite this evidence, no viable leads emerged from the police investigation. Although the family promptly informed authorities about the repeated calls, law enforcement failed to act swiftly, delaying any attempt to trace or record them. Media reports vary on whether their efforts were ever successful. In a desperate bid for answers, Melissa's family turned to a trusted friend in law enforcement, which finally led to some insight into the call's origins. According to data obtained from the phone company, the killer's calls had pinged off at least 3 different cell towers. 2 were in New York City, one near Times Square and another near Madison Square Garden, while the third was in Oyster Bay, Nassau County. Notably, this last location was close to where Melissa was last confirmed to be alive, as she had previously checked her voicemail from that area. Some reports indicate that once police finally managed to set up a phone tracker, the killer outmaneuvered them yet again, ensuring that each of his taunting calls lasted less than 3 minutes, just short of the time needed for a proper trace. At the time, the available technology made it nearly impossible to trace a call lasting less than 3 minutes. Unfortunately, in February, a Buffalo television station irresponsibly broadcast details about law enforcement's tracing attempts and the locations of cell tower pings. Police suspected that the killer was following the case closely, as the calls immediately stopped after the report aired. This media leak inadvertently led him to exercise more caution, depriving investigators of any further opportunities to gather evidence through his taunting phone calls. Chronologically, the first 2 victims of the Gilgo 4, Maureen Brainerd Barnes and Melissa Bartholomew, had loved ones who were contacted and tormented after their disappearances. The presumed killer called Maureen's friend, Sarah, from an untraceable number, while he used Melissa's own phone to reach her younger sister, Amanda. However, the last 2 victims, Amber Costello and Megan Waterman, appeared to have been convinced to leave their phones behind before meeting the suspect. For call girls, it was highly unusual to go into a client's home without a means of communication, making this behavior particularly suspicious. Megan's mother strongly asserted that such an action was out of character for her daughter, as she was known to be extremely attached to her phone. This peculiarity led internet sleuths dedicated to the case to speculate whether the killer had used a specific excuse to convince the women to disconnect from the outside world. Some theorized that he might have claimed to suffer from a medical condition, such as a heart arrhythmia, and possibly had a pacemaker or similar device implanted, which could have been leveraged as an excuse to prevent phone usage. Some speculate that the killer may have used concerns about implanted heart devices to convince the victims to leave their cell phones behind. At the time, technology was believed to interfere with such devices, and patients were advised to keep cell phones at least 6 inches away from their implants while being cautious around strong electronic signals. Amber's male roommate recalled speaking with her before she left for what would be her final appointment. He encouraged her to bring her phone, but she was insistent that the client did not want her to have it. She did not offer further details on why this request was made, leaving lingering questions about what was said to persuade her. Those who support this theory argue that, whether the medical condition was real or fabricated, it could provide a plausible explanation for why the victims made the unusual decision to disconnect from the outside world. Megan Waterman was another victim who was convinced to leave her phone behind. She often took jobs at the direction of her boyfriend, Akeem Cruz, who went by the name Vibe and also acted as her pimp. He was responsible for placing online ads for her services, using a laptop to manage her appointments. Megan was last seen alive in CCTV footage at the Holiday Inn Express in Hauppauge, New York, wearing a yellow shirt as she walked through the hotel lobby. Before she left the premises, a witness last spotted Megan near a liquor store. This would be the last time that Megan was seen alive. Cops questioned her so-called handler Vibe and took possession of his laptop, but police say he is currently not a suspect. In March of 2011, just 3 months after the Google 4 had been located, the dismembered hands, forearms and skull of a then unidentified female were found along a nearby stretch of Ocean Parkway. These remains were eventually DNA matched to a torso in Manaville, a nearby town in Suffolk County back in February 2003. These remains were located 1 mile east of the original dump site. These body parts, separated by time and dump site, would later be identified as that of 20-year-old Jessica Taylor. Then on April 4, 2011, another school, a pair of hands and a right foot were found in a plastic bag near Ocean Parkway on Gilgal Beach. These remains would be designated as Jane Doe No. 6 until being linked by DNA to the Manaville Jane Doe. Similarly to the torso discovered in February 2003, another female torso had been discovered in February. The torso of a woman was found by hikers in the Long Island Pine Barrens in Manaville. It had been wrapped in plastic garbage bags and unceremoniously dumped in the woods near Halsey Manor Road. For many years, the identity of the owner of the torso was unknown, but almost a decade later in 2020, police announced that they had positively identified the Manaville Jane Doe as Valerie Mack, 24, born July 2, 1976. The same day, April 4, that the second female torso was found, police discovered 2 additional sets of skeletal remains, an unidentified female toddler, baby doe, and an unidentified Asian male who was small in stature and was reportedly donning female clothing. Police speculated that this unnamed male may have been mistaken for a woman by his killer. While adult females were dismembered, the lack of mutilation of the toddler and of the Asian male shows that there may have been an underlying sexual aspect to the mutilations, but not to the killings themselves. Perhaps the killings were done in order to get the victims to their preferred state. Police wondered if, for the killer, it was more about the destination than the journey. Detectives say that the dismemberment occurred in a particular manner of which the police have not released more details. Then on April 11, 2011, in what was becoming a sad and shocking pattern of death and mutilation, 2 more bodies were found in Nassau County. The first piece of remains found that day was the skull of an unidentified woman. True to the patterns beginning to emerge, the woman's dismembered legs had previously been discovered on Fire Island back in 1996. These remains would be referred to as Fire Island Doe. Police would eventually make the connection that this very island was the same island from which Gilco 4 victim Maureen Raynard Barnes' phone had last pinged. A gruesome geographic perimeter of attack was emerging. Just as in the first body found that morning, a portion of the remains of the second body found that day had also been previously uncovered, this time by a hiker on a beautifully deceptive spring day in 1997. The hiker accidentally stumbled upon an unidentified woman's dismembered torso wrapped inside a plastic bag and put in a Rubbermaid container. Seemingly of African American descent, the torso was found in Hempstead Lake Park, New York. This victim bore a distinctive tattoo of peaches arranged in a heart shape, thus she was nicknamed Peaches by investigating officers. These remains were later identified as the body of the mother of the unidentified toddler whose remains had been located in Suffolk County a few weeks prior, and who police had been referring to as Baby Doe. On November 29, 2011, police announced that they believed one person to be responsible for all 10 murders. They commented further that they believed the perpetrator was almost certainly a local from Long Island. Police disclosed that although cause of death was unable to be determined, the single killer theory stemmed from common characteristics of the victims, and they noted many similarities between the individual treatment of the bodies and the condition of the remains. Later, police would announce a $25,000 reward for information leading to an arrest in the Long Island murders, but to no avail. In February, Shannon Gilbert, the impetus to the original unearthing of countless remains, was finally found deceased in Oak Beach 19 months after her mysterious disappearance. Perplexing to both the public and the police, her purse and some of her clothes were found nearly half a mile from where her body was located. Police, in what many believe is an illogical theory, state that Shannon must have been panicked and cold and most likely had undressed herself before accidentally drowning. The true cause of her death is still contested, as state medical examiners claimed her death to be accidental, yet her family believes otherwise and refused to bury her. Their tenacity in uncovering the truth led to a legal battle which caused Shannon's remains to lay in the Suffolk County Medical Examiner's office for 4 years until she could be re-examined by another forensic scientist. A private and unbiased autopsy report states that Shannon's hide bone, a U-shaped bone in the throat area, was shattered, indicating a manual strangulation, as the hide bone is not able to be broken from natural forces. Shannon's hide bone was missing its so-called horns, the horn-shaped tips that make up the U-shape of the free-floating bone. Shannon's bones had been boiled so that state forensic anthropologists would be able to examine them. However, this caused the bones to be devoid of soft tissue, and by the time the independent medical examiner could investigate her body, there was no way to verify the possible presence of ligature marks, which would be leftover forensic artifacts of a manual strangulation. According to the FBI, manual strangulation is statistically the most common method of silencing women who are victims of a homicide. Another discrepancy in the condition of Shannon's remains as it relates to cause of death is the position in which Shannon was discovered. Shannon was found face up in the marshy area of Oak Park. However, normally drowning victims are found face down, as that is where the weight is distributed when the victims are allowed to free float. The stomach and the chest and the face go into the water because that is where the weight is distributed. Some critics of the one killer theory point to the variety of the disposal of the victims' bodies as a reason that more than one man may be involved. This is because some of the victims were found dismembered and others were found completely intact. Some were found wrapped with various substances such as plastic, burlap, or Rubbermaid Tupperware, while others were simply left to nature. Those who disagreed with the single killer theory used this as evidence that separate killers may have been responsible. However, when it comes to serial killers, there is a common myth of consistency. While the behaviors, devices, or the morality mind games they play on themselves may be the same, the manner in which they choose to enact these fantasies can vary based on time, location, or intended victim, amongst other mitigating factors. Strangely enough, while mutilation was a factor in many of the female cases, the Asian male who was dressed as a woman and possibly transgender along with the baby was not mutilated in any way. This could hint at a possible motivation for the mutilation that far exceeds simply that of killing. Police wondered if taking away the victim's identity was part of the killer's goal in separating their bodies. He made it much harder for police in the late 90s and early 2000s to piece together the various homicides. This concern with keeping his victims nameless could be seen as an element of a power play in the killer's mind. FBI profilers have speculated that the killer may derive power knowing that the family and friends of those lost may never get closure. This power could deepen the thrill of the kill. The killer's phone calls exhibit a clear pattern of sadism, prolonging the suffering of his victims' loved ones. Some believe that he may also be responsible for the brutal murders of 4 sex workers whose bodies were discovered in a ditch behind the Golden Key Motel in West Atlantic City on November 20, 2006. These women were found roughly 1 year before the Gilgo 4 began disappearing, and the similarities between the cases are striking. A New York Post article even quoted an anonymous law enforcement official who stated, "It's the same guy," in reference to the resemblance between the 4 victims found in 2006 and those who vanished starting in 2007. Despite these potential connections, the investigation has been hindered by jurisdictional overlap. With multiple agencies involved, including the Suffolk County Police, Nassau County Police, New York State Police, and NYPD, The case has suffered from the classic issue of too many cooks in the kitchen, frustrating those seeking justice. The FBI later offered assistance, but in a surprising and hostile move, their help was rejected. This refusal came at a time when the man in charge of finding the killer, Suffolk County Police Chief James Burke, was embroiled in his own criminal scandal. Burke, the department's only four-star ranking officer, had a reputation that stood in stark contrast to the responsibility his position required. His personal history was marred by allegations of drug use and involvement with sex workers, raising serious concerns about his ability, or willingness, to lead the search for a predator targeting escorts. According to the New York Times, prior to becoming the highest paid on the force as Suffolk County Police Chief, Burke had been found to have copulated with a sex worker who was known to be a heavy drug user. Early on in his career in law enforcement, Burke was found to be having a relationship with a prostitute who ended up stealing his service revolver. Burke had also previously confessed to having driven drunk numerous occasions while on the job. Ultimately, what finally got him arrested was when a low-level criminal broke into the police chief's SUV and in doing so unearthed a bag of intimate toys. In finding the robber, the police chief made the choice to physically torture the man for his misdeeds, which led to the chief's public sexual humiliation. Many cite Burke's numerous circumventions of the law as being related to Burke's professional and personal friendships with charged criminal and former District Attorney Thomas Spada, in whose office Burke had previously worked. One call girl later told Internal Affairs that she had been intimate with Burke at an Oak Beach sex party, which was coincidentally located just over 2 miles from the location of the later serial killer victims' bodies. Legislator and former cop Rob Trotta told the media in regards to Burke and his touting of the law, order, and common decency, quote, "He was a psychopath." Finally, in February, the now former police chief James Burke was sentenced to 46 months in federal prison for assault and conspiracy. While the investigation into his own personal life had been underway, Police Chief Burke had rejected any FBI offers of involvement on the serial killer case due to his own negative perceptions of the agents. So while the FBI had previously assisted in the search and profiling, they had failed to become officially a part of the investigation, and thus many resources went unutilized in the initial years of the case. But with Burke no longer in charge of the case, the FBI was invited to assist. In February, Suffolk County Police Commissioner Tim Sinai announced that the FBI had finally joined the investigation. The FBI had supplied a personality profile for the probable killer back in February 2011, which detailed the likely psychological map of the killer's life. The FBI surmised that the suspect was somewhere between his late 20s and mid-40s, that he was a white Caucasian male who likely had a girlfriend or was married, and that he was well-educated working a stable job. The FBI noted that it was possible that the man had been to the hospital for poison ivy treatment in the past, as he undoubtedly came in contact with the vine during his many travels in the Gilgo Beach brush. This was surmised as investigators had to contend not only with the variable weather but also the heavy bush of the geography of the area, which was filled with poison ivy. During the search for more victims, some rescue workers later required prednisone treatments from the prolonged exposure to the poison ivy. The FBI profilers also cited that this suspect may have access to burlap sacks. Separately, the FBI posted on their Facebook page that they were seeking relatives and friends of a man named Elijah Legay Howell, or Howard, who lived from 1927 until 1963. Mr. Howard previously lived in Pritchard, Alabama, and was married to a woman named Carrie. Investigators state that relatives of this man may be able to assist finding the identities of Peaches and her child. The post also asked if viewers recognized the peach tattoo on the body of the deceased mother. Strangely enough, in February, Marie Gilbert, Shannon Gilbert's mother, who was a constant presence in the inquiry into her daughter's death, was fatally stabbed by her younger daughter, 27-year-old Sarah Gilbert, who had been in and out of psychiatric hospitals since February 2014. It was reported that Shannon's sister had drowned a puppy prior to taking her own mother's life. The family attorney says that she suffered auditory and visual hallucinations a few years prior to the fatal stabbing. It is unclear if this mental health issue is hereditary or environmental in its origin, but it does potentially shed some new perspective on Shannon Gilbert's 9/11 call and frantic cries of impending doom. Some wonder with this new information if the 911 call does not show a woman in danger at all but someone in the thralls of their own mental health crisis, possibly hallucinating as her sister had started 2 years prior. If Shannon was falsely perceiving danger, then her initial 911 call would prove to be more of a red herring, as that would suppose that she was not actually in danger until she left the confines of the homes in the gated community and made her way into the dark marshes of the area. Such movement was reported by a neighbor who saw her walk off in the direction of the wetlands. If Shannon was not actually in danger and was instead having a mental health crisis, then her death may have been unrelated to the initial 911 phone call. Some wonder if Shannon's initial cry for help was simply an unfortunate coincidence which later led her face to face with her killer. Investigators still say that the Gilbert case is unrelated to the other bodies, but those close to the case take umbrage with such assertions, as they say her body being found in such close proximity to the other victims shows a clear link. In February of 2022, authorities put together a special team known as the Gilgo Beach Homicide Task Force. Comprised of investigators from the local, state, and federal levels, this task force embarked on a focused investigation into the cell phone records of the many victims during their final days. The call records showed that during the days leading up to their going missing, the women had received calls from 2 main locations, Midtown Manhattan and Massapequa Park. The team got the breakthrough they needed when they were finally able to locate a Chevrolet Avalanche truck which resembled the one described by Amber Costello's roommate Dave Schaller. Amber's roommate recounted seeing this very vehicle outside their residence the day before her disappearance. Previously, in September of 2010, Amber's roommate recalled that he had returned home to find Amber seeking refuge in the bathroom while an imposing, quote, Frankenstein-like man threatened her. Her roommate told police that he had engaged in a confrontation with a stranger who eventually departed in a truck. Following this incident, a witness, possibly Schaller or another individual, it is not noted in media reports, reported observing a similar truck pass by the home the following day shortly after Amber had left to meet a client. Her roommate communicated this information to the police that December of 2010, disclosing details about both the man and his vehicle, using Schaller's description as a guide and pulling the vehicle's registration history. The task force reportedly honed their focus into the owner of the Chevy Avalanche, a man named Rex Huberman. Then on July 13, 2023, the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office announced that they had arrested Rex Huberman in connection with the Gilgo Beach murders. Rex Huberman, a prominent New York architect, was indicted by a grand jury on 6 counts of murder in connection to 3 of the 4 deaths of the woman dubbed the Gilgo Four. Brought up on 3 counts of first-degree murder and 3 counts of second-degree murder, Huberman is alleged to have directly contributed to the deaths of Melissa Bartholomew in February 2009, Megan Waterman in 2010, and Amber Costello in that same year. He is also the prime suspect in the murder of a 4th woman, Maureen Brainerd Barnes, who was last seen alive in February 2007 and is another supposed victim of the so-called Long Island serial killer. In the weeks after his summertime arrest, the media scrambled to learn everything they could about the suspect. Little is publicly known about Rex Huberman, 59, married and a father of 2. He is employed at a prestigious New York City design firm in Manhattan, and everyone who knew him says he had them fooled. In 2022, Huberman engaged in a professionally filmed question-and-answer session with Bonjour Realty, which was posted to YouTube but is now set to private. In the interview, he told the host that he was born and raised on Long Island. He went on to say that he has worked in Manhattan since 1987. When asked to describe his job, he said, "I'm an architect. I'm an architectural consultant. I'm a troubleshooter." Huberman, now remanded without bail, lived in a quiet neighborhood in Long Island, just a short drive from the location the bodies were found. After his arrest and grand jury indictment, media reports say that he tearfully insisted to his attorney that he is not the killer. Evidence released by police to the media detailed the long and exhaustive investigation that went into Huberman's arrest. After confirming that Rex Huberman was the owner of a Chevrolet Avalanche truck, authorities began to stake out his home in early 2022. The house is situated on the corner of 1st and Michigan Avenue and is otherwise unremarkable in its presentation. It seems small and rundown, which is not in line with the image of wealth and luxury that Huberman seemed to enjoy presenting. They also monitored his office at 385 Fifth Avenue in Manhattan. Police were able to legally take a crust of pizza from the architect's garbage can, and from that pizza crust they were able to create a DNA profile. Taking items from the curbside garbage is a surprisingly common tactic police utilize when suspects refuse to provide DNA, or when no sample can be procured without tipping off the target. Investigators say the reason for the delay in the genetic analysis of the hairs found on the victims is due to the fact that the hairs originally found in 2010 were degraded and DNA testing at the time could not yield results. However, improvements in DNA acquisition technology eventually gave investigators the answers they needed. After creating a genetic profile from the discarded food, police compared it to the profile taken from the strand of hair that was left on one of the victims, Megan Waterman. In 2010, during the initial examination of one of the victim's skeletal remains and materials discovered in the grave, the Suffolk County Crime Laboratory recovered a hair from a male on the bottom of the burlap. Additionally, hair believed to be from Rex Huberman's wife was found on or near 3 of the murder victims. Prosecutors allege in the bail application that this is transfer evidence, and therefore not indicative of his wife's presence at the crime scene. Evidence shows that Huberman's wife and children were outside of the state at the times when the 3 women were killed. At the time Melissa went missing in February, Huberman's wife was in Iceland. Similarly, in 2010, she was on a trip to Maryland during the time when Megan Waterman went missing, and in what was a persistent pattern, in September of that same year, his wife traveled to New Jersey around the exact same time that Amber was last seen. The DNA from the hair was matched to Huberman's wife using 11 different bottles acquired from the inside of a garbage can outside the Huberman home. The town of Massapequa had long been a focus of the investigation, as an unidentified male reportedly harassed the family of one of the victims, Melissa Bartholomew, following her February 2009 disappearance. Records show an unknown male calling and texting the family using Bartholomew's phone. It was not until February 2011 that police were able to triangulate the killer's sadistic calls. Using the tracing of cell phone pings, police were able to learn that the cell phone was being used in the vicinity of Manhattan, sometimes made from Times Square and other times near Madison Square Garden. Other calls were made from Massapequa itself. Many in the community say they were shocked to learn that the supposed killer was in fact hiding in plain sight throughout the entire investigation. Rex Huberman was known to be a professional and family man. Huberman worked in a job which required him to not only engage with high-level clients but also to network at some of the most exclusive New York events. While the marital and family status of the supposed killer surprised many in the true crime community, the FBI's original profile created by forensic psychologists detailed that they thought the killer seemed the type to have a long-term partner. As such, his being married is not completely out of the realm of what law enforcement hypothesized. Visually imposing, Huberman is described by those who have met him as a large, tall man. One person who interacted with him on a professional level said that he had the characteristics of, quote, an ogre. Reflecting on the suspect's physical attributes, the Suffolk County District Attorney said that he, quote, clearly selected tiny women, people he really wanted to dominate. While executing a search warrant on the father of 2's ornate home, a doll was found and taken into police possession. While no public details of the origin of the doll have been closed, those close to the case say the item may have been taken from the burial sites of the Go-Go, for as in years past, many mourners elected to place dolls and other tokens at the initial location the bodies were found. While the doll may be unrelated to the murders and simply a possession of the architect's or family member, some wonder if it may be some sort of trophy. While speculations abound, many in the community hope that more information will be released as to the items uncovered in the suspect's home and the timeline leading to his arrest. Previously, John Bytrolf, a carpenter living in Manaville, was thought to possibly be responsible for the unsolved Long Island cases. He was eventually connected by DNA evidence in the 2014 killings of 2 street workers, Rita Tongaretti and Colleen McNamee. Though he was not specifically connected to the Go-Go 4 nor the other remains on the beach path, Some involved in Bytrov's arrest observed the similarities in both victims' chosen professions, as both sets of victims had been involved in the escort business on Craigslist and other classified websites. Notably, the phrase John Bytov had been typed into a Google search bar by Huberman himself. It is listed as number 14 in an inventory of evidence recovered by digital forensic technicians. Bytrov's method of killing was to inflict blunt force trauma through his bare fists, as opposed to the strangulation experienced by a majority of the victims on the beach. Police point to additional differences in the criminal's modus operandi, specifically concerning the burial ground chosen for Bytrov's victims, who were left on the side of the road and not buried on the beach. With merely rumors connecting Bytrov to the Gilgo 4, he was arrested for the 2 murders to which police could conclusively link him, and in 2017, he was convicted to 50 years to life in prison. According to the state's response to Hoyerman's bail application, an application which was later denied, the since-convicted Bytrov was one of the over 200 search terms catalogued by forensic technicians made in relation to the Gilgo Beach case. Also noted by police to provide context to the killings were thousands of explicit Google searches and queries into nearby escorts. Reportedly, he remained Google search phrases such as, quote, "Why did law enforcement fail to trace calls made by the Long Island serial killer?" And quote, "Why hasn't the Long Island serial killer been captured?" Additionally, searches for new phone technology as a potential breakthrough in the case were located on his computer. One Google search made by Huberman was for a gay male of Asian descent, specifically with delicate characteristics, although the terminology he used was far less informal. Detectives saw this as a possible connection, as one of the bodies that was found along Ocean Parkway was an Asian male in female's clothing. The victim has still not been identified but is described as a young biological male found wearing items normally attributed to a female. Law enforcement believed the victim had been dead for about 5 years when he was eventually found in April of 2011. After releasing a composite sketch to the media, police are asking the public for help in identification. Those close to the case who wish to remain unidentified say that after seeing the thousands of explicit Google search results, that Huberman's status as the parent of a young daughter is alarming. In August 2023, the Gilgo Beach Task Force identified the victim, previously known as Fire Island Jane Doe, as 34-year-old Karen Vergata, who was last seen on February 14, 1996. At a press conference, Suffolk County District Attorney Ray Tierney revealed that investigators had obtained a DNA profile suitable for genealogical comparison in August 2022, which ultimately led to her identification. Vergata, an escort at the time of her disappearance, remains the subject of an ongoing murder investigation. However, authorities have clarified that they are not naming Rex Hoyerman as a suspect in her case, as her death occurred nearly 15 years before the murders of the Gilgo 4. While Hoyerman has yet to be charged in connection with Shannon Gilbert's death or the other unidentified Gilgo Beach victims, police have acknowledged the possibility that he could be linked to additional cases. Some speculate that the recently arrested architect may also be responsible for other murders outside the known Long Island serial killer list cases. Investigators are examining potential connections between Hoyerman and other unsolved killings, including those attributed to an unidentified killer known as the Manorville Butcher. Additionally, authorities are exploring links to a series of strangulation murders committed by a suspect referred to as the Eastbound Strangler, as both cases involve the targeted killings of young women. Even with Hoyerman behind bars, uncertainty remains regarding whether multiple killers could be responsible for the victims found in and around Gilgo Beach. Initially, police believed as many as 8 murders were the work of a single individual, but they now acknowledge the possibility that 2 or more serial killers could have been operating independently in the same area. Investigators continue to analyze evidence to determine whether all of the victims can be definitively linked to a single perpetrator or if additional threats still linger in the community. Moving on to the next case. Tammy Zawicki. In the days leading up to 21-year-old Tammy Zawicki's disappearance, she experienced ongoing car trouble. A student at Grinnell College in Grinnell, Iowa, Tammy had spent her summer studying in Madrid, Spain. As summer break came to an end, she and her brother embarked on a road trip from their home in New Jersey back to their respective schools. Their journey included a stop in Pittsburgh to visit family before heading to Evanston, Illinois, where Darren, her brother, attended university. Tammy planned to continue the remainder of the trip to Grinnell alone. However, throughout their travels, her white Pontiac experienced multiple mechanical failures. Darren believed he had resolved the issue, and they arrived in Illinois on August 22, 1992. After staying overnight with a friend, Tammy prepared to set out on her solo journey. Before she left, Darren gave the engine one last check before waving her off. Tammy didn't get far before her Pontiac started acting up again. Over 60 witnesses reported seeing her inspecting the vehicle's engine that afternoon near mile marker 83 on Interstate 80 in central Iowa. During this time, approximately 26 motorists stopped to check on her, but none could confirm what happened next. Tammy never made it to Grinnell. She had planned to call her parents upon arrival, but when they failed to hear from her, they grew concerned. After several unsuccessful attempts to reach her, they reported her missing. By the time authorities launched an investigation several days later, her car had already been towed. Due to a mishandling of evidence, it could not be processed for fingerprints. However, investigators found no visible signs of struggle, and Tammy's belongings, including her handbag and camera, remained inside. Soon, eyewitnesses began coming forward. One particularly notable testimony came from Robert Bullington, an Iowa truck driver, who claimed to have seen Tammy getting into a gray Chevrolet Celebrity driven by an unknown man. Bullington even spoke with the driver, who allegedly explained that Tammy's car had overheated. Bullington subsequently advised the man to stop at a truck stop in LaSalle, but no witnesses could place Tammy at the truck stop. Other witnesses placed a tractor-trailer truck next to the Pontiac when she was last seen at around 3:10 and 4 o'clock that afternoon. The truck has been described as having a faded rusty orange strip around the center, while the driver was dark-haired, white, around 6 foot tall, and between the ages of 35 and 40. Tammy's body was recovered on September 1, 1992. She was badly decomposed and on the side of a rural stretch of Interstate Highway 44 in Lawrence County, Missouri. She was identified through dental records and still wore the clothing she had on when she vanished. Her body was discovered by a trucker who'd pulled over to the side of the road, stating at different times that he had done so to urinate or to pull tarp over the truck bed in preparation for the rain. He noticed a foul smell upon exiting his vehicle and soon found the remains. Tammy had been wrapped in a red blanket and had been stabbed 7 to 8 times. Her post-mortem noted that the wounds had been made in a circle around her heart, which was most unusual, and that they'd been made using a small sharp object which had led to internal bleeding. Though her clothing was intact, some reports, including one from the FBI, report that Tammy was sexually assaulted before her death. Her watch was missing from the scene. It played the tune of Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head and had a green umbrella on its face. Investigators have theorized that Tammy was killed elsewhere and that the perpetrator drove her across Illinois and into Missouri before dumping her body 500 miles from where she vanished. In the days following the discovery of the body, a task force was established, mix of local authorities and FBI agents. In the subsequent weeks, they identified several suspects, the most notable of which was Lonnie Bierbrot, a trucker and convicted felon who was out on parole at the time of Tammy's death. He was questioned in early 1993, and investigators discovered that he had gifted his wife with a watch that looked similar to the one missing from Tammy's body. Furthermore, he was identified by a witness as the man she saw near Tammy's Pontiac on the day of her disappearance, and he lived not far from where the body was located in September. However, he could never be linked physically to the case. The watch he reportedly gifted his wife was never found, and he passed away in February 2002. Over the years, several other potential suspects emerged, but all were ultimately ruled out. For decades, Tammy's case remained largely stagnant, until renewed interest from podcasters, amateur sleuths, and her devoted family sought to bring fresh attention to her disappearance. In 2020, authorities arrested serial killer Clark Perry Baldwin, who was linked to the murders of 3 women between 1983 and 1997 across Utah, Idaho, Wyoming, and Nevada. Following his capture, a retired investigator suggested that Tammy's case bore similarities to Baldwin's known crimes, leading to speculation that he could be responsible for her death. Despite this theory, law enforcement has publicly stated that Baldwin is not considered a suspect in Tammy's case. Her murder remains unsolved. If you have any information about Tammy Zawicki's case, please contact the Illinois State Police at 815-726-6377 or the FBI's Chicago office at 312-421-6700. Tips can also be submitted anonymously via the FBI's website at tips.fbi.gov, https://tips.fbi.gov. Moving on to the next case. Halloween murder of Lisa and French. A Halloween evening in October 1973 that should have been filled with fun turned into a horrific nightmare for the small town of Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. A trusted neighbor and family friend committed an unimaginable crime against a 9-year-old girl who was excitedly trick-or-treating alone in her hobo costume. Lisa and French was born on June 2, 1964 in Oshkosh, Wisconsin to Alan French and Marian Gehrig. She lived in Fond du Lac with her mother, stepfather Bruce DePaul, and her newborn half-brother. Lisa was a lively and bright 9-year-old, attending Chegwin Elementary School as a 4th grader. She was also a proud member of the Girl Scouts, which reflected her active involvement in her community and her friendly, outgoing personality. On the evening of October 31, 1973, Halloween night, Lisa was thrilled with excitement and dressed in her carefully crafted costume. She set out to visit homes in her neighborhood, wearing a black felt hat, a green parka, jeans with blue masking tape, and freckles drawn on her cheeks. She had planned to attend an outdoor Halloween party at Pumpkin Place on East Bank Street with her friend and Parker. Unfortunately, Anne had been grounded and couldn't join Lisa, leaving the 9-year-old to trick-or-treat on her own. Undeterred, Lisa ventured into her familiar neighborhood, unaware of the danger that awaited her. Her Halloween night began as expected, and she visited several homes in the area, including those of a classmate and her teacher. Meanwhile, at home, Lisa's mother grew more anxious as her daughter failed to return by her 7 p.m. curfew. By 10 p.m., with no sign of Lisa, Marianne's worry deepened, and she realized something was terribly wrong. Family, friends, and neighbors quickly joined forces to form a search party, combing the neighborhood and nearby areas for any trace of the young girl. The entire town of Fond du Lac rallied together in the effort, shocked that someone could disappear while simply out trick-or-treating. As the hours passed, hope faded into fear, and the search for Lisa became more urgent, with everyone dreading the worst outcome. Her family could not have known that just miles away, Lisa's body lay abandoned in a field, discarded by someone they once trusted. A massive 4-day search was launched after Lisa's disappearance, involving over 5,000 volunteers, 700 block parents, police officers, the National Guard, and her fellow Girl Scouts. The search ended tragically on November 3, when farmer Gerald Braun discovered 2 brown plastic bags behind a barbed wire fence near a forest in Takeda, Wisconsin. One bag contained Lisa's naked body, the other her Halloween costume. The community's worst fears were confirmed, and the investigation shifted to finding her perpetrator. An autopsy revealed that Lisa lost her life from asphyxiation, with additional trauma indicating she suffered severe abuse. 3 days later, on November 6th, Lisa's funeral was held at Emmanuel Trinity Lutheran Church. A somber service attended by many from the heartbroken community. The Fond du Lac Chamber of Commerce soon posted a $10,000 reward for information leading to her perpetrator's capture. Gerald Turner quickly became a suspect due to his proximity to Lisa and her family, but it took nearly 9 months of questioning and forensic testing before he confessed on August 8, 1974. Despite an inconclusive polygraph test and his refusal to take another, forensic evidence linked him to the crime. Hair and fiber samples from his home matched those found on Lisa's body and clothes. At the time, in October 1973, Turner lived with his girlfriend, Arlene Penn, and their infant child. Lisa, who was familiar with Turner and his family, would often spend time with their infant, forming a bond with the child. She also had regular conversations with Turner, who had been a neighbor for some time. Prior to this, Turner had shared a rented side of a duplex with Lisa's family, further strengthening the connection between the two households. This proximity and familiarity seemed to make Turner a trusted figure in Lisa's young life. Despite the seemingly normal relationship between Turner and Lisa's family, Turner had a dark past that was largely unknown at the time. Though he had not been convicted of any major offenses, there was an alarming incident in his history. Turner had previously been involved in an offense with a 15-year-old babysitter, though he had never been formally accused or charged for this incident. His past remained hidden from those around him, including Lisa's family, who trusted him as a neighbor and friend. During his confession, the details of what happened that fateful night was revealed. As Lisa made her rounds, she eventually arrived at the house of Gerald Turner. She innocently rang his doorbell, greeted him with the familiar trick or treat phrase, and stepped inside with her candy bag held open, expecting a handful of sweets. Once inside, Turner began casually talking with Lisa about candy. Under the guise of friendliness, Turner lured the unsuspecting child further into his home, ultimately leading her into his bedroom. There, Turner's true intentions became horrifyingly clear. He assaulted Lisa, violating the trust that had existed between him and her family. The brutal attack ended with Lisa's demise, as she stopped breathing during the assault. Panic set in for Turner as he realized what he had done, and he tried unsuccessfully to revive her. The situation took a further twist when Turner's girlfriend, Arlene, unexpectedly arrived home. She had been attending the very Halloween party that Lisa was supposed to go to. When she arrived, Turner was dressed in a bathrobe and repeatedly claimed that he was feeling sick. His demeanor and the bathrobe may have seemed odd to her, but she had no reason to suspect anything sinister. As she went about her evening, Turner made multiple trips to the bedroom, each time claiming he needed to lie down. Little did Arlene know that, at that very moment, Lisa's body was hidden in the bathroom adjacent to the bedroom, a dark secret Turner was desperate to keep hidden. After Arlene left the residence around 8 p.m. to visit her mother, Turner set into motion a chilling plan to conceal his horrific crime. In a state of panic, he stuffed Lisa's lifeless body and her clothes into separate bags, carefully preparing to dispose of any trace of her existence. Turner, desperate to avoid leaving fingerprints on her body or at the crime scene, went to extreme lengths, wearing socks on his hands as he handled Lisa's remains. He meticulously wiped down her shoes and the zipper of her parka in an attempt to erase any evidence that might tie him to the crime. Turner then loaded Lisa's body into his vehicle and drove to a remote location in Takeda, Wisconsin, a small rural area far from his home. Under the cover of darkness, he discarded her body in a farm field off McCabe Road, hoping the isolated location would prevent anyone from discovering her remains. It was a calculated attempt to conceal the horrific actions he had committed. Despite his efforts to cover up the crime, Turner could not prevent the truth from eventually coming to light. He was arrested on August 9, 1974 and stood trial the following year. On February 4, 1975, he was found guilty of second-degree murder, enticing a child for immoral purposes, and perversion, receiving a sentence of 38 years and 6 months in prison. Over time, Turner made several attempts to secure his release. However, on February 23, 2022, Judge Paul Zizany rejected his request for release and ruled that Turner would remain confined to a high-security mental health facility. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Ira Gambaradio. A girl left the gym to walk home, just a few hundred yards away, but she never arrived, triggering an extensive police search. Over time, the case became one of the most infamous in modern Italian history, leaving millions stunned. No one could have predicted that the twists and turns would rival a detective movie, or that such a tragedy could unfold in real life. Yara Gambarajo was born on May 21, 1997, in a small Italian town called Brembate di Sopra. Located near Milan, the town has a population of just over 7,000 and is known for its quiet atmosphere, historic architecture, and scenic beauty. Yara's family had deep roots in the town. She grew up with caring parents, an older sister, and 2 younger brothers. Yara loved her hometown, attended the local school, had many friends, and was passionate about gymnastics. A large sports center stood only a few hundred yards from her home, and she visited it regularly. On November 26, 2010, when Yara was 13 years old, she planned to make a quick stop at the gym to return a stereo to her coach. Around 5:15 p.m., she said goodbye to her parents and left, mentioning she'd be back in about an hour. Despite her age, Yara's parents weren't worried about her going out alone. Their town was considered very safe, and the gym was only a few minutes away. However, as the evening went on and Yara didn't return, their concern began to grow. By 7 p.m., Yara still hadn't come home, which was unusual for her. At 7:11 p.m., her mother tried calling her, but the call went straight to voicemail. Alarmed, her parents quickly contacted the police. The case was forwarded to a larger city about 7 miles away, where an experienced detective named Letizia Ruggieri was assigned to lead the investigation. She immediately dispatched officers to begin searching the town and requested assistance from the military police. After speaking with Yara's parents, investigators went to the gym to retrace her final known movements. Yara's coach confirmed that she had arrived around 5:30 p.m. Her friends also reported seeing her, chatting with her, watching her do some exercises, and then leaving to head home. Police also discovered that Yara had sent a text message to a friend at 6:44 p.m. This was the last time anyone heard from her. Based on this timeline, investigators concluded that Yara vanished somewhere between the sports complex and her home during her return trip. The search teams divided into groups, some combing the streets while others interviewed potential witnesses and gathered evidence, including CCTV footage. Several people near the sports center that evening claimed they saw a girl matching Yara's description speaking with 2 men near a red car, but police couldn't confirm whether it was actually her. Despite thoroughly searching the sports center, no trace of Yara was found. Meanwhile, local and military police scoured the surrounding streets, open fields, and the banks of a small river that ran through the town. Firefighters and volunteers also joined the search effort, but there was still no sign of Yara. Detective Letizia then called in canine units to assist. The search dogs picked up Yara's scent from her personal belongings, but instead of leading the police from the sports center toward her home, the dogs followed a trail in the opposite direction, toward a small town called Mapello. Letizia also requested Yara's cell phone location data, which revealed that her phone had connected to a tower in Mapello at 6:49 p.m., just 5 minutes after she had texted her friend. Given the distance between the sports center and Mapello, investigators believed it was unlikely Yara had traveled there on foot in such a short time. This led them to suspect that she had been transported by vehicle. At this point, Yara's trail went cold, leaving the police with 2 main theories. The first, and most likely, was that she had been kidnapped. The second was that she had run away, but this seemed doubtful. In her final message, Yara had made plans to meet a friend the following day, making it hard to believe she would suddenly choose to disappear. Despite their doubts, investigators interviewed all of Yara's relatives and friends, but found no evidence of problems at home. Taking an aggressive approach, Letizia ordered wiretaps on the phones of Yara's family members and several dozen other individuals. She also made a bold decision to request cell phone location data for every device active in Mapello on the evening of Yara's disappearance. If this was a kidnapping, the perpetrator's phone would likely have connected to local towers, though identifying them among the crowd would be an enormous challenge. In total, the police obtained data from 15,000 phones present in the area that evening. A special team was formed to investigate these numbers, focusing on those deemed suspicious for various reasons. Meanwhile, the physical search for Yara continued, but as days passed, there were no breakthroughs. Letizia grew concerned that their efforts would lead nowhere, pinning her hopes on the phone records, believing one of them had to belong to the kidnapper. Over the next few days, the police monitored thousands of hours of conversations, but none seemed connected to Yara's case. This tedious process dragged on until late November, when an officer suddenly overheard a chilling and highly suspicious phrase. During one phone call, a man was heard saying, "Forgive me, Lord. I didn't kill her." Investigators swiftly identified the caller as Mohammed Fikri, a Moroccan construction worker who lived in the same town where Yara's phone signal had last been traced. When police tried to locate him, they encountered a major obstacle. The team monitoring the calls was working with a delay of several days due to the overwhelming volume of recordings. By the time authorities listened to Fikri's conversation, 3 days had passed, and he was already aboard a ship bound for Morocco. Given the suspicious circumstances, Italian officials acted quickly and intercepted the vessel. Fikri was arrested and brought back to Italy for questioning. Meanwhile, investigators found an alarming piece of evidence: his car. Upon inspection, they discovered a mattress in the trunk, stained with what appeared to be blood. The mattress was immediately sent to the lab, but here the police faced an unexpected twist. The blood didn't belong to Yara and apparently wasn't even human. Upon further analysis of cell phone recording, it was revealed that Fikri had said something completely different in his native language, and the officer had mistranslated the second part of the phrase. After conducting additional checks, investigators confirmed that Fikri had nothing to do with Yara's disappearance, and they had to release him. By that time, Yara's case had become one of the most well-known topics across Italy, with extensive coverage in the national media. Millions of people followed the search efforts, hoping she would be found alive. When news of Fikri's arrest hit the papers, many were convinced that the kidnapper had finally been caught, so the news of his innocence came as a shock and disappointment. It meant the investigators were back to square one with no other leads to help them find Yara. The police continued to monitor phone conversations, search for other evidence, and do everything they could, but nothing seemed to lead anywhere. This continued for exactly 3 months until February 26, 2011. On that day, a man from a small town 6 miles from Yara's home went to one of the many nearby fields to fly his remote-controlled airplane. But the airplane had some issues, and he had to land it in a spot with tall, thick grass to prevent it from crashing into the ground. When he went to retrieve it, he noticed a pile of rags. At first, he didn't think much of it, but then he saw boots sticking out from under the pile and decided to call the police. Officers found a human body under the rags, but the level of decomposition made it almost impossible to visually identify the victim. However, when Letitia arrived at the scene, she immediately knew it was Yara. She was wearing the same clothes she had on when she went to the sports complex 3 months earlier. Near the body, they also found her iPad, house keys, SIM card, and the removable battery from her cell phone, but the phone itself was nowhere to be found. Italy's most renowned forensic pathologist was brought in to examine the remains and concluded that the cause of death was multiple stab wounds. She also found no signs of assault, but the fact that some of her clothing was removed led investigators to suggest that this was the motive. Experts also found fibers on the body that were commonly used in a specific type of fabric. This suggested that the killer might work in a related manufacturing facility somewhere in the area. Additionally, they found 2 foreign DNA samples, one on the victim's gloves and another on the battery of her smartphone. However, there were several issues. The samples were quite small, making it difficult to extract a full profile. There were also no matches in the various databases, so the investigators found themselves at another dead end. But 2 months later, Letizia received an unexpected call. Experts from the lab reported that, upon further investigation of the victim's belongings, they had discovered biological material on her underwear, and the analysis yielded a full DNA profile of an unknown man. With the killer's DNA in hand, Letizia divided the officers into different teams and assigned them specific tasks. Some were responsible for collecting DNA samples from all of Yara's relatives, acquaintances, and everyone at the sports complex. Others focused on analyzing cell phone location data, compiling a list of numbers belonging to people who traveled from Yara's town to Mapello that evening and then collecting their DNA samples. Given the scale of these tasks, she had to wait weeks for results, which were slow in coming. Even with 3 laboratories across Italy working on the DNA samples, the process could take years. In the following months, the police collected thousands of DNA samples, but none matched the killer's profile. Meanwhile, Letizia kept thinking how to get new leads, and soon she had an idea. Not far from the field where Yara's body was found, there was a nightclub. Letizia knew that killers often leave their victims' bodies in familiar areas, and this club had a reputation for being a hotspot for people with criminal records and other shady individuals. So she decided to try this theory and collect DNA samples from all the visitors of that nightclub. Letizia assigned several officers to stand guard at the nightclub on Fridays and Saturdays, collecting DNA samples from everyone entering. Since all club goers had membership cards, investigators could access information on everyone who had visited the club in the past. Although Letizia knew the chances of success were slim, she wanted to try everything in her power due to the lack of other leads. And soon she received a call from the lab. DNA from one of the visitors matched the killer's profile. The man's name was Damiano, but there was a problem. The match was only partial, and Damiano was quickly cleared as a suspect since he was on another continent at the time of Yara's disappearance. But still, this was a significant breakthrough. Experts assumed that since his DNA only partially matched the killer's profile, Damiano must be related to the actual perpetrator. Letizia and her team began investigating Damiano's family to identify the most likely suspect. Since this was before genetic genealogy became common in criminal investigations, this method was new and extremely challenging. They soon made a surprising discovery. Damiano's mother had worked as a housekeeper for Yara's family for 10 years but left the job a few years ago. When she found out that someone from her family might be the killer, the woman was deeply shocked. Despite this revelation, the search for the suspect dragged on for many months. Letizia eventually concluded that none of Damiano's immediate relatives were Yara's murderer, which meant they would need to investigate hundreds, if not thousands, of distant relatives. As months passed without progress, the media began accusing Letizia and her team of incompetence and reluctance to work on the case. Several politicians joined in, trying to have the detective removed, but they were unsuccessful. Despite the heavy pressure, Letizia continued to do everything in her power to identify the killer. She and her team examined various family trees and archival records dating back to 1716. They had to review of individuals, repeatedly hitting dead ends. This continued until September 2011, when investigators finally made a breakthrough. One family tree led them to a man named Giuseppe, who was already deceased. However, his widow had preserved some postmarks with his saliva, and experts managed to extract a DNA profile. The results showed that Giuseppe was very likely the father or grandfather of the killer whose DNA was found on the victim's underwear. Giuseppe had 2 sons, and investigators obtained their DNA samples, but they faced another unexpected disappointment. Although the results showed a close match, either of the sons was the killer. This left Letizia stumped. The killer had to be closely related to this family, but none of the male members showed a complete match. The only remaining possibility was that Giuseppe might have had a child with another woman, a child his family knew nothing about. Detectives focused on this lead, but uncovering such sensitive information proved extremely difficult. They interviewed thousands of people who might have known or seen Giuseppe during his lifetime. Nearly a year later, they got an intriguing clue. Since the 1960s, Giuseppe had been visiting a spa complex in a small town near Milan without his wife. He stayed there for 2 weeks every May and never brought his family along. Letizia requested records of all visitors to the spa complex during those years. To her surprise, these documents were still available, and investigators began examining them. They compiled a list of all the women who stayed at the spa during the same time as Giuseppe. This process stretched over a year, but Letizia still couldn't get any closer to identifying Giuseppe's possible lover. Meanwhile, the media caught wind of what they were doing, and the theory about a secret child sparked widespread across Italy. Journalists, eager to capitalize on this attention, began their own searches for children born from extramarital affairs. To their surprise, they uncovered many such stories. In one small village, for example, they found 5 such children. This continued until 2014, when investigators finally made some progress. With the widespread attention on the case and the search for Giuseppe's possible lover, the police received numerous tips, but all of them led to dead ends. But in the summer of that year, they received a tip suggesting that Giuseppe might have had an affair with a woman named Esther Artsafai. Reviewing their records, investigators suddenly discovered that they had already collected a DNA sample from Esther 2 years earlier. However, the results showed she was not related to the killer. Still, Letizia decided to request a new analysis, and the results were shocking. It turned out that the initial expert had mistakenly compared the killer's DNA with Yara's DNA instead of Esther's. When a different expert re-examined the correct samples, they found that Esther was indeed the killer's mother. With the long-awaited confirmation in hand, Letizia discovered that Esther had 3 children, including twins, a boy and a girl, who fit the age profile. Although the twins were considered the children of Esther's legal husband, investigators suspected that in reality, Giuseppe was the biological father. Since the killer was clearly male, they focused on Esther's son. At the time of the investigation, he was 42 years old, worked as a construction worker, and lived with his wife and children in Marpello, the same town where Yara's cell phone signal had disappeared. Letizia quickly came up with a plan to obtain his DNA sample without spooking him. She learned that he used a specific road every day and arranged a sobriety checkpoint there. The man, unaware of the real reason, blew into the breathalyzer, which was immediately sent to the lab with his saliva. Almost 4 years after the murder, Letizia finally received long-awaited confirmation. His DNA fully matched the biological sample found on Yara's underwear. This man's name was Massimo Bassetti, and on June 16th, he was finally arrested. Bassetti denied any involvement in the crime and claimed he was innocent, so the case went to trial. During the preparations, investigators uncovered several alarming facts that indirectly implicated Bassetti. His browser history showed searches of an unaccepted nature related to minors. On the evening of Yara's disappearance, his cell phone was located in her town but was turned off at 5:45 p.m. and not turned on again until the next morning. Bassetti's car was captured on surveillance footage near the sports center on the same evening, just minutes before Yara vanished. The car had no license plates, making it difficult to identify the driver before Bassetti's arrest. Now, it was confirmed to be Bassetti's vehicle. Interestingly, fibers from his car seats matched the fibers found on the victim's body. The prosecution also called a witness who lived in Yara's town. The woman testified that on the evening of the disappearance, she had gone outside to take out the trash when she saw a car speeding by her house. According to her description, the vehicle resembled Bassetti's car, and she saw a child inside. She added that she heard screams coming from the car. Police also discovered that Bassetti frequently stopped at a pizza restaurant on the same street as Yara's home. This suggested that he might have seen her long before the abduction and possibly had been planning the crime in advance. Regarding the surveillance footage, Bassetti claimed he was simply driving home from work that evening, but investigators found that he did not work that day, which was confirmed by his colleagues' testimonies, CCTV footage, and cell phone location data. The trial began in the summer of 2015, a year after Bassetti's arrest, and it quickly captured the attention of millions across Italy. While most people were sure that Bassetti was the killer, no one could have anticipated the twists this trial would reveal. The prosecution's version was clear. Bassetti had likely been watching Yara for days or even weeks before deciding to abduct her after she left the sports complex alone. He then took her to the field where her body was later discovered and killed her. The main theory was that Bassetti had intended to assault her, but for some reason, he didn't go through with it. Bassetti's wife testified that he was home with the family having dinner at the time Yara went missing, but this was contradicted by CCTV footage near the sports complex and 3 witnesses who saw Bassetti's car at the time he claimed to be at home. The defense argued that their client was innocent. Bassetti himself claimed he often had nosebleeds, which could have gotten on his clothes and tools. His lawyer suggested that the real killer might have somehow come into contact with Bassetti's blood before the crime, which then ended up on the victim's underwear. The defense also challenged the DNA evidence, claiming that a mistake might have been made. They explained that there are two types of DNA, one that changes significantly between relatives and another one that changes very slowly over generations. The DNA found on the victim's underwear was of the slower changing type, so the defense argued that it could belong to anyone related to Bassetti, whether close or distant. But the prosecution's experts countered this, insisting that Bassetti's DNA matched the evidence beyond any doubt. But that wasn't the defense's main argument. During the trial, they dropped a bombshell that caused a huge stir. They named a new suspect, a gym instructor named Sylvia. It turned out that after the body was discovered, experts found Sylvia's blood on the sleeve of Yara's jacket. Sylvia's father revealed that when she came home after Yara's disappearance, she had been crying all night. Investigators also discovered that Sylvia had sent a few messages to her brother on that evening, but both of them deleted it shortly after, so the content of the messages remained unknown. Sylvia herself claimed she couldn't remember why she acted that way, what she had written to her brother, or how her blood ended up on Yara's clothing. In court, she repeatedly refused to answer questions, only responding with, "I don't know." Despite the absence of a clear explanation for these unexpected revelations, the evidence against Bassetti was deemed sufficient to convict him. In the summer of 2016, he was sentenced to life in prison, and his legal team failed to overturn the verdict. Interestingly, the day after his conviction, Bassetti's wife visited him in prison and revealed a shocking truth: none of their 3 children were biologically his. She confessed to being unfaithful with multiple men. Additionally, it was later revealed that Esther's 3rd child was fathered by neither her legal husband nor Giuseppe, but by yet another man. Since his sentencing, Bassetti has remained behind bars, but the unusual details of Sylvia's blood continue to raise questions among those following the case. Some skeptics believe the DNA evidence may have been manipulated, suggesting Bassetti could have been wrongfully convicted. However, given that the evidence was thoroughly analyzed by Italy's leading forensic experts, the chances of his innocence are considered highly unlikely. What do you think about this case? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Moving on to the next case. Jacqueline Dowliby murder case. Parents should have the joy of watching their children grow up, while children deserve the chance to experience life's milestones, buying their first car, falling in love, and discovering who they are. Sadly, not everyone gets that opportunity. Some lives are tragically cut short, stolen away far too soon. This was the case for Jacqueline Dowliby. On May 17, 1981, Cynthia Dowliby gave birth to her daughter, Jacqueline Marie. Sweet, kind-hearted, and full of warmth, Jacqueline was the light of her mother's life and was cherished by her stepfather. However, the future they dreamed of for her was shattered when, in 1988, Jacqueline's life was taken in a brutal murder. On the morning of September 10, 1988, David Dowliby and his son woke up early, being careful not to disturb the rest of the family. Around 7:15 a.m., David noticed the front door was slightly open but assumed his mother, who lived in the basement, had left it ajar when she went out. Since his mother's car was not in the driveway, David assumed she had gone out and accidentally left the door open. Around 2 hours later, when Cynthia woke up, she went to Jacqueline's room to wake her, but her daughter was nowhere to be found. Her duvet was missing as well. In a panic, Cynthia searched every corner of the house while David and their son gathered friends to help look for Jacqueline around the neighborhood, believing she had simply gone out early to play. Despite their efforts, there was no trace of the 7-year-old. While visiting a neighbor's house during the search, Cynthia noticed something alarming. A window leading to the basement had been broken. It appeared someone had entered the home during the night without anyone noticing. The Dowlibys immediately contacted the authorities. Believing Jacqueline may have been kidnapped, police and the FBI anticipated a ransom call, but no call ever came. As loved ones clung to hope, search parties scoured the area for 5 days, but no evidence of Jacqueline or her abductor surfaced. On September 14th, Jacqueline's body was discovered in a vacant field near Blue Island, Illinois, approximately 6 miles from her home. Her comforter and nightdress were found alongside her, and a rope was wrapped around her neck. Investigators pursuing the case focused on two main theories: either Jacqueline had been randomly abducted by a stranger, or her parents were responsible for her death for reasons unknown. David and Cynthia Dowaliby were questioned about their actions on the morning of September 10th. Authorities grew suspicious, believing the basement window had been broken from the inside to stage the scene as a break-in. Dust on the windowsill remained undisturbed, and nothing below the window appeared to have been moved. On September 11th, 3 days before Jacqueline's body was found, David underwent a polygraph test, which he passed. However, when asked to take another test on the day her body was discovered, the results came back inconclusive. I mentioned this only to detail the events of the investigation. It is important to note that polygraph tests are not really lie detector tests, and they are certainly not foolproof. Most courts don't allow them into evidence. All in all, they offer us very little to go on. However, these tests were a little more interesting than normal. According to David, the examiner performing the test told him to say yes to every question, but David refused to say it when he was asked if he had killed Jacqueline. He went on to endure 5 more hours of interrogation before an officer interrupted to say that the 7-year-old's body had been found. Initially, David thought they were lying, trying to force a confession from him, but he later found out they were telling the truth. Jacqueline was laid to rest on September 17th. Soon, the investigation into a random kidnapping fell away, and authorities focused their investigation on Cynthia and David. The Illinois State Police Department along with the Blue Island Police all worked together to build a case against the couple. And in November of 1988, the pair were arrested and charged. Cynthia was 2 months pregnant at the time. In April of 1990, Cynthia and David Dowaliby went on trial. Much of the evidence against the couple was circumstantial, and no concrete forensic evidence tied the pair to the murder. In fact, one piece of forensic evidence proved the basement window had been broken from the outside after all, although this was not enough to clear the couple either. One eyewitness to the prosecution provided a statement which said that he had seen a man resembling David. He had a similar prominent nose, sitting in a parked car near to where the body was found. The defense pointed out that the witness had been about 75 meters away from David at the time he saw him, and that it had been a dark, moonless night. It was also found that the witness had picked David out of a lineup of front-facing pictures while that same witness had supposedly seen David from the side. David's photograph was also bigger than the others shown. The witness could also only describe the car as dark, although at the time, the couple had a light blue vehicle. Also, before the trial had begun, 2 other witnesses had come forward to claim that Cynthia's car was seen near the dump sites, but this report was later dismissed as Cynthia's car was proven to have been outside her home at the time witnesses saw it at the location. Outside of some dubious eyewitness reports, the prosecution presented other circumstantial evidence: a bloody pillow found in Jacqueline's room, her brother stating that she was, quote, spanked a lot by their parents, head hairs similar to Jacqueline's found in her parents' trunk, and a neighbor identifying the rope that was found around her neck as one that her brother often played with. However, the blood on the pillow could not be identified and their hairs found in the trunk could not be confirmed as being Jacqueline's. Meanwhile, the defense focused on a possible suspect in the case, a convicted sex offender named Perry Hernandez who was known to have committed a similar abduction. However, Perry's DNA was tested against that which was found on Jacqueline's body and he was later cleared. During the trial, either of the Dowalibys testified in their own defense. Eventually, a judge dismissed Cynthia's case as there was simply not enough evidence to put the case in front of a jury. However, David's case was allowed to go ahead. A jury deliberated for 3 days before finding him guilty of first-degree murder. He was handed a 45-year sentence. Friends and family led by Cynthia started a movement to try and free David, which caught the attention of a journalist who in turn criticized the conviction on multiple different occasions. In October of 1991, the Illinois Court of Appeals reversed the conviction and David was released. A year later in 1992, an episode of Unsolved Mysteries featured the case. This led to 2 viewers coming forward to refute the alibi given by Timothy Guess, who was David's brother and Jacqueline's uncle. Timothy was a schizophrenic and claimed to have been working that night, but restaurant workers disputed these claims. Although at first, they had backed his alibi as they thought Cynthia and David were guilty. Timothy had links to the apartment block next to the vacant field where Jacqueline's body was found. According to one source, Timothy had previously been accused of trying to kidnap his niece, although this isn't widely stated and should not be taken as 100% credible. A journalist claimed that Timothy Guess once confessed a spirit inside him had revealed the details of Jacqueline's murder. Despite never having been inside the Doualibi home, he accurately described its layout. He also knew that a light had been on in Jacqueline's closet that night, while her bedroom remained dark, a detail that had never been released to the public. Despite these unsettling revelations, Timothy Guess was never charged and passed away in February 2002. Due to the intense media attention and the case's notoriety, David and Cynthia Doualibi eventually changed their surname. They also relocated from Illinois, but the mystery surrounding Jacqueline Marie Doualibi's tragic death remains unsolved to this day. Moving on to the next case. Man of Somiedo. On January 11, 2015, a group of hikers walking along AS 227 road, less than a mile from Porta de Somiedo, stumbled upon the body of a deceased man in the undergrowth. Investigators quickly arrived at the scene and discovered that the man had been wrapped in a blanket, was missing one leg, and had no clothing. At first glance, there were signs that he had been well cared for in his final years. His hair was neatly combed, his beard was trimmed, and his skin appeared clean and well maintained. This made his missing leg all the more puzzling to investigators, who initially suspected foul play. However, a post-mortem examination later suggested that the limb had likely been taken by scavenging animals rather than removed violently. The blanket he was wrapped in was analyzed and determined to have been manufactured in the 1950s. It was only sold at 2 stores in the entire country, but since receipt records were not preserved, authorities were unable to track down the buyer. John Doe was described as extremely short, standing at just 4 feet 5 inches tall. He had a beard and was estimated to be between 45 and 60 years old. His body appeared dangerously emaciated, with one investigator comparing his physique to that of Holocaust victims. At the time of discovery, he weighed only 77 pounds. His limbs and fingers were notably long in proportion to his body, while his head was unusually small. He also suffered from pectus carinatum, or pigeon chest, a condition where excess cartilage growth between the ribs and sternum causes the chest to protrude abnormally. Additionally, his upper back was hunched. For a time, investigators considered the possibility that he had Marfan syndrome, a genetic disorder known for causing long limbs, a curved spine, highly flexible joints, and potential complications with the heart and aorta. However, since Marfan sufferers are typically tall, they theorized instead that his growth had been stunted due to chronic malnutrition. The autopsy showed that John Doe's nutrition had been satisfactory. He was not malnourished as had been originally theorized. It was also concretely determined through DNA testing that he didn't have Marfan but suffered from cocaine syndrome, a rare genetic disorder often featuring growth disorders, intellectual deficits, neuromotor difficulties, and impaired vision and hearing. Children with this condition generally look older than they are and often don't make it to age 12. There are several variants of cocaine syndrome. Some adults live to their 20s or even 30s, while others with a milder, slower version of the condition can live to their 40s and 50s. John Doe's odd appearance now made sense with his strange features lining up with the diagnosis. His cause of death was established as a heart attack. This wasn't uncommon in those with the condition as it can affect the heart and the aorta. The rarity of John Doe's condition led investigators to believe that it wouldn't take them long to close the case, but they were wrong. They visited Porta de Somiedo, the nearest town to where the body was found, but found no clues to his identity. Searching further afield yielded no answers either, not even at hospitals and housing facilities. Next, detectives looked into birth records and spoke with gynecologists and midwives who may have helped deliver the baby, but this turned up no new leads. They then attempted to look for women who may have worked as unlicensed rural midwives around his estimated time of birth, but found nothing. Another dead end came when they reached out to construction companies looking for builders who may have created a basement space or a false wall to another room inside a home. Law enforcement began to put together some theories in the absence of answers. They suspected John Doe was from somewhere much further than Samierdo, or that he had been hidden by his family, possibly due to shame or a fear of judgment, and that nobody knew of his existence because he had been locked away for most of his life, being cared for but unacknowledged by those outside the family. As he was likely born between 1955 and 1970, there was also some speculation that he had been born to a single mother. Spain's government was still deeply religious at the time, and an unwed mother would have been met with disapproval and difficulties. If John Doe's mother had been unwed at the time of his birth, she likely hid her pregnancy from everyone and delivered the baby alone or with someone she trusted. To prevent conflict or community backlash, she likely kept the child hidden. Investigators speculated that John Doe was deliberately placed somewhere he could be easily found. Had he been left farther down the slope, snowfall would have likely buried his body, preventing its discovery. Authorities believe that whoever had cared for him wanted to ensure he received a proper burial. He was ultimately laid to rest in a local cemetery, his grave marked only by a blank headstone. Although his DNA has been entered into multiple databases, including international ones, the true identity of the man of Somiedo remains unknown. Moving on to the next case. Ruth Marie Terry. Ruth Marie Terry, once known as the Lady of the Dunes, was discovered on July 26, 1974, in the Race Point Dunes of Provincetown, Massachusetts. Her decomposing body was found among the shrubbery, just yards from the road, and authorities estimated she had died approximately 2 weeks earlier. She was lying face down on half of a beach blanket, leading investigators to believe she either knew her killer or had been murdered while sleeping, as there were no defensive wounds or signs of a struggle. She was described as being around 5 feet 6 inches tall and weighing 145 pounds, with red hair tied back in a ponytail. Her toenails were painted pink, and beneath her head lay a blue bandana and a pair of Wrangler jeans. She had undergone extensive and expensive dental work, but several of her teeth, along with both hands and one forearm, had been removed, likely to hinder identification through fingerprints or dental records. Her age was estimated to be anywhere between 20 and 49 years old, and her cause of death was determined to be a fatal head injury. One side of her head had been crushed, possibly using a military-style entrenching tool. She was nearly decapitated, and her body showed evidence of sexual assault, likely occurring post-mortem. Despite initial efforts, investigators quickly reached a dead end, unable to identify Jane Doe. In October 1974, she was laid to rest and became known as the Lady of the Dunes. The case remained unsolved for decades until 2015, when a theory emerged suggesting she had appeared as an extra in Jaws, the 1975 Steven Spielberg film. The movie had been filmed on Martha's Vineyard, about 100 miles south of Provincetown. A woman seen in the film's 4th of July beach scene was wearing a blue bandana and jeans, clothing similar to what was found with Jane Doe. However, this lead ultimately led nowhere. Years passed with no breakthroughs until 2022, when Othram Incorporated, a company specializing in forensic genetic genealogy, began analyzing the Lady of the Dunes skeletal remains in hopes of uncovering her identity. On October 31st, the FBI announced that at long last, Jane Doe had been identified. Ruth Marie Terry was born on September 8, 1936 in Whitwell, Tennessee. Not much is known about her upbringing, but in 1957, aged 21 and following a brief marriage, she moved to Livonia, Michigan, where she began working at Fisher Body Automotive Plant. Her sister-in-law, Jan Terry, recalled, "She loved her family and her family loved her." Her brother Ken described her as a free spirit, adding, "She was looking for something more than just a country life, I guess you'd say." A year later in 1958, Ruth gave birth to her son Richard, but could not afford to care for him. She agreed to let the superintendent at her workplace adopt him in exchange for paying off her expenses. He and his wife were close friends of Ruth's. Once this process was finalized, she moved to California. Though she reached out to her son in 1972, he was a teenager at the time and was not ready to connect with her. At some point in the next few years, Ruth met Guy Rockwell Moldovan. The pair tied the knot on February 16, 1974. Moldovan was an antiques dealer in Reno, Nevada, but her family reported taking a dislike to him when they finally met. For months before her body was found in Provincetown, Ruth visited her family. Her grandniece recalled that the 38-year-old wasn't herself when she was in her husband's company. Family members also observed Moldovan's possessive behavior. The couple then journeyed to Chattanooga, Tennessee to visit her brother Ken, who recalled that Moldovan and Ruth had spoken about traveling around the country to pick up antiques, and they discussed visiting Massachusetts. Then in the late summer of 1974, Moldovan came back to Tennessee. He told Ruth's family that she'd gone missing from their shared home in California. Ruth's sister-in-law, Jan, noted he was so blunt, and he just said he didn't know where she was and all that, but he didn't stay very long. Ruth's other brother, James, journeyed to California where he hired a private investigator to track down his sister. The PI revealed that all of her belongings had been sold and suggested that she'd left the state of her own volition after becoming involved with a religious cult. One family member theorized that Ruth had gone into a witness protection program and was unable to contact her loved ones. Richard Hanchett, Ruth's son, told the Californian they couldn't find anything. They confronted that Moldovan guy and he just said she left, free-spirited this, that and the other. Meanwhile, Ruth's sister-in-law stated, "I always had a bad feeling about the guy she married." For decades, the Terrys went without answers. When the announcement came that she had been identified in 2022, her family was relieved. At least now they knew, and they could finally find a sense of closure. A month following the identification, investigators began looking into Moldovan, believing he was the last person to see her alive. They first noted that in 1974, Moldovan was driving Ruth's car and had told several people that she was dead. They born on October 27, 1923. In 1958, he married his second wife, Manzanita Ryan, who disappeared along with her 18-year-old daughter from a previous marriage, Dolores Mearns, in April 1960. Moldovan was the prime suspect in the case and fled Seattle shortly after the disappearance, but was later apprehended by the FBI. True crime writer and Rule alleged in her February 2007 book, Smoke, Mirror, and Murder, that police found body parts in Moldovan's septic tank, but were unable to prove they were from the missing women. Prosecutors hesitated to file charges without a body, so he was never formally accused in connection with the disappearances. On July 29, 1960, Moldovan married for a third time. Shortly after, he was charged with larceny for stealing $10,000 from his second wife's family around the time she and her daughter vanished. In 1961, he was convicted and sentenced to 15 years in prison. However, in March 1962, a judge suspended his sentence on the condition that he repay the stolen money. In 2023, investigators confirmed that Moldovan was responsible for Ruth's murder. Since he passed away in February 2002 at the age of 78, he could not be prosecuted, but authorities officially closed Ruth's case. Moving on to the next case. The Bricker family. Gerald Jerry Bricker and his wife, Linda, were married in Seattle, Washington, in 1961. A year later, on June 6, 1962, they welcomed their first and only child, a daughter named Deborah Ann Bricker. By all accounts, the Bricker family led a typical life. In 1963, shortly after Debbie's birth, the couple relocated to Cincinnati, Ohio, purchasing a home on Greenway Avenue in the Bridgetown neighborhood. They quickly settled into their new community, earning a reputation as friendly neighbors who frequently hosted barbecues and gatherings attended by many locals. By 1966, Jerry was 28 years old and working as a chemical engineer for the Monsanto company. Linda, who had previously been an air hostess, had taken time off to be a stay-at-home mother after Debbie's birth. At 23 years old in 1966, she began working part-time at an animal hospital. On the evening of Tuesday, September 27th of that year, neighbors began noticing unusual signs at the Bricker family home. Jerry, who typically brought in the bins from the curb, had not done so, and the morning newspaper remained untouched on the front porch. Additionally, the family's 2 vehicles had not moved from the driveway in 2 days. At 10:40 p.m., 2 concerned neighbors decided to check on the house to see if something was wrong. Upon arrival, they discovered that the front door was slightly open. Their concern deepened when one of the men, a World War II veteran, immediately recognized the unmistakable odor of death. Alarmed, they stepped back and quickly contacted the authorities. Inside the home, officers were met with a gruesome crime scene that no one could have anticipated for such an unassuming family. Both Jerry and Linda were found lifeless on the floor of their bedroom. Jerry lay face down between the bed and the wall, still fully clothed except for his shoes. Jerry had been gagged with a sock, and a piece of adhesive tape was still stuck to his body, suggesting that he and Linda had been bound at some point. However, the rest of the tape had been removed, leaving investigators uncertain as to why the killer had taken it off. Linda was found lying face up across her husband's body. She was wearing a nightgown and a dressing gown, indicating that she had likely been preparing for bed when she was attacked. Initially, authorities suspected that the 23-year-old had been sexually assaulted, but they later retracted this statement, clarifying that she had engaged in intercourse shortly before her death. 4-year-old Debbie was found in her bedroom, lying on the floor in her flannel nightgown with only one sock on. Clues in the Bricker family case were scarce. Both the front and back doors were unlocked, though the back door had been shut rather than left open. There were no signs of forced entry or a struggle, and investigators noted damp clothing in the dryer. Neatly folded clean clothes were found on the living room couch. The family's 2 dogs had been confined to a room at the back of the house, and while some reports suggest they had been sedated, they were otherwise unharmed. A 6.5-inch knife from an Indian carving set made of teakwood and steel was missing from the kitchen. Jerry's empty wallet was discovered on the bed he shared with Linda, leading investigators to consider robbery as a possible motive. However, there were no clear signs that other valuables had been taken from the home. No fingerprints were recovered from the scene. Items collected as evidence included the family's clothing, strands of hair found inside the house, bedsheets, and several blood-stained towels. All 3 members of the Bricker family had died from stab wounds. The autopsy revealed that both Linda and Jerry had suffered penetrating head injuries that did not appear to have been caused by a knife. Additionally, marks on their arms confirmed that they had been bound at some point. Jerry had been stabbed 9 times, while Linda had suffered 8 stab wounds. Debbie had been stabbed 4 times. Some reports notes that authorities determined the killer was left-handed. It is unclear in what order the family were attacked. Using dates on milk bottles in the home, investigators found that Jerry had bought 3.5 gallons of milk at a Glenway Avenue dairy at 8:30 p.m. on Sunday, September 25th, 2 days before the slayings. Detectives also discovered that Linda's father had called the family at around 10 p.m. that same night to let them know that he and Linda's mother were leaving for their holiday. Neighbors last saw Jerry between 9 and 10 p.m. on Sunday when he took the bins to the curb. The following morning at around 8:30 a.m., Jerry's boss called the home to find out why the 28-year-old wasn't at the airports as he was supposed to be. However, nobody answered the phone. Authorities were able to determine from this that the Brickers had been killed sometime between 10 p.m. and 6:30 a.m. Investigators came up with several theories and reached many conclusions during their time working the case. They believed it was possible that the murder weapon had been carried out of the house, wrapped inside Monday morning's newspaper, which was missing from the family's front porch, and that the weapon had been tossed into the bin due to be picked up later that morning. Authorities also believe that the family's killer was known to them and that the perpetrator had entered the home via their basement doors. Linda never left the knife missing from the kitchen sets out on display. Reportedly, Debbie was a very curious child and her mother worried about her hurting herself, and so she always put the knife away. Investigators believe that Debbie had been killed so she could not identify the culprit. The family's 2 dogs were also known to be aggressive towards strangers, yet nothing was heard on the night of the slayings, indicating that they possibly knew whoever it was that entered the house that night. There were very few leads in the case of the Bricker family murders. One of the neighbors who had found the bodies was quickly cleared of involvement. Authorities did not consider him a suspect, but the man frequently received prank calls and harassment despite this. Anonymous callers accused him of murdering the family, but the neighbor was very cooperative with the police, and there exists no evidence against him. Another neighbor recalled seeing a suspicious man walking back and forth on Greenway Avenue on Thursday, September 22nd, 3 days before the family were last seen alive. However, the neighbor didn't recognize the man and told the police that she would not be able to ID him if she saw him again. The main suspect in the case was a vet named Dr. Fred Leininger, who was Linda's boss. There were rumors that the couple had been having an affair and that the doctor had murdered Linda's family because she wanted to break off the relationship. While Dr. Leininger's name was not publicly released until years later, he was interviewed twice in the days after the slayings. Following a 45-minute interview, police visited the vet's wife who told them that her husband was very upset by the interview. She then invited them to speak with the couple's lawyer. The doctor's lawyer, however, had stipulations, which the police had to meet before he'd allow them to speak with his clients. The police did not accept these terms and so they could not interview their main suspect. A few months later in 1967, the police wished again to talk with the vets. This time, they were willing to meet the conditions laid out by the lawyer during their discussion in which letters were exchanged. Detectives listed 7 questions which they wanted Dr. Leininger to answer. However, the vet's lawyer ultimately declined their request to speak with his clients, and no answers were given to the questions. Following this final interaction, authorities kept a close eye on Dr. Leininger, going so far as to follow him around whenever he left the house and being present when he left his office for lunch. Reportedly, the vet began to have more alcoholic drinks during his lunchtime meetings when he realized he was constantly under police watch. Fred Leininger never cooperated with authorities. He continued to work at his practice until his retirement in 1995. According to some reports, both he and his wife entered into a suicide pact and took their own lives together. However, obituaries for the two don't add up. Leininger took his own life and died in February, while his wife passed away 10 months later in December of that same year. It is widely believed that Leininger is responsible for the Bricker family murders. Much of this belief comes down to reports that the family's dogs were sedated and that the tape found on Jerry's body was medical tape. However, not everyone is convinced that the vet is responsible. Some online sleuths have suggested the idea that the killings were some kind of professional hits. Jerry's employer, the Monsanto Company, is a chemical and biotech company, leading some to suspect that if the 28-year-old discovered something incriminating about the group or something that would damage their reputation and lead to a scandal, then he may have been murdered so he would remain silent. Another theory proposed in the case is that Linda was the real target of the crime. Cincinnati Magazine reported that according to friends, the 23-year-old's behavior had changed in the months leading up to the tragedy. Linda had also confided in neighbors that she possessed knowledge about a drug case from her time as a flight attendant. Some reports even suggest that she played a role in breaking up a drug ring. Others have speculated that her death might be connected to the murder of 21-year-old Valerie Percy, who was killed just a week before the Bricker family. However, no concrete evidence has ever linked the two crimes. More than 5 decades have passed since the brutal slayings on Greenway Avenue shook the small community. Though the case remains in the public's memory, the chances of achieving justice continue to fade with time. Moving on to the next case. Blanca Adaro Alvarez. Blanca Adaro Alvarez was born in Quitoipe, Argentina, in 1952 to Spanish parents. In 1973, she and her 2 brothers, along with their parents, relocated to Sayulis de Cibero, Spain. Blanca had been working as an elementary school teacher in Argentina, But when they moved to Spain, she struggled to find teaching work. She eventually decided to change careers and moved to the city of Leon, where she secured a job at Renfe, a Spanish railway company. Blanca regularly visited her family at their home, but in 1995, when she was 43 years old, she disappeared and never returned to her apartment in Leon. When her family hadn't heard from her for several days, they traveled to her home in Leon. Upon arriving, they found her apartment empty, and no one had seen her. All of her belongings were left behind. Despite this, her family didn't report her missing until 2 years later, in 1997. According to one of her brothers, they didn't file a missing persons report earlier because their father didn't want to report her missing. Shortly after she was reported missing, the police located her to be living in Guin. However, Blanca did not want to contact her family, and as she was an adult, the police could not force her to get in touch with her family. Her mother and the 2 brothers decided to visit her in Guin. They found out where she was living, but when they arrived at her apartment, she was already gone. The family would not hear from her for the next 8 years. Then, in 2005, Blanca would send a letter to her family with a current photo of herself. In the letter, she said that she was fine and asked for her father to forgive her for leaving. She also wrote that someday she would get in touch with her brothers. Her father would pass away a year later in 2006. Her family hoped that she would get in touch with them soon, but years would pass and they would hear nothing from her, leading them to believe that she may have died. In 2013, one of the brothers found a police sketch of an unidentified middle-aged dead woman found on Carmelo Beach, Santander. The unidentified woman was known as La Dama de Carmelo and was found in 2001. The family believed the woman to be Blanca. However, a DNA test ruled her out. To this day, La Dama de Carmelo remains unidentified. In September of 2020, a 68-year-old woman named Eva was reported missing in Paladiciero, Asturias, Spain by her neighbors after not hearing from her or seeing her for a few days. The police tried ringing Eva's doorbell, but no one answered. The door was locked from the inside, indicating that the woman was in the house. They finally broke into the house to find Eva sitting on the floor, unable to move due to a problem in her legs. She was conscious but extremely dehydrated and disoriented. She was transferred to a Huca hospital. Meanwhile, the police attempted to contact Blanca's family to inform them of her condition. To their surprise, the name she had been using in the neighborhood did not match the details on record in the address or in the UHCA database. It was soon discovered that the identity she had been living under was false, and her real name was Blanca Otero Alvarez. For years, Blanca had been living in Paladiciero under the alias Eva. During this time, she earned money by babysitting, caring for pets, and cleaning houses. In recent years, her health had worsened. Blanca's family was eventually contacted, and her 90-year-old mother, now residing in a nursing home in Gijón, was informed. However, no further information was provided about why Blanca had initially disappeared or the reasons behind her decision to remain distant from her family for so many years. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Dana Bailey. On March 4, 1987, 21-year-old Dana Bailey called her parents to let them know she had just returned home to State College, Pennsylvania. She was a student at Pennsylvania State University and had been out of town visiting her fiancé in Washington, D.C. Her parents, relieved to hear she was home safely, said their goodbyes and hung up shortly after. The next day, Dana's mother decided to stop by her daughter's apartment unannounced. What she discovered was horrifying. Dana had been murdered. She was found naked, tied up, and blindfolded, with a fatal stab wound to her left breast. Investigators believed she had been attacked in her bed before her body was deliberately moved and positioned on top of a spread-out bedding set on the floor. Her remains were clearly visible from her bedroom window. The murder weapon was determined to be a steak knife taken from Dana's own kitchen, indicating that the killer had not brought a weapon but had used what was readily available inside the apartment. Investigators struggled to find leads at first. Dana was well-liked and friendly. She had no known enemies and was happily engaged. But then they discovered that somebody was watching the 21-year-old's apartment from a building that was being remodeled. Inside a room looking into Dana's home, they found shoe prints which matched those found in her apartment. Notably, 3 other apartments on Dana's floor were empty on the night of her murder, and her roommate was out for the night. This led to speculation that whoever was watching Dana had been doing so for some time, as he knew the comings and goings of those in the building well enough to plan his assaults accordingly. Authorities determined that the unidentified individual had gained access to Dana's apartment through a kitchen window that faced the area where he surveyed her. Despite managing to establish all of this and despite interviewing dozens of individuals and following hundreds of leads, investigators simply could not identify the culprit behind Dana's horrific murder. In 1991, a third party came forward with a tip. The third party relayed information divulged to them by a man who would not speak with the police because he was a wanted criminal. Investigators identified a potential suspect who worked as a heating contractor in 1987. Due to his job, he would have been familiar with the rooftops near Dana's apartment. The suspect was described as a white male, approximately 5 feet 10 inches, with dark curly hair. He was also known to drive a gold or bronze Pontiac Trans Am with stripes. Despite looking into this lead, investigators were unable to make any progress, and it remains unclear whether the individual was ever identified. Years later, in December 2003, authorities received an anonymous letter regarding the case. Dana's murder had remained dormant for years, and the letter seemed like a long-awaited breakthrough, a chance to finally identify a suspect. The letter named 2 individuals, but detectives were unable to establish any connection between them and Dana or her case. Authorities urged the letter writer to come forward for further questioning, but it appears they never did. Dana's case remains unsolved. If you have any information about her death, you can contact the State College Police at 814-234-7150. Moving on to the next case. Kelly Nolan. University is often a transformative period in a young adult's life, a time of transition from adolescence to adulthood, filled with new experiences, personal growth, and the pursuit of future aspirations. However, for some, those dreams are tragically cut short by unforeseen circumstances. Kelly Nolan was one such case. On June 22, 2007, 22-year-old Kelly, a student at the University of Wisconsin, went out for a night of drinking with friends in Madison. Kelly had a complicated relationship with alcohol, often using it as a coping mechanism during difficult times. She had suffered significant personal losses, first with the death of her father in February 2006, followed by the passing of her stepmother just a month before she vanished. Between 2004 and 2007, she had been convicted of drunk driving twice, leading to the suspension of her license and a 14-day stay in county jail for one of the offenses. Despite these struggles, on the night of June 22, Kelly was focused on enjoying herself. As the night progressed, Kelly's friends were ready to head home, but she wanted to keep the party going. Around 11:30 p.m., she split from the group and remained at a bar called the Lava Lounge on West Gilman Street, just half a mile from her apartment. There, she struck up a conversation with a young man she had met that evening. According to this unidentified man, he and Kelly had hit it off and spent a good portion of the night talking. He later told investigators that he didn't know her beforehand but had planned to walk her home because another patron, possibly someone she knew, had been harassing her. Tom Paris, a local bar owner and the young man's employer, recalled that this other man had given Kelly the creeps. Before leaving, Kelly told the young man to wait while she used the restroom. Shortly after, she was seen interacting with the same man who had been bothering her earlier. Tom Paris noted that both Kelly and the man appeared very intoxicated. In hindsight, he admitted he regretted not stepping in, saying, "I was stupid to leave her there when I saw her talking to that guy again outside, but I assumed they were friends." This was the last time the young man saw Kelly. After coming forward to police, he fully cooperated with the investigation, providing a DNA sample and undergoing polygraph testing. Both his house and car were subjects to extensive searches, but investigators found nothing. He has been cleared of involvement in Kelly's disappearance. Kelly called her sister in the small hours of June 23 while still at the bar, but failed to return home that night. She was never seen or heard from again. The 22-year-old's body was discovered several weeks later on June 9. Kelly's body was discovered in a wooded area on the property of an elderly woman in the 4700 block of Schneider Drive in Oregon, Wisconsin, roughly 10 miles from her home in Madison. Investigators believe she died at the location where she was found. A post-mortem examination determined that Kelly's cause of death was blunt force trauma to the torso, resulting in multiple bone fractures. There has been speculation that she may have been deliberately struck by a vehicle, but authorities have not publicly confirmed this theory. Kelly's case has remained at a standstill since February 2007, though law enforcement has revisited it multiple times over the years. At the time of her disappearance, she was wearing jeans and an emerald green scoop neck top. Investigators are still seeking witnesses who saw Kelly on the night of her murder. If you have any information, please contact the Madison Area Crime Stoppers at 608-266-6014. Moving on to the next case. Louisiana Jane. Many of us share a deep, instinctive fear of passing away without being recognized or remembered. Some may simply want their loved ones to know them, while others aspire to leave a lasting mark on history. However, in certain cases, the identities of the deceased remain unknown, whether due to facial disfigurement, advanced decomposition, or the deliberate removal of identifying features such as hands and fingerprints. This was the case with the 2018 Texas and Louisiana Jane Does, some of the most unsettling unidentified cases in the United States that year. Their discoveries led to growing concerns that a serial killer might be targeting victims across both states. On March 1, 2018, a prison inmate assigned to cleanup duty in Louisiana stumbled upon the severed head of a woman in a grassy marsh near Highway 27 in Cameron Parish. The head, which was inside a plastic bag, belonged to a Caucasian woman with reddish hair. Experts determined that it had been there for several months at most, though not for years, and later estimated the woman's death had occurred between 1 and 6 weeks before the discovery. In June of that year, Louisiana authorities released a facial reconstruction of Jane Doe, describing her as a white or Hispanic woman between 30 and 50 years old with medium-length reddish-brown hair. Her DNA could not be matched to anyone on record. Jane showed no signs of trauma to the head, and she had extensive dental work implying that she'd been looking after herself or being taken care of prior to death. Just a few weeks after the first victim was uncovered on March 24 in Huffman, the discovery was made of another female head, also Caucasian with reddish hair, by a volunteer cleanup crew near Lake Houston. They also updated the case in June where a sketch of the victim was released. They disclosed details of Jane Doe, such as describing her top and bottom teeth as winged or slightly rotated. She likely had naturally dark hair as several inches of dark roots were coming through at the time of her discovery, and her eyes were light to dark brown. It was also found that her eyebrows and eyeliner had been semi or permanently tattooed on, and that her head had been in the grass for about a week. She had also been wrapped in plastic bags. One suspect in the case of both women was a man seen by witnesses throwing a plastic bag over a bridge where the head of the Lake Houston victim was later found below. He'd been spotted in the area several weeks before the first discovery was made and had gotten out the passenger side of a bluish-green extended cab truck. The truck was described as heavily rusted and had been involved in multiple accidents, with cardboard covering the missing back left passenger window. The man seen driving it was identified as a Caucasian male in his early to mid-20s, with short dark brown hair and a long fringe. He was estimated to be between 5 feet 4 inches and 5 feet 8 inches tall. Witnesses reported seeing him in early to mid-March, between 2:30 and 3 p.m., discarding the plastic bag. A criminal investigative psychologist believes that the same individual is responsible for both crimes and is likely familiar with both locations. They also suspect that the perpetrator has a history of violence and has likely killed before. Additionally, they believe he may have a criminal record involving domestic violence, as well as drug and alcohol abuse. Despite ongoing investigations, little progress has been made in identifying the 2018 Texas and Louisiana Jane Does, and both victims remain unidentified to this day. Moving on to the next case. Lucas Tranch. Lucas Tranch, known to his family and friends for his intelligence and insatiable curiosity, was a quiet yet compassionate and diligent leader. His deep passion for scouting, survivalism, and helping others was tragically cut short by his mysterious and unresolved disappearance in the late afternoon of March 18, 2015. His absence left those who knew him in his hometown of Bagnols-sur-Gard, France, struggling for answers, lost in a web of evidence that only deepened their uncertainty. Born on April 18, 1999, Lucas was raised in the Gard department of southern France. He was the fourth of 5 children, joining 3 older brothers in the close-knit Tranch family, with a younger sibling arriving a few years later. To support their growing household, Lucas's parents, Eric and Natalie, both secured positions as engineers with the French Alternative Energies and Atomic Energy Commission. Their demanding but well-paying careers provided a stable and comfortable upbringing for Lucas and his siblings. From an early age, Lucas exhibited a natural affinity for the outdoors, showing a deep fascination with nature and all living things. He thrived in open spaces, eager to learn about the environment around him and the world as a whole. Even as a young child, his curiosity about nature was boundless. As a young boy, Lucas joined the Junior Scouts as an extracurricular activity, embarking on a multi-year scouting journey that continued into his teenage years. Through scouting, he developed essential survival skills and a deep understanding of the wilderness while also learning the values of charity, volunteerism, civic duty, and responsibility. A natural-born leader, Lucas thrived in guiding others while continuously pushing himself to achieve more, always making his parents, teachers, and instructors proud. Despite his strong dedication to scouting, he remained a well-rounded child, skillfully balancing academics with his various interests. Although not the most talkative, Lucas enjoyed participating in sports, particularly badminton, where he competed alongside teammates. He was also a skilled swimmer, a passion he shared with his brothers. While swimming wasn't his favorite activity, he consistently attended courses throughout his youth and adolescence, honing his athletic abilities. His unwavering determination and relentless drive for excellence ensured success in every challenge he faced, instilling in him a well-earned confidence. Given his love for sports and outdoor adventures with his fellow scouts, those who knew the 15-year-old often described him as introverted, preferring to keep to himself as he explored the world around him. Lucas was not distant or aloof. In fact, those closest to him described him as deeply connected to all living things, including the people around him. He cared deeply for his brothers, his parents, and his school friends, always ready to lend a helping hand. Whether assisting someone with their training or supporting a special project, Lucas never hesitated to sacrifice his time for others. His kindness and natural empathy were among his most defining traits, qualities that would have undoubtedly propelled him toward his dream career in adulthood. Everything seemed perfectly in place for his future until one fateful afternoon, when a series of mysterious events altered the course of his life forever. Now, let's examine the timeline leading up to Lucas's perplexing disappearance. A few months into 2015, sometime in February, Lucas began experiencing sudden difficulty sleeping. His father, Eric, noticed him tossing and turning at night, restless and unable to find comfort. As February progressed, those around him observed a shift in his demeanor. He seemed increasingly melancholic, particularly when away from home. Once again, no one could pinpoint the reason behind Lucas's melancholy, which was particularly noticeable when he was away from home. His father, Eric, observed another concerning sign when Lucas barely ate for several days in a row. However, his appetite eventually returned 2 days into the trip, and the family continued their vacation as usual. A month later, on Saturday, March 14th, Lucas spent the day with extended family, including a cousin he rarely saw but always enjoyed spending time with. That night through Sunday, March 15th, he joined his scout troop for a weekend camping trip, independent of adults' supervision. When he returned home that evening, Lucas told his father he had a fantastic time. In Eric's eyes, his son seemed to be back to his usual cheerful and optimistic self. The following school week proceeded as normal. On Monday and Tuesday, March 16th and 17th, Lucas attended school without any issues. On the evening of March 17th, he took part in his weekly badminton training at Cumberland Gymnasium, where neither his teammates nor his instructors noticed anything unusual. That night, he returned home in high spirits, expressing his excitement to Eric before heading to bed. Then came the morning of Wednesday, March 18th, 2015, a day that started like any other but would soon take a turn that no one could have predicted. The weather that morning was clear and pleasant, marking the arrival of spring. The Trench family woke up with the sunrise and followed their usual routine, getting dressed, having breakfast, and preparing for school or work. Eric and Natalie gathered their 3 sons still living at home, 15-year-old Lucas, 17-year-old Valentine, and 10-year-old Arthur. At exactly 7:45 a.m., Natalie dropped Lucas off in front of his school as part of her daily drive to work. He made his way to class and spent the morning engaged in his usual coursework, showing no signs of distress or anything unusual. His peers noted that he appeared to be in good spirits, seemingly happy and relaxed. Around 12:20 p.m., Lucas returned home for lunch, eating in the kitchen while chatting with Anik, the nanny of his youngest brother, Arthur. During their conversation, Anik informed Lucas that Arthur had been invited to a friend's birthday party that afternoon. However, Valentine was uninterested in accompanying her to Columbia, the residential area where the party was being held, just a few kilometers away. Lucas, always willing to help, agreed to join her and Arthur, and they began preparing to leave. A few minutes later, Anik pointed out a €20 note on the counter, which Natalie had left for them to buy a gift for Arthur's friend. On the way to the party, Lucas picked out a gift worth €7 and kept the remaining €13. Between 1 p.m. and 2:45 p.m., Lucas attended the birthday party with Arthur, once again displaying no signs that anything was wrong. He appeared just as cheerful and engaged as ever. Around 3 p.m., Lucas returned home with Arthur. Shortly after their arrival, Anik left on her own, leaving Lucas with his older brother, Valentine, who was preoccupied with playing on the family computer. At approximately 4 p.m., Lucas came downstairs from his bedroom for a snack. He then stepped outside and sat alone, seemingly focused on his phone. Valentine observed him through the window but couldn't determine exactly what he was doing. Their phone provider later confirmed that Lucas accessed mobile data around this time, though the specific apps or sites he used remain unknown. Another hour passed, and at around 5:05 p.m., Lucas and his brother, Valentine, began getting ready for their evening swim class at the public pool. Their usual routine involved taking a bus from the Gerd stop, located on the far side of the Schumann Bridge near their home, which they would reach using their kick scooters. However, on this particular evening, Lucas was running behind schedule despite Valentine's repeated attempts to hurry him along. Given that they typically left at exactly 5 p.m., the delay was unusual. Valentine, growing impatient, issued one final warning, urging Lucas to move faster. In response, Lucas assured him that he would lock up the house and meet him at the bus stop in a few minutes. This was the last confirmed interaction and sighting of Lucas Trench. At 5:10 p.m., Valentine left without him, and CCTV footage captured him crossing the Schumann Bridge alone, with no sign of Lucas following. Around the same time or shortly thereafter, someone, presumably Lucas, turned off his phone at 5:14 p.m. Between 5:15 and 5:30 p.m., a neighbor named Madeline saw a young man walking past her house. He was wearing a beige-gray jacket and heading in the opposite direction of the swimming pool. Though she wasn't entirely certain, she noted that he bore a strong resemblance to Lucas. At exactly 5:30 p.m., as the bus prepared to leave the stop, Valentine called Lucas's phone in hopes of reaching him. Lucas's phone goes straight to voicemail, but Valentine continues to swim practice, assuming his brother decided to stay home, perhaps feeling unwell or simply not in the mood to attend. Around 6 p.m., 30 minutes later, Natalie arrives home from work with Arthur. She finds the doors locked and the house completely empty, with no indication that Lucas had returned. 2 more hours pass, and at 8 p.m., Natalie drives to the Igurd bus stop to pick up both Lucas and Valentine. However, when she arrives, only Valentine is there. He explains that Lucas never showed up for swim practice and assumed he had either missed the bus or chosen to stay home. This revelation alarms Natalie, as she had been home for the past 2 hours and had seen no trace of Lucas. Natalie begins calling local hospitals, checking emergency departments to see if Lucas may have been admitted due to an accident. When this leads nowhere, she starts reaching out to his friends, hoping someone knows his whereabouts. By 11 p.m., Eric returns home from work and learns about Lucas's disappearance. Alarmed, he joins the search, and a manhunt begins. However, law enforcement finds no significant leads until the following day. At around 12:15 p.m. on Thursday, March 19th, a 35-year-old neighbor named Stephanie reports seeing a young man in red sprinting across her front yard while she was ironing. She notes that he was running in a specific direction but isn't able to identify him clearly. Meanwhile, Rashid Gamri, a close family friend of Eric and Natalie, joins a group of volunteers combing through the areas surrounding Banuel. During their search, Rashid spots a distinct shape at the top of a rocky peak in the distance. Alerting the others, they observe what appears to be the silhouette of a person. However, as dusk sets in, the fading light makes it impossible to make out any details. Deciding to investigate, Rashid and the group call out Lucas's name while moving toward the figure. As they approach, the silhouette abruptly stands up and walks away, vanishing into the twilight. In the days following Lucas's disappearance, French soldiers and an estimated 1,500 search and rescue volunteers scoured a 4-kilometer radius surrounding the Tranche residence and the River Ceres. The search efforts included cadaver dogs, professional divers, and helicopters equipped with thermal imaging and night vision. A large-scale social media campaign was launched, urging the public to remain vigilant, while missing person posters were distributed widely. One of the earliest forensic efforts involved detectives applying luminol throughout the Tranche household to detect traces of blood or DNA. Though the chemical revealed slight traces of a substance, further examination was needed to confirm whether it was blood or simply a residue from cleaning agents. As March progressed, potential sightings of Lucas surfaced. On Monday, March 23rd, at approximately 10:30 a.m., a group of search and rescue volunteers reported seeing a young man resembling Lucas standing in the hills above St. Gervais, observing vineyard workers before suddenly fleeing into the woods, eerily similar to Rashid Gamri's earlier sighting near the rocky peak. Later that same day, around 5 p.m., an anonymous 24-year-old motorcyclist claimed to have seen a lone teenager walking along an isolated path near Bagnères-sur-Cise, heading toward Espessin, a small hamlet. The motorcyclist, an experienced cannabis user, noted that the area contained hidden marijuana plants and speculated whether the teenager was aware of their presence. The motorcyclist continued to observe the teenager as he rode behind him, but eventually lost sight when the boy veered off onto a different path. 2 days later, on Wednesday, March 25th, the same motorcyclist entered a bakery and noticed Lucas's face on a missing persons flyer. Realizing the resemblance, he immediately contacted the police. Law enforcement brought him in for questioning, but the lead ultimately led to no significant discoveries. A few days later, on Saturday, March 28th, another possible sighting was reported. A teenage boy and his father claimed they saw someone resembling Lucas in Le Pontet of Valcus. The boy was reportedly accompanied by an older woman, estimated to be between 45 and 50 years old. However, after investigating the claim, authorities deemed the lead a dead end. With no solid evidence of voluntary disappearance and a growing number of unexplained circumstances, law enforcement began suspecting foul play. On March 30th, the district attorney officially opened a judicial investigation into abduction and illegal confinement. This theory was echoed by Lucas's parents, Eric and Natalie, who, in April 2015, publicly stated their firm belief that their son had not run away. They emphasized that Lucas had exhibited no signs of mental distress, suicidal tendencies, or a desire to escape his life. Determined to find answers, the Tranch family launched an extensive media campaign, appearing on multiple television programs and urging the public worldwide to aid in the search for Lucas. 6 months later, in October of 2015, detectives receive what they think is a major break in the case when the Tranch family starts finding a series of letters addressed to them from an anonymous sender who writes to inform them that Lucas is in good health and that they shouldn't worry. These letters continue until the following summer, when on July 12, 2016, the writer and sender is caught on CCTV at the sorting office submitting another letter. Police move in to arrest the sender and find he is a 57-year-old mythomaniac from Valence with absolutely connection to the case. The man is still incarcerated and sentenced to prison for at least 1 year. The last major clue uncovered by detectives occurs in December of 2016, 21 months after Lucas disappeared. The Tranch's house the day he went missing. The man is described as 5 foot 6 inches in his 40s, bald with tattoos on each forearm. The sketch brings in hundreds of tips, but nothing of use over the next 9 months, so the police sketch is refined in September of 2017. Just over a year later, in the October 2018, police finally apprehend the suspect depicted in their sketch and bring him in for questioning. They discover the man resides in Banjosur, says, the very town where Lucas lived, and was around the bus stop in question the day Lucas went missing, but otherwise has no discernible ties to the disappearance, and the tattooed man is let go. This is the last major update in the case thus far, despite renewed search efforts, yearly vigils held on the anniversary, and an entire non-profit organization being dedicated to finding Lucas Tranch. In a case as detailed and extensive as Lucas Tranch's disappearance, there are hundreds of points we could inspect, analyze, and dissect. However, there is one incident that keeps catching our eye, an incident related to the tattooed man we just mentioned, seen by a neighboring witness riding a bike in front of the Tranch residence, and then arrested 2 years later after his police sketch made rounds through the public consciousness. While the overarching scenario involving the tattooed man has been laid out by police, there are a few fuzzy details that need explaining. First and foremost, it was revealed after the tattooed man's arrest that he was a resident of Bagnall and lived in the area both before and during the height of the investigation. With this in mind, how could it have taken over 2 years to find a man with such iconic descriptors such as a short stature, a bald head, and specific tattoos on each forearm? It seems like a long time to miss such a character when he's walking around in broad daylight for years on end. Just feet from where Lucas was last seen. With that being said, it can be argued that a man who just so happened to be walking through Lucas's neighborhood could be nearly anyone and could have been just passing through the area, meaning the man seen that morning isn't the same man found by authorities 2 years later. We must assume that they questioned their tattoo man in October of 2018 to make sure he was in Banjul on March 18, 2015. But if he lived in the area, of course, the answer would be yes. There are reports that the tattooed man seen outside of the Tranch's home was also seen at the Eggert bus stop before Lucas and Valentine took the coach to swimming practice. There exist CCTV cameras around this area. It seems odd that with the technology available, authorities weren't able to apprehend the man sooner. The strange timing isn't the only thing amiss with the tattoo man's story, though. A year after Lucas went missing, the French news site Objective Guard published a 4-part piece detailing the investigation. In their research, they discover that the neighbor's tip about the tattooed man was at first considered with little importance, despite the fact that a print shop owner had a very strange and unsettling encounter with a potential connection a few months after Lucas disappeared. Objective Guard interviewed the printer, who gave the following statement, paraphrased and translated from French to English. In either May or June of 2015, a tall, thin, dark, short-haired man entered the print shop. He sported tattoos on both arms, and rode in on a motorbike, a detail that stood out because he set his helmet by the entrance door. This man wasn't necessarily clean, but rather sweaty and unkempt. He told the print shop employees that he worked as an animator in a retirement home, and that night there was a lotto taking place. Thus, he wanted to make A3 posters of Lucas's missing person poster in addition to colored flyers to pass out at the events. The print shop made 30 and 50 of each respectively. However, what was odd about the ordeal is that out of the hundreds of posters they made for various relatives and business owners, the tattooed man was the only one who wanted A3 posters and flyers specifically. When the print shop charged the man A35, he claimed his print shop the following day to pay the fee instead. However, the next day no one came to offer payment. In fact, the print shop called the Baniel Town Hall and discovered they had no employees by the name of Mr. Durant, and he likely never existed at all. The tattooed man never made a reappearance. At first glance, this encounter seems to puzzle the guards at the scene. Why was he printing posters in such an unusual format, and why specifically for a lottery at a retirement home? What reason did he have for lying to the print shop about his father? Was it merely an attempt to avoid paying the €35 fee, or was it a deliberate move to prevent any traceability? Could he be the same tattooed man spotted by the neighbor, or perhaps the one taken into custody by police in 2018? If so, did investigators ever question him about this peculiar incident? It's possible, but based on police sketch data and the print shop owner's statement, this tattooed man was reportedly tall, whereas the original suspect was described as short. And what about the mysterious motorcyclist? Why was he so invested in Lucas's case? Was he a true suspect, or simply an unconventional yet well-intentioned citizen with a strong curiosity about the situation? It's impossible to say for certain, but questioning this mysterious figure could be the key to unlocking the truth behind Lucas Trench's disappearance. Now, let's examine the most prominent theories surrounding his case. Before law enforcement officially classified Lucas's disappearance as a potential kidnapping, many speculated that he may have left home voluntarily. At 15, Lucas possessed the skills and knowledge to survive in the wilderness, thanks to years of scouting. He was also an avid fan of Man vs. Wild, a survival reality show that showcased extreme outdoor survival tactics. However, the idea that Lucas would attempt to replicate the feats of a team of trained professionals simply because he enjoyed watching the show seems highly unlikely. He wasn't reckless or naive. That said, it's possible that his passion for nature and scouting could have fueled a desire to test his own survival skills. The timing is notable. Just days before his disappearance, Lucas had returned from a scouting retreat, which could have inspired him to embark on an adventure alone. Despite this possibility, several factors suggest that Lucas did not leave Banial with the intention of living off the land. While some of his belongings were missing, the majority of his scouting gear remained at home, including his essential field knife. This raises doubts about the runaway theory and shifts the focus back to other possibilities, including foul play. According to the Trench parents, Lucas never went on a scouting mission, camping, or really anywhere outside of school without his knife. Lucas understood this to be the most valuable tool, and to leave it behind would be a severe lapse in judgment, and very out of his character, especially if he were on a quest to survive in the wilderness. Other items left behind were his sleeping bag, another vital piece of equipment, his ID, and most of his money, around $120. There was no food missing from the Trench's kitchen, and all of their possessions were found basically as they were. It hasn't been clarified exactly what was taken by Lucas in his small rucksack, but what we do know is it wasn't enough for long-term outdoor survival. It's still possible Lucas went out on his own solo camping, years of both education and recreation, and although a comforting thought to believe he left of his own volition, it simply doesn't add up. So if Lucas didn't plan a survivalist mission, is it possible he still left on his own for other purposes? Some believe so. Theorists point to Lucas's peculiar actions in the hours leading up to his disappearance, specifically his time spent outside away from his brother, busy on his phone in the backyard. People wonder if Lucas may have been in contact with someone, setting up an appointment or rendezvous with a stranger unbeknownst to his family. This is the leading theory of Ratched Gamry, the family friend we mentioned earlier. Ratched believed Lucas met someone either online or in person, and set up a meeting on March 18th. Obviously, whatever happened at that meeting led to Lucas's disappearance. Lucas might have turned his phone off to prevent any distractions, or anyone attempting to communicate with him during the appointment, as he was doing so in secret. And if the other person he was meeting intended to kidnap him, he may have instructed Lucas to turn his phone off. But if Lucas had always intended to turn his phone off anyway, why take the phone at all? Lucas may have wanted it on his person just in case something went haywire. But obviously if things did, he never got the opportunity to turn it back on and use it. Sadly, the phone was one item never recovered, its fate resting with Lucas's as well. There are some complicated facets to this appointment theory. It's actually highly unlikely that Lucas met someone online, as he was hard drive and internet activity. Detectives felt there were no digital or web-related leads to be had. The same can be said about his phone records too. While the physical device is missing, the Trench's telephone providers did perform a scan of his data both prior to and March 18, 2015, but what access this was is unknown. They also determined the phone had not been turned on since 5:14 p.m. of the same day, another gloomy and disheartening piece of evidence. Eric and Natalie did not give up hope, and mentioned to police that Lucas did occasionally archive upon arrival on personal devices, but they are stored forever in Snapchat servers. It took almost a year to retrieve the results, but in early 2016, Natalie informed reporters that records indicated Lucas did not send or receive a Snapchat message on March 18, nor was he communicating with anyone out of the ordinary via the app, ending the possibility that he met someone online. Obviously, this doesn't rule out the idea that Lucas met someone in person, but interested in friends along with their parents were interviewed, and not once did any of them mention Lucas interacting with strangers, or even inviting that possibility. It is certainly not impossible, but from investigative practices undergone bizarre circumstances, and that involves the theory of the missing stones. One of Lucas's many fascinations was geology, collecting stones and precious rocks in his spare time. Natalie mentioned after he went missing that Lucas was known to leave simply to go and gather stones and search the surrounding areas for interesting rocks. She recalled that in December of 2014, Lucas started coming home with these heavy, funny-looking stones, almost little collecting the stones, sometimes picking up similar pebbles of even smaller size. The collection kept growing, and before he knew it, Lucas had discovered kilos upon kilos of the so-called meteorite stones. If that is what the rocks actually were, bits of extraterrestrial mineral, the lot could be worth hundreds if not thousands of euros. In a disappointing twist, Eric Trench learned the stones were actually just broken pieces of medieval forged slag. While still unique pieces of rock, these stones would in reality only be worth a few euros. However, Lucas might not have been aware of this, and it should be mentioned that some of the strange stones were missing from Lucas's room the day he disappeared. Not only that, but not long before that fateful day, Lucas was sighted at Banyal Street Market in front of a small stand operated by a man selling unique stones. Whether or not Lucas bought these stones, or other materials from the mysterious merchant is unknown, and attempts to track him down have been fruitless, as the merchant has since abandoned the Banyan market and presumably left the area entirely. But this does undeniably feel a little suspicious. Before any conspiracies are drawn, it must be stated that the odds are highly coincidental, and that is all it may be, just a coincidence, yet it does appointment with as theorized earlier? What if the merchant was grooming Lucas with stories about meteorites, building trust to the point where he could kidnap Lucas under the pretense of taking him with him to find more of these valuable stones? This would also explain why the stones are still missing from Lucas's room, because Lucas was going on what he perceived as a stone-collecting endeavor with the self-proclaimed experts, and that's where things went awry. It's a haunting scenario to imagine playing out, but at least must be considered, as it can't be ruled out until the banjo stone merchant is found and interrogated. And until this time, a suspect he must remain. Other theories suggest that whatever happened to Lucas was accidental, and not necessarily a result of kidnapping or planned abduction. What if Lucas really did go out in the woods by himself for a camping trip, and wound up the victim of a hunting accident? Eric Trench wondered that himself early in the investigation, and investigators at the Objective Guard followed that theory up, interviewing the president of the Banyal hunting organization. The president informed Tony a 2015 boar hunt was indeed extended until March 31st of that year, and there were confirmed shots fired in the woods near the Seduran neighborhood where Lucas lived. However, he also noted that any hunting accident in the area would have left a body behind, as those woods were searched meticulously in the weeks that followed. He also stated that hunters work in pairs, and none of his group members reported anything or failed to return from their excursion. Again, this scenario isn't impossible, but there is simply zero evidence to support it unless a massive cover-up is underway. Another theory of accidental basis suggests that when Lucas left his home, he was struck by a car, and the driver stashed the body out of plain sight, or took off with the body themselves. This theory has actually been embraced by both authorities, and Lucas's family more so than the ones we've listed thus far. Initially, it may be hard to reconcile with the idea that a human being could kill another by accident, and then hide it or never report it, but it is a more common occurrence than we might like to believe. The driver may not have had insurance, or simply panicked when they struck a young boy. Investigate this idea by calling mechanics both in and around Bagnall, and asking them if they had worked on any damaged vehicles in the 15 days following March 18th that may hint at a hit and run. The query took years to complete, and didn't draw any useful leads, but it's possible the driver could have slipped through the cracks by either driving out of the county, or by never fixing the car at all, getting rid of it along with Lucas. So if Lucas didn't leave on his own volition, and his disappearance wasn't inexplicable vanishing? It's generally agreed upon that Lucas was not abducted from the Farrelly home. There were no signs of forced entry. There were no valuables stolen, and as we stated previously, Lucas did take a few items, including his phone, and locked the door behind him. For all intents and purposes, Lucas left the house by himself, but what happened right after that could have turned nefarious. If Lucas was kidnapped on his walk around the area, who might have pulled off this scheme? There aren't a ton of famous serial kidnappers or murderers connected to the case, but one prominent name thrown around early on was Nadal Lalandis, a convicted serial killer responsible for at least 2 deaths, and thought to be the killer in 2 other homicide investigations. Nadal was ruled out of the Trench case because of an analysis of his cell phone's GPS, which showed he was more than 100 miles away from the area on March 18th. However, he was considered a regular in the public places around guards and had family members residing near Banuel Sauceres at the time. Could he have left his phone behind on the day to thwart tracing? It seems unlikely, and seeing as how investigators have completely ruled him out as a suspect, we can say with a degree of certainty that it was not Nordau. Authorities began to worry they had an anonymous serial kidnapper on their hands who had yet to be caught when on March 1, 2016, almost a year to the day of Lucas's disappearance, a 16-year-old boy by the name of Antoine Zoyer went missing from the village of Clansac, a mere 38 miles from Bagnall. In a similar vein, Antoine left his home in the afternoon around 1:30 p.m. and was last seen buying cigarettes from a tobacco shop in town. He was described as very similar in demeanor to Lucas, and was also majoring in science as a second-year student. However, any connection between the 2 boys and sharing a potential perpetrator was ruled out in October of 2018 when the decomposed body of Antoine was found hanging from a tree in the abandoned woodlands near Clarence Sack. Foul play was ruled out after a thorough investigation. If Lucas was kidnapped or killed, his offender did not strike again in the area to the best of our knowledge, his case being the only one of its kind in accordance with his demographics and time frame in which it happened. But there is someone else. He's seen a teenage boy walking on a remote path, followed him, and then reported him to police 2 days later when he saw Lucas's missing person poster in a bakery. There may be more about him than what meets the eye. Objective Guard reported in their 4-part investigative articles back in 2016 that when this man reported seeing the teenager on March 23rd, he gave details about Lucas to police that not even the missing persons poster police were initially struck by this. But after questioning the man, they did not seem impressed by his sighting. Suspicions go beyond just a few peculiar statements. The man's Facebook profile, according to Objective Guard, included numerous eyebrow-raising posts, including photos of the man in the act of using drugs, and public posts about how he desired to be a hired killer. When Objective Guard reached out to him in an attempt to meet and interview him for the story, the man declined despite a promise of anonymity. He was the only person to have spotted Lucas who declined to do so, despite the fact that, should his testimony be true, he is the last one to see Lucas alive. Now, certainly none of this is grounds for arrest, or even sufficient to come to the conclusion that the man could be a killer. These case points are circumstantial at best. Sure, there are plenty of incidents throughout history of the killer in a murder investigation returning to the scene of the crime, or involving themselves with police or the media for some sick self-fulfilling purpose. However, it is a rarity. If the man on the motorcycle was culpable in some way, telling the police voluntarily that he saw Lucas would be a catastrophically risky move. That being said, the circumstances are undeniably suspicious. His testimony also raises questions. If that was Lucas out on the abandoned pathways on March 23rd, what was he doing out there for 5 days? How did he survive the 5 nights without shelter, food, or equipment? Hundreds upon hundreds of people were searching for him, looking behind every tree, under every rock in the area surrounding Banhall, yet he was seen walking in broad daylight a mere 10 kilometers from his home. How did he avoid detection by thermal cameras, and helicopter patrols, and trained cadaver dogs, and soldiers of the French Guard? It simply doesn't line up. Maybe the man on the motorcycle did see a teenage boy, and attributed his identity to Lucas after putting the pieces together incorrectly upon seeing Lucas's flyer. Or maybe his testimony really is the truth. Maybe he truly did follow Lucas into the wilderness. Until we know for certain, it must at least be considered, included with the numerous other theories swirling around Lucas Tranch's seemingly never-ending case. Before we divulge our hypothesis of Lucas Tranch's unsolved disappearance, we want to make it known that our conclusions are purely logical speculation based on evidence, circumstance, and factual subtext. We are only privy to the same information presented in each episode, and we do not attempt to promise certainty or an expert guarantee on the findings we reach in closing. We simply observe, research, and report. In the case of Lucas Tranch, we believe that Lucas did intend to leave his house that evening of March 18, 2015, but not as a test of his survival skills or a whimsical camping trip gone haywire. Rather, when looking at Lucas's behavior in the weeks leading up to his disappearance, the signs point in the direction that Lucas was struggling with something, albeit silently. His parents have spoken at length about how Lucas was a happy teenager with a lot of positivity and hope, with a bright future he was excited about, and we do not want to discredit those beliefs, or undermine the 2 people that knew Lucas the best. However, it bears mentioning that too often teenagers struggle with emotional distress or mental illness without even showing a symptom. Sadly, this is a byproduct of the world we live in which young people, perhaps young boys especially, are told to hide their true feelings, to act tough, and to never be vulnerable. While we're not saying this is how Lucas was taught or raised, the present culture constantly unloading unfair expectations on teenagers and adolescents has to be considered. The comments made about Lucas struggling to sleep and finding things he once found enjoyable and fun to be lackluster or disengaging are unspoken anxiety, and just hidden it well around his friends at school or coaches at practice. The outdoors and scouting may have been his solace, and thus camping provided relief from emotional distress. Natalie Tranch did say that he liked to go on walks, and if combined with his love of collecting stones, that may have been the escape affirmative conclusion about what happened after he walked outside of his house. Lucas's behavior was not medically diagnosed, and to say for certain that Lucas was based on circumstantial readings. Of course, it is possible that he left with the intent not to return. He didn't run away to start a new life, but perhaps to end his own. Maybe that is why he took his precious stones with him, as those are what comforted him and brought him joy. It is a devastating theory, but one that is worth consideration. With that said, it is simply a theory, and there is no proof that Lucas is dead, and the chance he is still alive remains the same. It is also possible Lucas was taken by someone the day he disappeared. Who that could be is impossible to say, as the list of suspects is infinite at this point. Was the Bagnall rock merchant involved? What about the tattooed man from the print shop? What about the man on the motorcycle, theoretically the last person to see Lucas alive? We could run in circles for the rest of our lives trying to play a game of Clue, and draw up potential suspect lineups from case points already cleared by police. Instead, we must remain vigilant in seeking out new clues, and continuing to spread the word, sharing Lucas's photo, whether it be in France, or Europe, or anywhere in the world. At this time, all avenues must remain vigilant in memory the way he deserves. Lucas was a shining memory the way he deserves. Lucas was a shining example of promising and precious life. He took each step with purpose and intention, finding the beauty of the natural world, and balancing that with schooling, and loving friendships, and family, balancing that with schooling, and loving friendships, and family relationships. Lucas had a unique ability to bring joy to those around him, even when he wasn't feeling his best. A dedicated student with a promising future as a veterinarian, his deep connection to animals and nature reflected his compassionate spirit, an uncommon trait for someone so young. Lucas never allowed the world to steer him away from his aspirations. Instead, he focused on what mattered most and put his heart into making a difference. At his core, Lucas was someone who tirelessly sought to improve the world around him. Whether it was people, animals, plants, or even a simple stone left unnoticed on a deserted path, he saw value in everything. Lucas should not be remembered solely as a missing person, but as a soul who radiated kindness, hope, and life. With his remarkable ability to find beauty in all things, we want to end by reminding anyone facing emotional, mental, or physical struggles that it's okay to seek help. Too often, mental health challenges are overlooked or stigmatized, but acknowledging them and reaching out is a vital and human step toward healing. You are never truly alone, and you never will be. As a community, we must support one another if we hope to create real change. Life and happiness are always worth fighting for. Likewise, if you notice someone who might be struggling, even if the signs are subtle, take a moment to check in on them. A simple question, a kind word, or just being there to listen can make a world of difference. Most importantly, always remember that your life matters. No matter where you are in this moment, there is a path forward, and you will emerge even stronger for having faced the challenges before you. Moving on to the next case. Patricia Beard. Patricia Beard, a 32-year-old woman from Denver, Colorado, lived with a mental disability. Fortunately, her family frequently checked in on her, either by calling or visiting to ensure she was doing well. After several days of failed attempts to reach her, they sensed that something was wrong. On March 27, 1991, a concerned family member discovered Patricia in her studio apartment. Tragically, she had been killed. Investigators determined that she had been strangled, and evidence suggested that the perpetrator had climbed a pipe and entered through a window. Police collected DNA samples from the scene, hoping they would prove useful in the future. In February 2011, the DNA evidence was entered into a database, but no match was found. In 2013, investigators finally found a DNA match, linking the crime to 53-year-old Hector Bencomo Hinojos from Pennsylvania. When questioned, Hector insisted he had never met Patricia and had no connection to her. However, the DNA evidence told a different story. At first, he feigned ignorance, but once he realized there was no way out, he pleaded guilty. His wife later informed police that he was an extremely violent man. She recalled how he would slap her for not ironing his clothes properly, and always carried a sharp pocket knife. On at least 6 occasions, he brought home boxes filled with china, silverware, and other valuables, claiming he was holding them for friends. In 2015, Hector was sentenced to 48 years in prison. Patricia's case became the 100th cold case successfully solved by the Denver Police Department. Moving on to the next case. April Jones case. 5-year-old April Jones disappeared in October 2012 from the quiet town of Machynlleth, Wales. What began as a typical evening quickly turned into a desperate search effort, leading to one of the largest missing person investigations in UK history. April Sue Lynn Jones, born on April 4, 2007, was deeply loved by her parents, who prioritized her safety above all else. She grew up in a caring and protective home where she felt secure. On October 1, 2012, April attended a swimming lesson at a local leisure center, while her parents attended a parent-teacher evening at her school. After finishing her lesson, April invited a 5-year-old school friend over to her home to watch the animated movie Tangled. As the evening progressed, she asked her parents for permission to play outside with her friend, despite the late hour. Though initially reluctant, her parents eventually agreed, with her mother, Coral, reminding the girls not to stay out too long. Around 7 p.m., April was last seen by her parents, riding her small pink bicycle in the neighborhood. When more time passed than expected and she hadn't returned, Coral became increasingly worried. After 20 minutes of searching with no sign of April, Coral's worry intensified, leading her to call 999 at 7:30 p.m. to report her daughter missing. The police responded swiftly, dispatching officers to the scene almost immediately. Upon arrival, the first officer spoke with a young witness who shared a startling detail. April had been seen getting into a gray van just before she disappeared. Understanding the urgency of the situation, authorities quickly escalated the case to a critical incident. A large-scale search operation was launched, with law enforcement mobilizing extensive resources and personnel to locate April. Their efforts were soon reinforced by the community, as hundreds of local residents, many alerted through social media, joined the frantic search. By the early hours of October 2nd, the number of volunteers had grown into the hundreds, all united in the desperate hope of finding April. Later that afternoon, just shy of 24 hours since she vanished, the investigation took a major turn when police arrested Mark Bridger, a 46-year-old local man. He became a prime suspect due to his resemblance to the description given by eyewitnesses, along with the fact that he drove a left-hand drive Land Rover Discovery, a vehicle spotted near the area where April was last seen. Witnesses recounted seeing April entering the vehicle after a conversation with the driver, leading the police to focus their attention on Bridger. By October 5th, the police officially classified the case as a slaying inquiry, a troubling development indicating their belief that April was no longer alive despite the absence of her body. The following day, Bridger faced charges of abduction, slaying, and attempting to pervert the course of justice. He made his first court appearance before magistrates in Aberystwyth on October 8th, where he was also charged with the unlawful concealment and disposal of a body. Bridger was subsequently remanded into custody at HMP Manchester, awaiting a video link appearance at Carnarvon Crown Court on October 10th. As the investigation unfolded, the police announced on December 12th that the search for April would extend into February 2013, indicating the determination to uncover the truth behind her disappearance. On January 14, 2013, Bridger pleaded not guilty to the charge during a court hearing at Mold Crown Court. However, in a contradictory statement, he acknowledged that he was probably responsible for her demise. This raised questions about the circumstances surrounding her disappearance. The trial was initially set to commence on February 25th, but was adjourned until April 29th at the request of Bridger's defense team, who sought additional time for inquiries. Despite the ongoing legal proceedings, the search for April continued to be a focal point for law enforcement. On March 27, 2013, the police announced that they would halt the physical search for April. This decision marked a heartbreaking moment for her family and the community. By April 22nd, the police officially confirmed the search had ended. Although, they reassured the public that a specialized team of officers would remain available to act on any new information that might arise. This case became the largest missing persons search in UK police history. The trial of Bridger began on April 29, 2013, presided over by Mr. Justice Griffith Williams. During the proceedings, damning evidence came to light. A forensic expert testified that fragments of human bone, consistent with that of a younger individual, were found in the fireplace of Bridger's cottage. Blood samples collected from various areas within the home matched April's DNA, leading investigators to conclude that she had sustained injuries from which she could not have survived. This pivotal evidence prompted the Crown Prosecution Service to charge Bridger with slaying. In his defense, Bridger offered a shocking account, claiming that he had accidentally run over April with his vehicle and could not remember disposing of her body due to intoxication and panic. This explanation, however, was met with skepticism by the court. On May 29th, the judge concluded his summation and instructed the jury to deliberate on their verdict. The following day, on May 30th, Bridger was found guilty of abduction, slaying, and perverting the course of justice. The judge delivered a scathing rebuke, describing Bridger as a pathological liar and a pedophile, before sentencing him to life imprisonment with a whole life order. After the verdict, unsettling details emerged regarding Bridger's confessions made to the prison chaplain. He claimed to have discarded April's body in the fast-flowing Avandalas, a river adjacent to his home that ultimately flows into the River Duffy near Mahundlath. However, the police expressed skepticism about Bridger's assertions, suspecting that he had instead scattered April's remains throughout the nearby countryside, thus denying her family the closure they desperately sought. In July 2013, just weeks after beginning his life sentence, Bridger was violently attacked by a fellow inmate armed with an improvised weapon. He suffered injuries to his face and throat that required stitches. The incident highlighted the intense animosity toward him, as he remained a highly controversial figure even behind bars. Later that year, in December, Bridger attempted to appeal his whole life sentence but ultimately withdrew the request a month later, just days before the scheduled hearing. April's case had left an enduring impact on both her family and the tight-knit community of Mahundlath. Though April's body was never recovered, investigators found 17 bone fragments in the fireplace of Bridger's cottage. On September 26, 2013, a funeral service was held in her honor, bringing the community together in grief to remember the beloved young girl. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Jessica Knott. Jessica Knott was born on June 22, 1986, in Alamos Springs, Florida. She grew up with an older brother, a younger sister, and caring parents. Her father worked in construction and often traveled to other states for several days at a time, leaving the children in their mother's care. Jessica was a bright and cheerful child who loved spending time outdoors with friends, playing with her siblings, and had a strong affection for animals. On April 5, 1996, when Jessica was 9 years old, her family planned a visit to her grandparents for Easter. That day, her father went to the store to pick up supplies for the holiday while her mother stayed home, packing for the trip. After school, Jessica arrived home with some friends and asked her mom if she could play in the yard while waiting for her dad to return. Her mother agreed but reminded her not to leave the area. Their apartment complex was tucked away from the main road, surrounded by trees, which gave Jessica's mother a sense of security. The neighborhood children, including Jessica, often played outside without constant adult supervision, and there had never been any issues. Around 6 p.m., Jessica's father returned home and asked his wife where she was. Confused, her mother explained that Jessica should have been in the yard waiting for him, but he insisted she was nowhere to be seen. Alarmed, the parents searched the yard but found no sign of their daughter. Growing more anxious, they began asking neighbors if anyone had seen her. One neighbor recalled spotting Jessica earlier, sitting on a bench and reading a book, but this information didn't lead to her whereabouts. As night fell and Jessica remained missing, her worried parents made the decision to call the police. Officers arrived within minutes, immediately launching a search and questioning neighbors. Despite their efforts, Jessica was nowhere to be found, prompting police to widen the search area to nearby streets. A few hours later, an unexpected call came into the police station. The caller's voice was distorted by heavy background noise, but the operator managed to make out that Jessica's body could be found near a water pumping station a few miles from her home. Rushing to the location, officers discovered a trash bag lying just a few yards from the road. The pumping station was positioned beneath a bridge, making it impossible to spot from above. Nearby, they found a few magazines and a child's mirror. Police quickly confirmed the victim was Jessica Knott and transferred her body to medical examiners. Meanwhile, investigators turned their attention to the 911 call, believing it had come directly from the killer. They hoped tracing it would lead them to the person responsible. However, investigators faced an immediate challenge. The call had been made from a payphone at a gas station less than a mile from the crime scene. By the time officers arrived, the perpetrator was long gone. Detectives attempted to lift fingerprints from the phone, but it proved difficult. As a public payphone, it likely held prints from numerous people. Additionally, they suspected the killer had either wiped it clean or used gloves. Experts determined that Jessica had been killed elsewhere and then transported to the water pumping station. Disturbed dirt in front of the facility suggested that the perpetrator had dragged a trash bag from a vehicle and pulled it across the ground. Jessica's clothing remained intact except for a missing shoe, which was neither inside the bag nor anywhere nearby. The only potential clue at the crime scene was a tire track imprinted in the dirt. While investigators couldn't confirm whether it belonged to the killer's vehicle, they photographed it and made a cast for further analysis. A medical examination revealed that Jessica had been strangled to death, with marks on her face and neck indicating that the killer had used their bare hands. Additionally, an autopsy found a partially digested hamburger in her stomach, consumed less than an hour before she died. Jessica's mother insisted that she hadn't given her daughter anything to eat that day, leading investigators to suspect that the killer had provided the meal. However, no evidence of sexual assault was found, making the perpetrator's motive unclear. Initially, police turned their focus toward Jessica's parents. Neither had a strong alibi at the time she vanished. Her mother stated she had been inside the apartment packing, while her father claimed he had been out shopping. But in theory, they both had the opportunity to commit the crime. Police tried to understand how the killer managed to take Jessica from her complex's yard without anyone noticing or the girl screaming. It led them to believe that the perpetrator likely knew the victim well, and she left with him willingly. Another supporting factor was the tone of the killer's voice during the 911 call. Despite the experts' efforts to clean up the recording, they noticed sorrow and regret in the killer's voice, as if they genuinely regretted committing the murder. The fact that the killer took the risk of calling 911, the perpetrator could have done it either for the thrill of playing with the police and manipulating the investigation, or they genuinely regretted their actions and wanted to somehow alleviate that feeling. Considering the caller's evident sadness, investigators leaned towards the second option. Police inspected Jessica's father's car, finding something intriguing in the trunk. There was a roll of black trash bags similar to the one containing the victim's body. However, an expert examining the bag from the crime scene quickly determined it differed from those found in the father's car, clearly belonging to a different roll. So the man was temporarily ruled out as a suspect. Substantial amount of dog hair. Considering Jessica's family didn't own a dog, the animal most likely belonged to the killer. They also found human hair on her body, belonging to an unknown white male. However, experts needed a few days to extract the DNA profile. 2 types of foreign fibers were also discovered on the girl's clothes. Analyzing their structure, experts concluded that one likely came from a car seat cover and the other from a carpet. This further supported the theory that the victim was killed elsewhere and transported to the water pumping station by car. Regarding the dog hair from Jessica's clothing, experts attempted to determine the breed using the FBI's database, which contained microscopic photos of hair from various dog breeds. This database has proven helpful in criminal cases where dog hair could be a key piece of evidence. Experts compared the hair with samples from the database, eliminating one breed after another. In the end, they concluded that the hair on the victim's clothes belonged to a Shar-Pei. Apparently, the killer owned such a dog, and the hair ended up on Jessica's clothes, either in the perpetrator's car or at their house. According to the preliminary theory of investigators, The killer somehow might have lured Jessica into his car, taken her to McDonald's for a hamburger, and then brought her to his home and murdered her. Meanwhile, the experts attempted to enhance the phone call recording, but it proved to be a challenging task. They decided to try a different approach. Detectives sought assistance from NASA and sent them the audio file. NASA had advanced tools for clearing audio recordings originally designed to enhance recordings from space. They agreed to help and provided the police with a higher quality audio track. However, the experts still needed a voice sample from the suspect to compare it with the call recording and establish a match. Based on the detectives' assumption that the killer might have known Jessica, they decided to play the call recording for her mother, hoping she could recognize it. She listened to it for the first time and said that the voice sounded familiar, but the mother couldn't remember whose voice it is. However, during a second attempt, clicked. She recognized the voice as their neighbor who lived in the same complex. Although she couldn't remember his name, she told their detectives that the man often walked his Shar-Pei in the yard. Police swiftly identified the man as 35-year-old James Crow. During the initial hours of Jessica's disappearance, investigators already questioned him along with other neighbors. He mentioned that he saw her in the yard while walking his dog. They spoke briefly, and he left. Detectives dug into his background and found that Crow had no criminal history. He lived with his wife, who was a nurse. The man was a former truck driver, currently unemployed. He spent most of his time strolling the streets with his Shar-Pei, named Pumpkin. The detectives realized that merely the similarity in voice and owning a dog of a specific breed wasn't enough for an arrest, so they obtained a search warrant for his car. There, they discovered two disturbing clues. Under the front passenger seat, there was an empty Happy Meal bag. Considering Jessica had a McDonald's hamburger in her stomach and James didn't have children, this seemed highly suspicious. Experts also noticed that the car had brand new tires as if they had barely been used. Police found out that Crow replaced them on the day of Jessica's murder, even though his previous tires were not particularly old and could have lasted for several more years. Crow claimed to have left the old tires at a car service, which was quite unusual considering they were not old at all. So the police headed to this service building. By the time they arrived, there was only one tire from James' car left. They compared its tread pattern from what was found near the body, but detectives faced an unexpected twist. They didn't match. However, they initially weren't 100% sure that the tire mark on the ground was left by the killer's car and not some other vehicle. For example, maintenance staff regularly visited the building, and this tire mark could have belonged to their vehicle. The police also searched James' apartment where they found a new lead. There was a box containing several rolls of trash bags matching the size and color of the one found on the victim's body. Obviously, this couldn't be considered strong evidence, so detectives had to figure out if there was a way to establish that the bags had come from the same roll. At first glance, this task seemed impossible. The bags themselves had no markings or distinctive features, and there were hundreds of manufacturers of such products. But even the detectives were soon surprised by the creativity they could display in such a complex challenge. They contacted Noel Roberts, the man responsible for quality control at the company that produced the bags found in the suspect's apartment. At first, he identified the specific factory where the bags were produced. There was a special code on the cardboard box containing the rolls, indicating that the product was made at a facility in Virginia. The expert then explained that a tiny amount of iron or titanium is included in the composition of the bags depending on their color. Considering that the factory produces bags of various colors, the materials in the production are constantly changing. The ratio of plastic to iron or titanium literally changes daily since such tiny amounts cannot be measured with 100% accuracy, and there's no need to do that. In other words, experts could take bags from the suspect's apartment and the crime scene, measure the presence of the elements in the plastic using high-intensity X-rays, and get a very precise ratio. Through this analysis, they found that the ratio of iron and titanium to plastic in both bags was absolutely identical, indicating that they were manufactured on the same day and should belong to the same batch. But that's not all. During the production of trash bags, a small amount of microscopic debris ends up on the machines, which is acceptable within production standards. However, this results in small streaks visible to the naked eye when the plastic sheets, later cut into bags, are rolled out. These streaks are present on every bag in large amounts, forming a unique pattern for each roll of fabric. The debris particles on the conveyor belt are constantly moving, falling off, and being replaced by new ones, so the pattern of similar streaks is preserved for a maximum of a few hundred feet of fabric. This means that it can be understood from this pattern that two different bags were not just made within the same batch but within a few hours of each other. Experts compared the bags from the suspect's apartment and the crime scene, and the lines on them matched with astonishing precision. But that's not all. The experts also explained that after the bags are manufactured, they are rolled into a bundle using a machine, which often does this somewhat unevenly. But if you don't look closely, these deviations are almost imperceivable, and the rolls appear smooth. However, examining the edges of the bags reveals tiny folds and creases, forming a similarly unique pattern, as with the streaks. In the end, the experts compared the bags again and found that the pattern on the bags from James' apartment matched the one from the crime scene. Considering all of this, they concluded that the bag used by the killer was not just produced by the same company, but was manufactured within a range of almost 17 boxes apart. This meant that with a high degree of probability, the perpetrator took the bag from one of the rolls in James' apartment. Forensic analysts also compared the two types of fibers found on Jessica's clothing with the carpet in the suspect's apartment and the covers of his car seats. Both samples matched. Finally, a sound expert compared the 911 call recording with a voice sample from James and concluded that the voice belonged to the same person. Despite the incredible work done by the experts, detectives faced one major problem. All this fell into the realm of circumstantial evidence, but they were confident in James' involvement and decided to arrest him. The man was taken into custody, and the prosecution announced its intent to seek the death penalty. Considering that Crow Dog, and all the local kids knew him well since they never missed a dog, and all the local kids knew him well since they never missed a chance to play with Pumpkin. As a result, they trusted him, and Jessica was no exception. According to the police version, on that day, James noticed her alone on a bench while walking his dog and started a conversation. He offered to take her to McDonald's, promising to buy her a hamburger, and Jessica agreed because she knew him well. After the restaurant, he presumably took her back to the apartment complex and invited her to his place. Perhaps he offered her to play with Pumpkin. His wife was at work, and the presence of carpet fibers from his living room on Jessica's clothes indicated that she was there on the day of her death. According to investigators, James might have attempted to assault the girl, but something went wrong. Based on the forensic report, the perpetrator not only strangled the victim with his bare hands but also pressed his palm against her face. Perhaps Jessica tried to scream, so he panicked and attacked her. After the girl passed away, he placed her in a garbage bag to transport the body to his car without arousing suspicion from the neighbors. He drove a few miles and left. During preliminary hearings, James' lawyers attempted to challenge all available evidence, arguing that there were no solid proof of their client's guilt. Despite the fact that the judge accepted it, the defense was right. In cases involving the death penalty, the standards for evidence are much higher. And in James' case, there was a significant chance of avoiding this sentence. In light of these circumstances, a plea deal was proposed to the suspect. Under the terms of the deal, he would admit guilt to second-degree murder and receive a 40-prison-year sentence without parole, thus avoiding the death penalty. In the summer of '98, 2 years after the murder, James agreed to the deal. He wasn't required to disclose any details of the crime by its terms. However, he mentioned that part of his decision was to spare Jessica's family and save them from going through the trial. Prosecutors argued that the perpetrator displayed genuine remorse, pointing to his 911 call as evidence. The motive behind the call remained unclear, but the most plausible explanation was that James had been overcome with guilt and wanted to ease his conscience after committing such a horrific crime. Jessica's parents were deeply dissatisfied with the plea deal, as they had hoped for a death sentence. They also wanted James to provide a full confession, but he remained silent. However, he never completed his sentence. In November 2011, at the age of 49, James passed away due to health complications, taking the truth about his actions and motives with him to the grave. Jessica's case stood out due to the extraordinary forensic work involved. The amount of information investigators gathered from something as simple as a garbage bag even astonished the presiding judge, who admitted he had never encountered such evidence in his career. Moving on to the next case. Murder of Angie Hausman. Angie Hausman was born on February 18, 1984, in St. Louis, Missouri. Her father left before she was born, so she never had the chance to know him. When Angie was a year old, her mother married a man named Ronald, and together they had a son. Angie and her younger brother had a close bond, and she cared for him deeply. Angie was a friendly and easygoing child who always sought out companionship. Her family lived in a peaceful suburban neighborhood in St. Louis. By 1993, at the age of 9, she was in the 4th grade at an elementary school located just over a mile from her home. She usually rode the school bus from the nearest stop, and since it was only a few hundred yards away, her parents felt it was safe for her to go alone. Angie usually walked to the bus stop with other neighborhood children. After school, several parents would keep an eye on them from their windows, making it a routine to ensure the kids got home safely. On November 18th, Angie followed her usual routine. She attended school and finished her day around 3 p.m. She rode the school bus back to her stop with a few neighborhood kids, and they began walking home together. Since the others lived closer to the bus stop, Angie was left to walk the last stretch alone. It was only a short distance, but as time passed, she still hadn't arrived home. About half an hour later, her parents grew concerned. While she sometimes lingered to talk with friends, she had never taken this long before. Angie's mom and stepdad decided to walk the route from their house to the bus stop, hoping to find her. They spoke with other children from her school, who confirmed that Angie had arrived at the stop and headed home as usual. They also asked neighbors who typically watched the kids from their windows, but both women had been occupied that day and hadn't seen anything. Realizing something was wrong, Angie's parents and their friends quickly organized a search, combing the area between the bus stop and their home. As evening set in and darkness fell, her parents made the difficult decision to call the police. Officers immediately joined the search effort. Given the cold weather, it seemed unlikely that Angie would have wandered off voluntarily, leading authorities to consider more alarming possibilities. Their concerns were heightened by a recent event. Just 10 days earlier, an unidentified person had attempted to abduct an 11-year-old girl in a nearby area. As she stepped off the school bus, a man tried to drag her into the bushes, but she managed to escape. With the attacker still at large, police considered the possibility that he was connected to Angie's disappearance. K9 units were brought in, and the dogs picked up Angie's scent near the bus stop. They followed it about halfway to her house before the trail suddenly vanished, suggesting that she may have entered a vehicle, further pointing to a likely abduction. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging were also deployed, but unfortunately, the first day of searching brought no results. By the next morning, authorities turned to the media, and news of Angie's disappearance quickly spread throughout the city. Within 24 hours, over 300 calls flooded the police department. To manage the overwhelming number of tips, more than 20 additional officers were brought in, but none of the leads helped locate Angie. As detectives explored every possible angle, they began scrutinizing her stepfather early on in the investigation. The man denied any involvement in Angie's disappearance, insisting he would never harm her. However, when detectives looked into her biological father, they found something unusual. He had never been involved in Angie's life, yet her mother mentioned that he had driven past their house several times, watching her play outside. While this raised suspicion, the man had a solid alibi. On the third day, the FBI joined the investigation, and even more officers were assigned to the case. Authorities recognized that something terrible must have happened. Angie couldn't have survived long in the freezing weather if she had simply gotten lost. Then, a potential lead emerged, someone reported seeing a suspicious man slowly driving a blue sedan through Angie's neighborhood. His description closely matched the account of the 11-year-old girl who had nearly been abducted just 10 days earlier. Investigators decided to create a composite sketch of the suspect. The sketch was broadcast on the news, and volunteers distributed thousands of flyers, but the man's identity remained a mystery. As Angie's case gained national attention, more leads poured in, though none led investigators any closer to finding her. With the publicity came self-proclaimed psychics who began calling Angie's home, claiming to have visions about her whereabouts. One psychic insisted she was still alive and even pinpointed a location, a large national park 25 miles from her home, but detectives dismissed these claims. To encourage more information, authorities offered a $10,000 reward, which resulted in a surge of tips. During the investigation, detectives uncovered a disturbing detail. Shortly before her disappearance, Angie had told her teacher that she was planning to go on a nature trip with her uncle. The problem was, Angie didn't have an uncle, and her parents had no idea what she was talking about. Investigators considered the possibility that Angie might have been referring to her abductor, someone she already knew and trusted enough to call uncle. However, they didn't find anything about this mysterious man. In the following days, detectives made no progress, but everything changed on November 27th. 9 days after Angie's disappearance, a hunter called the police. He had arrived at the national park and spotted a human body in the woods. Upon arrival at the location, the police were confronted with a horrifying scene. There was a body of a girl tied to a tree missing any clothing, and her head was entirely wrapped in tape except for her nose. Her hands were also bound with handcuffs. Near the site, there was a bag with items, which helped the police immediately realize they had found Angie's body. Her belongings, including notebooks with her name, were in the bag. The body was handed over to medical examiners, revealing even more shocking details. As soon as they removed the tape from her head, experts found a piece of underwear in her mouth. They also determined that the girl had died just a few hours before the discovery, meaning she had been kept alive for 9 days and then taken to this location where she froze to death. Experts had concluded that the victim had suffered numerous injuries and had been sexually assaulted. Forensic analysts carefully examined all items found at the crime scene and managed to find a fingerprint on the tape used to wrap Angie's head. They tried to find matches in the database and among several suspects, but it led to no leads. After the discovery of the body, the police dedicated even more resources to the investigation. Local residents were shocked by such cruelty and feared for their children, escorting them everywhere, meeting them at bus stops, and not letting them out of their sight for a moment. Just a few days after Angie's discovery, their concerns heightened even further. On December 1st, a 10-year-old girl named Casey disappeared. She lived in another town only 10 miles from Angie's house. Casey had asked her mother if she could visit her friends who lived just a few hundred yards away, but she had never reached their house. Casey vanished on the way, that the same person was behind both abductions, but they had no evidence supporting this theory. 10 days later, Casey's body was found in St. Louis, and she was wrapped in 2 bedsheets and covered with a pink curtain, with the cause of death being multiple severe blows to the head. Detectives couldn't find any clues that would lead them to the killer. Moreover, they started to doubt that the same person who killed Casey was responsible for Angie's death. The nature of these crimes was noticeably different, leading them to consider the possibility of dealing with 2 different murderers. In the same month, detectives identified the man who had attempted to abduct a girl a few days before Angie's disappearance. He turned out to be 37-year-old Gary, who often came to St. Louis for work. He was immediately checked for involvement in the 2 murders, but the man had a solid alibi. He wasn't in the city during the disappearances of Angie and Casey, although, during the investigation, he admitted to assaulting 4 other girls and eventually received a 5-year prison sentence. In February of the following year, detectives had found a breakthrough. When they discovered Casey's body, tire tracks were found nearby. Their photos were handed over to experts who determined that the tracks were left by a pickup truck widely used by a popular car rental company. Armed with this information, detectives interviewed residents in Casey's neighborhood, asking if the detectives got lucky. One woman told them that she had seen the pickup from this company near her neighbor's house about a week after Casey's disappearance. Police quickly discovered that there was a woman living with her partner and brother. She claimed that none of them had rented such a pickup and they had no connection to this case. But detectives didn't rush to believe her. They obtained a search warrant for the house and found blood traces belonging to Casey in the basement along with the murder weapon. Further investigation revealed that the woman's brother, Thomas, had rented the pickup. Initially, he denied everything, but when confronted with the existing evidence, he finally confessed. According to his account, Casey had knocked on his door, wanting to invite his nephews to go to the street with her. He invited her into her house, took her to the basement, and attempted to assault her. When she screamed, he struck her with a heavy object and covered the body with bedsheets. After the murder, Thomas went to work, and upon his return, his sister informed him that she had seen the body in the basement. However, she added that she didn't want to know what happened and demanded to get rid of it as quickly as possible. Casey remained in the basement for a whole week because active searches were underway, and Thomas was afraid to move her. When things calmed down a bit, he rented the pickup, took the body to St. Louis, and left it there. Thomas was eventually sentenced to death, but he died in prison from illnesses several years later. In connection to Angie's case, he denied any involvement, leading detectives to conclude that these crimes were, indeed, unrelated. The investigation hit another standstill for many months with fewer and fewer leads coming in. Several years after Angie's murder, detectives faced another challenge: the expiration of the monetary reward for information, raising concerns about a decline in public assistance. However, an unexpected turn came in February 2001 when a businessman in the community donated $250,000 as a reward for information on Angie's case. This generous amount of money, one of the largest at the time, led to a massive influx of tips for the police. But unfortunately, all of these leads proved to be dead ends. This continued until February 2001 when detectives received a call from prison. Inmate named Corey Fox confessed to over 10 murders, including Angie Houseman's. Detectives rushed to speak with him, and Fox recounted how he and his friend abducted her from the street, keeping her captive in his house for several days. Initially, the criminals planned to demand a ransom, but concerns about potential identification led them to choose murder. To the surprise of detectives, Fox provided many accurate details, such as tying her to a tree, even specifying that his accomplice was using her underwear as a gag. However, discrepancies arose when questioned about how they restrained her hands. Fox claimed they used plastic handcuffs, whereas in reality, they used iron ones. Detectives also found out that Fox couldn't have committed some of the murders he confessed to. Police concluded that he likely fabricated parts of his confession, possibly drawing information from extensive news coverage on Angie Houseman's case. In February, another event reignited attention on Angie's case. In a different area of St. Louis, an unknown man abducted a 6-year-old girl from her home and killed her. Police initially considered the possible connection to Angie's case, but it turned out otherwise. The perpetrator was apprehended just a few hours later. It was a neighbor who confessed during interrogation. Several more years passed until February 2007 when detectives decided to revisit the case. Reviewing the documents, they noticed a peculiar detail. Shortly after discovering Angie's body, police noticed a parked car nearby with a man named Roger Martin inside. When questioned about his presence, Roger claimed he came to the area for hunting. However, upon a brief inspection of his car, the police officer found no hunting gear. This led the new detective team to take a closer look at Roger, discovering his criminal record for offenses against children. Moreover, he had assaulted one of his victims near the location where Angie's body was found. Remarkably, all of these crimes occurred before Angie's death, and this information was in the database. But during that time, the police did not thoroughly investigate Roger, prompting the new detective team to start from scratch. Roger was called in for questioning. He denied any involvement in Angie's murder, insisting he was near the location by chance. Roger added that during the time the girl was left there, he was still at work, although the police couldn't confirm this alibi. Despite a 9-hour interrogation, detectives couldn't reach any conclusive results. They took Roger's fingerprints, comparing them with the one left on the tape from the victim's head. Experts determined they didn't match, leading to Roger's release. While the police refrained from ruling him out as a suspect, they lacked substantial evidence to hold him. There was no progress in the case until 2018 when the St. Louis Police Department formed a dedicated task force. The new detectives aimed to re-examine all existing evidence. With significant advances in technology since '93, they hoped to uncover new leads. The detectives focused on 3 key pieces of evidence: the handcuffs, tape from Angie's head, and her underwear used to silence her. Despite repeated attempts since '93, experts struggled to find the perpetrator's DNA on them. Undeterred, they decided to re-examine these items with modern technology. Firstly, they attempted to find DNA on the handcuffs, but it was quite challenging as they were almost entirely covered in the victim's blood. They then turned to the tape from Angie's head, encountering another issue. When they opened the box containing this evidence, they found that the tape had literally disintegrated over the years. Finally, they examined the underwear. Despite having little hope for this particular evidence, as it had been in the victim's mouth for several hours, potentially erasing any foreign DNA, they pursued it as a last resort. Employing state-of-the-art technology, they meticulously inspected every inch of the underwear. And at last, there was a breakthrough. A tiny sample of unfamiliar DNA was discovered sufficient for analysis. Experts confirmed the DNA belonged to a male, immediately uploading it to the FBI database. In such cases, it's pretty common not to find any matches requiring additional efforts to identify the person. However, luck was on detectives' side this time. As soon as the DNA sample was uploaded, they received a full match. The DNA belonged to 58-year-old Earl Cox, who had been in prison since February 2003. Cox had never come to the police radar regarding Angie's case, but his criminal history was substantial. Earl first landed behind bars during his military service in 1982 in Germany. He had a part-time job as a babysitter until 4 girls reported that he had sexually assaulted them. Earl received an 8-year prison sentence in the USA and was discharged from the Army. After serving only 3 years, he was released early and relocated to St. Louis. 4 years later, Earl was arrested again when 2 7-year-old girls accused him of sexual assault. Despite the charges being dropped due to insufficient evidence, his arrest violated the terms of his parole, leading to an additional year in prison. Upon his release in '92, he resettled in St. Louis where his relatives lived. A year later, he seemingly abducted and killed Angie, but we'll delve into that shortly. In February 2002, Earl faced another arrest for running a major anonymous internet platform where predators shared materials depicting child abuse. The FBI had been investigating him for a while, and Earl took the bait when an undercover agent posing as a 14-year-old girl contacted him. Earl expressed intentions to make her his slave, sent money for a bus ticket, and showed up at the agreed meeting place. Instead of a girl, Earl encountered armed FBI agents, resulting in his arrest. On his computer, they discovered 45,000 photos of child abuse along with evidence that he was the mastermind behind the perverse platform. This information led to the arrest of 16 more individuals associated with the site, marking one of the country's largest operations against pedophiles. In February 2003, Earl was sentenced to 10 years in prison. But when his term ended, a judge refused to release the offender using a legal loophole allowing the detention of individuals deemed a serious threat to children. As a result, he remained behind bars, and in 2019, his DNA matched the sample from Angie Hausman's case. Detectives went to prison to speak with him. However, Earl denied his involvement and promptly asked for a lawyer. The police recognized that the man had little chance of winning the case in court given the presence of his DNA, but they decided to try something else. Investigators reached out to Earl's lawyer stating they would seek the death penalty for Angie's murder. However, if the perpetrator confessed, the prosecution would abandon the death penalty in favor of a life sentence. Apparently aware that he would likely lose the case, Earl agreed to the deal. Detectives returned to the prison where he provided his version of events. It's worth noting that some parts of his story sounded outright implausible, but the crucial thing for investigators was the confession to the murder. Earl claimed that on November 18, 1993, he was driving through the area where his mother and sister lived. His car stalled in the middle of the road, and while he was trying to figure out what was wrong with it, a school bus pulled up and several kids got off. They all went into their houses, except for one girl, Angie. According to Earl, when she approached him, they had a brief chat, and he noticed she looked freezing. He offered her a ride in his car, and as he claimed, she agreed. He then took Angie to Burger King, fed her, and brought her to his home, where he sexually assaulted her for several days. After some time, he decided to get rid of Angie, took her to the location where her body would later be found, and tied her to a tree. Allegedly, she was still alive at that moment. Detectives doubted the truthfulness of certain parts of this story. Angie clearly couldn't agree to go anywhere with a stranger, especially considering she only had a short distance to walk home. Investigators also questioned the car breakdown in Earl's story. He claimed the car stalled, but as soon as Angie approached, the car surprisingly started again. More likely, the perpetrator noticed Angie and immediately decided to abduct her. He could have lured her into the car with some lies or even threats. It appeared much more realistic than Earl's version. Nevertheless, detectives obtained what they needed, the confession to the murder. In August 2020, he appeared before a judge who sentenced him to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Unfortunately, Angie's mother did not live to see this moment. She lost her battle with cancer in 2016. Her husband, Ronald, later stated that Earl should have faced charges for 2 murders, as he blamed him for his wife's death. Overcome with grief after losing her daughter, she lost her will to live, and in Ronald's eyes, that sorrow ultimately led to her passing. However, Earl's story didn't conclude with his conviction. Prosecutors sought to reopen a past case involving the sexual abuse of 2 7-year-old girls, an offense for which he had largely escaped justice, serving only a year in prison for a parole violation. Detectives contacted one of his victims, now an adult, to ask if she would testify against him. With no hope of freedom, Earl finally admitted his guilt and received an additional 10-year sentence. After the verdict, his victim addressed the court, declaring that, despite the horrors he had inflicted, she would go on to live a happy and fulfilling life, while he would spend the rest of his days rotting in prison. Moving on to the next case. The Simon Montalvo murder case. In a quiet suburban neighborhood of DeSoto, Texas, a family's nightmare unfolded behind closed doors, a nightmare that would take years to fully reveal. Simon Montalvo disappeared without a trace, but the chilling truth only emerged when a body was found outside his home, concealed beneath a pile of rocks. This discovery marked the beginning of a 7-year search for answers and an investigation that eventually crossed international borders. Simon Montalvo and his wife, Maria Leonora Montalvo, lived in DeSoto with their 2 young sons. Their relationship was reportedly tumultuous, marked by signs of domestic violence. In 2012, Maria faced a misdemeanor assault charge after allegedly throwing a metal pot holder at Simon's head. However, after completing a domestic violence intervention program, the charge was dismissed. Despite the tension and prior incidents, the couple remained living together. By 2013, Simon and Maria appeared to be maintaining a strained yet familiar routine. In late April of that year, Simon's brother reported him missing after realizing he had not been seen for over a week. On May 4, 2013, after weeks of growing concern, Simon's brother returned to the DeSoto home to install a security camera. While working, he detected a strong odor coming from the backyard. Upon further inspection, he discovered a pile of rocks near the fence. When he moved the rocks, he uncovered a black bag containing Simon's body and immediately contacted the authorities. Investigators later confirmed that Simon had been shot 6 times. 2 of the gunshots were to the back of his head. A search of the home revealed bloodstains in the master bedroom and hallway, along with 3 bullet holes in the bedroom wall, suggesting a violent and deliberate act had taken place. This suggested that Simon's demise had been violent, and the circumstances pointed to someone within the household. As investigators delved deeper into the case, they learned that the couple's 2 sons were nowhere to be found. The children were eventually located in Anderson, Indiana, living with relatives about 35 miles northeast of Indianapolis. One of the boys, in a statement to the detectives, recalled hearing 3 loud claps during the night, which he initially did not understand. When he later asked his mother about the noise, she claimed it was the sound of a cabinet falling over. The boy did not believe her, suspecting it had been something more sinister. He said that the next morning, Maria took them to Indiana, and they never saw their father again. Maria's brother-in-law, Simon's brother, was the first to suspect her involvement in the crime. He knew of her history of violence towards Simon and began connecting the dots. His suspicions grew stronger, particularly after Maria's evasive behavior following Simon's disappearance. The investigation continued for years, but Maria was nowhere to be found. Although she was indicted for the crime in 2013, she had fled, and authorities struggled to track her down. It was not until May 2020, when Maria attempted to cross the border from Mexico to San Diego, that she was finally apprehended. Maria Leonor Montalvo was arrested on May 19, 2020, more than 7 years after Simon's tragic demise. At the time of her arrest, Maria was 48 years old, and authorities immediately booked her into the Dallas County Jail, charging her with the crime. Her bail was set at $500,000. Maria had evaded justice for nearly a decade, but her capture brought a sense of relief to Simon's family, who had never stopped seeking justice. Maria's arrest was met with mixed emotions. While it brought a sense of closure to Simon's family, who had fought for years to ensure justice, it also highlighted the devastating impact of her actions on their 2 sons. The children had already been traumatized by the loss of their father. Maria's actions shattered her relationship with her children, a bond forever damaged by the fact that she took their father's life and fled the country. In the aftermath, the Montalvo family stepped up to care for the children, providing stability in the face of profound loss. This case is a tragic reminder of the far-reaching consequences of domestic violence, not only for the victims but also for the children left to endure its effects. For Maria, her arrest marked the beginning of a long-awaited legal reckoning. However, the harm she caused her family was irreversible. During her sentencing on February 4, 2023, the judge denounced her behavior, calling it absolutely selfish, and highlighting the deep emotional pain she inflicted on her children. Maria was sentenced to 25 years in prison. Yet, for Simon's loved ones, true justice would be the ability to rebuild their lives, something that can never be fully restored after such an unimaginable tragedy. Moving on to the next case. Thomas J. Capano. The eldest son of custom home builder Louis J. Capano, Thomas Capano, was a politically influential lawyer who had held positions such as a public defender, deputy attorney general, and city solicitor. He also served as the managing partner of the Wilmington, Delaware office of the law firm Saul, Ewing, Remick, and Saul. In the 1990s, Thomas was married for 24 years and had 4 daughters, but he had numerous mistresses, including Anne-Marie Fahy. Anne-Marie Fahy was a single, tall, attractive, and lively woman. She graduated from Wesley College in Dover in 1991 and began working for Governor Tom Carper. In 1993, Anne-Marie and Thomas met, and she wrote the following entry in her diary on April 24, 1994. "I'm afraid because I am in love with a man who has a family. I fantasize about my life with him all the time. He is very gentle, intelligent, handsome, and interesting." They continued their affair for 3 years until Anne-Marie wrote another entry in her diary on April 7, 1996. Anne-Marie Fahy wrote in her diary, "I have finally brought closure to Tom Capano. What a controlling, manipulative, insecure, jealous maniac. For an entire year, I allowed someone to control every decision in my life." The previous year, in September 1995, Anne-Marie met Michael R. Scanlon, the community affairs chief at MBNA America Bank, and wanted to end her affair with Thomas. However, Thomas threatened to expose their relationship. On June 27, 1996, Anne-Marie and Thomas were seen together publicly at Ristorante Panorama in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. 2 days later, Anne-Marie's family tried reaching her and later went to her apartment, but she was nowhere to be found. Her family then reported her missing. Authorities launched an investigation and discovered her diary. An agent with the Wilmington Resident Agency of the FBI's Baltimore office learned about the case and offered his help to local authorities. As the case progressed, local, state, and federal authorities ultimately agreed to have the FBI take the lead on the investigation given its resources and capabilities. The FBI put together an investigative team that included the Wilmington Police Department, the IRS, and the ATF. Because of Anne-Marie's relationship with Thomas, the investigators quickly zeroed in on him as a suspect. He told the police that he had invited Anne-Marie to dinner. He said that the evening went well. They exchanged pleasantries, and he saw her home. According to Thomas, they parted on good terms. The investigative team used a number of creative investigative techniques to determine what actually happened that night, including toll record analysis, seizure of emails from Thomas's law firm and Anne-Marie's office. Also, surveillance, analysis of gun purchase records for search warrants, including a 4-day search of 2 landfills, psychological profiling, and analysis of financial records. The authorities also searched Thomas's home and car for blood and hair samples, ultimately finding blood stains on a metal radiator cover and some woodwork. A blood bank search helped recover a container of blood that Anne-Marie had donated weeks earlier, and forensic exams linked her blood to the blood found in Thomas's house. The FBI also recovered a 10-page letter written by Thomas detailing facts about his relationship with Anne-Marie. It contained a timeline that mentioned he had been with his younger brother, Gerard, in Stone Harbor, New Jersey, a day after Anne-Marie was last seen. That turned the team's attention to Jerry and eventually to Thomas's other brother, Louis. More than a year later, in November 1997, Gerard was arrested on various illegal substance and weapons charges. He agreed to cooperate in Anne-Marie's case. And then, his brother Louis followed suit. The brothers' story was a gruesome one. According to them, Thomas took Anne-Marie's life and then forced her body into a large fishing cooler that he had purchased about 2 months earlier. Thomas and Gerard drove Gerard's boat some 70 miles off the New Jersey coast and dumped the cooler into the Atlantic Ocean. The cooler would not sink, so Gerard shot it full of holes with a shotgun that he kept on board for shark fishing. The cooler still would not sink. So Thomas lifted Anne-Marie's body out of the cooler, wrapped 2 anchors around it, threw it overboard, and watched it sink. He then threw the cooler back into the water. The cooler was found by some fishermen, corroborating the brothers' story. Thomas also asked Gerard to help dispose of a blood-stained sofa and carpet into a dumpster, which was managed by their other brother, Louis. On November 12, 1997, the FBI agents arrested Thomas after they learned that he might be attempting to flee the country. On October 26, 1998, the state trial started and lasted 12 weeks. During the trial, one of Thomas's lovers, Debbie McIntyre, testified that about 6 weeks before Anne-Marie's life was taken, Thomas ordered her to buy a gun and give it to him. With evidence mounting against him, Thomas changed his story. He claimed Debbie found him and Anne-Marie together and threatened to take her own life with a gun. When Thomas tried to stop her, he said the gun went off by accident and ended Anne-Marie's life. Thomas said he then disposed of the body to protect himself and Debbie. Prosecutor Ferris Wharton said the following in his opening argument. Thomas Capano had intended for the cooler to become what it ultimately did, Anne-Marie Fahy's coffin. He had made up his mind that if Anne-Marie could not be manipulated into being with him, she would be with no one else. Ultimately, the jury did not believe his version of events. On January 17, 1999, they convicted him for her slaying, and he was sentenced to death. However, in January 2006, his sentence was appealed and changed to life in prison without the possibility of parole. On September 19, 2011, Thomas, at the age of 60, passed away in his sleep at the James T. Vaughn Correctional Center in Smyrna, Delaware, due to sudden cardiac arrest. And Marie's body was never found, so the cause of death could never be conclusively determined. Moving on to the next case. Christy Lynn Mullins. Christy Lynn Mullins was born on August 28, 1960, in Columbus, Ohio. She was part of a large family with 5 children and grew up in a quiet neighborhood, far from the noise of the city. During the summer of 1975, at the age of 14, Christy spent most of her time with her friends and sisters. Their favorite hangout spot was the pool at a nearby residential complex, especially on sweltering summer days. In addition to spending time with friends, Christy occasionally worked as a babysitter, caring for the children of people she knew. On August 22nd, one of them asked her to watch their child until late in the evening. The following day, Christy slept in until around noon and found herself wondering how to pass the time. With her birthday just 5 days away, she was filled with anticipation, making the hours seem to drag. The day was particularly scorching, with temperatures climbing to 93 degrees. Christy quickly decided that going to the pool would be the perfect way to pass the time and escape the heat. She took her younger sister, Kim, along, and the two headed to the residential complex. While Kim immediately jumped into the water, Christy chose to relax on a deck chair. Not long after, a friend approached her, and after a brief conversation, the two walked away together. Kim was surprised that her sister had left without saying anything but chose to stay at the pool rather than follow her. After some time, Kim returned home, only to find that Christy wasn't there. As the hours passed with no sign of her, she began to grow concerned. Determined to find her sister, Kim walked around the neighborhood searching for her. Along the way, she ran into a neighbor, who mentioned that the police had discovered a girl's body a few miles away about an hour earlier, but they hadn't been able to identify her. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Panicked, Kim rushed home to inform her parents, who immediately contacted the police, explaining that their daughter was missing. The family was instructed to go to the morgue, where officers presented them with the body of the deceased girl. At first, Christy's parents struggled to recognize her due to the severe bruising on her face. However, her mother soon spotted a familiar birthmark on the girl's leg and realized, with heartbreaking certainty, that it was Christy. Once her identity was confirmed, the police shared the devastating details of what had happened. At approximately 2:30 p.m., a man called 911 to report the discovery of a body in the wooded area behind a shopping center. He, his wife, and their son had gone there to buy a toy for their daughter. Before entering the store, their son asked to take a walk in the wooded area behind the building. The location was known for its scenic walking trail that led to the river, making it a popular spot for strolls. His parents agreed, and the family ventured along the path, exploring the forest. As they were making their way back, they noticed something unusual a few yards off the trail, something that immediately caught their attention. As they moved closer, they saw a man on the ground, leaning over someone and repeatedly striking them with a piece of wood. Upon noticing the family, the man immediately got up and fled. The father rushed to the spot and found a young girl lying on the ground, covered in blood. His wife, who had medical training, attempted to check for a pulse but was unable to find one. Realizing the urgency of the situation, the man sprinted to the shopping center and used a phone inside one of the stores to call the police. Both he and his wife provided investigators with a description of the attacker. He was described as a young man, around 20 years old, tall and slender, with shoulder-length dark hair. At the time of the attack, he was wearing only jean shorts and boots. Using their account, the police created a sketch of the suspect and distributed it to patrol officers. However, despite examining the crime scene thoroughly, investigators found no significant evidence. Officers recovered the piece of wood used as the murder weapon, but they were unable to find any evidence that could lead them to the perpetrator. Notably, Christy's hands were bound with a telephone cord, and her bikini top had been pulled down. Her t-shirt and shoes were found next to her body, yet forensic experts found no signs of sexual assault. Investigators theorized that the attacker may have intended to assault her but was interrupted and fled the scene. Despite the initial lack of leads, police soon had a direction to pursue. Christie's younger sister revealed that she had left the pool with a friend named Carol, prompting investigators to speak with her. Carol explained that earlier that day, she had received a phone call at home from an unknown man who claimed to be a DJ from a local radio station. He told her about an upcoming cheerleading competition in town, with the winners receiving free tickets to the state fair. According to him, the event was set to take place behind the shopping center at 1:45 p.m. The caller instructed Carol to wait at the entrance of the wooded trail, where someone would meet her and provide more details about the event. To the police, this story already seemed highly suspicious, but there were even more puzzling details. Carol explained that she originally planned to attend the event with her sister. However, on the way, they ran into Christy and her younger sister. After chatting briefly, Carol invited Christy to join her, leaving their sisters behind as they headed toward the shopping center. When the girls arrived at the entrance to the woods, they sat on a fence and waited, but no one ever showed up. After some time, Carol decided to go into the shopping center to check the time. She was only gone for a few minutes, but when she returned, Christy had vanished. Carol waited a little longer, but when no one appeared, she eventually left. Investigators could find no record of any cheerleading competition taking place in town. They speculated that the caller may have been the killer, attempting to lure Carol into the woods. Alternatively, it was possible that the call was an unrelated prank, and Christie's disappearance was a tragic coincidence. Regardless, authorities were unable to trace the call, making it impossible to determine the caller's identity. Investigators also noticed inconsistencies in Carol's account. She claimed that she ran into Christy and her sister while walking to the shopping center. However, Kim firmly maintained that they had been at the pool when Carol approached them there. But that wasn't the only suspicious detail. Later that evening, Christy's mother had a strange encounter with Carol, who lived just a short distance from their home. During their conversation, Carol unexpectedly began apologizing, saying that things were never supposed to escalate this far. She went on to claim that she was the intended target and that 2 people had been involved in the murder. Stunned, Christy's mother pressed for more details, but Carol abruptly ended the conversation and walked away. Alarmed by what she had just heard, Christy's mother immediately reported the conversation to the police. Investigators questioned Carol again, but this time, she denied ever making such a statement. She stood by her original story and refused to provide any additional information. Later, Carol underwent another round of questioning, this time with a polygraph test. The examiner found no indications of deception when she answered key questions. With no further evidence linking her to the crime, investigators shifted their focus elsewhere and continued searching for leads. As news of the brutal murder spread throughout the city, fear took hold of the local residents. People were on edge, knowing that a dangerous killer was still at large. The situation became even more unsettling when detectives shared their belief that the perpetrator was likely a local. The killer had demonstrated knowledge of the wooded trail behind the shopping center, an area familiar mostly to those who lived nearby. Determined to track down the suspect, detectives deployed all available resources. Then, 3 days after Christie's murder, they had their first major breakthrough. Around 5 p.m., a police officer patrolling the streets of Columbus spotted a man who bore a striking resemblance to the suspect's sketch. The officer immediately alerted detectives, who arrived at the scene without delay. They approached the man and asked if he would come to the station for questioning. Without resistance, he agreed. The man was identified as 25-year-old Jack Carmen. Although he willingly agreed to answer their questions, investigators quickly encountered a challenge. Jack had a significant intellectual disability. Various tests estimated his IQ to be around 50. He was under the care of a specialized medical facility and lived in an apartment provided by a non-profit organization, where he also worked. Jack was unable to read or write and had difficulty speaking clearly. However, detectives couldn't overlook his strong resemblance to the composite sketch of Christie's killer. The interrogation process proved to be extremely difficult. For most of the questioning, Jack either responded with single-word answers or remained completely silent. Investigators even began to question whether he fully understood the meaning of their questions. Despite these challenges, the interrogation continued for 6 hours. Progress was slow, but eventually, detectives began to gain some traction. By keeping their questions as simple and direct as possible, detectives eventually obtained a long-awaited confession from Jack. According to his account, he had left his apartment that day and taken a bus to the shopping center with the intention of buying new pants and a shirt. As he walked through the parking lot toward the entrance, he noticed Christie sitting on a fence near the start of the wooded trail. He claimed that he approached her, grabbed her, tied her hands, and dragged her into the woods, where he assaulted her. When Christie attempted to escape, Jack chased after her. He then picked up a piece of wood from the ground and struck her multiple times on the head before fleeing to the main road, where he caught a bus. The following day, police took him back to the crime scene, where he pointed out the exact location of the attack. He also provided details that only the perpetrator would know, including the fact that the wooden weapon had broken in half when he used it to strike the victim. To further verify his confession, detectives arranged a lineup, including Jack, and asked the witnesses who had discovered Christie to identify the man they had seen that day. Both pointed to Jack. He was charged with several offenses, including assault and murder. Despite the fact that experts didn't find any evidence of sexual assault, Jack confessed to it, so the prosecution decided not to exclude it. The prosecutor sought the death penalty, but Jack's lawyer, with his consent, struck a deal. Jack had to admit his guilt before the judge and receive a life sentence instead of execution. Given that thousands of people were closely following the case, events unfolded rapidly. On September 3rd, just 11 days after the murder, Jack was sentenced to life in prison. However, after the trial, doubts about his guilt began to surface. As more details about his confession and background were revealed in the media, many people started questioning whether he was truly responsible. Those who knew Jack personally found it hard to believe he could have committed such a violent act. According to them, he had never shown any signs of aggression. In fact, he was known to be passive, timid, and overly compliant. He had a history of agreeing to things just to appease others, even if they weren't true. For instance, while at a charity center, he once took the blame for breaking a boiler, even though someone else was responsible. Questions also arose about whether Jack had even been capable of confessing to the crime in the way detectives claimed. He could barely speak, yet the police claimed that he had told them about the crime in utmost detail. Those who knew Jack believed that the investigators had simply fed him all the necessary information. They just needed to ask leading questions that already contained facts about the case. For example, did he strike the victim with a piece of wood? And if Jack answered yes, the police could already use it as a confession. One woman who was involved in Jack's treatment added that under threat, he could confess to anything. It was enough for him to hear that he faced the electric chair, and he would do whatever the detectives asked. But that's not all. Supporters of Jack's innocence found out that the police had brought him to the murder scene at the same time as the witnesses, the same married couple who later identified him among other people at the police station. So, they had already seen Jack and knew that he was a suspect. The police had claimed that the witnesses didn't cross paths with Jack, but no one believed it. There were many more facts that raised strong doubts about Jack's involvement. For example, the police couldn't find the bus driver or even a single passenger who saw Jack on the way to the city center. According to his own confession, that's how he got home. But the most significant factor was the testimony of several people in the charity organization building where Jack lived and worked. They claimed to have seen him around 1:30 p.m. If he was indeed there, he had absolutely no chance of taking a bus to the shopping center on the outskirts of the city and committing the murder by 1:50 p.m. Even if he had left immediately after being seen by the witnesses, even Christie's parents started to doubt that he was the real killer. On September 9th, just 6 days after the verdict, around 70 people gathered in front of the city hall to draw attention to the case and demand a thorough investigation. Determined to seek justice, supporters formed a public committee advocating for Jack's case to be re-examined. This effort helped Jack secure a new lawyer, who quickly filed for a case review. Several months later, a judge ruled to revoke Jack's confession and ordered a new trial. Now, the prosecution had to build their case from the ground up, an extremely difficult task given the circumstances. While preparations for the retrial were underway, Christie's father, Norman Mills, launched his own investigation. From the very beginning, he doubted the detectives' work, believing they weren't doing enough to find his daughter's real killer. Unwilling to rely solely on law enforcement, he took matters into his own hands. Shortly after the murder, Norman and some neighbors went to the woods to inspect the area themselves. There, they discovered a pair of jean shorts and blood-stained men's underwear, evidence that the police had initially overlooked. They turned the items over to investigators, raising even more concerns about how thoroughly the case had been handled. However, it remained unknown whether these items were linked to the case or even tested. The new trial for Jack began only in 1977, 2 years after the murder. The defense had two tasks: first and foremost, to prove Jack's innocence, and also to try to identify the real killer. In fact, they already had a pretty strong candidate for this role, whom they considered the most likely suspect, the man who found Christie's body with his wife. His name was Henry Newell, and at the time of the murder, he was 25 years old. By the start of the trial, Jack's lawyers had gathered an impressive list of reasons to suspect Henry for the murder, and during the trial, this list grew even longer. Initially, Henry drew attention because of his criminal record. Starting from his teenage years, he had been arrested numerous times for various offenses, serving 3 prison terms. He had successfully escaped from jail twice before being caught and sent back. At the time of Jack's trial, he was serving his 4th sentence. This time, Henry had set his own house on fire to collect insurance money. The lawyers had also reviewed the evidence from Christie's case and found several very suspicious details. In his testimony, Henry said he found her body, ran up to it, and tossed aside a blood-stained piece of wood. He explained this by saying he was in a state of shock at the time, but such an action still seemed odd. Why would he pick up the murder weapon and throw it away from the body without any apparent reason? He claimed he thought the girl was still alive, so he took off his shirt and pressed it to her face. This action also raised questions. Did he really try to stop the bleeding, or did his shirt get bloody during the murder and he needed to justify it somehow? Jack's lawyers found a store employee in the mall where Henry ran to call the police. She said he wasn't wearing a shirt, but had jean shorts on, although by the time the police arrived, he was already wearing different pants. The employee also claimed Henry had a fresh bruise on his face, as if someone had hit him. When asked why she didn't immediately tell the police about this, she said no one simply asked her. The officers themselves should have noticed this bruise, but they ignored it. Back then, Henry also agreed to take a polygraph test, but he ended up vomiting right on the machine, so the police didn't arrange a new test. Another witness was Henry's neighbor. He said that on the night of the murder, he spoke with Henry and noticed many fresh scratches on his hands. The man also mentioned seeing a telephone cord in Henry's garage of the same color and shape as the one used to tie the victim's hands. But that's not all. The neighbors stated that Henry once told him a very strange story. He claimed to know Carol, Christie's 14-year-old friend, and that they used to swim naked together in the pool. Considering he was 25 at the time, this story shocked everyone's case. However, finding any direct evidence that this actually happened was simply impossible. Yet, it indicated that Henry was acquainted with Carol, who also had a direct connection to the case. His wife, Pam, also testified in court. She said everything had happened exactly as they told the police on the first day. They went to the mall and their son wanted to take a walk. They went to the woods and found the body. Pam added that up until that point, Henry had been at home and only stepped out for a few minutes to chase away the neighborhood kids who had started throwing firecrackers into their yard. Carol also testified. She stated that she had never met Henry. She was also asked about what she had meant when she told Mother that things shouldn't have escalated so far, but Carol once again claimed she didn't remember saying anything like that. Henry himself was also brought into the courtroom from prison. He repeated his story without any changes and insisted that he had nothing to do with the crime. One of the most significant moments of the trial was the display of the full recording of Jack's interrogation. After viewing it, it became apparent to everyone that Jack was simply coerced into confirming the detective's words that he had committed the murder. Jack barely spoke and apparently didn't fully understand what the police wanted from him, but that wasn't the most crucial moment of the trial. On the fifth day, another unexpected witness appeared, neither anticipated by the prosecution nor Jack's lawyers. It was Bobby, Henry's stepson, and his testimony truly shocked everyone following the case. The boy revealed that on that day, Henry did indeed leave the house to chase away kids throwing firecrackers in their yard. However, he was gone for more than just a few minutes, as his mother had claimed, but for over half an hour. When Henry returned home, his shirt and sandals were missing, and he had scratches on his arms and face. Henry called Pam into another room, where they had a conversation. After that, they came out and told Bobby that they were all going to the shopping center. Upon arriving, the parents immediately led him to the trail behind the shopping center. The boy claimed that he hadn't asked to go there for a walk, as his parents had initially stated. They entered the woods and almost immediately found Henry's sandals, one of which was torn. A little further, they saw Christie's body, and his mother instructed Bobby never to tell anyone about what he saw. The boy added that he only decided to tell the truth after having a conversation with his biological father, who had convinced him to do the right thing. His grandmother also testified in court and recounted one strange episode involving Henry. She, along with him and Pam, attended Christie's farewell ceremony. On the way back, the woman said what a tragedy it was, and Henry suddenly replied, "It will teach her to keep her mouth shut." Another witness was Henry's friend. He said that Henry once confessed to him that he killed Christie. He added that the killing was accidental, not planned. In the end, this trial left practically no doubt that Jack had no involvement in the crime, and eventually, all charges against him were dropped. But here's where it gets interesting. Despite the overwhelming evidence pointing to Henry's involvement, the prosecutor stated that he had no intention of pursuing. Prosecutor pointed out that the police either failed to notice or ignored a vast amount of clues and evidence available to them from day one. His response sparked a wave of public outrage. It reached such heights that 2 days later, the prosecutor had to backtrack and agree to reopen the investigation into Christie's case. But here was a serious problem. Investigators relied on the initial investigation, including the testimonies of Henry and Pam. In other words, the police still operated under the assumption that the couple stumbled upon Christie's body in the woods, with a long-haired, shirtless man looming over her. For this reason, investigators stated that they would be looking for new suspects resembling Jack. Of course, such an approach yielded no results. The investigation continued for several months, and eventually, this case went cold. Christie's father never gave up on seeking justice. Once, he filed a civil lawsuit against Jack, but the reason for such a move were not as simple as it might have seemed. The man didn't believe in Jack's involvement in the murder, but this legal process would have granted him access to the case files, giving him the opportunity to collect all the available information. Unfortunately, this also yielded no results. In February 2006, Christie's father passed away from cancer, never having closure in the case. For a long time, there was no progress in the investigation of Christie's murder, until 2013, when former attorney John Aller took an interest in the case. He decided to conduct his own investigation, reaching out to all involved parties, hoping to find new leads. Christie's relatives handed him a box containing all of her father's records, which he had been gathering up until his death. Aller went through them all, spoke to dozens of people, and it became evident to him that the culprit behind this murder was none other than Henry. During his investigation, he found out that Christie's friend, Carol, was into smoking marijuana at the time. Digging deeper, he uncovered something else and concluded that she, like some other teenagers, apparently was buying it from Henry. This became another link between him and Carol and could indicate the real reason why the girl went to that forest. He theorized that the whole story about the DJ was simply made up, and in reality, Carol arranged to meet Henry in the forest to buy the illegal substance. Perhaps she decided to invite Christie along under some other pretext, such as using the same story about the DJ in cheerleading competition. Another, much darker version suggested that Carol may have initially lured Christie there at Henry's request, who had planned to assault her. However, the girl fought back, as evidenced by the scratches and bruises on his body, and the man killed her. Delving deeper into the case, Uller discovered that by that time, Henry had committed even more crimes, including arson, domestic violence, and assault. There was another incident linked to him, but he wasn't tried for it: the death of his wife, Pam. In 1982, she filed for divorce, and just a month later, she was found dead in their apartment where she still lived with Henry. The official cause of death was a sleeping pill over the house, and the police found a note indicating that she did it herself. Pam's relatives didn't believe this version and suspected that Henry had tampered with the pills. The strangest part of this whole story was that no package of sleeping pills was found in the apartment, even though Pam obviously couldn't have disposed of it after taking such a large amount. That same year, 2013, when Aller took on the case, Henry passed away from cancer at the age of 63. Despite this, Aller continued his work and released a book containing all available information about Christie's murder. The release of the book sparked a new wave of interest in the case, and Christie's relatives, along with other people, began demanding to reopen the investigation. Several of Henry's relatives who killed the girl, but kept silent. One of them recounted that a few months before her 16th birthday, Henry had given her a car as a gift. They went for a ride together, and at some point he asked her to stop, looked at her, and said that he had killed Christie, detailing the crime in full. The woman said she couldn't believe it. According to her, Henry had been drinking a lot, and she thought he had simply made up this story under the influence of alcohol. However, after reading Aller's book, everything fell into place for her. All of this led to the reopening of the murder investigation in May of 2014. For many months, detectives re-examined all the available evidence, interviewed dozens of people, and re-evaluated the leads. In his confession to his relative, Henry mentioned that he had assaulted Christie. At the time of the original investigation, medical experts found no evidence of sexual assault. However, with advancements in forensic technology, Christie's clothing was re-examined decades later, revealing traces of semen. Unfortunately, the sample was too small for DNA analysis, preventing investigators from definitively identifying the perpetrator. The case remained open until late 2015, when detectives held a press conference. 40 years after Christie's murder, they publicly announced that they were certain Henry was responsible. However, since Henry had passed away, they could not prosecute him, and the case was officially declared solved and closed. Without a confession from Henry, investigators could never be completely certain about every detail of what happened that day. However, based on their findings, they pieced together a likely scenario. They suspected that Henry had gone to the wooded trail behind the shopping center that day, possibly to meet Carol for a drug deal. While they couldn't confirm Carol's involvement, the theory suggested that her presence may have played a role in Christie's tragic fate. Once Henry spotted Christie alone, he allegedly decided to attack her. He restrained her hands using a phone cord and led her deeper into the woods, where she fiercely resisted. Christie managed to scratch and strike him, but Henry overpowered her, knocking her down before fatally striking her with a piece of wood. Afterward, he returned home and confided in his wife, and together they devised a plan to shield him from any consequences. Notably, Carol never came forward with the full truth, even after all these years. There remains a possibility that she was involved in some capacity, though whether she will ever disclose more details is uncertain. During their press conference, the police formally apologized to Christie's family, acknowledging the failures of the original investigators. Evidence that could have pointed to Henry as the culprit had been available from the start, yet it was either overlooked or disregarded. In the end, While the case was officially closed, lingering questions remain. Moving on to the next case. Elena Erdl abduction and murder case. A 5-year-old girl from Minnesota was kidnapped in August 2016, and the person responsible was shockingly someone the family knew well. In the early hours of August 20, 2016, 5-year-old Elena Jean Erdl was tucked into bed by her parents, Matt and Kayla Erdl, at their home in Watkins, Minnesota. The family had planned a camping trip for later that day, with their camper packed and ready to go, something Elena had been eagerly anticipating. Meanwhile, Matt went downstairs to chat with his friend, Zachary Todd Anderson. That night, Matt and Anderson played softball, and Anderson stayed over at the house. However, when the family woke up at 8 a.m., they discovered that Elena was gone, along with 25-year-old Anderson and Matt's truck. Alarmed, they immediately contacted the authorities. Investigators quickly suspected that Anderson had taken Elena and driven off in her father's vehicle. Matt's cell phone remained inside the truck. Law enforcement launched a search throughout the neighborhood and worked with the family's phone provider to track Anderson and Elena's whereabouts. However, the Erdls initially struggled to believe Anderson could be a threat. Instead, they searched around town for the missing truck, hoping there was some logical explanation for Anderson taking Elena. Kayla later admitted they were in denial, saying that when someone is considered a friend, the thought of them doing something terrible doesn't even cross your mind. After the officials issued an Amber Alert and Matt's phone was pinged, Anderson's father called the sheriff's office, saying he believed his son was the subject of the statewide Amber Alert. The stolen vehicle was then found at a rural cabin in Browerville, owned by Anderson's grandfather. Deputies who entered the cabin found a shotgun on the kitchen table with ammunition spilled about and a note with blood on the upper corner. There were no people in the cabin, but the police dogs found Anderson in a wooded area around a quarter of a mile away. He did not attempt to flee or resist arrest. He gave the police information that led to the discovery of Elena's remains in a swampy wooded area a few hundred yards from the cabin. According to the medical examiner's autopsy released by the Minnesota Department of Public Safety, Elena lost her life due to strangulation. There was evidence that she was hit on the head and assaulted. Meeker County Sheriff Brian Cruz said, "We did everything we could today to try to find her safely. And obviously, that did not happen. And I know that does not compare to what the family is going through, but we felt we did everything we possibly could." Anderson was a family friend and co-worker of Elena's father, who had stayed the night at the Ertel household sometimes. In May 2006, when Anderson was 15 years old, he lived in a townhouse with his mother in Monticello, Minnesota. In the February, one of Anderson's neighbors reported to the authorities that he was leaving love notes on her car. They were stated to include compliments on the woman's appearance and a phone number to call if she was interested in dating him. Anderson then went to the neighbor's home and demanded that the woman sleep with him. And after being repeatedly denied, he fled once the woman's boyfriend went to the door. The following year, in June 2007, Anderson broke into the woman's home by removing a window screen and then stole the woman's cell phone. As a result, he was charged with first-degree burglary and theft, and later pleaded guilty to third-degree burglary with a sentence of mandatory community service. In March 2018, Anderson pleaded guilty. During the whole court process, he said nothing and continued to deny what he did. In statements made in court to Judge Jana Ousted before Anderson was sentenced, Elena's family and friends described how Anderson's actions that day affected their lives and continue to affect them every day. Marywell, Elena's grandmother, said, "I felt numb, paralyzed by grief and pain. The loss is beyond words." In the fall of 2016, Elena was supposed to go to her first day of kindergarten, and her outfit had already been chosen. Kayla, Elena's mother, said instead, "Those clothes are still on the hangers and those boots are now with her in heaven." Several people described to the judge how Anderson's actions caused them to distrust people daily. They struggled to let people into their homes. They struggled to even want to spend time with friends. Kayla said that they struggled to allow their other children to have sleepovers or hang out with friends when they are not around. She added, "Zach Anderson had no right to decide Elena's life was going to end. Elena's rights were never asked of her, and Zach Anderson took all her rights. Before the sentencing, Judge Ousted addressed Anderson. "I do not want to lose sight of the fact that you are a human being. Without a doubt, the crime was horrific, something beyond human comprehension." As a result, Anderson was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Reflecting on the outcome, Kayla stated that their love for Elena would always be greater than anything Anderson had done. In the end, she said, Zach Anderson had lost. Elena's memory will live on in the hearts of those who loved her. On September 10, 2023, after 2 years of collaboration among various businesses, a life-size statue of Elena Erdel was unveiled in McCarthy Park in Watkins, Minnesota, serving as a lasting tribute to her life. Moving on to the next case. Robin Abrams. A 28-year-old woman was last seen around 4 p.m. on October 4, 1990, while driving on Goodenow Road in Beecher, Will County. She briefly crossed paths with her father, Dom Abrams, as he was returning home from work as a bricklayer. They exchanged waves before Robin continued on her way. After that moment, her whereabouts became unknown, and she has not been seen or heard from since. Her car, a red 1989 Dodge Daytona hatchback, was discovered 11 hours later in Harvey, approximately a 30-minute drive from Beecher. Though the vehicle was locked, the keys remained in the ignition. Investigators found 2 cameras inside. A witness later came forward, stating they had seen 2 men in a tow truck leaving the car at that location around 10 p.m. on the same night. The vehicle first attracted police attention when a local resident reported seeing someone attempt to break into it around 3 a.m., leading authorities to connect it to Robin's disappearance. 3 days later, Robin's bag was found in a residential neighborhood just 3 blocks from where her car had been abandoned. Though her purse was still inside, her credit cards had been removed. In the years leading up to her disappearance, Robin had been romantically involved with Anthony Marquez, a much older police officer from the Will County Sheriff's Department. Marquez, who was in his 40s, had been married at the time, a fact Robin allegedly did not know when their relationship began. Robin and Marquez had reportedly met while she was working at McDonald's. Encouraged by him to pursue a career in law enforcement, she joined the Will County Sheriff's Department as a deputy in January 1988. However, by October of that year, a series of troubling incidents led her to end their relationship. Marquez allegedly rammed a car she was driving while her mother was in the passenger seat and, at another point, struck Robin in the face. Some reports also suggest that around this time, she discovered he was married. These events appeared to be key factors in her decision to break up with him. Just 2 months later, the Will County Sheriff's Department terminated her employment, mere weeks before the end of her probationary period. After her dismissal, Robin filed a complaint against Marquez, accusing him of harassment, and claiming he had slashed her tires on 4 different occasions. Though he was charged with criminal damage to property, the case was ultimately dismissed in April 1989 due to insufficient evidence. Marquez then turned the tables and filed a criminal complaint against Robin alleging harassment. This case was also dismissed, although Marquez filed further harassment complaints against Robin in the summer of 1989. That same year, Robin was arrested several times, including for disorderly conduct and reckless driving. During the later instance, Marquez claimed that she tried to run him off the road. Although no charges were brought for her supposedly disorderly conduct, Robin was found guilty by a jury of reckless driving. A month later, in November of 1989, she got an order of probation against Marquez that protected both herself and her mother Barbara and accused him of stalking and falsely claiming she'd smashed her car into his. The protection order was extended until November 27, 1990. In December of 1989, Robin filed a federal lawsuit against Marquez and 7 other members of the Sheriff's Department, including former Sheriff John Johnson. Robin alleged that she'd been wrongfully terminated, that she had been subject to sexual harassment, and that her civil rights had been violated. She was scheduled to give a deposition in the case on October 22, but vanished 18 days before she could. In the years since Robin went missing, her case has been mostly cold. Initially, the Will County Sheriff's Department investigated, but soon after the state police took over, citing a possible conflict of interest. In December of 1990, Marquez was fired from the department, and Robin's lawsuit was dismissed in 1991 because she couldn't be located. In 2013, U.S. Representative Dan Lipinski wrote to Inspector General Ricardo Mazer in Chicago asking him to reinvestigate the case. He explained that Robin broke up with Marquez after finding out he was married, and he then became abusive. In retaliation, Marquez and his fellow officers began a campaign of false complaints and false arrests. Robin's loved ones are continually frustrated with the lack of progress in the case, noting the Illinois Police Department's reluctance to bring in outside help. According to Robin's sister, Jody Walsh, a former federal prosecutor named Tad DeBays offered to help review the case files, but was turned down. Tad is considered an expert in prosecuting nobody cases. Additionally, efforts were made to bring in cold case consultant Kenneth Maines, but again, authorities rejected his help. Jody also explained how she and her husband had thrown State Police Lieutenant Jeffrey Padilla out of their home. He reportedly refused to accept and sign for documents that she had in her possession, as well as court records that pointed to Marquez as a suspect and indicated a possible burial spot, telling her, "We can't go on theories and speculation." Robin's family have been told on many occasions over the last few decades that they only have one shot to try a suspect for murder, and that the family have repeatedly encouraged authorities to try Marquez, with Jody adding, "The evidence speaks for itself. Marquez was stalking my sister, and he still has to answer for it." According to Jody, Marquez filed 103 reports of harassment. Another huge misstep in the initial investigation is that Robin's lawyer was never interviewed, nor were her sisters, Jody and Donna. Donna recalled how Robin had told herself and their mother that if anything happened to her, Marquez was to blame. This was only 1 to 2 months before the 28-year-old went missing. Not only that, but Robin physically led Donna and Barbara, their mother, to other locations that Marquez might be if he wasn't at the sheriff's department, including his second place of employment, and an office that he had just in case they needed to find him. Additionally, the family revealed they had once been told by investigators on the case that they were lacking funds to continue looking for Robin, and that if they were financially able to contribute to the case, they should do so. One theory in Robin's case is, according to the Charlie Project, that she deliberately vanished despite Marquez. However, it is generally believed by investigators, online sleuths, and Robin's loved ones that she met with foul play and is deceased. The family have speculated that the investigation is so slow going because detectives are reluctant to investigate one, or in this case multiple, of their own, or they are corrupt and are actively helping to keep the truth covered up. They are steadfast in their belief that Marquez was involved in Robin's disappearance, and it has been noted that Sheriff John Johnson, who was named in her lawsuit, was in the middle of running for re-election when Robin filed the suit. Armchair detectives agree that either Marquez murdered Robin and had his colleagues help him cover up the crime, or that all of the men named in the lawsuit conspired to get rid of Robin. In 2017, Marquez and his stepbrother, John Romo, were named as persons of interest in the case. That same year, Romo's home was searched. The concrete floor in the basement was dug up by the FBI and Illinois State Police. However, only one bone was found, and it was determined to be 1,200 years old and from a Native American. Cadaver dogs were brought in to assist the search, and while they had multiple hits, no evidence was found at the scene. Robin's family suspects she may have been killed there and moved. One last thing to note is that John Romo had a tow truck at the time of Robin's disappearance. Don Abraham, the witness who saw the two men in the tow truck, picked Marquez out of a lineup, but he was ultimately discredited by the Will County Sheriff's Department, who told Don that they were unreliable. In the years since Romo's house was searched, there have been no new updates in the case. Marquez has been approached on several occasions over the years and asked for comments, but has declined to speak with reporters, every time going so far as to say he's not interested in discussing Robin's case. Robin Renee Abrams was 28 years old when she was last seen on October 4, 1990, at approximately 4 p.m. on Goodenow Road in Beecher, Will County. Since that day, she has never been seen or heard from again. Her red 1989 Dodge Daytona hatchback was discovered 11 hours later in the city of Harvey. At the time she vanished, Robin had recently filed a lawsuit against 8 members of the Will County Sheriff's Department, where she had previously been employed. Robin is a white woman with brown hair, hazel eyes, and pierced ears. She stood about 5 feet 4 inches tall and weighed around 170 pounds at the time of her disappearance. She was last seen wearing a long-sleeved white knit pullover, a black leather jacket, black trousers, and black patent leather shoes. She also wore a gold pinky ring and carried a light beige patterned clutch bag, which was later found 3 blocks from where her car had been abandoned. If she is still alive today, she would be 59 years old. Anyone with information regarding Robin's disappearance is encouraged to contact the Illinois State Police at 815-726-6377. Moving on to the next case. Soham murders. On August 4, 2002, best friends Holly Marie Wells and Jessica Amy Chapman, both 10 years old, were enjoying a family barbecue in the quiet town of Soham, Cambridgeshire, England. At some point, they left without informing anyone, intending to buy sweets, but never returned. Holly's mother went to her daughter's room to invite the girls to say goodbye to the guests, only to find them missing. Alarmed, she and her husband, Kevin, searched the house and surrounding streets before contacting the police. A large-scale search effort was launched, with over 400 officers and countless volunteers combing the area for the missing schoolgirls. Their faces quickly appeared in both national and local newspapers, as the search gained widespread attention. During the barbecue, Holly and Jessica had changed into matching Manchester United football shirts, one belonging to Holly and the other to her older brother, Oliver. Holly's mother took a photo of them in the outfits, an image that would later become hauntingly iconic in the case. The widely recognized image of the girls, taken just hours before their disappearance, became a key focus in the search efforts. On August 8, CCTV footage captured just minutes before they vanished was released to the public. Their distinctive matching outfits led to numerous reported sightings. One witness recalled seeing them on the day they went missing, mentioning to his wife, "Look, there are 2 little Beckhams over there," which helped solidify the timeline. A local man, Ian Huntley, drew significant attention during the investigation. He gave multiple interviews to major news outlets like Sky News and the BBC, claiming to be the last person to have seen the girls alive. Huntley actively participated in the search efforts, frequently questioning officers about the progress of the investigation and even inquiring about how long DNA evidence could last before degrading. During an interview with Sky News correspondent Jeremy Thompson in the second week of the search, Huntley expressed a faint hope that the girls would be found safe. However, during another media interaction, his responses were so suspicious that a journalist reported his concerns to the police. Reporter Brian Farmer from PA News Agency later conducted an interview with Huntley and his girlfriend, Maxine Carr, at their home. Ian, who was reluctant to be photographed, explained that he had been speaking to the girls while washing his dog outside his house. But in his account provided to Brian, the girls made no comment about the animal, which Brian found improbable. He said, "I simply could not believe there were 2 children on Earth who would not see the dog and be saying, 'Oh, that dog is so cute. He is so wonderful.' I did not think what he was saying could be true." Brian said it was also strange that Ian, who barely knew the girls, had jumped in when Maxine was asked a question about stranger danger. Brian explained by saying the following: "I asked her from her knowledge of Holly and Jessica, how she thought they might have reacted. If, for example, a man had pulled up alongside in a car and said, 'Would you like a lift, girls?' The odd thing was that she did not answer the question because Ian jumped in straight away and he answered the question. Ian said Holly would probably get in the car and quietly go, but Jessica would not. I remember thinking, why is he so agitated? Why is he so emotional? The main thing that struck me when he answered the question was, well, how can he possibly know how they would react?" Almost 2 weeks after the girls went missing, on August 16th, Ian and Maxine were taken to the police station for questioning. On the same night, the police searched Ian's house, as well as the grounds of Soham Village College where he worked. The girls' Manchester shirts, which were charred and cut up, were recovered from a bin inside a hangar at the college. The following day, after 13 days of searching, on August 17th, the bodies of Holly and Jessica were found lying side by side near an airbase at Mildenhall in Suffolk, about 10 miles from their home. On August 20th, Ian Huntley was charged with 2 counts of slaying. He was originally seen as a witness rather than a suspect, partly because Maxine had provided an alibi for him and said that they were together. But it was later revealed that this was a lie and she had actually been out in a bar in Grimsby at the time the girls disappeared. An inquest into their demises was held on August 23rd. Coroner David Morris said that the bodies of the girls were so badly decomposed that no precise cause of demise could be determined. But the most likely cause was asphyxiation. Huntley's mental state was tested, but he was deemed mentally competent to stand trial. He attempted to take his own life by taking 29 antidepressants, which he had accumulated in his cell. The staff initially feared that he might have overdosed, but he was returned to his prison cell within 48 hours. During Huntley's trial in November 2003, it was revealed that after getting snacks from a vending machine at their local leisure center, the 2 girls walked past caretaker Huntley's house. Huntley then claimed that his girlfriend, Maxine Carr, a teaching assistant at their school, was inside and lured them into his home before ending their lives in cold blood. It was also revealed that Huntley had gone back to where he dumped the bodies to cut off their clothes in an attempt to destroy any DNA evidence. But fibers recovered from the shirts proved to be a precise match to samples retrieved from Huntley's body and clothing. On December 17, 2003, he was found guilty and sentenced to 2 terms of life in prison with a minimum of 40 years behind bars. He will not be considered for release until 2042 at the earliest. Jessica's mother, Leslie Chapman, said, "I think he was a time bomb waiting to go off, and both our girls were in the wrong place at the wrong time. I hope the next time I see him, it will be like we saw our daughters, and it will be in a coffin." Huntley has had some high-profile run-ins during his time in prison. In February 2005, while in HMP Wakefield, he was scalded with boiling water by convicted spree perpetrator Mark Hobson. 2 years after being transferred to HMP Franklin in February 2008, Huntley was taken to the hospital after he had his neck slashed by a convicted armed robber. In 2017, it was revealed that he also had a run-in with Yorkshire Ripper Peter Sutcliffe, who called Huntley names during an altercation at their Categoria jail. In 2018, a year later, Huntley expressed remorse for taking the lives of Holly and Jessica, recording a confession in which he admitted to his actions. He stated, "I am genuinely sorry. It breaks my heart when it is reported that I have no remorse, that I take pleasure in this. I do not. I cannot change anything. I cannot erase that day from history, but I have done." Carr was sentenced to 3.5 years in prison in February 2003 after being convicted of conspiring to obstruct justice by providing Huntley with a false alibi. She was released from Foston Hall Prison in Derbyshire in May 2004, having served half of her sentence. Today, she lives in freedom under a new identity, granted lifelong anonymity by the High Court. Moving on to the next case. Tina Prince disappearance and murder case. In the small town of Sandersville, Georgia, a well-loved first-grade teacher disappeared without a trace one spring night in 2021. What began as an ordinary evening, dinner with family followed by a brief phone call, soon turned into a baffling mystery that puzzled investigators for months. Her car was later discovered abandoned, her personal belongings missing. The only lead was a single stop at a convenience store before she vanished. The search for Tina Prince stretched on for weeks, eventually revealing a disturbing truth about the last person seen with her. Tina Prince, a 46-year-old teacher admired for her kindness and dedication to her students, spent the evening of May 28, 2021, dining with her family at Puebla's Mexican restaurant in Sandersville. Witnesses reported that she stepped away from the table to answer a phone call. A restaurant employee, who knew Tina as a frequent customer, remembered watching her exit the building and get into her car. Tragically, that would be the last time anyone saw her alive. Tina's car was eventually discovered in the parking lot of a Walmart, but there was no trace of her or any of her belongings. The vehicle appeared abandoned, with no immediate explanation for her sudden disappearance. Surveillance footage from a nearby convenience store captured Tina making a stop on her way to meet a male acquaintance, an important clue that would soon become central to the case. As investigators worked to reconstruct the events of that night, they identified the man she had gone to meet as 31-year-old Aaron Adams, someone she had known for some time. At first, Adams appeared to cooperate with law enforcement. However, as the investigation progressed and Tina's body was located in a wooded area of Washington County, it became evident that he had been deceptive. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation conducted an autopsy, confirming the remains belonged to Tina Prince. The cause of death was later determined to be an overdose, with fentanyl and an antidepressant found in her system. Authorities believe that rather than seeking help, Adams chose to dispose of her body in the woods and mislead investigators about what had really happened. The investigation into Tina's slaying took months, with authorities trying to piece together the puzzle from the limited evidence left behind. Adams initially misled investigators, claiming he had no involvement in her disappearance, but his statements did not align with the evidence. Surveillance footage and witness testimonies pointed to his presence near the area where Tina's car was found. And eventually it became clear that he had tried to hide her demise after she overdosed. Investigators also discovered that Adams' lack of cooperation had caused significant delays in the investigation. Had he told the truth, the search for Tina's body might have been much shorter. Instead, his false statements only added more confusion to the already difficult case. It was not until nearly 2 years after her demise that Adams was arrested and charged with multiple crimes related to the concealment of her slaying. In June 2021, he was arrested and charged with 1 count of concealing the slaying of another and 6 counts of making false statements. He was initially charged in connection with the end of Tina, but denied any involvement in her actual slaying. After nearly 2 years of legal proceedings, Adams entered a non-negotiated guilty plea. This meant that Adams was not attempting to strike a deal with the state, but rather accepting responsibility for his actions. The plea was seen as a long-awaited step toward justice for Tina and her family. During his sentencing, on February 15, 2023, Adams was handed a 40-year prison sentence with 35 years to be served consecutively to an existing sentence he was already serving, which would end in 2027. His guilty plea brought some closure to a case that had left many questions unanswered. However, Tina's family was left with an enduring sense of grief, having waited so long for justice. While the resolution of her case provided some closure to both her loved ones and the community, the pain of her loss could never be undone. District Attorney Tripp Fitzner, who led the case, expressed his hope that the guilty plea would bring some measure of peace to those who cared for Tina. He acknowledged that while the justice system could not undo the tragedy, holding the responsible party accountable offered a sense of justice. Tina's family and friends continued to grieve, remembering her not just as a victim, but as a devoted educator who left a lasting impact on her students. Although justice has been served, the emotional weight of her loss will always remain with those who knew her. Meanwhile, Aaron Adams, now serving a lengthy prison sentence, will spend the coming decades facing the consequences of his actions. For Tina's loved ones, the road to closure was long and painful, but with Adams' guilty plea and sentencing, they can finally begin to heal, knowing that justice has prevailed. Moving on to the next case. Valerie Ames' murder case. For nearly 28 years, the family of a beloved 31-year-old mother from Jacksonville, Florida, has been searching for answers about her brutal death. She was discovered inside an apartment, lying on the floor, having been stabbed and beaten to death. After years of relentless detective work and advancements in technology, a suspect has finally been arrested in connection with the case. On August 10, 1996, a woman went to check on her father's apartment on King Street while he was in jail, ensuring everything remained in order. Upon opening an unlocked door, she was met with a horrifying sight, an unfamiliar woman lying lifeless in a pool of blood. Authorities later identified the victim as 31-year-old Valerie Ames. Valerie was a devoted mother to two young daughters, ages 5 and 9. At the time of her tragic death, both children were in England with their grandmother when they received the devastating news. The tenant of the apartment where Valerie's body was found was informed of the discovery. He and his family told authorities that they did not know Valerie personally, though she did look somewhat familiar. The apartment was located in the Courtyard Apartments at 1606 King Street, in the Riverside area of Jacksonville. Valerie lived and worked in Arlington. She did not have a car and did not drive across town. None of her friends or family recall driving her to that side of town on the day of her demise. According to her daughter, Michelle James, 3 months prior to Valerie's slaying, she contacted authorities to report that she had been assaulted by a police officer. After initial contact with the police, Valerie's cooperation wavered and charges were never filed. That officer was looked at following Valerie's slaying, but he was cleared. According to Michelle, people have told her and her sister that their mother was pregnant at the time of her demise. But law enforcement says there is nothing in the case filed to indicate that. A woman allegedly contacted the police informing them that she had information on Valerie's case and would make a deal with the police. Not too long after she contacted the police, the woman was found deceased. Michelle remembers her mother with love. She said she was a wonderful woman. I was very young at the time, but I remember she had the face of an angel and a heart of gold. She always did the best she could for me and my sister. Michelle's last memory of her mother was at her 5th birthday party, a Barney-themed event. She remembers her mother giving her a Barney stuffed animal. Michelle said, "You see, people get upset with their mothers and do not treat them great. They do not realize how much they take having a mother for granted. My mom missed out on birthday parties and being with her grandkids, and we all will never get to experience them together." Valerie loved animals, especially horses. She loved to go horseback riding. When she visited Texas, horseback riding was always on her to-do list. She also really liked camping and dancing. It was one of her favorite things to do. As a child, she performed ballet. Valerie's demise had a life-altering impact on Michelle's sister and grandmother. They were both very close to Valerie and were heartbroken by the loss. A few months following the slaying, the grandmother was so heartbroken and worried that they all ended up moving out of Jacksonville. Valerie's family stayed positive and optimistic that her case will one day be solved. The family's only hope was to find who was responsible for her demise. Just the name of the perpetrator would bring them some closure. Detective Harmony Brooks said in 2018 that there were more than 24 pieces of evidence she planned to retest for DNA. Valerie's case was featured in November 2018 on the Unsolved series, aired by First Coast News in Jacksonville, Florida. On April 2, 2024, the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office and the State Attorney's Office 4th Judicial Circuit announced an arrest in the 1996 case. Jacksonville Sheriff T.K. Waters announced that 69-year-old Jerry Phillips was arrested in Johnston County, North Carolina, and is facing charges in Valerie's slaying. Sheriff Waters did not provide specific details on what evidence led investigators to Phillips, but stated that advancements in technology helped pinpoint a suspect. Phillips was taken into custody at the Duval County Jail on April 19 and now faces charges of battery and second-degree murder. Following the arrest, Valerie's daughter, Michelle, expressed her emotions in a statement, saying, "Standing here today, nearly 28 years later, we finally have some answers about our beautiful mother, Valerie. At last, she has the opportunity for justice. Her voice can finally be heard, and that is all we have ever wanted." She continued, "So that Valerie, a mother, daughter, grandmother, aunt, and friend, can have her moment of peace. We want to extend our gratitude to the Jacksonville Cold Case Department and Project Cold Case for uncovering the name of the monster responsible, Jerry Phillips. May our mother finally rest in peace." Moving on to the next case. April Annette Dubois. April Annette Dubois, a 21-year-old resident of Greenville County, South Carolina, was married to David Randall Dubois. Their marriage was troubled, leading to a legal separation. On February 11, Greenville County Police were called to April's apartment on Hudson Road after she had not been seen for over a week. Upon entering, officers discovered her body inside. Investigators determined that April had died under suspicious circumstances approximately 9 days earlier. They suspected David was responsible for her death, leading to his arrest in 2006. However, due to a lack of sufficient evidence, he was ultimately released. April's close friend, Brandy Jones, described her as lively and full of energy, saying, "On the outside, she was sassy, spunky, and the life of the party, always smiling. But when she was alone, she was scared, she was broken." On March 18, 2021, 55-year-old David Dubois was arrested once again in connection with the case. Lieutenant Ron Flood explained that over the past year, the Sheriff's Office's new cold case unit had reopened the investigation. Through their efforts, they uncovered new evidence that established probable cause, leading to the determination that David Dubois was responsible for the death of his then legally separated wife. He is currently being held at the Greenville County Detention Center without bond. Sheriff Hobart Lewis issued a statement regarding the arrest, saying, "While I cannot begin to comprehend the hardship that families endure when they tragically lose a loved one and the case remains unsolved, I can assure you that our office is committed to revisiting each and every one of these cold cases in hopes of delivering justice. I am incredibly proud of the dedication our investigators have shown in pursuing these cases, and I hope we can provide even a small sense of closure to those affected by these tragedies." At this time, authorities have not disclosed the specific details of the new evidence that led to David's arrest. Moving on to the next case. Elaine Park. Elaine Park was a free-spirited and creative young woman from La Crescenta, California. With a deep passion for acting and a vivid imagination, she thrived on artistic expression. However, her promising future was tragically cut short when she mysteriously vanished in January 2017, a disappearance that remains unsolved. Her case left friends, family, and the broader Los Angeles community searching for answers amid an overwhelming sea of uncertainty. Born on September 24, 1996, in Los Angeles, California, Elaine was the first child of Ray and Susan Park. A few years later, she became an older sister when her younger brother Dustin was born. From an early age, Elaine embraced social activities and loved exploring her creativity. She enjoyed performing for her family and had a natural ability to make friends wherever she went. In school, she was known for her outgoing personality and constant desire to create. However, as she approached her preteen years, she faced a challenge familiar to many children: her parents' divorce. When her father, Ray, moved out, the news deeply affected Elaine. At her young age, the separation of her family cast a shadow over Elaine, leaving her with a lingering sense of melancholy. She would later admit that the experience led to bouts of depression. However, it did not completely hold her back. As she entered high school, she found various creative outlets to express her emotions. One of her greatest passions was dance and cheerleading. She joined the cheer squad at Crescenta Valley High School in La Crescenta, California, where she lived with her mother and brother. Elaine's dedication to cheer eventually earned her the title of Cheer Squad Champion. She took pride in mentoring younger teammates and helping new members find their place within the team. Alongside cheerleading, she also enrolled in CVHS's theater program, where she developed a deep love for plays and musicals. When she wasn't cheering at football games or performing on stage, Elaine spent much of her free time dancing. A devoted fan of hip-hop, rap, and R&B, her passion for music only grew stronger. She eventually took an interest in singing and even began writing her own lyrics. As she reached adulthood, she recorded a few rap tracks, further exploring her artistic side. After graduating high school, Elaine struggled to settle on a single career path. Her creative interests spanned far beyond just music and dance, leading her to explore multiple artistic pursuits. She developed a strong passion for acting, submitting headshots and audition reels to casting agencies while constantly seeking background roles and bit parts in Hollywood, just a 30-minute drive from her home. Her dedication paid off, landing her roles in films such as Role Models and Crazy, Stupid, Love. Regardless of the project, Elaine poured her heart into everything she did. When she wasn't acting, she spent her time sketching tattoo designs, experimenting with new makeup techniques, or brainstorming fresh and unique fashion ideas. Over time, fashion became one of her greatest passions. She had a remarkable talent for predicting trends and developing marketing strategies, envisioning future spin-offs with the kind of dedication only a true visionary possesses. Elaine often shared these ideas and her dreams of making an impact in the fashion industry with her on-again, off-again boyfriend, Divine Compare, whom she met in 2016. Elaine had recently moved back in with her mother in La Crescenta after losing her waitressing job. During this time, she often shared her fashion designer aspirations with her boyfriend, Divine, known as Div. Divine, the son of film and music producer Shakim Compare, had met Elaine through their mutual interest in the music industry. She occasionally stayed with him, and one night she poured her heart out over text, passionately discussing her ideas for clothing and branding. Despite her outgoing and expressive nature, her relationship with Divine never fully developed into a lasting partnership. Eventually, in January 2017, Elaine told him she needed space to focus on her future and personal growth, leading them to break off contact. However, their separation was short-lived. A few weeks later, on January 27, 2017, the two reconnected and made plans to see a movie and spend the night together. It appeared to be nothing more than a brief rekindling of their relationship, until the following morning. On January 28, 2017, Elaine left Divine Compare's guest house in Calabasas, California, and was never seen again. The mystery surrounding Elaine Park's disappearance calls for a closer examination of her past, stretching back to events that occurred roughly a year and a half before she vanished. This discussion includes topics of sexual assault, so viewer discretion is advised. Now, let's examine the timeline leading up to Elaine's disappearance. On July 27, 2015, Elaine attended a concert with friends at the Orange County Observatory in Santa Ana, California. The lineup featured artists such as Father and Playboi Carti. Later that night, she was invited backstage by one of the touring managers. While Elaine and her friends initially went together, her friends soon left after feeling uncomfortable. However, Elaine chose to stay and, while backstage, consumed both Xanax and alcohol. At some point during the night, while under the influence of drugs and alcohol, Elaine was sexually assaulted by multiple men. In the days and weeks that followed, she struggled to recall details of the night but feared that she had been raped. Despite the trauma, she remained mostly silent about the incident, though it weighed heavily on her. Nearly a year later, in July 2016, Elaine was involved in a car accident. She suffered scratches on her hand while helping free people from the second vehicle. Her friend Sadie, who had been driving, also escaped with minor injuries. Throughout the rest of the summer in 2016, Elaine and her mother, Susan, had several arguments regarding an insurance settlement for Elaine's minor injuries. Despite her reluctance, Elaine started seeing a chiropractor, and this caused further strain in their relationship. In November of that year, Elaine met Divine Compare, the son of entertainment producer Shakim Compare. On Tuesday, November 8th, Elaine and Divine began what would turn into an on-again, off-again relationship. Over the next few weeks, the two spent a lot of time together, often smoking weed with friends and chatting about their lives via text messages. They discussed plans to attend a concert together, and there was also a conversation about Divine's car breaking down, which is now available to the public. Unfortunately, Elaine's luck took a turn for the worse as December 2016 arrived. She moved back in with her mother in La Crescenta after staying with her friend Daisy. At the same time, Elaine was fired from her waitressing job and dropped out of classes at Pierce College. On December 1st, she confided in Divine over text about a fashion design and marketing concept she had been developing. This moment highlights Elaine's creative spirit and the promise she held in her artistic pursuits. However, in the following weeks, tensions escalated between Elaine and her mother over money and petty cash issues. Around the same time, Elaine's birth father, Ray, made his final child support payment to Susan. Sometime in mid to late December, Elaine seemed to go through a personal crisis, unfollowing and blocking her childhood friends on all her social media accounts. Her crisis deepened throughout December as painful reminders and memories of her 2015 sexual assault began to resurface. Elaine reached out to Michael, a touring manager she had known, asking for answers. While Michael couldn't recall specific details of the assault, he admitted it wouldn't surprise him. When he asked why she was contacting him over a year and a half later, Elaine confessed that she could no longer suppress the memories and that her art and design work weren't helping her cope. She needed answers. On December 28, 2016, Elaine posted a Twitter thread discussing her experience with the trauma of sexual assault. She mentioned that the people responsible know damn well who they are, but clarified that she wouldn't pursue legal action or confront them. Over the next few days and into the new year, her text conversations with Divine grew more distant and less frequent. On January 3rd, Elaine broke up with Divine through text, telling him, "I need this year to really invest in myself right now, so I'm gonna grind and spend time alone until I can get myself real right." Divine responded, expressing his desire to fight for their relationship, stating that Elaine was all he had. On the night of January 20th, Divine sent Elaine a series of texts, saying he was in Utah but wanted a response from her. He told her she couldn't keep holding in whatever she was feeling and that he also needed to share something with her. He reassured her that he would be there to support her, no matter what. A week later, in the early hours of January 26th, at 3:45 a.m., Elaine called her mother, Susan, to report that her car had run out of gas and the battery was dead. Susan and her boyfriend Jeff drove to Elaine's location to deliver gas and jump-start her car. The next day, on Friday, January 27th, Susan sent Elaine $20 and asked for repayment by 6 p.m. Later that afternoon, around 5 p.m., Elaine visited her father Ray to pick up some cash for the weekend. Ray later mentioned that his daughter seemed perfectly normal during their interaction. At 6:01 p.m., Susan sent Elaine a text about the money she had lent her. A little over an hour later, at 7 p.m., Elaine's friend Sadie stopped by to pick up her hair curling wand. Elaine handed it to her without saying a word. As Sadie got back into her car, she turned around to see Elaine locking the front door before leaving the house. Within the next 30 minutes, Elaine made her way to her car and left La Crescenta to meet Divine Compare at his place in Calabasas, California. She arrived in Calabasas around 8:10 p.m. At 9:04 p.m., 54 minutes later, Elaine responded to Susan's texts, assuring her she would return the money later that night. Just a minute later, at 9:05 p.m., Susan replied, asking Elaine to keep her word. Less than an hour and a half later, at 10:20 p.m., Elaine and Divine took an Uber from Calabasas to the AMC movie theater in Woodland Hills. Before the Uber arrived, Elaine briefly stopped at her car, and CCTV footage from the Compare residence captured the scene. Another vehicle was visible on camera, but it left the driveway just as the Uber pulled up. Over 2 hours later at 12:43 a.m. on Saturday, January 28, 2017, Divine and Elaine returned from the movies in Calabasas as captured by the Compare family's CCTV. At 3:20 a.m., Elaine checks her social media profiles on Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat for the final time. Not long after, at around 4 a.m., Divine wakes up to Elaine suffering a panic attack. He would later describe her as shaky and distressed, singing to herself but not speaking. Closer to sunrise, despite many pleas from Divine, who believes Elaine is not in a proper state of mind to drive, she dresses quickly and departs, not saying a word to Divine. At exactly 6:53 a.m., Elaine is captured by CCTV cameras walking out of Divine's guest house through the parking area and to her car. A couple of minutes pass by, and at 6:07 a.m., Elaine pulls away from the Compare family's driveway and through the gates of the community, where a camera picks up Elaine's license plates. This is the last confirmed sighting of Elaine Park. At 6:28 a.m., Elaine's location is shared with Divine via their Apple iMessage app, while her Facebook Find My Friend activity is initiated simultaneously. It's unknown whether or not this is manually set by Elaine, or just an automatic update. Divine does not respond to the iMessage notice. 45 minutes later at 7:13 a.m., new cookies appear on Elaine's iPhone for the Pandora Music app sends an automated message asking if she's still listening to music. Between 10:13 and 10:15 a.m., Divine attempts to call Elaine 3 times but none of the calls connect through. At 10:50 a.m., Susan Park calls her boyfriend, Jeff, followed by a since-deleted text at 12:04. An hour later at 1:10 p.m., Elaine's friend Sadie texts her asking what she's doing today but receives no response. Between 1:33 and 1:34 p.m., Divine tries calling Elaine 2 more times, still unsuccessfully. At around the same time, between 1:36 and 1:42 p.m., Susan attempts to reach her daughter 3 times by phone but she can't get through. 2 hours later at 3:42 p.m., the last ping to originate from Elaine's phone hits a cell tower in Malibu, California. Later that night, 2 ticks before midnight, Susan calls the Crescenta Valley Sheriff's Office to report Elaine missing. They ask if Elaine has ever run away from home before and Susan says yes. Susan later claims the sheriff's office recommended she wait 1 more day as Elaine would most likely be voluntarily missing. The following day, on Sunday, January 29th, Susan expresses a desire to her boyfriend, Jeff, to officially file the missing persons reports, believing that Elaine would have paid her back by now had she been okay. At 9:40 a.m. on Monday, January 30th, Susan reaches out to Elaine's friend, Sadie, saying she is worried and that Elaine's makeup is gone along with a blue traveling bag she may have taken to Devine's. Finally, Susan calls the same sheriff's station as well as Glendale Police Department at 11:48 a.m. to report Elaine missing. An officer arrives at Susan's La Crosse Center residence that afternoon at 4:25 p.m. where he calls Elaine's father to ask if he knew anything. This is the first time Ray hears of his daughter's disappearance, and says he hasn't seen or heard from Elaine since her visit on Friday the 27th. 2 days later, on February 2nd, Susan and Jeff visit Divine's parents. They have no idea where Elaine is and Susan departs only to visit the Lost Hills Sheriff Department to request a ping on Elaine's phone. The station is able to locate a ping from Coral Canyon Road cell tower in Malibu. Later that day, Elaine's car is discovered on the 26,000 block of Coral Canyon Road on the Pacific Coast Highway in Malibu, California, a 30-minute drive from where she was last seen. The vehicle's doors are unlocked, and the key is in the ignition with the electric turned on, not the engine. Inside the car are her belongings, her black backpack with a laptop inside in the passenger seat, her cell phone, the blue travel bag with toiletries, and about $30 all in plain sight. The car is taken in for analysis, and no signs of foul play or break-ins are discovered. The car is in fine condition outside of the battery being dead. A month passes by and no leads are uncovered. On March 2nd, Elaine's Facebook is logged into for the first time and all of her history is deleted. 10 days later, on March 10th, a massive search goes underway in Calabasas to find Elaine, but the search efforts turn up empty. 11 days later, on March 21st, and the settlement in Elaine's car accident lawsuit is finalized with her name being signed on the documents, and $5,000 awarded to the estates of Elaine Park. 45 days later, on May 6, 2017, a cadaver dog search is initiated at the Park residence. They uncover no major clues. Fast forward over 5 years since Elaine's disappearance, and law enforcement is no closer to finding Elaine Park than they were back in 2017, especially after the Compare family and the Park family have been deemed non-suspects by police. Despite a large reward sum being posted, lots of community activism, and the work of various investigators and journalists, Elaine's trail has grown cold. The first segment of the CCTV clip shows Elaine walking out of her ex-boyfriend's house, leaving the parking area and supposedly making a stop at her car. However, there is another car with its lights turned on and it turns around through the driveway before leaving the residence, driving away and up the hill in the background. Elaine then returns to the car park area where she approaches the Compare home entry. Before she enters, however, Divine Compare exits himself and follows Elaine back to the driveway. Simultaneously, the Uber they ordered to take them to the cinema drives down the hill toward the house and pulls into the drive. Some viewers claim they can see Elaine and Divine enter two different cars. However, law enforcement have stated they took the same Uber both there and back from the movie theater. The second segment of CCTV footage depicts Elaine and Divine returning from the cinema about 3 hours later. The Uber drops them off and departs as it should, and the couple enters the Compare compound at a normal pace. The third segment of the recording is the most mystifying. At around 6 a.m., Elaine is captured leaving the Compare residence by herself, this time walking at a much more hurried pace. She hops into her car somewhere in the driveway and pulls away from the Calabasas home. Viewers have pointed out something unusual in the video footage, noticing flickering shadows across the left side of the frame just before Elaine disappears from view. Some theorize that this could be a third party watching Elaine from afar and running in the background as she prepares to leave. However, if you review the earlier segments, you'll see the same shadows appear each time Elaine walks toward the driveway in both directions. These shadows are simply cast by Elaine's own figure from a light off-screen, not a hidden clue. A more useful piece of evidence is the license plate reader footage at the end of the video. This footage captures Elaine's vehicle as it leaves the Compare family's gated community, providing a clear image of her license plate number, 7NKR261. Anyone with information related to this license plate number from the early morning of January 28, 2017, or anything else seen in the video, is encouraged to call +1 800 28477 or visit lawcrimestoppers.org. As mentioned, the following section discusses sexual assault, and viewer discretion is advised. One common theory surrounding Elaine's disappearance is that her boyfriend, Divine Compare, might be involved. While it's clear he was the last person to see her alive, some point to his connections with musicians and rappers in the Los Angeles area and speculate that he could be linked to the sexual assault Elaine endured in 2015. While Divine wasn't at the concert in question in July of 2015, he did have connections with some of the performers and people backstage who may or may not have been there when Elaine was assaulted. People wonder if this is what Divine is referring to in the text messages made available to the public after she breaks up with him, when he says, quotes, "I need to let all this out to you," followed later by, quote, "You can't hold all that in, let it out, what's going on?" People wonder if this is Divine coaxing Elaine to say everything she knows about her assault in 2015 to make sure she isn't about to take the information to the police and expose either Divine's contacts or Divine himself. They back this up with information gathered in 2018 by people part of the investigation who noted that a witness had observed Elaine and Divine getting into a verbal altercation the evening of Thursday, January 27th, and it was over the assault allegations and Divine's role in them. The testimony then stated the following day, the couple didn't actually go to the movies the evening of January 27th, and instead the arguments boiled over before Elaine went missing the next morning, potentially at the hands of Divine or a theoretical accomplice. To accentuate this theory, many point to the CCTV footage and take issue with how it conveniently ends right after Elaine leaves the property, and what follows isn't publicly available. It casts a suspicious light over the Compare family at large and definitely leaves room to wonder. However, there are many pieces to the case that address and refute this theory. First and foremost is that Divine himself has been heavily investigated by law enforcement and private detectives and cleared of all suspicion. That's not all though. Let's look at the materials we have ourselves. We have the text Divine was sending to Elaine after their breakup, and nowhere did it ever show Divine was making threatening comments or showing a lack of support to Elaine. In fact, he was quite supportive of Elaine overall, saying that he would be there for her and that they'd make it to the other side. In interviews with other amateur investigators, Divine stated he never pressed Elaine about her assault experience, and that she was truly attempting to figure it out on her own but was struggling with the weight of holding it all in and not being able to remember it for over a year. There's also the matter of Elaine's tweets from the night of December 28th, where she talks about her emotions and trauma as a result of the assaults, but also the wisdom she wants to give to others. Most notably, at the beginning of the threat, she says that while the people who assaulted her know who they are, she is not out to frame anyone, pursue legal action, or enact justice through accusatory means. Rather, she wants to heal from her trauma on her own terms and leave the law out of it. In addition, One evening before Elaine went missing, she posted a live Periscope stream of a rap she had written. The lyrics very strongly hinting at her relationship and breakup with Divine. Through her rap, Elaine never talked about Divine as if he was connected to her assault, or really about the assault at all. Rather, she explained the reason she and Divine couldn't be together was a difference in morals and materialistic desires. Thus, Elaine both publicly and privately was adamant about not pursuing some sort of legal or vigilante justice. If someone wanted her dead because of that, there's absolutely zero proof Elaine would have tried it anyway. Most likely ruling out one of her assaulters or Divine. The only other sensible motive that would pit Divine against Elaine is being upset that they broke up and not wanting it to end like it did. However, as exemplified by the text messages and interviews Divine has taken part in, he has shown no animosity towards Elaine or anger about their relationship. Also, it must be taken into consideration the date Elaine and Divine went on the night before she went missing. A couple facing that much volatility and tension simply doesn't go to the movies together and pretend like everything is normal for a couple of hours. The Uber drivers who drove the pair have since been tracked down and interviewed and have stated they didn't suspect anything was wrong with either Divine or Elaine, that they were hugging and kissing during the car rides and overall sporting a calm demeanor. There was an instance in which the Uber driver said Divine asked Elaine if she was good a couple of times, but Elaine always replied yes and never displayed any sort of warning signs. While the CCTV footage is distressing and adds suspicion to the Compare family, there simply isn't a shred of physical proof or sensible motive that connects them to foul play in the case. So if there are holes in the theory that Divine had something to do with it, what about other love interests or ex-boyfriends in Elaine's life? There was one man from Elaine's past that caught the attention of law enforcement, an underground rapper by the stage name of Lolo. Lolo and Elaine had a short fling sometime in the year leading up to Elaine's disappearance. However, the quick relationship wasn't sunshine and roses. Lolo was quite clingy and creeped out Elaine's closest friends. He would repeatedly call her even after Elaine tried to sever ties, and despite being blocked on multiple numbers, Lolo would find new phones to contact her with. In addition, there were times Lolo would angrily text Elaine saying things like he wanted to fight her for not responding and that, quote, people were gonna die. Most glaring of all was an incident in 2016 in which Elaine and Lolo were pulled over and the car was searched by police. Authorities found an unauthorized firearm in Lolo's backpack, a firearm Elaine had no knowledge of. Elaine was set to testify at Lolo's court hearing on the matter mere weeks after she went missing, and some wonder if Lolo was involved to prevent her testimony from evidence. Not only that, but Lolo was released from jail pre-trial just 2 days before Elaine disappeared in Venice Beach, just a quick drive south on the Pacific Coast Highway from where Elaine's car was discovered in Malibu. Could he have left imprisonment and done something to Elaine to protect himself from his firearm charge? There are two things that suggest this isn't the case. First, Elaine's testimony wouldn't alter the outcome of Lolo's charges. Elaine didn't know he had the gun and therefore couldn't give any sort of insight into when or how he obtained it. So had she just told the truth, which is what her friends told her to do, she would have explained her perspective and been dismissed without altering the ruling. Second, Lolo was eventually tracked down by both law enforcement and private investigators. The PIs were the ones to first alert Lolo of Elaine's disappearance, and his reaction was one of genuine concern. He stated that he had stopped attempting to contact Elaine after his arrest and her continued pleas for space, but still thought about her every day. While it definitely appears he had an unhealthy obsession with Elaine, Lolo fully cooperated with the PIs and later the authorities, consistently making offers to help look for Elaine and provide as much assistance as he could. Without a true motive and taking into consideration his behavior after the disappearance, the theory of his involvement is highly unlikely. Recently, one theory has caught fire amongst many across the internet. One suggesting that Susan Park is herself responsible for her daughter's disappearance. Like all missing person cases, the parents are usually the first to have fingers pointed at them both by police and passerby, and it makes sense to some degree. They are usually the closest to the victim and some of the last people to make contact with them. In the case of Susan, Her portrayal in certain media regarding Elaine's disappearance has caught many by surprise and led to a larger network of people who want to jump on the coincidences and misrepresentations of her actions. Susan's suspicion lingers on a few aspects of her relationship with her daughter. Most notably their propensity for arguing and both verbal and sometimes physical conflict. Susan and Elaine would fight about money even in amounts as low as $5, ending up in cursing matches loud enough to wake the neighbors and sending texts with intense and anger-ridden tones. The pair were not close and spent more time bickering than getting along, but in the end that's how the entire family was. Elaine often spoke to her friends about how discordant her family life was. Since Ray and Susan got divorced in February 2008, and even while they were all still under the same roof, the family didn't spend much time bonding, and the blame for who caused the divorce was thrown around even onto Elaine. There was very little love and nurturing once Elaine and her brother entered their preteen and teenage years, and the connection that a lot of families have with one another simply didn't exist. Susan will admit much the same. Many people point to Susan's admission of being a bad mother and failing her daughter as a potential clue in Elaine's disappearance. While Susan acknowledges that she and Elaine didn't have the best relationship, it doesn't automatically mean she would go to extreme lengths to harm her daughter. Susan has also spoken about the cultural differences between Asian American families and traditional American families, highlighting how these differences are often misunderstood. The notion that families can't engage in verbal conflicts without it being seen as a precursor to violence is something she's commented on. The text Susan sent to Elaine, telling her to die, and using cruel language, are disturbing, especially given the events that followed. However, the reality is that these kinds of family conflicts are sadly common in many households around the world. Just because Susan's actions or words are outside what we might consider normal doesn't mean she's a murderer. It could point to her being an abusive parent and a poor guardian, but it doesn't make her a killer. The theory also draws attention to Susan's actions after Elaine went missing, like changing her alibi at various points or how quickly she disposed of Elaine's belongings, rented out her room, and cleaned her clothes that may have contained important evidence. But the facts show that the police repeatedly told Susan there were no leads and nothing to investigate. Though there was speculation that Elaine might have gone missing involuntarily, the police had no reason to collect her belongings, and they would have done so if they thought there was a need. Ultimately, how people grieve and react to trauma varies from person to person. While it's typical for parents of missing children to preserve their child's bedroom and belongings for years, the fact that a mother in another case doesn't do so doesn't imply guilt. Ultimately, Susan did keep a few things of Elaine's just in case she returned. Finally, we must shed light on the amount of effort Susan has put into finding Elaine. Nobody who makes someone else disappear goes to the lengths Susan has gone to try and put a spotlight on the victim's case. Both the Park parents have been fully cooperative with both outside investigators and law enforcement. Susan has made countless media appearances, and despite some of them pitting her own past against her, continuously pleads for help to find Elaine. The risk of exposure would be far too high had she committed a crime. We may not like the way she treated Elaine and the things she said to her daughter, but we cannot conflate coincidence or bias with fact. So if someone close to her didn't make Elaine disappear, could it have been a stranger? It is certainly possible. 3 routes to this theory exist. The first path is one taken by someone Elaine made contact with in the year before her disappearance, but not related to the assault in 2015. The most likely suspect would be someone connected to the drugs that Elaine would sometimes involve herself in. It's a known fact via the text messages between her and Divine that Elaine frequently smoked weed and purchased weed and other weed-related paraphernalia around Los Angeles. While weed was legalized in California the same month, Elaine and Divine started hanging out. In November of 2016, studies have shown that 80 to 90% of cannabis purchasing went through underground channels. Despite this, cannabis wasn't the only drug Elaine had connections to either. While she wasn't a dealer herself, nor did she frequently consume such drugs, it was known that Elaine had contacts for dealers with substances such as Xanax and codeine. While drug dealing isn't always hand in hand with other violence or criminal activity, it definitely opens up the pool of suspicious people Elaine may have interacted with. The second path to the outsider theory is simply someone Elaine ran into the morning she left Divine's house. We know that Elaine loved to drive, her Divine's own words. He spoke about how that was her way to decompress and wind down, and maybe that's why she left so quickly on the 28th to get out of the panic spiral and go for a drive. We also know that a little while after her car was leaving the gated community in Calabasas, her location was shared with Divine and she started listening to music on Pandora. Both natural occurrences had she planned to be driving for a bit. This is where the theory truly becomes a theory. It would make sense that maybe along the way, Elaine wanted to drive along the Pacific Coast Highway overlooking the ocean and grew tired after a sleepless night only to park her car by Coral Canyon for a nap. This is where it was found 4 days later. So if she did stop to rest, maybe someone stopped by and pretended they needed help or simply kidnapped her when no one was looking. This theory struggles to hold weight when you look deeper at the facts. It's agreed upon by many that Elaine's vehicle was probably planted at the location it was found by her kidnappers rather than it being the origin of Elaine's disappearance due to how neat everything was found in the vehicle and how there was no trace of Elaine found in the vicinity. The spot where Elaine's car was found is also a very busy section of Malibu and has frequent tourists stopping by even at 6:30 a.m. in the morning. If something were to have happened to Elaine against her will, someone would have heard something or seen something. People also claim there's no way the car would have been able to sit in the location it was at for 4 days without being ticketed or towed, or at least observed by police. However, that section of the Pacific Coast Highway is known for parked cars sitting along the coast for days if not weeks at a time, and it is totally reasonable that the LA County Sheriff missed it if not completely ignored it. The third and final path to an outsider theory is that a serial killer is operating in or around Malibu, California, and law enforcement in the area has failed to make arrests allowing people like Elaine to become a victim. In this general area of Malibu, there has been a string of disappearances and murders in the last decade plus, most famously featuring the disappearance and death of Myrtis Richardson and the murders at Malibu Creek State Park. The latter crimes were covered up by the Lost Hills Sheriff's Station, which had a long history of scandals and similar legal issues, including releasing Matt Rice in the middle of the night instead of holding her until her family was able to pick her up the next day, as reported on by CC Woods of the local Malibu. She has also shed light on this case while helping to advocate for Elaine Park and believes there may be more to the disappearances. It is possible Elaine pulled over on the PCH, left her stuff in her car, hiked the hills in Malibu until she went too far and ended up in the wrong hands. It is a little far-fetched but still a potential explanation. The final theory put forth in Elaine's case is suicide. Some of the precursors are there. Elaine was suffering from a mental health break due to the trauma of her assault and displaying signs of reclusiveness from her friends whom she had been slowly blocking on social media. She was also feeling alienated from home, and the constant bickering with her mother regarding the money she owed could have been a breaking point. Combined with the bizarre and hurried morning she had with Divine before she went missing, it is possible Elaine got in her car, drove to the beach, and decided she would try an alternative way to escape the turmoil and trauma. Some say this is highly unlikely, that she wouldn't have left her phone in her car and at least would have taken it with her, but that doesn't mean anything. It's too often we assume that just because the younger generation grew up with phones in their pockets that they are all addicted and cannot go a few minutes without being online. It simply isn't true. A lot of people who are overwhelmed and dealing with anxiety, depression, and panic disorder want nothing to do with what's on their phone and want to be isolated and alone. If Elaine was struggling with social pressures and the constant texts and calls from her mother, it totally makes sense that Elaine would want to leave her phone behind if she was going to distress for a while, if not depart for good. Elaine could also have had a bad reaction to drugs she may have taken during the last night she spent with Divine. Divine has said the pair didn't consume drugs or alcohol on the night of the 27th, but those statements were taken in front of his parents, and the use of such substances cannot be 100% ruled out. Maybe he tried to persuade Elaine from leaving that morning or driving because she was under the influence of something, or she simply smoked too much weed and grew paranoid. This may have led to a lot of guilt, and while Divine should absolutely never hide information like this, Elaine could have been in an altered state, and taking her phone with her wherever she went was simply an afterthought. Again, it's hard to believe Elaine could have disappeared in the area that she did and committed suicide without a body ever appearing, but stranger things have happened in the hills of Malibu, and with the law enforcement's shady history, it's not impossible they missed a major clue. It should also be noted that the Lost Hills Sheriff's Station does not have jurisdiction in Elaine's case. That belongs to Glendale Police Department due to Elaine's address falling in their precinct's jurisdiction. But the drastic difference in locales for each law enforcement agency makes it hard to coordinate searches and know exactly where to look, which still unacceptably falls in the hands of police. The communication needed to be clearer for search efforts to go underway as they should have, and it leaves so many theories to Elaine's disappearance unfortunately open-ended. The case of Elaine Park is as tragic as they come. The fate of a young woman with such a big heart and such massive potential is unknown, vanishing without a shred of physical evidence left behind. It truly is as maddening as cold case investigations come, and makes drawing a conclusion nearly impossible. In our estimation, we believe the most likely scenario is a combination of the theories previously mentioned. Elaine most likely suffered some sort of mental collapse with the trauma of her assault weighing down on her, and the panic attacks restraining her physically and emotionally. It is what made her leave in such a mad rush on the morning of January 28, 2017, and the lack of support from either friends or family only added to her feelings of being confused and unwanted. While we believe Elaine was under psychological distress, we don't believe she committed suicide, mostly because of the situation with her car. We believe she went somewhere to cope with her newfound state of panic, potentially under the influence of drugs, and ran into someone who ultimately took advantage of a woman desperate for help, much like someone took advantage of her in July of 2015. Whoever this was then brought Elaine's car somewhere away from the crime to a place where parked cars are constantly abandoned along the coast of the Pacific Ocean in Malibu, California. Here, they left behind Elaine's belongings to stage a runaway. While there's an argument to be had about Elaine running away and leaving her phone behind, no one runs away and leaves plain cash behind. That's the one thing you would need if you were planning to stage a disappearance. No. Elaine's life was purposely positioned to warrant the least amount of suspicion on foul play, and in the end that's exactly where we ended up anyway. Who this perpetrator is anyone's best guess, but it is most likely not Divine, Lolo, or Elaine's family. While we can't rule it out 100%, it would take a huge piece of physical evidence to make that scenario a dominant lead. As gut-wrenching as it is to walk away from such an in-depth investigation without a conclusive hypothesis, it should not take away from the efforts we continue to make in our search for Elaine. While it may seem unlikely, there remains a small possibility that Elaine is out there, alive and well. It is up to all of us to bring her home, and if not, at least to bring closure and justice to Ray, Susan, and Dustin Park. In the meantime, we must continue to honor Elaine's legacy. Despite growing up in a broken home and lacking much love, she was always the first to give love to others. She nurtured deep connections with friends and put her heart into everything she pursued. Elaine was on her way to becoming an iconic fashion designer, a radiant actress, a dancer, a talented lyricist, a powerful poet, and above all, a passionate and charismatic artist. She was a survivor, her spirit filled with courage and strength. She spoke openly, offering her voice to others who might not have one, and gave them comfort through her perseverance. She had dreams, just like everyone else, and so much more to share with the world. It's our responsibility to keep those dreams alive and allow her creativity to re-enter the world. Even if Elaine Park remains missing, the positive impact she made will never fade, and the goodwill she embodied will never be erased. Her story will endure, and her legacy will continue to shine. Moving on to the next case. Flora Stevens. In 1975, 36-year-old Flora Stevens lived in Sullivan County, New York. She worked at the Concord Hotel and was married to Robert Stevens. On August 3rd of that year, Robert dropped her off at Community General Hospital in Monticello, New York, for a doctor's appointment. However, when he returned to pick her up, Flora was nowhere to be found. After searching for her without success, Robert reported her missing. Over the years, detectives periodically revisited the case, but no significant leads ever emerged. In February, the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office received a call from a New York State Police investigator regarding unidentified skeletal remains found in southern Orange County. The woman's remains bore a resemblance to Flora's general description, leading the investigator to seek DNA from any surviving relatives for identification. Instead, investigators uncovered a surprising clue: someone in Massachusetts had been using Flora's social security number. Detectives tracked down the social security number to an assisted living facility in Lowell, Massachusetts. Staff at the facility confirmed that the number belonged to Flora Harris, who had been at the facility since February 2001. Investigators decided to go talk to 78-year-old Flora, but found she suffers from dementia and is unable to speak more than 1 or 2 words at a time. She did recognize her ID from the Concord Hotel as her own. Officials were able to trace Flora's medical records back about 30 years and learned she spent time in a nursing home in New Hampshire and at St. Luke's Roosevelt Hospital in Manhattan. Due to her illness, the circumstances surrounding Flora's disappearance from Monticello in 1975, as well as where she went afterward, remain a mystery. Adding to the challenge, authorities have been unable to find any living relatives. When shown a photograph of herself as a young woman, Flora responded, "Me?" And when presented with a picture of her husband, Robert, she recognized him by name. This confirmed to investigators that Flora Stevens and Flora Harris were indeed the same person. As for Robert, he sadly never learned the truth about his wife's disappearance, and he has since passed away. Moving on to the next case. Kelsey Barrett. From a young age, Kelsey Barrett was captivated by the idea of flying. Growing up on her family farm in Moses Lake, Washington, she would often watch crop dusters in awe, dreaming of someday taking to the skies. After high school, Kelsey pursued her dream by enrolling in a flight program at a local community college. Not only did she become a licensed pilot, but she also found work as a flight instructor, eager to share her passion with others. In 2015, she crossed paths with Patrick Frazee, a rancher and farrier from Florissant, Colorado, through an online dating site. Though Patrick lived over 1,100 miles away, their connection quickly grew, and Kelsey eventually moved to Colorado to work at a flight school. Soon after, the couple discovered they were expecting a child. In October 2017, they welcomed their daughter, Kaylee. On November 22, 2018, Kelsey and her 1-year-old daughter went grocery shopping in Woodland Park, Colorado. 3 days later, a coworker received a message from Kelsey, stating she would be taking the rest of the week off. A week after Kelsey disappeared, her family reported her missing when she failed to respond to any calls or messages. The last known location of her phone was traced to Gooding, Idaho, a town about 700 miles from her home in Colorado. Patrick, her fiancé at the time, quickly became the primary suspect in her disappearance. On December 14, authorities executed a search warrant at his home. The following day, they announced a $25,000 reward for any information related to the case. Patrick told investigators that he had been in intermittent contact with Kelsey for 3 days after she was last seen. He claimed they had broken up, and Kelsey appeared to be distressed, asking him to take care of their daughter for a while because she was feeling exhausted and overwhelmed. He expressed concern about her well-being. At first, authorities considered the possibility that Kelsey might have simply left her life behind due to stress. However, when Kelsey's brother discovered a blood smear on the toilet in her condo, it became clear that her disappearance was likely the result of something far more sinister. In a turn of events, 1 week later, Frazee was arrested as the authorities discovered possible evidence in the case. Kelsey and Frazee's daughter stayed in the custody of Kelsey's parents. On October 28, 2019, the trial for Frazee started. During the investigation, the detectives found that Frazee enlisted his mistress, an Idaho nurse and mother of 2, Crystal Lee Kenny, 3 times to take the life of Kelsey. He tried to convince her by stating that Kelsey was an abusive mom, and that he was scared that she would hurt their daughter. The first time, he directed Crystal Lee to knock on Kelsey's door and hand her coffee laced with sedatives. She delivered the coffee but not the substances. The second time, he sent her to Kelsey's home with a metal pipe and instructions to use it. Crystal Lee backed off and left the pipe in the driveway. The third time, he told her to wait outside Kelsey's home with a baseball bat and swing away at her. But Crystal Lee refused. By that time, Frazee was so frustrated that he finally decided to take Kelsey's life himself. He convinced Kelsey to play a game where she tried to guess the scent of different candles. After tying a sweater around her eyes as a makeshift blindfold, Frazee struck his unsuspecting fiancée in the head with a bat, while their young daughter was still in the house. A blood spatter expert testified in court that Frazee beat her with the bat 10 to 15 times. Jennifer Veman, a senior deputy district attorney in Colorado's 4th Judicial Circuit, said, after entering Kelsey's home with the key Frazee had provided, Crystal Lee encountered a significant blood pool on the floor in the living room. There was blood on the walls. There was blood on the couch, on the TV, on tables, in the kitchen. She added, as she spends hours cleaning up this horrific bloody crime scene, she bags up items that cannot be cleaned, pillows, baby toys. Crystal Lee recalled that as she cleaned the scene at Kelsey's home, Frazee called, telling her to be sure she left no evidence behind and to look for knocked-out teeth. After helping Frazee, Crystal Lee watched as he set Kelsey's remains on fire at his ranch in Colorado. Although she had agreed to assist him, she intentionally left behind blood spots, knowing that authorities would find them later. She then returned to Idaho with Kelsey's phone, using it to send misleading text messages to both Frazee and Kelsey's employer before ultimately destroying it. During the trial, prosecutors presented phone records, surveillance footage, and the testimony of a jailhouse informant who revealed that Frazee had written him notes from prison, asking him to eliminate key witnesses in the case, including Crystal Lee and Kelsey's mother, Cheryl. On November 18th, Patrick Frazee was convicted and sentenced to life in prison, along with an additional 156 years. Crystal Lee, who had initially been sentenced to 3 years, had her sentence reduced to 18 months in 2021. Frazee sought to appeal his conviction, claiming juror misconduct in the original trial and questioning the credibility of the prosecution's key witness. His defense team also argued that there was insufficient evidence, as Kelsey's body had never been found. On December 29, 2022, the original verdict was upheld. Moving on to the next case. The murder of Michelle Young. Michelle Marie Fisher, originally from Sayville, New York, relocated to Raleigh in 1995 to attend North Carolina State University. She graduated in 1999 with a degree in accounting. During a night out with friends, Michelle met Jason Lynn Young, and the two eventually married in October 2003. The couple lived in the Enchanted Oaks subdivision near Lake Wheeler in Raleigh with their daughter, Cassidy, who was born in February 2004. In May 2006, the couple was involved in a single-car accident near Brevard when their Mitsubishi veered off a mountain road, rolled down an embankment, and partially submerged in a river. At the time of the accident, Michelle was pregnant but tragically suffered a miscarriage. However, a few months later, she became pregnant again with their second child. On November 3, 2006, Michelle's sister, Meredith Fisher, received a text from Jason asking her to run an errand at their house. When Meredith arrived around 1:30 p.m., she discovered her 29-year-old sister lying face down in the master bedroom, cold, stiff, and covered in blood. She also found the couple's 2-year-old daughter, uninjured, hiding under the sheets of her parents' bed, asking questions about what was wrong with her mother. When Jason arrived at the home, he informed the police that he had left the night before to attend a business meeting in Hillsville, Virginia, and afterward traveled to Brevard, North Carolina, to visit his mother and stepfather. The autopsy revealed that Michelle had died from multiple blows to the head, which caused severe skull fractures and brain hemorrhaging. She had also been strangled, suffered 13 lacerations on the back of her head, had badly bruised lips, and several of her teeth had been knocked out. Investigators found a strand of hair, stuck in blood, clutched in Michelle's left hand. While the autopsy found no evidence of sexual assault, It indicated that she had been struck more than 30 times. During the investigation, detectives discovered additional evidence, including blood in a Ford Explorer seized from Jason. Subsequent testing confirmed that the blood belonged to both Michelle and Jason. In the months leading up to Michelle Young's death, Jason maintained frequent contact with a married woman from Florida named Michelle Money, who was a former sorority sister of his wife. Investigators also discovered that Michelle was under significant stress due to financial issues and was furious about a California vacation Jason had taken without her. Additionally, Jason held substantial life insurance policies on his wife, totaling $1 million, an amount that had been increased shortly before their car accident. Evidence from Jason's computer revealed that he had searched for topics such as anatomy of a knockout, head trauma knockout, and divorce before Michelle's death. Investigators also suspected that Jason may have given their young daughter, Cassidy, an over-the-counter medication around the time Michelle was killed. Further inquiries uncovered that Jason had been having an affair with another woman. Just days before Michelle's death, he sent the woman an email that read, "I do not know how all this happened, but I know how it will end up. 2 broken hearts, but I do not care. I know there's pain in my future, but you are so worth it, even if it is only for a blink in time." Progress Energy, Michelle's former employer, offered a $10,000 reward for information leading to an arrest and conviction. More than a year after the crime, the investigators returned to the house to study marks and stains that had not been analyzed and saw that the house is up for sale. In October 2008, Michelle's mother filed a wrongful demise suit against Jason to try to compel him to answer questions about the case. He had 30 days to respond, but did not. 2 months later, on December 5th, a Wake County judge ruled on the wrongful demise claim, finding that Jason did take the life of his wife, ensuring that he cannot collect on the life insurance policy. Michelle's family was awarded $15,600,000 in damages. Although they never expected to receive any money from Jason, they expressed relief that he was held accountable. Michelle's sister, Meredith, was granted primary custody of Cassidy, who was nearly 5 years old at the time. Jason was given visitation rights on weekends, holidays, and other special occasions. After 37 months of investigation, a grand jury finally indicted Jason on a first-degree murder charge on December 14, 2009. During his trial in June 2011, Jason claimed he was 169 miles away from his home at the time of the crime. However, prosecutors argued that he had left his hotel shortly after checking in, disabled security cameras in a side entrance stairwell, returned home to kill Michelle, and then left their young daughter alone with the body. Following a retrial in March 2012, Jason Young was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Although a third trial was ordered in April 2014, the request was denied in August 2015. Jason is currently serving his sentence at the Piedmont Correctional Institution in Salisbury, North Carolina, a medium security facility. Moving on to the next case. Zachary Marshall. In 2010, 22-year-old Zachary Marshall resided in Bristol County, Massachusetts. He was a new father and worked at his uncle's auto body shop. On December 18, 2010, at 2 a.m., Zachary and a friend were leaving a nightclub in Providence, Rhode Island, when a confrontation erupted between him and a group consisting of several men and a woman. During the altercation, Zachary was stabbed and later succumbed to his injuries at a Rhode Island hospital. In his memory, his family held annual fundraisers to support a scholarship in his name and a fund for his daughter. They also tirelessly sought information about his case. In February 2021, their persistence finally led them to the answers they had been searching for. In February, Jason Lopez was arrested in Garland, Texas in connection of the case. He is currently being held without bail at a Dallas County jail in Texas and awaiting extradition back to Rhode Island. Detective Angelo Avant uncovered new evidence in the case that was brought to the Attorney General's office and led to the arrest. He did not want to specify what the evidence was. Attorney General Peter Nerona said, "The indictment in this case is a major step forward in our efforts to obtain justice for Mr. Marshall and his family have endured a long and difficult journey. A decade is a significant amount of time, and I acknowledge how challenging it has been for Mr. Marshall's loved ones to wait for this moment. While there is still some distance to cover on the path to justice, I am relieved that we have arrived at this stage. Zachary's mother, Diane Marshall, expressed that the news of the arrest brought a wave of emotions and pain. We are deeply thankful to the Providence Police Department for their dedication and countless hours of hard work on our son Zach's case. We also appreciate the unwavering support from our family and community over the past 10 years. Moving on to the next case. The case of Demetrius Griffin Jr. Illinois, the sixth most populous state in the U.S., is home to rolling hills, vast farmlands, and a population of 12.85 million. While it is widely recognized for Chicago, a city that has served as the setting for major films like Home Alone, Ocean's 11, and The Dark Knight, Illinois also harbors numerous unsolved and lesser-known true crime cases. Demetrius Griffin Jr., described as respectful, kind, intelligent, and charismatic, seemed to have a bright future ahead of him. At just 15 years old, he had recently begun his freshman year at Steinmetz College Prep on Chicago's Northwest Side in September 2016, following his middle school graduation. Teachers remembered him as a humorous student who enjoyed making others laugh, with a particular talent for math and science. He was also known for his love of dogs, his willingness to assist neighbors, and his interest in joining the school's swim team. A devoted churchgoer, Demetrius followed a structured routine. But on Friday, September 16, 2016, everything changed. Demetrius walked home from school alongside a female friend, eventually parting ways just a few blocks from his house. Known for his punctuality and strict adherence to his curfew, he had never stayed out late or gotten into trouble. But that night, he never made it home. His mother, Polly Sykes, later told reporters, "Once I realized he didn't come in on his curfew, I knew something was wrong." Although Polly's instincts told her something was amiss, she didn't know the full extent of the situation until later that night. At 1:25 a.m., firefighters responded to a fire in an alleyway on the 5500 block of West Cortez Street in Chicago's South Austin neighborhood. There, inside a large recycling bin, they discovered the charred remains of a teenage boy. He was soon identified as Demetrius Griffin Jr. His body had been burned beyond recognition, and authorities quickly ruled his death a homicide. The fire's thermal injuries suggested he had been burned alive. Speaking to the media, his devastated mother emphasized, "He wasn't a gang member. He was a very respectful kid. He walked everybody in the neighborhood's dogs." Demetrius was not known to be affiliated with any gangs in the area, nor was he known to be involved with criminal activity. Due to a lack of evidence and information in the case, it's difficult to say what happens to Demetrius. Although many online sleuths have suggested he became a victim of the gangs who ruled the streets of Chicago. His family believed this may be the case too. It has been suggested that Demetrius's murder was a result of mistaken identity, that he was a victim of a gang initiation ritual where someone had to commit murder to prove their loyalty, or that he refused to be part of a gang and was killed in retaliation. It has also been theorized that Demetrius was the victim of a hate crime or a predator, or that it was a simple act of random violence. One Reddit user pointed out that Demetrius's murder was not the first of its kind in the city. In February 2007, 2 African-American women were killed within days of one another after they were both strangled to death, stripped, dumped into bins, and set on fire. Teresa Byrne was just 21 years old and 8 months pregnant when she was murdered. Her body had been covered in accelerants before she was set ablaze. Just over a day later, 52-year-old Hazel Lewis was found dead again in a dumpster set on fire. They were both found near Washington Park. These are not the only victims of this kind of crime. Between 2012 and 2015, 5 charred bodies were found around the city. In November 2012, the remains of a man were located in a burning bin in an alleyway in the 3100 block of North Central Park Avenue. Then in 2013, 20-year-old Amy Martinez was found strangled in a burning dumpster on Chicago's Northwest Side. Additionally, that same year, a charred body was found in a vehicle in a garage in Irving Park. In June of 2015 in Brighton Park neighborhood, another body was found in a dumpster. That same month, another set of remains were discovered in a bin on the south side of Calumet Park. Although it has been speculated that the cases of Amy Martinez, Teresa Byrne and Hazel Lewis are connected, many armchair detectives disagree that all 7 of the cases, 8 including Demetrius, were linked due to the fact they were carried out all over the city. Additionally, an article by ABC 7 News notes that a body was found inside a burned garage in the neighborhood of Pilsen in the days before the murder of Demetrius, but police do not believe it to be linked to his case. While it's been 5 years since Demetrius was murdered, his case is no closer to being solved now than it was in 2016. Authorities believe the killer probably burned themselves in the process of setting the 15-year-old alight. In the days following the horrific crime, a crowd of 150 people gathered to honor Demetrius at a vigil. His grieving mother pleaded with the community for help, saying, "Community, I need your help. They killed my baby out here in this alley. I need somebody. If you know something, please come forward. They took my life." In 2019, the reward for information leading to his killer was increased by $5,000, bringing the total to $15,000. A year later, AP News spoke with investigators who confirmed that while the case remained open, no suspects had been identified. Anyone with information about the murder of Demetrius Griffin Jr. is urged to contact the Chicago Police Department at 312-744-8261. Moving on to the next case. Diana Diallo. Diana Diallo was born in 1959 in Tustin, a quiet suburban city near Los Angeles. Her father served in the military, while her mother worked at a small clothing factory. When Diana was 19, she met a man named Kevin Green. She had been at a bar with a friend when a group of men began bothering them. One man became especially pushy, prompting Kevin to step in and make him leave. Grateful for his help, Diana offered to buy Kevin a drink. A few days later, they went on their first date, and their relationship progressed quickly. At the time, Kevin was still married, but he and his wife were in the middle of a divorce. During this period, Diana and Kevin moved in together, and she became pregnant. Once Kevin's divorce was finalized, the couple married that same day, excitedly preparing for the arrival of their daughter. The couple rented an apartment in a small complex in Tustin. Kevin was a Marine, working as a helicopter mechanic at a nearby base. Diana had previously worked alongside her mother at the clothing factory, but as her pregnancy advanced, she chose to stay home and prepare for their baby's arrival. By September 1979, Diana was 9.5 months pregnant and expected to go into labor at any moment. On the evening of September 30th, after watching a movie together, Diana and Kevin got into an argument. The pressure of becoming parents had been affecting both of them, leading to frequent fights. To cool off and avoid escalating the situation, Kevin decided to take a drive to a nearby fast food restaurant. About 40 minutes later, the local police department received a disturbing call. It was Kevin. He reported that someone had shot his wife and urgently requested an ambulance. At the time, a patrol car was nearby, allowing officers to arrive at the scene quickly. When they entered the apartment, they discovered Diana lying on the bed in the bedroom, covered in blood. At first glance, her injuries appeared to resemble a gunshot wound, and blood was splattered across the bedroom wall. Despite her condition, Diana was still breathing, prompting the officers to administer first aid while waiting for the ambulance. Uncertain about the situation, they also asked Kevin to leave the room. When the paramedics arrived, they carefully transferred Diana into the ambulance. Initially, they too believed she had been shot but soon realized the injury was caused by blunt force trauma rather than a gunshot. Although Kevin wanted to accompany his wife to the hospital, the police refused. They needed to take his statement and were still considering every possibility, including the chance that he was involved in the attack. Kevin appeared to be in shock, struggling to process the officers' questions. When he tried to climb into the ambulance, they had to stop him. As the ambulance drove away, he began to collect himself and shared his account of the evening with the police. He explained that after arguing with Diana, he decided to drive to a fast food restaurant to get burgers and clear his mind. Upon leaving the apartment, he realized he had forgotten his keys inside but chose not to go back for them. Instead, he shut the door and went straight to his car. Kevin also mentioned that as he was leaving the complex, he noticed a van parked nearby with its back door open. An African-American man was walking back and forth to the vehicle, which struck him as odd given that it was around 2 a.m. When Kevin arrived at his usual fast food spot, the line was too long, so he drove to another location of the same chain a few miles away. After buying some burgers, he returned home, a trip that took approximately 40 minutes. When Kevin arrived at the front door, he found it wide open. Alarmed, he rushed inside and heard an unusual sound, something resembling snoring. In the bedroom, he discovered Diana covered in blood and struggling to breathe, prompting him to call the police immediately. However, parts of Kevin's story raised suspicion. For instance, his decision to go out for burgers in the middle of the night seemed unusual. Additionally, the trip had taken him approximately 40 minutes, longer than expected, given that the nearby fast food restaurants were close to his apartment. Despite these concerns, the officers examined the fast food bag and found the food still warm. The receipt confirmed the restaurant's location and the time of purchase, aligning with Kevin's account. With this evidence, the police allowed him to go to the hospital, but only after collecting a blood sample. Although DNA analysis wasn't available at the time, investigators could still compare Kevin's blood type with the traces found at the crime scene. When Diana arrived at the hospital, doctors confirmed that her head wound was not caused by a gunshot. Instead, it appeared that the attacker had used a small but heavy object, possibly a piece of wood, to deliver multiple blows. Shortly after being admitted, Diana fell into a coma. For several hours, doctors fought to save both her and her unborn child. Although they were able to stabilize her condition, she required surgery to address her injuries. At the same time, investigators asked medical professionals to determine whether Diana had been sexually assaulted. This request was not only part of standard procedure but also driven by the way Diana had been positioned when officers found her. The examination soon confirmed their suspicions. Traces of semen were discovered on her body. However, the investigation faced complications. Kevin had already told detectives that he and Diana had been intimate just a few hours before their argument, and with DNA analysis unavailable at the time, there was no way to confirm whether the evidence came from him or someone else. Despite having a biological sample from the perpetrator, investigators were limited in what they could do without advanced DNA analysis. Kevin and Diana's relatives stayed at the hospital through the night, anxiously hoping both Diana and her baby would survive. However, by morning, an unexpected complication arose. One of the monitors detected a sudden decline in the baby's condition. Despite the doctor's best efforts, the baby girl could not be saved. Following the baby's death, surgeons immediately operated on Diana, successfully stabilizing her condition. Although she remained in a coma, her chances of survival had significantly improved. However, doctors warned that the severity of her injuries made a full return to normal life unlikely. Meanwhile, detectives intensified their efforts to identify the person responsible for the attack. With the loss of the baby, the case was reclassified as a homicide, prompting the local police department to dedicate all available resources to the investigation. Although Kevin had provided an alibi, detectives remained cautious and did not rule him out as a suspect. His story raised numerous questions. He had an argument with his wife just hours before the attack, left the front door unlocked, and was absent for an extended period for a supposed quick trip to the fast food joint. His claim of seeing a suspicious man near the house in the middle of the night also seemed too convenient, but there was no evidence against Kevin. Moreover, the police already had another suspect. About a year before these events, crimes with a similar modus operandi had started happening in Tustin and its surrounding areas. In December 1978, an unknown perpetrator broke into the apartment of a 17-year-old girl, struck her with a piece of wood, and assaulted her, resulting in her death. 4 months later, The same happened to a 21-year-old woman. Someone broke into her home and struck her with a piece of wood. She didn't survive either. In July 1979, the unknown perpetrator entered another woman's apartment and did the same to her, but she managed to survive. However, the victim spent several weeks in a coma due to her injuries, and her subsequent testimony didn't bring detectives closer to finding the attacker. In September 1979, less than a month before Diana's attack, the same happened to a 31-year-old woman, who died the next day. Her son provided investigators with a description of the assailant, but the man still couldn't be identified. All these crimes shared striking similarities, just like the attack on Diana. Police were almost certain that they were dealing with a serial killer, and all their efforts were focused on catching this individual. He had already got a nickname, the Bedroom Basher. Considering that the perpetrator was committing his crimes with short intervals and operating in a relatively small suburban area of Los Angeles, detectives believed that he could strike again very soon. They decided to reach out to the public through the media and warn all women who lived alone, especially those in lower-floor apartments, as they were apparently the preferred targets of the suspected serial killer. This sparked a wave of panic. Women began clearing store shelves of any means of protection, signing up for self-defense courses and staying with friends and relatives, trying to safeguard themselves from the dangerous criminal. Police also began patrolling the streets at nightfall. Detectives interviewed anyone who could have had any connection to these crimes, and soon they received their first leads. Several neighbors of the victims reported seeing a suspicious white man with dark, thick hair near their houses. Although this description was quite superficial, police located several matching men, investigated them, but it led nowhere. A week after Diana's attack, doctors informed her loved ones that she had finally regained consciousness. But there was a serious problem. Diana couldn't speak or remember anything, and according to the doctors, her brain needed some time to recover, functioning at the level of a 6-year-old child. Around the same time, another attack happened in Tustin. An unknown assailant broke into the apartment of a 24-year-old woman, struck her several times with a piece of wood, and sexually assaulted her. Tragically, the victim died, and the police once again failed to catch the culprit. Diana spent several more days in the hospital, and her mind began to gradually return to normal. However, she had almost completely lost her memory and still couldn't recall even her parents. Doctors said her memory might eventually return, but warned her family not to recount anything to her and to allow her to remember everything on her own. Once her life-threatening condition passed, Diana was discharged from the hospital, and her family took her home. Since Kevin needed to work on the military base to pay the bills, they moved in with Diana's parents, who could care for her around the clock. 2 weeks later, another tragic attack occurred in the city with a similar modus operandi, and this time, the unknown assailant killed a 17-year-old girl. After being discharged from the hospital, Diana started attending physiotherapy, and her condition gradually improved. She still couldn't speak or remember what happened to her, but everything suddenly changed 6 weeks after the attack. During a physiotherapy session, the therapist brought up the attack and asked if Diana still couldn't remember who did it to her. To the doctor's surprise, Diana suddenly nodded and pointed to her wedding ring. When Diana's mother came to pick her up, the doctor told her about this, and the mother asked her daughter, "Was it Kevin who attacked you?" And Diana nodded. Right after that, her mother took her to the police station, where she spoke with the lead detective. He asked Diana a few more questions, and she confirmed that she suddenly remembered the moment of the attack, and the perpetrator was none other than her husband. For the detective, this completely changed the course of the case. He and his team were almost certain that Diana was attacked by the same serial criminal responsible for the other similar attacks. But now, the detective faced several questions. Could Kevin be the bedroom basher? He lived in the same area where the attacks happened and even matched the description provided. Basher were almost identical each single time. It wouldn't have been difficult. The detective thought that if he arrested Kevin now, his involvement in other crimes might never be proven, and Kevin himself could flee as soon as he realized he was caught. So, he made a difficult decision. He asked Diana and her mother to pretend that Diana still remembered nothing and to return home to Kevin. This was obviously a huge challenge for both of them, but they agreed nonetheless. Investigators put Kevin under surveillance and closely monitored all his movements, hoping to eventually link him to other attacks. Police spoke with Kevin's friend to learn more about the suspect, and they quickly found out something interesting. Those who knew him well said that his relationship with Diana was quite tense. The couple argued frequently, a fact also confirmed by neighbors who often heard their screams. According to friends, Kevin regularly complained to them that Diana refused to be intimate with him in the final months of her pregnancy. Yet Kevin had described his relationship with Diana to detectives as nearly perfect. But besides that, detectives couldn't gather any additional useful information. Kevin behaved quite normally. He went to work and came back home without lingering anywhere else and didn't raise any suspicions. The police also received results from the lab, revealing an interesting discovery. Besides the attacker's semen, they found skin particles with blood under Diana's nails. Specialists matched the blood type of the attacker to Kevin's blood sample, and it matched. It meant that Kevin had the same blood type as the person who attacked Diana. Based on this information, detectives came up with the most likely version of what had happened on that fateful night. Kevin indeed bought burgers at a fast food joint a few miles from home. The time on the receipt and cashier's words confirmed his presence, so detectives believed he could have attacked Diana before leaving home, then quickly went to the fast food restaurant to create an alibi, explaining the extended 40-minute trip. Regarding motive, detectives theorized that Diana's refusal to engage in intimacy served as the trigger. Despite Kevin's claim that they had had sex hours before the incident, he frequently complained to friends attack, and Kevin was indeed the one who assaulted her. During the conversation, her mother said they could no longer pretend and live under the same roof as Kevin. After that, detectives decided to arrest him and proceed with legal action. Kevin was taken into custody while he was at a store to avoid risking Diana's family and conducting the arrest at their home. Kevin refused to admit guilt, insisting that everything happened exactly as he had told them. Preparation for the trial took 10 months. During this time, Diana's physical condition gradually improved. She could speak again, although not without difficulty. Diana was also examined by several doctors, who came to a unanimous conclusion that her brain had sufficiently recovered and she was a reliable witness. Diana testified in court, confirming that the person who attacked her that night was indeed her husband. Kevin's defense insisted on his innocence, trying to use the fast food alibi, but it wasn't enough against the victim's testimony. In November 1980, Kevin was found guilty of killing his child and assaulting his wife. He was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. Regarding Kevin's possible involvement in other murders and assaults, detectives noticed something interesting. Before Kevin's arrest, 2 more similar crimes occurred in their county, but both victims survived. They still hadn't been able to identify the attacker, so his identity remained unknown. But after Kevin's arrest, the attack suddenly stopped. Before that, the bedroom basher committed his crimes quite frequently, sometimes with only a few weeks between them. But once Kevin was arrested, there were no more similar crimes at all. Right after the sentencing, Diana filed for divorce, and Kevin didn't try to object it. Since then, Diana continued to work on her recovery, but it was quite challenging considering the injuries she sustained. Her brain almost returned to normal, but some problems remained with her forever. She partially lost her hearing and vision and still struggled to speak. As for Kevin, he continued to insist on his innocence for years. His time in prison wasn't easy. Other inmates repeatedly attacked him for killing a child, and Kevin ended up in the hospital multiple times. When he had the opportunity to apply for parole, the commission denied it, and over the following years, he received 3 more denials. The main reason for these decisions was that Kevin had never admitted his guilt, which was seen as a lack of remorse. When DNA analysis became widely utilized in forensics, Kevin attempted to request analysis of the existing samples and comparison with his DNA, but this request was rejected due to the fact that he didn't have enough money to pay for the analysis. This went on until 1996, when the police department reopened the investigation into a series of attacks allegedly committed by the bedroom basher. Throughout this time, semen samples taken from the victims' bodies were stored in the laboratory. Now, detectives had the opportunity not only to determine if one person was behind all these crimes, but also possibly to identify them. Kevin remained the prime suspect, but when experts obtained the DNA profile of the perpetrator and added it to the database, there was an unexpected twist. All these samples matched another man named Gerald Parker. Parker was arrested in the same year as Kevin. He assaulted a 13-year-old girl in Tustin and was caught shortly after. At the time, detectives did not link this crime to the series of attacks because they had a different pattern. While the bedroom basher targeted victims late at night in their apartments, Parker abducted the girl on the street. Since then, he had been serving his sentence in prison and was set to be released in just a few days. After investigators obtained DNA matches for Parker in all the unsolved cases, they also remembered the attack on Diana. Although this crime was considered solved, detectives still considered its connection to the other similar cases highly likely. Now, they understood that Kevin definitely wasn't the serial killer, leaving them with just one question: did he really attack his wife? Interestingly, during those years, Parker served at the same military base as Kevin and also owned a dark-colored van. As we recall, on the very first day, Kevin told the police that he saw an African-American man in front of their house walking near a dark van. This made detectives wonder, what if Parker was behind the attack on Diana? The local prosecutor visited Kevin in prison and informed him of the progress in the investigation of the bedroom basher murder series. He then asked Kevin to provide a direct sample of his DNA for analysis. Kevin, who had been trying to do this for years, immediately agreed. While experts conducted the analysis, detectives went to see Parker in prison. At that point, they hadn't yet charged him with the series of attacks because they needed time to prepare such a complex case. Nevertheless, the police decided to talk to the suspect, hoping he might give them a confession. Parker began to deny his involvement in the series of crimes, so detectives shifted the conversation to the attack on Diana. Before questioning him, they reviewed Parker's case and found something interesting. After his arrest for assaulting the girl, he told the police that military service was the best thing that had ever happened to him. Detectives decided to use this to their advantage and questioned how he could let another soldier take the blame for his crime. They continued pressing Parker, appealing to his loyalty to the military, until he suddenly said that another person was indeed serving time for the murder he committed. He continued, admitting that on that night, he did indeed drive to Kevin's house in his van. His plan was to roam the neighborhood, peering into ground floor windows, as he had done many times before, looking for his next victim. But this time, he heard screams from Kevin and Diana's apartment, and a man came out onto the street. Parker noticed that he didn't lock the door, waited for a few minutes, then entered the apartment and assaulted Diana. He also said that he didn't know her husband since they had different duties on the military base. Parker also confessed to the other crimes, admitting to 6 murders and 3 non-lethal attacks. After the police obtained confessions, DNA results proved Parker's involvement and Kevin's innocence. The prosecutor promised to overturn his sentence as soon as possible, and a few days later, Kevin walked free after spending 16 years behind bars. The twist in this case caused a widespread outcry. It wasn't just because an innocent man spent nearly half his life for someone else's crime, but also because it took so long for the police to establish the real killer's identity. However, that wasn't the last twist in this case. When Kevin was released, the state of California agreed to pay him $10,000, which was a relatively small amount of money even for those times. Several years later, he got an additional compensation of $100 for each day spent in prison, totaling $620,000, but the story didn't end there. Despite Kevin's full exoneration, Diana refused to believe in his innocence. Up until that point, she had claimed Kevin was the only one who attacked her. However, after biological material from her body matched Parker's DNA, she came up with a new version. Diana claimed that on that night, Kevin attacked and assaulted her before leaving, and then Parker entered the apartment and did the same to her. Parker himself repeatedly stated that when he entered the apartment, the woman was simply lying on the bed, without any visible injuries or signs of distress. He also claimed that he was the one who struck her on the head. Diana's family proposed another theory, suggesting that Kevin might have asked Parker to commit the crime, which is why he left the house that night, leaving the door open. But Parker continued to insist that he didn't know Kevin. There were numerous people on the military base, many of whom didn't know each other personally. Besides, such a version would imply that Kevin should have known Parker was the serial killer to ask him something like that, which he vehemently denied. Kevin also denied any connection with Parker, insisting he would never harm Diana, let alone their unborn daughter. He maintained that he left the door unlocked simply because he didn't want to return for the keys right after the argument with his wife. He also added that he still blames himself from the coma. Doctors warned all her relatives not to tell her of what from the coma. Doctors warned all her relatives not to tell her of what had happened. The reason was that at the time, her brain could accept any information as true, and she would believe such memories to be accurate and real. Even 16 years after the incident, when Kevin was finally released, Diana continued to face significant challenges. One notable difficulty was her struggle to process fast speech, a clear indication that the trauma had caused lasting damage to her brain. It is possible that the effects of this trauma played a role in her persistent belief that Kevin was responsible for the attack. As for Parker, he was sentenced to death in 1999, but the execution has never been carried out. After spending years on death row, his sentence was effectively paused when California implemented a moratorium on capital punishment. As a result, Parker remains incarcerated to this day, serving his sentence behind bars. Moving on to the next case. Diane Hank. On January 6, 1954, 16-year-old Diane Hank called her 23-year-old friend Sherry to let her know she had a belated Christmas gift for Sherry's husband and asked if she could bring it over. Sherry happily agreed and invited Diane to stay for dinner, but asked her to get permission from her mother first. After receiving approval, Diane set off for her friend's house. Sherry Fong, whose real name was Marjorie Lovell Fong, and her husband Wei Him Fong, known as Wayne, had first met Diane 3 years earlier in 1951. At the time, they had recently moved to Portland, Oregon, and were searching for a babysitter for their child. The couple quickly grew close to Diane, with Sherry developing a particularly strong bond with her. They frequently exchanged expensive gifts, borrowed each other's clothing, and Diane even stayed overnight on occasion. At just 15 years old, Diane had given birth to her own daughter, Catherine, and often brought her along, caring for both children simultaneously. When Diane arrived at the Fong's home, she found another couple, Mr. and Mrs. Jean Smalley, already there enjoying drinks with Sherry and Wayne. The Smalleys were familiar with Diane and greeted her warmly, but they decided to leave before dinner, opting not to stay with the trio. Mrs. Smalley later recalled that Diane had consumed 2 martinis while they were still there and was acting playfully by the time they departed. Reports suggest that Diane may have had as many as 5 martinis that evening. 2 people spoke to her on the phone later that night. One of them, a friend of the 16-year-old, later mentioned that Diane's speech was slurred. According to this friend, Diane had told her they were having a party, planned to have dinner, and that she was feeling high. The second person to call Diane that night was her mother. Around 9:30 p.m., they spoke briefly, and Diane mentioned that Sherry had given her some vitamin capsules. Concerned, Mrs. Hank told her daughter to return them, to which Diane agreed but hesitated, saying, asterisk, "You know, it would be kind of hard. You know how Sherry is." Asterisk. They spoke again sometime after 10 p.m., during which Diane mentioned that her hair was up in pin curls and that she'd be home soon. However, about an hour later, she called once more, explaining that Wayne had gone out and hadn't come back yet, leaving her without a way to get home. Given the late hour, she and her mother agreed that it would be best for her to stay the night with the Fongs. After that final call, Diane disappeared. The next morning, Mrs. Hank contacted Sherry, who claimed that Diane had left for school on the bus at 8 a.m. According to Sherry, They had gone to bed around 11:30 p.m. the previous night and slept in late. She had offered Diane a ride, but the teenager declined, opting to take the bus instead. However, Diane never arrived at school and never returned home. In fact, there was no sign of her anywhere. Police quickly launched an investigation, with the Fongs becoming the primary suspects. Not only were they the last people to see Diane alive, but their mixed-race marriage was considered unusual at the time, which fueled local suspicion. Additionally, rumors circulated that Wayne had ties to organized crime, and 6 years earlier, he had pleaded guilty to a narcotics charge. Investigators believe the couple may have played a role in Diane's disappearance, and racial biases, gossip, and moral judgments further complicated the case. Some people lost interest when they found out that Diane had a daughter outside of wedlock. Others simply held racist beliefs about Wayne Fong and perpetuated unsubstantiated rumors. That said, from the outside, the situation was odd even for 1954. Why was Sherry, a 23-year-old woman, so close to a 16-year-old schoolgirl? Why did the couple allow the teenager to stay the night? Why did they lavish her with pricey gifts? By today's standards, their actions appear very predatory. Following Diane's disappearance, Sherry placed a personal ad in the local paper which read, "Diane, please contact me. Regardless of your present circumstances or anything you may have done, I'll help you all I can. Sherry." An undercover officer later stated their belief that the thongs were being thrown to the walls, that the team investigating the case were under pressure to solve it and close it, and they were looking for anyone they could pin the blame on. Several of the 16-year-old's classmates came forward after she went missing. One of them told the authorities that they'd seen her downtown on the day of her disappearance. Another reported bumping into her at a department store a few weeks later. However, none of the sightings could be verified. Another suspect in the case was Kenneth Martin, Diane's boyfriend and Catherine's father. Reportedly, he told the 16-year-old that he would kill her if he ever saw her with another boy. 16-year-old that he would kill her if he ever saw her with another boy. Understandably, Diane found this statement incredibly distressing. However, the evidence of his threats comes only from Sherry, who claims Diane told her this. She also stated the teenager was so distraught that she was suicidal. She said Diane once told her, "If he stands me up again, I'll kill myself." There were also allegations that Sherry told a bartender that the teenager had taken her own life, and that she had said to the police that Diane had contributed perhaps 75% to her own death. On February 26, Diane's body was found on a steep hill on the south side of Everclark County, Washington. She was wrapped in 2 blankets and a sheet and tied with rope. She was wearing the same clothes she had worn when she went round to the Fogs. There were Kirby grips in her hair which had been shaped into curls and held in place with the grips, and she was not wearing stockings or her shoes. Almost all of Diane's clothing looked intact except for her bra, which was only partially fastened and had been moved up over her breasts. It was determined that she had died from barbiturate poisoning or from the mixing of barbiturates and alcohol. The teenager had never been prescribed barbiturates. In the pocket of Diane's jumper, investigators found a small plastic medicine bottle. It was about 2/3 full. The capsules contained rubermin, commonly known as vitamin B12, and a multivitamin. Sherry had already told the police that the pills the 16-year-old had told her mother about were vitamins. So this appeared to line up. Forensics showed that black straight coarse hair was found on the inner surface of the blanket wrapped around Diane's body. Further examination of the strands showed that they belonged to someone of Asian ancestry. It was similar to a sample taken from Wayne Fong and another defendant who was later tried in court, Quang Tin Yi. Forensics also revealed that on the outer blankets and on the back of Diane's underwear, there was a black sooty material similar to a substance found in the Fong's basement. Investigators later theorized the teenager was dragged across the basement floor, which is how she ended up with the soot on the back of her body. Adding to this was that Sherry reportedly told a married couple that her life was so fantastic, "I even found a body in my basement," or "there was a body in my basement." When they asked her to expand on this, she told them it will be in all the newspapers. A spot of blood was also found in the Fong's car, but it could not be determined whether it was human or not. Notably, 5 days after Diane went missing, Sherry reportedly had the car including its trunk washed and cleaned. The circumstantial evidence against the Fongs was compelling, and it seemed like new details were constantly coming to light with the discovery of Diane's body. A Filipino man who had once been employed by Wayne Fong, Pio Rigo, claimed Wayne had talked to him about a dead body in January of 1954, told him the body was in the car and, quote, "He tell me to come help him." Reportedly, Wayne later told Rago that he would kill him if he didn't keep his mouth shut. Soon Sherry was brought in for questioning. She was interrogated for hours without breaks and over the course of 16 hours provided the police with no useful information. Authorities used several strategies to attempt to get a confession, including having one of her friends question her involvement, but Sherry denied having anything to do with Diane's death. The police believed the Fong had given the teenager barbiturates that killed her, but neither half of the couple would confess. Despite this, a grand jury indicted both Sherry and Wayne as well as a third person, Wang Ting-yi, who spent much of his time at the Fong's house and is believed to have been a business associate of Wayne's. At their first trial, Wayne and Sherry were found guilty of murder and sentenced to death by gas chamber. However, a judge overturned the verdict, asserting that the prosecution failed to provide anything more than circumstantial evidence. In subsequent trials, it was revealed that the Fongs were heavily involved in the Portland drug scene and that Wayne in particular was an important part of a criminal organization. Sherry was tried a second time, but the case ended in a mistrial. During her third trial, she was convicted, but the verdict was later overturned. She was tried a fourth time and ultimately acquitted. At some point between her third and fourth trials, she allegedly confided in an undercover police informant, claiming that a Chinese syndicate wanted Diane dead for talking too much. She reportedly offered the syndicate $125,000 to spare the teenager's life. Wayne also managed to avoid consequences in Diane's case, but in 1958, he was arrested and charged with dealing heroin. He pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 20 years in prison, though he was paroled after serving 12. Following his release, he quickly returned to Portland and resumed his criminal activities. In 1973, he was convicted of possessing heroin and cocaine. 3 years later, in 1976, he died in prison after an accidental fall in the shower. After Wayne's imprisonment, Sherry Fong largely faded from public view. Though she had been attending university at the time of Diane's disappearance, she never completed her studies. In 1987, she accepted probation for tampering with drug records. She passed away later that year at the age of 56. Diane's disappearance remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. The murder of Kaylee Sawyer. In July 2016, a man carried out a 3-day crime spree across Oregon and California, leaving a lasting impact on his victims and their families. The violence began in the early hours of July 24th, when 23-year-old Kaylee Sawyer from Bend, Oregon, was abducted and killed. An autopsy later confirmed that she died from blunt force trauma and had fought for her life. The next day, on July 25th, 19-year-old Andrea Elizabeth Mace was carjacked and kidnapped at gunpoint in Salem, Oregon. The attacker falsely claimed to be a police officer and even showed her news reports about Kaylee Sawyer's murder. Forcing Andrea to accompany him to California, the perpetrator stopped at a hotel in Cottage Grove, Oregon, along the way. Inside the hotel room, he handcuffed her, made her take sleeping pills, and behaved in a way that led her to fear she would be assaulted. However, after receiving a phone call and worrying that law enforcement was closing in on him, he abruptly left the hotel and resumed the journey toward California. At some point during the drive, he attempted to swap vehicles to evade capture, stopping at 2 separate rest areas in search of another car to steal. In the early hours of July 26th, the perpetrator stopped at a motel in Wairika, California, where he noticed an elderly man standing near his vehicle. He parked, took Andrea by the hand, and approached the man. With his gun in plain sight, he demanded the vehicle. When the man refused to comply, the attacker shot him in the abdomen. Andrea, desperate for escape, begged him to let her go. Instead of releasing her, he tightened his grip on her hand and forced her to flee with him on foot to a nearby gas station. There, he came across his next victims, 2 young men and their elderly grandmother sitting inside a car. Threatening them with his gun, he climbed into the vehicle with Andrea and ordered them to drive. As they traveled, he admitted to his hostages that he had an overwhelming urge to take lives, revealing that he had already killed a young woman in Bend and shot a man in Wairika. He eventually dropped his 3 California victims on the side of the road, again threatening to take their lives, and continued driving southbound with Andrea. Soon after, California law enforcement caught up with the perpetrator and arrested him. After he called 911 and said he was wanted for slaying, 34-year-old Edwin Enoch Lara was a campus safety officer at Central Oregon Community College and a resident of Bend, Oregon. On November 16, 2016, a federal grand jury returned a 4-count indictment, charging Lara with 1 count each of kidnapping and carjacking, and 2 counts of using, carrying and brandishing a firearm during and in relation to a crime of violence. In January 2018, prior to his sentencing, Lara pleaded guilty to the kidnapping and carjacking charges. He was then sentenced to life in federal prison. In April 2019, Lara received a second life sentence for terrorizing Andrea when he carjacked and abducted her. She briefly addressed Lara in court. "You thought you stole my life from me, but I am not a victim. I am a survivor. I am a warrior. I am stronger than I have ever been, and you are going to rot where you belong." Billy J. Williams, U.S. Attorney for the District of Oregon, said Edwin Lara is a ruthless perpetrator who will rightfully spend the rest of his life in prison. There is simply no place in civil society for this type of horrific violence. I sincerely hope Lara's 2 life sentences will bring some measure of comfort to his victims and their families. Their courage and perseverance throughout Lara's lengthy state and federal cases are an inspiration to the entire law enforcement community. In July 2020, Central Oregon Community College has agreed to pay $2 million to the family of Kaylee, as he was on duty at the college. The family filed a federal lawsuit against the college in July 2017, arguing that Kaylee accepted a ride from Lara, believing he was a police officer she could trust. Instead, she became trapped in a patrol car equipped with a cage indoors that would not open from the inside. Julie Van Cleef, Kaylee's mother, said the family plans to use part of the settlement to continue KK's Readers, a program that provides books for kids in Head Start and early education programs. She expressed that she could finally lay her daughter to rest in peace, knowing that everyone responsible for the tragic crime had been held accountable. Now, she could grieve for Kaylee as her daughter, rather than as the victim of a brutal slaying. In the wake of Kaylee's death, the state enacted Kaylee's Law, legislation designed to safeguard students and the public by clearly defining the responsibilities of campus safety officers. Wearing an orange-striped jail uniform, Lara spoke briefly, saying he was sorry for what had happened. He claimed he wished he could have prevented it but insisted he did not understand how it occurred, stating, "I was never this kind of guy." Moving on to the next case. Malin Rodriguez. On December 2, 2013, in Mallorca, 15-year-old Malin Rodriguez woke up at 6 a.m. and went about her usual morning routine. She got dressed, had breakfast, and headed off to school. At the end of the day, she boarded a bus to go home, only to realize she had forgotten her keys inside the house. With her father at work and her brother out, she decided to get off the bus and called her boyfriend, 17-year-old Daniel, to ask if she could come over for lunch. Daniel's parents approved, and Malin left a voicemail for her father to let him know where she would be. She then set off for Daniel's house on her skateboard, a journey of about 2.5 miles. Numerous witnesses later reported seeing her traveling along the cycle path that day. CCTV footage captured her at 3:51 p.m., skating toward the village of Sunfarer. However, just 300 meters ahead of her, at a petrol station where another CCTV camera was positioned along her route, Malin never appeared. Malin disappeared along the stretch of the cycle path between the 2 CCTV cameras. When she failed to arrive at Daniel's house, both he and his parents grew increasingly worried. Before long, a missing persons report was filed. However, much like in the cases of Manuela and Virginia, investigators dismissed the concerns of Malin's loved ones. They assumed she had run away and refused to begin searching for her until 48 hours had passed. Once authorities finally launched an investigation, they discovered that Malin's mobile phone had run out of battery, making it impossible to track her location. Reviewing footage from the petrol station CCTV, which she should have passed but never did, they noticed something even more unsettling. Malin's younger brother, Bruno, had been cycling nearby at the same time. The two should have crossed paths, riding in opposite directions, yet Bruno never saw her. In the weeks that followed, search teams, including mountain rescue specialists, civil guard agents, local police, and firefighters, scoured the surrounding wooded areas in hopes of finding Malin. Nearby coastal cliffs were checked and divers took to the lakes at a neighboring golf course. No sign of the 15-year-old was discovered. Law enforcement theories about what became of Marlon seemed to split into two camps. The camp that thinks she ran away from home and the camp that believes she met with foul play. By all accounts, Marlon had previously lived a very troubled life. Originally from Argentina, she, her brother, and her parents relocated to Mallorca when Marlon was 5. She was described as outgoing and independent, and was a keen rock music enthusiast who hoped to go to art school and dreamed of one day opening her own tattoo studio. However, her family life was heavily troubled. When her parents divorced in February 2006, just 3 years after the move to Spain, Marlon and Bruno began living with their father. Marlon's relationship with her mother was said to be difficult, but she was no better off with her father, who was sometimes physically abusive. At some points, Marlon began experimenting with drugs. When she was just 13, her father, Alfonso, discovered her undressed in bed with a boy, and she was horrifically beaten by him to the point that she had to be hospitalized. Several years later, though, she stopped using drugs and began to take care of herself, eventually meeting Daniel, an aspiring musician whom she began dating. Daniel told investigators that in the days before her disappearance, Marlon had been frequently seen crying and had made an appointment with the school counselor the following day. Her friends backed up these statements. This led to some speculation that she was so troubled, she decided to leave everything behind. Investigators who believed she met with foul play, however, drew this conclusion from information which indicated that her father was in business with people who were parts of organized crime. The son of a drug trafficker he knew offered a $3,500 in exchange for the whereabouts of Marlon, but this failed to produce any leads. There are some allegations online that the man who offered the reward began to distance himself from Alfonso afterwards. Her mother, Natalia, was on a trip to Thailand at the time of her daughter's disappearance. Over the years, Malin's mother has repeatedly expressed her frustration and disappointment with the civil guard for failing to uncover any answers in the case. She has stated that while her daughter was strong-willed, she was also mature, leading her to believe that Malin was taken by someone she knew. Decades have passed since her disappearance, yet no trace of Malin Rodriguez has ever been found. At the time she went missing, 15-year-old Malin was wearing red trainers, ripped jeans, a plaid shirt over a t-shirt, and a denim jacket. She stood at 5 feet 3 inches tall and weighed approximately 121 pounds. Malin is described as having long, curly brown hair and brown eyes. If you have any information regarding her disappearance, please contact the local missing persons group at 3464-265-0775. Moving on to the next case. The disappearance and murder of Patrice Endres. Patrice Endres was a 38-year-old woman from Cumming, Georgia, who lived with her husband, Rob, and her 15-year-old son, Pistol. She and Rob met when she was 30 and he was 50. Rob often said that marrying Patrice made him the happiest man in the world. She owned a hair salon where she specialized in cutting and dyeing hair. Many of her clients would stay and chat with her long after their appointments. Beloved by her community, Patrice had a deep passion for hairstyling and making people feel their best. She dedicated herself to building her salon into a thriving business, attracting many loyal customers who continued to return. She was also a devoted mother, actively involved in Pistol's life, attending all of his meets and games. Above all, she wanted to spread happiness to those around her. On the morning of April 15, 2004, Patrice woke Pistol up in her usual way, by running on a treadmill. That morning, they had a brief argument because Pistol was in a rush to get to school. After dropping him off at his high school, she headed to work. A few hours later, while Pistol was in biology class, he was called to the office, where he was asked if he could get in touch with his mother. Pistol tried calling Patrice 3 times, but she didn't answer, a red flag since she always returned missed calls right away. Unbeknownst to him, one of Patrice's clients had already reported her missing after arriving at the salon and finding her gone. When Sheriff Ron Freeman arrived at the salon and found no trace of Patrice, he immediately suspected something was wrong. He also noticed that the cash register was open and some money was missing. Patrice's purse was still on the counter, and her lunch remained untouched in the microwave. Aside from these details, everything else in the salon appeared normal, leaving everyone confused about her sudden disappearance. However, one unusual thing stood out. Her car was not parked in its usual spot on the left side of the salon. Instead, it was positioned directly in front of the building that day. With little evidence to guide them, investigators launched an immediate search. Helicopters scanned the area from above while search teams combed the woods behind the salon. When no sign of Patrice was found, authorities turned to reconstructing a timeline of her last known movements. At 8:50 a.m., her first client, Pam Shepard, arrived for her appointment. Pam later told police that Patrice seemed distracted and unusually inattentive during their session. At 11:05 a.m., Pam leaves the salon and Patrice is still there. 5 minutes later, at 11:10 a.m., Paul Cantor arrives for his haircut. He left the salon at 11:27 a.m. He received a phone call as he was leaving. That is how police knew what the time was. Then at 11:35 a.m., a customer calls Patrice. The customer told police that Patrice was sort of short on the phone, which was unusual. The call lasts for about 2 minutes until 11:37 a.m. The next call that came in was 11:50 a.m., and it goes unanswered. The conclusion that can be made is that something happened to Patrice in that 13 minutes. After having asked Pistol to try and get into contact with his mom to no avail, the police took him to Patrice's hair salon. Only then did they tell him that she was missing. Pistol was sure she would come back. She couldn't just be gone. Rob also later arrived at a hair salon. He was then informed that he would have to go to a station for some questioning. Rob claims since he has a degree in criminology, he wasn't surprised by this. He knew he would have to be questioned since he was Patrice's husband, and in some missing persons cases, it turns out that his spouse was responsible for the disappearance. It did not take long for the police to receive a possible lead. 2 eyewitnesses came forward and they both saw pretty much the same thing. Also important to note, the 2 witnesses did not know each other at all. At 11:45 a.m., Tammy Fincher noticed that Patrice's car was parked in front of the store while she drove past the hair salon. She also noticed a Chevy Lumina parked right next to it. The Chevy Lumina did have a Georgia license plate according to her. The second witness had also drove past the hair salon basically at the same time as Tammy, saw the same, but he believed it is a Ford Taurus or possibly a Malibu. Tammy Fincher saw 2 women standing in front of the car, one of them being really tall. The second witness, however, believes that a tall woman is actually a man with long hair. Since these 2 witnesses are basically the same thing and they are totally independent of each other, the police saw them as being credible. After searching through the woods for Patrice for hours, young Pistol went back home. The next day he learned that Rob changed the locks of the house. Rob didn't allow Pistol to come back in at all. Bristol was 8 years old when Rob and Patrice got married on the March 2nd, 1997. Rob and Pistol never liked each other. Pistol remembers that in the first year, Rob was really nice and tried to be a stepfather. It didn't last long, however, and Rob totally changed his attitude towards Pistol. Rob would walk past his room and just say really crude stuff. This went on for years. Many of Patrice's friends describe Rob as being very jealous. Rob was especially jealous when Pistol got attention from Patrice. He wanted her all to himself. In the Unsolved Mysteries episode of Patrice's case, Pistol said that she talked about divorcing Rob a couple of weeks before her disappearance. Rob, on the other hand, denied this and said things were going very well from his point of view. After Rob changed the locks and Pistol couldn't get in, he had to go live with his father on a farm. As you can imagine, this was a really hard time in Pistol's life. His mom was gone, his stepdad kicked him out, and his father had crippling depression. As time went on, Bristol got more and more anxious about Patrice still being gone. Initially, he believed that she maybe went elsewhere to start a new life for them, away from Rob, and that she would be coming to pick him up anytime. Every single night, Patricia's father sat on his couch looking out a window just waiting for her to return, but she never did. One of the suspects police looked at was Carey Michael Hilton. The police knew that he was in the area on that day. He once made a statement that his favorite place to go was a hair salon when he was looking for easy targets, referring to women whose life he Jeremy Jones. On the surface, he appeared to be an average guy, but he liked to abuse women and went in their lives afterwards. Jeremy told police that he was driving and he decided to stop at a hair salon. He drew a picture of where his car was parked and where her car was parked and was very accurate. He told investigators that he threw her body in Sweetwater Creek in Douglasville, Georgia. An extensive search was done off the area, but no son of Patrice was found there at all. Soon after, Jeremy Jones of Drury's confession. Jeremy Jones and Carey Michael Hilton are still considered suspects. 20 months after Patrice disappeared, on the December 6, 2005, a man by the name of Albert Clark found a skull. The skull was found near the Lebanon Baptist Church, about 6 miles from Patrice's salon. Authorities quickly confirmed that the skull belonged to Patrice. With this discovery, it became clear that she hadn't run away, someone had taken her life. After learning this, Pistol went to the police, expressing his belief that Rob was responsible. He suspected that Patrice's desire for a divorce had angered Rob. Many of Patrice's friends shared this suspicion, and viewers of the Unsolved Mysteries episode covering her case also speculated about Rob's possible involvement. Rob, however, insisted that his involvement was impossible due to the timeline of events. Investigators acknowledged that while it wasn't entirely impossible, it was highly unlikely. One particularly disturbing detail about Rob was his behavior at the funeral home. He rearranged Patrice's bones to make them resemble a full body. He also openly displayed her ashes and claimed that he slept next to them every night. Despite his unsettling actions, police never found any concrete evidence linking him to her death. Moving on to the next case. Beth Doe. On December 20, 1976, a dismembered female body was discovered in Carbon County, Pennsylvania, near Interstate 80 by the Lehigh River. The woman had been sexually assaulted, strangled, and, in what some investigators described as excessive, shot in the neck after her death. The autopsy revealed that she was 9 months pregnant, and her nearly full-term unborn child had also perished during the attack. The body had been dismembered with a serrated knife. Her ears, nose, and breasts were severed and remain missing to this day. The rest of her dismembered parts were found in 3 suitcases, along with the fetus, which had been removed prior to the dismemberment. 2 of the suitcases were striped in red, blue, and white, while the third was tan with a plaid pattern. The handles of the suitcases had been removed and seemed to have been spray-painted black. 1 suitcase contained her torso, the second her arms and legs, and the third held her head and fetus. Police believe that the suitcases were thrown from a moving vehicle into the Lehigh River, with the killer likely hoping they would sink. However, 1 suitcase washed up on the riverbank. A 14-year-old boy discovered it while playing near the water's edge. The police quickly located the other 2 suitcases about 20 feet away in the woods. The body was then transported to Naden Haden Hospital for further examination. On December 23, 1976, after a 3-hour examination, it was determined that the victim was a white female, likely in her late teens or early 20s. She was pregnant with a daughter, who seemed to have been due any day before her tragic death. Her identity remained unknown, and she was given the name Beth Doe by the authorities. Her fingerprints were taken and submitted to the FBI, but they didn't match anyone in the national database. Her dental records were also examined and filed. A composite sketch of the victim was made and was distributed throughout the country. However, no credible leads could be found. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. She was buried in 1983 under the name Beth Doe. In February 2007, her body was exhumed for further forensic analysis and a new facial reconstruction was also made. However, police were unable to match it to any missing person. In November of 2020, Beth Doe's DNA was entered into a public database of genetic genealogy. Soon, familial DNA eventually led investigators to the victim's nephew, Luis Colon Jr. Luis put police in touch with other family members, including the victim's brother. On March 31, 2021, Beth Doe was finally identified as Evan Colon. In 1976, Evelyn was living with her then-boyfriend, 19-year-old Luis Sierra. Her family said in 1976, when Evelyn was 8 or 9 months pregnant with Luis's baby, they lost all contact with her. They said that in December of 1976, they had visited Evelyn's apartment in Jersey City, New Jersey, where she stayed with Luis, but after reaching the apartment, they found it abandoned and they soon received a letter stating that the couple had moved to Connecticut and that Evelyn had delivered her daughter and was happy. The letter said that she would contact them if she needed anything. The family, thinking Evelyn had decided to live her own life, did not file a missing persons report. The family told investigators that Luis was abusive and jealous towards Evelyn and often kept her locked inside the apartment. Evelyn even told her mother that she feared Luis and that if anything happened to her, then Luis was likely involved. After years of uncertainty for both investigators and her family, Evelyn's body was finally marked with her true identity. This identification also revealed the name of her unborn daughter, who, though never given the chance to live, had already been lovingly named by her mother. The name chosen for her in happier times was Emily Grace, and she was given a place next to her mother's name on the gravesite, her first and only home. Luis was arrested and charged with murder. At the time of his arrest, he was 63 years old and living in Ozone Park, New York. He is currently being held without bail and is awaiting extradition to Pennsylvania for Evelyn's murder. No additional information about his arrest has been released to the public. Moving on to the next case. Brittany McGlone. 19-year-old Brittany McGlone lived in East Texas in February 2007. She worked 2 jobs to save money for college, planning to attend Baylor University to study nursing. One of her jobs was at the Lowe's Distribution Center in Mount Vernon. On the morning of May 4, 2007, after finishing her overnight shift, Brittany drove to her boyfriend Jeff Stogner's house in Winsboro, Texas, to get some sleep. At the time, Jeff and his family, who also lived there, were away giving someone a ride to the airport. Brittany's mother tried calling her multiple times that day but received no response. Concerned, she reached out to Jeff, who had just returned home. He told her that Brittany's car was still in the driveway before they ended the call. Jeff went into the house, found Brittany's body on his bed and called 911. She'd been assaulted and beaten with an unknown object. An autopsy ruled that the cause was massive head trauma. Many people were questioned by detectives, including Jeff and his family, but no suspects have been publicly named. Brittany's sister, Hope, had a lot to say about Brittany's character. No matter what kind of day she was having, Brittany could always find the silver lining. Her bright smile, goofy sense of humor, and positive outlook on life would spread to the ones she was with, making it impossible for anyone to have a bad day. She didn't deserve this, Hope said. She was this innocent, pure person who never did anything wrong, never got into trouble. She always saw the good in people and just loved life. Why would someone do this to her? Hope has publicly said that her family have their theories about who took Brittany's life, but remain open to any and all possibilities. Among the possibilities is a man known by Jeff Stogner's family, who was questioned early in the investigation. The man has a lengthy criminal record with prior charges for burglary, assault and assault with a weapon. In 2021, Wood County Sheriff Kelly Cole said there is plenty of evidence, like bloodstains and DNA, from the scene that they plan to retest now the DNA technology is more advanced. On September 1, 2022, the Wood County Sheriff's Office in Texas shared an update on Facebook regarding Brittany's case. They announced that on August 31st, an arrest warrant had been obtained, leading Captain Mike Chilson and Ranger John Vance to travel to the Dallas-Fort Worth area, where they arrested Chad Carr. Brittany's family had long suspected Carr's involvement. He is currently being held in the Wood County Jail with bonds set at $1 million. Following the arrest, Brittany's family expressed their emotions in a Facebook post, stating, "Never did I think this day would come. 15 years later, and it has." They also took a moment to thank Sheriff Cole. However, they emphasized that this was only the beginning. Moving on to the next case. Carlina Renee White. Carlina Renee White was born on July 16, 1987, in New York City to parents Joy White and Carl Tyson. On August 4th of that same year, when Carlina was just 19 days old, her parents took her to the hospital due to a fever. While there, a woman dressed as a nurse comforted them, but she was not actually a hospital employee. Her name was Petway. She devised a plan to pose as a nurse so she could abduct a baby. Having suffered multiple miscarriages, Petway realized she was unable to conceive. At 2:30 a.m., shortly after Carlina's parents brought her to the hospital, Petway removed the infant's fore and kidnapped her. Although the hospital had video surveillance, it was not functioning at the time. As a result, the only available description of the suspect came from Joy White and Carl Tyson. A security guard later reported seeing a woman matching the description leave the hospital at 3:30 a.m. While no baby was visible, it was possible the infant had been concealed. Infant was visible, but the baby could have been covered up. The abduction of Carlina White became known as the very first known infant abduction from a New York hospital. Carlina was raised as Nedra Natty Nance by Petway in Bridgeport, Connecticut. This was about 45 miles from where her parents lived. Carlina attended Thomas Hooker School and graduated from Warren Harding High School. Petway and Carlina later moved to Atlanta, Georgia. Carlina did grow suspicious in her teens that Petway was not her biological mother because she was not able to provide a birth certificate. In February 2005, Carlina was pregnant. She asked Petway to give her the birth certificate so that she could apply for health insurance. Petway then obtained a forged Connecticut birth certificate. When Carlina attempted to use it, the officials told her that it was a forged document. When confronted by Carlina, Petway finally confessed that she was not her biological mother. Petway did not tell the entire truth, however. She told Carlina that she had been abandoned by a drug addict. When Carlina was 23 years old, she used websites such as the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. There, she found images of the kidnapped Carlina White that resembled infant photos of herself as Nedra and those of her daughter, Simone. Carlina decided to call the center's hotline and was able to get into contact with her birth family. In February, DNA tests confirmed that she was the missing Carlina White. After the confirmation that Nedra Nance was really Carlina White, the Federal Bureau of Investigation began a search for Petway. Petway turned herself into the FBI office at Bridgeport on the morning of February. Petway admitted to federal investigators that she had abducted Carlina after suffering multiple miscarriages, driven by the fear that she might never become a mother. In February, the 50-year-old was sentenced to 12 years in prison. The judge condemned her actions as selfish, stating that she had inflicted a parent's worst nightmare. Petway served her sentence at the Federal Correctional Institution in Aliceville, Alabama, before being released in February. Carlina's reunion with her biological parents was far from smooth. Disputes arose over financial matters, her desire to continue being called Nettie, and the love she still felt for Petway. However, based on the most recent public updates, it appears that Carlina has reconciled with her parents, and they are now on good terms. Moving on to the next case. Carol and Stevens. On April 7, 1959, 6-year-old Carol Ann Stevens was sent to a shop near her home on Milford Street in Cardiff to buy sweets for herself and cigarettes for her mother, Mavis. Shortly after noon, she walked to the shops on Dogfield Street and returned home a short time later. After handing over the cigarettes, she hurried back out, telling her mother she was going to play. Mavis simply reminded her not to stay out too late and thought nothing of it at the time. However, Carol never came home that day. While speaking with police later, Mavis recalled her daughter's eagerness to leave again, almost as if she had a prearranged plan that prompted her to rush back outside. Alarmed, Mavis and her husband, Ken, reported her missing, and a search was launched. Carol's family described her as a confident, happy, and energetic child. Unlike many children her age, she had no fear of talking to strangers, an aspect that deeply concerned investigators, who feared the worst. The Stevens family was well known in town, regarded as friendly and hardworking. For 2 weeks, authorities searched both the city and the surrounding areas, questioning pedestrians and drivers while issuing multiple appeals for information. Then, on April 21st, Carol's body was discovered in a 20-foot deep ravine near Horeb, a small hamlet located 60 miles from her home and 5 miles north of the town of Llanelli. Investigators determined that she had been deceased for at least a week. Her body had been hidden beneath overhanging branches and leaves. She was still wearing the clothes she had last been seen in, except her skirt had been pulled down to her ankles, and her shoes were missing. One shoe was found 5 feet away, while the other was located 15 feet downstream. Tragically, Carol had been sexually assaulted. The absence of physical injuries suggested to investigators that she had not been thrown into the ravine. Additionally, an examination of her stomach and intestines found no traces of poison. Given the secluded nature of the hamlet, authorities suspected that the person responsible for dumping her body was familiar with the area. All employees at a nearby brickworks factory were interviewed, and extensive inquiries were conducted along the 60-mile route between Llanelli and Cardiff. Hundreds of motorists and commercial drivers were questioned, and fields and farming communities in the area were searched. Scotland Yard assisted with the investigation, which involved interviewing over 10,000 people, searching 3,000 vehicles, and taking more than 1,100 statements. Investigators became increasingly concerned after speaking with children who reported being invited for a ride by various drivers. Police assured the public that these claims were thoroughly investigated. In the weeks after the 6-year-old's disappearance, investigators spoke with several witnesses who had seen the girl approaching a green vehicle on different occasions. One witness reported seeing her approach a car parked at the corner of Robert Street and Fair Oak Road, where an adult male was inside, either reading or writing on some papers. Police later tried to trace the owner of a small green saloon car she had been seen in about a week before her disappearance. Another witness recalled seeing her get out of a green saloon car near her home, but found it strange that she had been dropped off at the corner of her street rather than directly in front of her house. A teenager also reported seeing a dark-haired man wearing a trench coat and a brimmed hat sitting in the car, reading papers. In the weeks before she disappeared, Carol told friends that she had a new uncle who took her for lovely rides in his motor car. Around this time, a neighbor told Mavis that she had seen a strange man peering over their back garden wall and into the young girl's bedroom the night before she vanished. One of Carol's friends had a hobby that police quickly became interested. He took down and collected the license plate numbers of cars. Authorities thought he might have noted down the plate of the green car, but this was a dead end as he did not record the number of this specific vehicle. After the discovery of Carol's body, police noted it was obvious she didn't walk to Llanelli, and a nationwide campaign was launched to warn children of the dangers of interacting with strangers and telling them not to get into cars with them. It was thought that the recent explosion of car ownership in the UK was leading to an increase in people using vehicles to abduct children. On Friday, April 24th, just days after the 6-year-old's body was recovered from the ravine, about 300 people gathered in front of Llanelli police station after a rumor circulated that a man had been brought in for questioning in relation to the case. However, the police announced that there was no truth to that gossip. The inquest into Carol's demise concluded on July 1st of 1959 with a verdict of murder by some person or persons unknown. Her cause of death was never fully disclosed. During an earlier hearing, it has been reported that she suffocated, although it added that there were no apparent injuries and little evidence to indicate cause of death. At the time of the murder, authorities had no persons of interest. Early in the investigation, they had for a short time suspected that Carol's biological father, James Lynch, had been involved. James and Mavis had divorced when their daughter was only 2 years old, and James had moved to London afterwards, although he reportedly wished to have full custody of Carol. James, however, was quickly ruled out of the investigation as he had an alibi confirming that he was in London during the time that Carol had been taken and killed. The case went cold for decades afterwards until November of last year, when it was confirmed that the case was being re-examined by former detectives and crime experts led by former Police Chief Constable Jackie Roberts. Around the same time, they announced that they had a new suspect, although he was now deceased. Ronald Edward Murray had been brought to the team's attention after they discovered that his name was mentioned in the memoir of Police Detective Superintendent Roy Davis, who had worked on the case back in 1959. Murray was an Australian man who had moved to the United Kingdom after the Second World War. Neighbors described him as a charismatic man who lied frequently. Murray had worked as a traveling sweets salesman in 1959, had links to both Cathy's, Cardiff, and Laneley, and had previously worked in one of the brick factories in the hamlet where Carol was found. Reportedly, Murray was questioned at the time of Carol's disappearance. He told the police a story about how he wasn't feeling well and had hit a dog with his car. After putting the canine into his vehicle, he drove home. But upon returning to his house, the dog fled. Murray apparently spent some time afterwards searching for the dog. Despite this flimsy alibi, he was not looked into any further. Murray's employer gave workers a company car, which was a green Morris Minor, while a recent BBC documentary revealed that the man had requested more lines of sweets that were preferred by children. Strangely, Murray's wife, Della, passed away a decade later in 1969. He found her lifeless in the living room and largely blamed their son for her death. Murray told investigators that he often played a prank on the boy by turning off the gas and asking him to make tea, teasing him about not being able to do so because he couldn't get the gas to work. During the inquest, Murray suggested that his son had tried to pull the same prank on someone else but accidentally left the gas on, leading to Della's death. Despite this explanation and the fact that Della's death was ruled accidental, police remained suspicious of Murray's involvement, with some even speculating he might have been connected to Carol's murder as well. Sadly, Murray died in Penrith in 1973. He remains the primary suspect in Carol's case, and investigations are still ongoing to determine whether he was responsible for her murder. Carol's case remains unsolved for now. Hundreds of mourners attended her funeral on April 27, 1959. Mavis Stevens passed away in February 2002, never having seen justice for her daughter Carol. If you have any information regarding Carol's murder, you can contact Crime Stoppers at 080051. Moving on to the next case. Christine Susan Monroe. Christine lived in Redding, California, where she worked as a nurse and was a mother to 4 children. At 37 years old, Christine was passionate about running, and in June of 1995, she went for a run on the Sacramento River Trail. When she failed to return home, her family grew concerned and contacted the police. On June 24, 1995, Christine's body was discovered along the trail where she had been running. She had been assaulted and stabbed. Investigators were able to collect DNA evidence from her body, which was crucial to the case. In 1997, 2 years after the crime, a man named Michael Valbic began claiming responsibility for Christine's death. However, investigators quickly determined that he was lying and ruled him out as a suspect. Reading Police Detective Rusty Bishop began reviewing Christine's case in late 2019. In January of 2020, he resubmitted fingernail scrapings of Christine to the Department of Justice for DNA analysis. In June of 2020, the detective received a notification that a possible match has been made using the Cody's database. It matched the DNA of James Watkins. In August, reading detectives flew to Texas to interview James. He lives in Texas, but he was in Reading, California at the time of the crime. James was just 17 years old when a crime took place. He has been serving a 14-year prison sentence for robbery in a state prison in Beaumont, Texas. The 2 years he spent living in Reading, he had lots of run-ins with the police. Right after he took Christine's life, he moved to Texas to live with his uncle where he continued to commit crimes. DNA samples were taken from James, and in October, it was confirmed that the DNA found under Christine's fingernails matched that of James Watkins. In November, 42-year-old James Watkins was arrested. Christine's daughter, Lisa, spoke at a news conference following the announcement of his arrest. She expressed, "Not a single day goes by that I don't think about the day my mom's life was taken, the manner in which she was taken from us, and the pain this has caused our family. There are simply no words to describe the sadness and grief our family has experienced. She loved the river trail, and I take comfort in knowing she passed away in a place she loved so much." Moving on to the next case. Dana Dodd. The body of a white female, estimated to be between 17 and 25 years old, was discovered on October 29, 2006, in Kilgore, Texas. She had $40 in her pockets, and authorities determined that she had likely passed away between 8:15 p.m. and 10 p.m. the night before. Due to the purple sweater she was wearing, investigators nicknamed her Lavender Doe. A DNA sample from an unidentified male was recovered from her body, providing a crucial lead in the case. As the investigation progressed, local residents began pointing out individuals they found suspicious, prompting further inquiries. In January 2014, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children released a digital composite image of the unidentified woman. This led the mother of missing 23-year-old Brandy Wells to come forward, believing her daughter might be Lavender Doe. Brandy had vanished after visiting a nightclub in Longview, Texas, in August 2006. However, DNA testing confirmed that Lavender Doe was not Brandy Wells. In August 2018, a man named Joseph Wayne Burnett confessed to police that he was responsible for Lavender Doe's death. He had originally been questioned in February 2007 due to his prior conviction for a similar crime and his residence in the area. However, no charges were filed against him at the time. Also in 2018, the DNA Doe Project took on the case to uncover Lavender Doe's true identity. By analyzing her DNA profile, they were able to locate a cousin who also lived in Texas. On February 11, 2019, they announced that Lavender Doe was actually Dana Dodd. Dana had a difficult upbringing. Her mother abandoned her as a baby, and her father was homeless. In early 2006, she left her family behind in Florida and moved to Texas, where she joined a door-to-door magazine sales crew. It is believed that she met Joseph Wayne Burnett while working, which ultimately led to her tragic fate. Moving on to the next case. Gabriel Nagy. Gabriel Nagy lived in Sydney, Australia, with his wife, Pamela, and their 2 children, Stephen and Jennifer. Having immigrated to Australia with his parents as a child, he cherished his life there. A devoted father, Gabriel was deeply respected by his family, who never imagined anything could tear them apart. Unfortunately, something did. Gabriel worked as a shop fitter, helping businesses construct retail spaces throughout the city. However, his true aspiration was to become an accountant, and he was actively taking classes to pursue that goal. On January 21, 1987, he went into the city to take care of some errands. He called Pamela to let her know he would be home for lunch. She prepared a meal and waited for him, but Gabriel never returned. She waited until she received a call that changed her life forever. The police had found the burned-out shell of Gabriel's car on the side of the road. There was no sign of him to be found. Pamela and her 2 children started putting out missing persons flyers all over Sydney. Surely, someone had to know what happened to Gabriel after the car accident. Unfortunately, No one knew. 2 weeks after Gabriel disappeared, the police determined that he withdrew money from a bank in the city of Newcastle. Newcastle is about 100 miles away from Sydney. His family was hopeful about the new lead and believed this would help them find Gabriel. The lead turned into a dead end, however, and the case went cold for 2 more decades. There was a senior constable by the name of Georgia Robinson. She promised herself that she would solve this case. In her last attempt at finding Gabriel, she did just that in 2012. She looked through some files when she came across something interesting. The Medicare system in Australia showed documents that a person named Gabriel Nagy recently underwent eye surgery. The records also showed that the man went by another name, Ron Saunders. Constable Robinson called this man. He told her that the last 2 decades of his life was fuzzy to say the least. He spent most of his time homeless, just wandering from city to city. That was until a pastor by the name of Barry Hayhoe came across Gabriel. The pastor gave Gabriel a job at the church as a caretaker. Gabriel got the name Ron Saunders from a sign for the Queensland Saunders Beach while he was wandering around. His memories slowly came back, so when he got the eye surgery, he gave the name of Gabriel Nagy as well. Robinson flew to where Gabriel was currently living and showed him pictures of his family. More and more of his memories started to come back. Gabriel sustained a severe head injury in the car accident, which triggered a fugue state, causing him to lose all memory of his past life. He described the experience as surreal, as he still couldn't fully recall his family. Though he promised to stay in contact, he couldn't bring himself to move back in with them. This is a photograph of Pamela and their daughter, Jennifer, holding the photo album they showed Gabriel. And here is an image capturing the emotional moment when Gabriel and Jennifer reunited in February 2012. Moving on to the next case. Disappearance of Lori Jean Lloyd. Many iconic horror films from the 1980s and 1990s, which helped shape the genre, feature a recurring trope where a babysitter is alone at home and becomes the target of a threat. While these stories are purely fictional, numerous real-life mysteries suggest that such scenarios are not entirely far-fetched. One such case involves Lori Jean Lloyd, the youngest of 5 siblings. Her older sister, Joni, remembers Lori's love for animals, school, and running. However, as she entered her teenage years, her life took a darker turn. She began running away from home, leading to a point where she and her entire family sought counseling together. Lori confided that, as the youngest in the family, she often felt ignored and believed she wasn't receiving enough attention. Although things seemed to improve after counseling, they were far from perfect. In the months before her disappearance, Lori reportedly experimented with drugs, attempted to end her own life, and moved in with Joni after their mother refused to let her paint her bedroom walls black. Despite these struggles, when she went missing in 1976, her family recalled that she had been in good spirits, was doing well in school, and hadn't run away in months. On the night of February 11th, 14-year-old Lori was babysitting her 3-year-old nephew along with a friend at her home in Kettering, Ohio. Her mother, Anita Smith, stopped by to drop off pizza for them and noticed nothing unusual in the house before leaving. However, when Anita returned after midnight, Lori was nowhere to be found. Her friend and nephew were still inside, fast asleep, unaware that Lori had disappeared. Anita woke Lori's friend, who told her that Lori had gone to a nearby 7-Eleven, just 3 blocks away on Annabelle Drive, to buy cigarettes around 11 p.m. The trip should have taken no more than 15 minutes each way. However, when Anita arrived at the convenience store at 3613 Wilmington Pike, employees said they had not seen anyone matching Lori's description that night. Desperate to find her daughter, Anita drove around Kettering searching for any sign of Lori, but there was no trace of her. While a backpack had gone missing from the family home, Lori's belongings still remained. She had left behind her clothing, her private phone book, her Bible, and her handbag. Her bank account was left untouched. There have been few leads in Lori's case over the years. Her family feel that the initial investigation was hampered because the teenager was a known runaway. This is something we often hear on this channel, that the police do not act quick enough when a child has vanished if they have a history of running away. Loved ones have also pointed out that when Lori would take off, she always stayed with friends and called home to check in with her siblings and mother. One of Lori's friends told the police that the teenager planned to meet a boy that night who said he could take her to California. Lori was born in Fontana, California, and her estranged father lived in the States, but he had barely kept in touch with his 5 children since leaving. So family members found it odd that she would go and seek him out. If this boy ever existed, he has never been identified. For years after she vanished, Lori's family traveled to California. They had seen a documentary about the drug angel dust and noticed an extra in the background of one of the shots that resembled Lori. The scene the extra appeared in was filmed in a Santa Monica drug rehabilitation center. The producers of the movie attempted to identify the girl but found that she had not signed a release before filming. She has never been identified or located, and it is unknown if this girl was Lori. The filmmakers, Dave Bell Associates, became interested in the teenager's case after speaking with her family. They decided to create a documentary about missing and runaway youths in a film titled Whatever Happens to Lori Jean Lloyd, which they released in 1981. Although it was shown in 88 cities across the U.S., no useful leads were uncovered. In February 2004, the DOE network reportedly listed Lori as having returned home safe. Her siblings were surprised by the change in case status and contacted the agency, who told them Detective Wolf, spelled W-O-L-F-E or occasionally W-O-O-L-F, from Kettering PD, had been in touch with them to let them know Lori was no longer missing and endangered. This seems to have been caused by poor communication and misinformation, as the teenager has never been seen nor located since she went missing. The most recent update in Lori's case came in 2016 when family members who run the Lori Jean Lloyd Facebook page announced that her dental records matched a Jane Doe who was discovered on April 17, 1976 in Grant County, Kentucky. She had died just days before her nude body was located. Listed on the Doe Network site as 930 UFKY, Jane Doe is described as being between the ages of 13 and 15. Although she was originally thought to be between the ages of 20 and 30, 5'2" and white with light brown long hair. Shorts presumed to have belonged to her were found near the body. According to Lori's family, a detective with the Kettering Police Department had a dentist friend of his look at Lori's dentals and Jane Doe's and believed them to be a match. Despite this apparent confirmation, both case files are still up on several agency websites, and Lori's case has not been listed anywhere as resolved. No news agency has covered the story, and authorities do not appear to have formally announced the supposed match. A DNA match cannot be confirmed because Jane Doe's remains have been lost somewhere in Potter's Field, buried among numerous other unmarked graves. Adding to the confusion, some sources, including the Unidentified Wiki, claim that Jane Doe was mistakenly identified as Lori and that DNA evidence has ruled them out as the same person. In a comment dated May 8, 2022, Lori's family stated that they plan to investigate these claims further. Lori was 14 years old when she disappeared from Kettering, Ohio, on February 11, 1976, after leaving her home on Annabelle Drive to walk to a convenience store on Wilmington Pike. She is described as a white female with long brown hair and brown eyes. At the time she went missing, she was approximately 5 feet tall and weighed between 102 and 110 pounds. She had a noticeable gap between her 2 front teeth and scars on her wrists from a previous suicide attempt. Her ears were pierced, and she was last seen wearing a sweater and jeans, possibly along with a t-shirt and jacket. If she is still alive today, she would be 59 years old. Anyone with information about her case is encouraged to contact the Kettering Police Department at 937-296-2555. Moving on to the next case. Mary Maroney. Born on May 9, 1928, was the joy of her parents' lives. Michael and Catherine Maroney married at a young age. Catherine was only 13. By the time she reached 17, they had 2 daughters, 2-year-old Mary and 11-month-old Anastasia. Residing at 5200 Wentworth Avenue in Chicago, Illinois, the family struggled with poverty. Michael earned approximately $15 a week, which is equivalent to about $224 today. A relative of Catherine's reached out to the Needy Family Services, a newspaper column where individuals could request financial aid. Typically, the column did not publish home addresses, but due to an error, the couple's address was exposed. This mistake caught the attention of a woman who saw an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. On May 14, 1930, an unidentified woman arrived at their doorstep. There are two commonly reported versions of what the woman told Catherine. In one, she claimed to be a social worker sent to assess their situation, while in the other, she stated that she was acting on behalf of a social worker named Mrs. Henderson. Witnesses described her as a well-dressed young woman, approximately 22 years old, with prominent teeth and a refined manner of speaking. She introduced herself as Julia Otis and even provided the couple with some basic groceries at no cost. After hearing about their struggles, Julia proposed taking Mary with her to California for a short period. She assured them that upon her return, Mary would be transformed and, in her words, fat as a butterball. However, Catherine rejected the idea. Before leaving, Julia gave the couple $12 and promised to return. True to her word, she showed up again the next day. This time, she had baby clothes as Catherine was 7 months pregnant with the couple's third child. The young woman said she'd arranged for Michael to get a better job and this time offered to take Mary shopping for clothes and shoes at a nearby store. Eventually, Catherine agreed. Mary reportedly cried and refused to go, but was taken anyway. Neither Mary nor Julia Otis ever came back. The next day, the Marones received a letter from the mysterious woman. It read as follows: "Please don't be alarmed. I have taken your little girl to California with me. I have hired a special nurse to care for her. We'll be back in 2 months. By that time, you will be on your feet again and will be able to care for her." She didn't even cry a bit. She's outfitted like a princess. In the meantime, I'll help all I can to get you on your feet. Don't worry about her or anything else. When you get this letter, we'll be on our way already. As ever, Julia Otis. The letter was written on stationery from a Chicago store, and witnesses believed they saw Julia with Mary as she dictated the notes to a store employee. She also apparently paid for Mary's clothing with a $50 note, which was a lot of money during this time period. This has led to much online speculation that she was a member of a black market adoption ring. The letter did not help put the couple at ease. And despite the promises that Julia made, Michael and Catherine never saw their eldest daughter again. This was also the last time Julia ever contacted the family, and she did nothing to provide them with further aid. 2 weeks later, a woman named Alice Henderson sent a letter to the couple claiming that Julia was her cousin and she was love-hungry from losing her husband and baby the year before. She added that their baby would be returned to them safe and sound. However, as with Julia, Alice was never heard from again. Authorities noted that both of the letter writers shared the same handwriting. Leads in the investigation were sparse. In July of 1931, an elderly Native American woman named Martha Thompson was found pushing a cart which contained a blonde-haired, blue-eyed 3-year-old girl matching Mary's description. Martha claimed that the girl was abandoned by her mother, a woman named Florence Fuller, and begged to be allowed to keep her. At first, investigators were hopeful, but the Marones ultimately did not recognize the young girl as their missing daughter. Then, in 1952, a 24-year-old housewife from California came forward, believing she might be the lost Marone child after her husband noticed striking similarities. Mary McKellen had been adopted by Charles and Nova Beck in 1930. She shared similar dental features, body and skull measurements, blood type, and prints with the Marones. However, she lacked a scar from a childhood operation that Mary had undergone. The highly publicized reunion between Mary McKellen and the Marone family raised hopes of a resolution. Catherine and Michael accepted her as their daughter, but DNA testing after her death in February 2005 confirmed she was not Mary Marone. Following their daughter's disappearance, Michael and Catherine had 6 more children, 1 daughter and 5 sons, but the loss of their firstborn left a void that could never truly be filled. It has now been 90 years since Mary Marone vanished, and her fate remains a mystery. While a resolution seems unlikely, we can still hope that one day, even the smallest piece of evidence will emerge to finally reveal what happened to her. Moving on to the next case. Sonia Carmen Herrick-Stahn. In 1981, Sonia was a 30-year-old single mother living with her 4-year-old daughter in Monterey County, California. She worked as a merchandiser and sales representative for Levi Strauss & Company. On October 15, 1981, Sonia's friend, Caroline McBride, arrived at her home and knocked on the door. When there was no response, McBride let herself in. Inside, she made a shocking discovery. Sonia's partially clothed body was sprawled on the living room floor. She had been strangled using a pair of pantyhose. Investigators collected several pieces of DNA evidence from the crime scene, preserving them for future analysis. To piece together what had happened, authorities constructed a timeline of the crime. They concluded that Sonia had likely been killed while her young daughter was at school. Her body was discovered around noon. Soon after the crime took place, a man told investigators that he had a friend who admitted to being inside Sonia's house the morning that her life was taken. The friend's name is Michael Glazebrook, Sonia's neighbor. A day after the crime occurred, investigators decided to interview him. They saw that he had a scratch on his face and was extremely nervous. On December 18 of 1981, he was arrested in connection to the case. In 1983, he was tried, but the jury could not agree on his innocence or guilt. Prosecutors dropped the case following a mistrial. In the early 1980s, DNA evidence was a long way off. Blood was found under Sonia's fingernails, but lab technicians could only tell that it did not belong to her. In February 2020, investigators decided to re-examine the case. The DNA evidence collected in 1981 was re-examined using modern forensic techniques, allowing investigators to develop a complete DNA profile. Still convinced that Michael Glazebrook was involved, authorities obtained a DNA sample from him. After further testing, it was officially confirmed that Glazebrook was responsible for Sonia's murder. In February, 65-year-old Glazebrook was arrested at his home in Seaside, California. Disturbingly, he had been working as a school bus driver. He was booked into the Monterey County Jail, where he was held on a $1 million bail. Glazebrook was convicted of the crime in February, and his sentencing is scheduled for April 26. He faces a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Moving on to the next case. Tina Fales murder case. In April 1984, Tina Fales was making her way home from school in Pleasanton, California, but tragedy struck, and her family never saw her again. Nearly 3 decades would pass before DNA evidence provided a breakthrough in the case. On April 5, 1984, Tina chose to walk home from Foothill High School instead of taking the bus, as she had been dealing with bullying from other students. The 14-year-old decided to take a shortcut to her home in the Valley Trails neighborhood. Sadly, she never made it. Her body was later discovered in a drainage culvert near Highway 680, having suffered 44 stab wounds from a kitchen knife. Despite extensive efforts from law enforcement, no strong suspects emerged, and the case eventually went cold. It wasn't until February 2011 that investigators finally caught a break when DNA evidence from the crime scene linked to a man already in prison, Stephen Carlson. At the time of the crime, Carlson had been 16 years old and a fellow student at Foothill High School. He was convicted in February 2014 but continued to insist he was innocent. Initially, he was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to 26 years to life. However, in February 2017, the First District Court of Appeal in San Francisco reduced his conviction to second-degree murder, cutting 10 years from his sentence. Finally, in 2020, as he approached his first parole hearing, Carlson wrote 3 letters admitting guilt. Of the 3 letters, one is a 9-page insight statement written for state parole commissioners. One is to Tina's family, and one is to his victim, Tina. One of the letters said, "I want you to know you and your family did absolutely nothing to deserve what I did to you." The letter went on explaining that he was acting out of drunken rage from having been bullied as well at school after he attempted to throw a party at his house while his parents were out of town. Carlson said that he did not plan to commit slaying that day, but was overcome when he saw Tina walking home from school in the field across the street from his house. In the letter, he admits to stabbing his younger classmate with a kitchen knife 44 times. Carlson wrote, "I remember being full of rage at the way all my classmates were laughing at me and the damage my parents' room was in, and how my dad was going to whip up on me after they found out about the party I threw. Everything happened so fast. I remember going to the kitchen and grabbed a butcher knife. I walked across the street into the field at the gully where Tina was." He also wrote, "You were just minding your own business. Having to walk home by yourself and have to walk through that scary drainage tunnel could have also been terrifying to a 14-year-old girl. But only to be horrifically surprised by me attacking and brutally stabbing you." Carlson said that he does not remember the stabbing motions. He just remembers standing over her bloody body holding a bloody knife. According to Joshua Sukan, a multimedia journalist, Carlson got bullied, but he was also a major bully himself. Joshua also attended Foothill High School shortly after the slaying. He said that the kids in the area always suspected the boy they called Creepy Carlson as the suspect. They were not surprised when he was finally arrested. Joshua and Drew, Tina's brother, both wondered why Carlson confessed after 36 years. Joshua said there is a number of reasons why he penned these letters. It might be because he wants to get released earlier and wants to suck up to the parole board. It might be that he is maybe trying to clear his conscience. I am not going to pretend like I know. After writing the letters, Carlson canceled his own parole hearing. No one is sure why, but Drew believes it is all part of a plan to influence future attempts at release. Drew said, "Definitely a strategy. There is no remorse. None at all. If that were truly the case, he could have confessed in the courtroom," Drew said. Instead, he waited until his parole hearing to reveal the truth. Why did he wait 5.5 years? While Drew is relieved to finally know who is responsible for his sister's horrific murder, he admits that it doesn't bring closure. Reflecting on that painful time, he shared, "I remember that day like it was yesterday. My mom would sit outside my bedroom door so I could fall asleep. I was just 8 years old, and we didn't know who had done it. I didn't know if I was next." Stephen Carlson remains incarcerated at the California Correctional Institution in Tehachapi as he awaits his next parole hearing. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with me. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into unsolved mysteries. Your support helps me bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like me to cover next. See you in the next video, and remember, the search for truth never stops.